for dark shadows passed by quickly. Each one wore a mask representing the root of Konoha. Haizu, according to the intelligence, this Heitake Roa was a proton placed by Konoha in the Uzumaki clan that he was born to Uchiha Furo and Heitake Aki. The Uzumaki clan was destroyed for so many years, and it is a miracle that this child can still survive. But why did Lord Danzo kill him? Among the four figures, the Umbu wearing a monkey mask couldn't help but speak. Upon hearing this, Haizu turned around and glanced at him coldly, saying, "Monkey, you have too many questions. You just entered the route and don't know the rules. Let it go this time. Otherwise, next time, you will become a cold corpse." This Heitake Roya is only 10 years old. His father's real identity is the younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and his mother is the younger sister of the late head of the Heitake clan, Heitake White Fang. They were originally chosen to go to the Uzumaki clan as hostages in order to weaken the power of the two clans. However, no one expected that the two would end up together and survive the disaster that destroyed the village. Not long ago, they contacted the Konoha Umbu and said that they had a son who would be sent back to the ninja village to be raised. Now the Heitake clan only has Kakashi, the only son left, and most of the inheritance has fallen into the hands of Lord Danzo. If Heitake Roa returns to Konoha, then all the efforts to annex the huge inheritance of the Heitake clan will be in vain. So for Lord Danzo, this boy must die. The monkey's face changed slightly. He didn't feel anything wrong with the way the roots acted, but he still said unwillingly, "Haizu, does a 10-year-old kid really need the four of us to go out? Isn't this an exaggeration? Monkey, are you doubting Lord Danzo's decision?" Haizu said coldly. "This is the last time I will answer your question. Next time you will either complete the mission or die." According to the information provided by Danzo-sama, there is no news about the two people who went there last time. That they only sent back one sentence: "Don't let him hold the sword. Don't let him hold the knife." What the hell is this? The monkey was stunned, then immediately woke up. "Haizu, someone has entered the sensing range. We should have found the target." The four of them suddenly stopped, and soon they saw a figure about 1.56 meters tall walking out of the forest. This abnormal height makes him at least a head taller than his peers. He was wearing a black gown and a white robe, the edges of which were covered with jagged marks of damage. In addition to a wine gourd on his waist, there was also a battle-damaged sword with many gaps and a saw-like shape. The spiky hedgehog hair adds a hint of rebelliousness. It seems a bit out of place with that lazy smile on his face. Such a huge gap in image made the four people of Haizu stunned for a moment. The young man in front of them was indeed a little different from the 10-year-old child they had imagined. However, it seems impossible to make two well-trained root ninjas unable to return. Many thoughts flashed through Haizu's mind, and he was the first to come to his senses and shouted, "Go ahead, kill him." Haizu moved first, swung his right hand like lightning, and the shuriken hidden in his sleeve shot out instantly. At the same time, in addition to the two people at the rear who were responsible for the blockade, the pig and the monkey, like an arrow shot from a bow, attacked directly from a roundabout way. The short distance of more than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye with an all-out sprint. "Are there any guests?" Luoya raised his eyebrows. The sound of breaking air was already ringing in his ears. He swayed his body and dodged the shuriken that was coming towards him. Two figures have appeared on the left and right. The dark kunao and short knife fell into the hands of Haizu and Monkey respectively, and without any hesitation, they cut directly towards Luoya's arms. The task given by Danzo was indeed to kill the young man in front of him. However, capturing him alive is a greater achievement. Puff! When the blade fell, Pig and Monkey couldn't help but look stunned. The arm that should have been taken away by Chi-Gen was now like being chopped on a wooden lump. Scarlet blood was indeed spurting out. There was only a shallow bloody wound on the arm. Is this still a human being? Nice attack. Heitake Roya smiled bloodthirstily. He didn't care at all about the scene in front of him. His right hand reached for the sword at his waist like lightning. As he picked up the sword, a bloodthirsty desire to fight rushed straight to his head like a vast ocean. The long-lost template power went straight to the limbs. At this moment, the whole person seemed to have undergone a drastic change. If we say that Luoya was a harmless boy next door just a moment ago, at this moment, he holds the sword like a shura. A bloodthirsty murderous intent swept all around. The four people of Haizu felt their hair stand on end, as if they were under the watchful eyes of a ferocious beast, and all their cells were sending out the greatest danger signal. Retreat quickly. Haizu's expression suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, the weapon in his hand got stuck. The moment he looked back, he suddenly discovered that the kunao and short knife he had cut out were both tightly gripped by his muscles. Such a horrifying scene is probably beyond the scope of human nature, right? Escape. It's too late, let's fight to our heart's content. Luoya laughed wildly and took a big step forward to catch up with Haizu. Upon seeing this, Haizu quickly dropped the kunao in his hand, drew out the chakra dagger, and stabbed towards Luoya. However, Luoya did not retreat but advanced, revealing a bloodthirsty smile on his face, holding a sword full of holes, and slashed down with all his might with an attitude that was not at all inferior. Bang! Sparks flew and the broken blade flew out. The huge amount of power released made Haizu completely confused. Phew! A large amount of blood splattered, and the two halves of the body were split into two. The monkey who was trying to withdraw was splashed with hot blood. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Raccoon, Black Snake, please save me. The monkey suddenly woke up and hurriedly threw a shuriken. The next moment, he didn't care about anything else and turned around to run away. The raccoon cat and Black Snake that were nearby were also awakened and hurriedly made hand gestures to cast spells. Earth escape, Earth City barrier. Boom! The ground beneath my feet rumbled and shook violently, and a rock wall broke out of the ground. In a hurry, after abandoning most of the magic seals, the raised earth and city barriers did look a bit thin. However, they just need to fight for a chance to catch their breath. But this thought just popped up in my mind. Luoya laughed and took a step forward, chasing after him. Looking at the protruding earthen city walls, he gave a bloodthirsty smile. He rushed forward without stopping, clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, raised the knife and chopped down with force. Boom! Rocks were flying everywhere. The monkey's pupils suddenly contracted. The saw-like sword pierced through the earth wall directly and enlarged to the extreme in the pupil. The next moment, the whole person started to spin. A large amount of blood splattered and a huge head was thrown directly into the air. His face was full of disbelief. I never expected that as an elite member of the Root, 2 people will be killed in one encounter. He even chopped down the wall and the people himself. At this moment, he finally understood why the information sent back contained only one strange sentence. This guy holds the knife like he's possessed by a war ghost. The raccoon cat, run away quickly, I will buy time while you bring the information back to Lord Danzo. The black snake roared in fear, and as it retreated, its hands quickly flew around, forming a series of marks. At the same time, the distance between the two sides is calculated. The distance of dozens of meters between them was enough for him to use his most powerful A-level fire ninjutsu as long as he could by a few breaths of time. Once it creates a huge noise and attracts the attention of the Konohagakure, it will definitely lead to intervention. Maybe the mission can't be completed. However, getting away with it safely shouldn't be that difficult, right? Haha, it's too late to run away now. I don't like playing cat and mouse games, but that doesn't mean I can't catch mice. You're in check. Luoya laughed wildly and strode forward again. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand the release of such a huge force and collapsed. At the same time, the sword in his hand was thrown out suddenly like an arrow. Bang! The magic seal in the black snake's hand has just been formed. His body was pierced by the sword that came through the air. The huge force released made him fly backwards more than 10 meters away and nailed to a big tree surrounded by several people. Boom! Large pieces of leaves were blown away and fell down like a rainstorm. It even caused a large amount of scarlet blood to splatter. The raccoon cat, who was just about to escape, was completely stunned. Such a brutal fighting style completely overturned his understanding of ninjutsu. A mess of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the raccoon cat suddenly woke up. His hair stood on end. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and he quickly turned around to look at his side. What caught my eye was a bloodthirsty, beast-like face. Mouse, I got you. Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, and with a flick of his right hand, a chain flew out of the air and wrapped around the hilt of the knife. With a sudden force, the sword that was originally nailed to the wall fell into his hand again. Looking at the raccoon cat so close at hand, he raised his hand and chopped it towards the face again. No, don't kill me, I'm from Konoha. Phew! A large amount of blood spurted out and 2 arms were flying. Watching the final dizzying scene, there was only one thought left in the raccoon cat's mind. This is not a human at all, right? Bang! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Luoya felt the drops of hot blood on his face, and his bloodthirsty smile gradually faded. He took out the wine gourd hanging on his waist with his backhand and took a sip. The strong liquor went down my throat, and the burning sensation went straight through my whole body. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit that rushed to his head quickly receded like the tide. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for killing 1 Chunin and 3 Genin. The difficulty of the fight is C-level. The reward is 0.3% of the role-playing progress. The current role-playing progress of Kenpachi Zaraki is 3%. There is still 2% to the next reward. Please keep working hard, host. Luoya was helpless. I had thought that the route that Danzo sent out this time would be more worthy of a fight than the last time. I didn't expect it to be so bad in the end. It only increases the role-playing progress by 0.3%, which is only slightly better than daily tasks. It seems that I am still underestimated. Otherwise, there wouldn't just be these small experience packages. However, looking at the 4 bodies lying on the ground, Luoya couldn't help but smile. Compared to wandering around outside, there are more targets worth killing in Konoha village. If you grasp this point well, it shouldn't be difficult to make rapid progress in your strength. However, the performance just now was definitely worth it for Roya to wait for many years and awaken the long-awaited role-playing system a month ago. Gained the template power of Kenpachi Zaraki, the god of death. The longer you play as a character and the more realistic your image becomes, the higher the reward you will get from the progress bar. When you reach a certain level of performance, you can get additional rewards. In addition, it can also be obtained through boring daily tasks. After completing the main task given by the system, you can get unexpected huge rewards. This time, Luoya came to Kanaha village to complete the main mission. System, open the properties page. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Host, hey take ROA. Role model, Kenpachi Zaraki. Progress, 3% weapon, Zanpakuto, unreleased, spiritual pressure, spiritual power level 19 characteristics, extraordinary physique, bloodthirsty savagery, and fierceness killing talent. Skills, the attribute page without shabbiness was directly unfolded in the consciousness space. Luoya took a sip of the wine helplessly, wondering if he was asking for trouble by having to look at this blank slate of attributes. Among the Shinigami, spiritual pressure is divided into 20 levels, and only those who reach the 20th level can be recognized by their Zanpakuto. Only after reaching the 19th rank can one become a chief official. Lingwei is qualified to become a deputy captain only after reaching the 4th or 5th level. Luoya took a deep breath to clear his mind, looked at the 4 heads scattered on the ground, and packed them up casually. Since Danzo has repeatedly asked the people from the route to trip him up, Roya certainly doesn't mind adding a little more color to her life. At least by doing this, we should be able to turn a passive situation into an active one. 10 miles is not very far. After 7 or 8 minutes, Luoya looked up at the sealed gate which was becoming increasingly clear and slowed down his pace. If I remember correctly, Kanaha's sealed gate is so famous that even Pain has to climb over it. Those who can be sent to guard the gate are not ordinary people. Looking at the open door, Luoya raised his eyebrows. With his beast-like intuition, he instantly caught the gaze coming at him. He smiled lazily and said, "Don't look at me. You can come out. I came back with my ID. You guys take a look first." Luoya casually took out the certificate scroll that he had obtained in the name of his parents not long ago and threw it into the bushes next to the gate. Before the scroll fell to the ground, a dark shadow reached out and took it. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the sealed gate, with another gatekeeper beside him. "Wuma, there is nothing wrong with this scroll. It is consistent with the information mentioned in the mission content we received this morning. This person is indeed Heitake Roya who has come to report." After flipping through the scroll in his hand, Shenyu Heiniao said in a deep voice, "However, Heitake Roya, your appearance is quite different from the 10-year-old child we know. The chakra mark you handed over before has been imprinted in the barrier. If you think there is no problem, you can follow us in. But the things you carry must be handed over to us for search first. After confirming that there is no problem, they will be returned to you." At this point, Shiranui Ma and Kamatsuki Koronari both fixed their eyes on Roya. Seeing this, Luoya didn't feel anything wrong. "I know a little about Kanaha's affairs. The so-called information registration is a perception barrier set up by the Yamanaka clan. It uses the chakra information left in advance to identify identities, and is considered the first line of defense of the Kanaha ninja village." He then casually threw the cloth bag he was carrying over. "Be careful, this is my greeting gift." "A meeting gift?" Shiranui Ma and Shinaya Koronari's expressions couldn't help but freeze, feeling the weight of the waterproof tactical bags in their hands. Their brows couldn't help but frown, and they couldn't help but open them first. As soon as the wound was opened, an indescribable smell of blood hit me in the face. When they saw clearly what was inside, their pupils suddenly trembled as if they had seen a ghost. For heads with wide open eyes, dead with their eyes open, were staring at them. This is reporting with a head. Most importantly, there is a mask logo at the root. "Luoya, what's going on? How come you have the head of a root team in your hand?" Shiranui Ma's face suddenly changed. The Shinayo Blackbird next to it is no exception. "Why?" Luoya smiled and took out the wine gourd from his waist. "After taking a sip," he said, "because I am the one who survived." Shiranui Ma and Shinayo Koronari were shocked. After learning that a 10-year-old boy returned to Kanaha alone, they guessed that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, they have little influence, and knowing is one thing, but how to do it is a matter for the top leaders. It is for this reason that I felt surprised when I saw Luoya coming to report. But now they finally understood why Luoya came. Because he reported with the heads of the roots. "Fire Horse, what should we do?" Shinayo Blackbird said, suppressing the shock in his heart. Shiranui's expression kept changing, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is beyond our ability to decide. I will take him to the Hokage building to report immediately. If the root people arrive, you try to delay them. Heitake Roya, do you dare to come with me?" Luoya put away the wine gourd in his hand, patted the Zanpakuto on his waist, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I was brought up by fear." After saying this, Luoya took the lead and jumped through the sealed door. This time, he chose to return to Kanahagakur, in addition to finding enough targets to fight. The most important thing is to complete the main task. Now, the Kanaha village is within reach. If you choose to turn around and leave, you would be a fool. The most important thing is that when the system was activated, it reminded him that he had a chance to save his life as a big gift package for novices. Luoya didn't know what this was. However, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Luoya believes that this is an absolute fact. Why aren't you leaving yet? Luoya looked back at the two people who were still standing there in a daze. Such a nonchalant attitude made Shiranui Ma and Shinayu Kuranari shocked. Is this really a 10-year-old child? There are probably very few people with such a character in the Konoha village. The most important thing is that all of these few people are gifted. At this moment, they seem to finally understand why the young man in front of them was able to arrive at the Konoha village alive. Blackbird, I'll be back soon. My intuition tells me that we in Konoha village may have found a treasure. Shiranui Ma said this and quickly followed without looking back. Shenyu Heiniao stood there in a daze as he watched the figure disappear in the blink of an eye. It was the first time that he saw this companion with high standards give such a high evaluation. At the same time in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere at this moment became extremely depressing. 7 or 8 figures were standing around. However, it can be seen that the office is divided into 2 camps at this time. One of them, led by Danzo, half of his body was wrapped in bandages, and behind him stood Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, who were also his advisors. Confronting him are Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina. Behind the 3 of them stood Kakashi with silver hair. However, compared with the 2 parties in the confrontation, Kakashi was obviously standing out and seemed a little out of place. Danzo, you've gone too far. That you used illusions to trap Shinjian and the other 2, delayed the time for joining up with Heitake Roya, and secretly sent out the root team. If you're not doing this for money, then what is it? Uzumaki Kushina said through gritted teeth. As the wife of Minato Namikaze, she is also the current captain of the Flying Thunder God Squad. Originally, the temporary mission the team received was to go and meet up with Heitake Roya. Unfortunately, just after leaving Konohagakure, the team was ambushed and trapped in an illusion barrier. After receiving this news, Uzumaki Kushina first thought of Danzo Shinura. In addition to asking Genma Shiranui and the other 2 to continue their journey immediately, he immediately rushed here to demand accountability. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who was firing at full power, Namikaze Minato was indeed helpless, but he also felt relieved in his heart. Given his identity and status, there are many things that cannot be said directly. The huge office suddenly fell into silence. Feeling the tense atmosphere, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage's position, sighed helplessly. Danzo, you really went too far this time. If this matter gets out, it will chill everyone's heart. Haha, Sarutobi, what are you talking about? Everything requires evidence. There are hundreds of people in my route who go out on missions every day, if not thousands. Danzo said with a smile, leaning on his crutches. If I have to explain to you every time I go out, then what is the point of my roots coming here? What's more, your people were trapped by an illusion right after they left the village. You should examine yourself and see if you are not qualified for this mission. Danzo, you're looking for death. Uzumaki Kushina exploded instantly. The red hair moved without any wind. The huge amount of chakra couldn't help but surge out, causing the air pressure in the entire office to drop sharply. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Minato Namikaze, who was standing aside, changed his expression and quickly put his hand on Kushina's shoulder. Facing the shrewd Danzo, Minato Namikaze was very clear that talking big was just talk after all, and they were always right. Once the fight really starts, it will play into Danzo's hands and turn what was reasonable into unreasonable. The only thing he could do was to turn his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Hokage-sama, the gatekeeper Shiranui has urgent information to report and would like to see him immediately. It seems to be related to Heitake Roa. An Umbu ninja appeared in the office like a ghost. The people present did not take this appearance seriously. The entire Hokage building is under the surveillance of the Umbu directly under the Hokage, and no one's actions can escape their control. But at this moment, what they care most about is everything about Heitake Roya. Haha, it seems that the person you were waiting for has arrived, but the road is difficult. I hope what you were waiting for is not a corpse. Danzo tightened his crutch and laughed even more. It would be easy for a 4-man team from the route to deal with a mere 10-year-old kid. Danzo, you are admitting it yourself by saying that. Uzumaki Kushina exploded. As a proton, I have never met Luoya. However, Uzumaki Kushina had already regarded Roya as a member of her clan, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to take on the task, and even openly challenged Danzo. Okay, I will make the decision on this matter. Let Huoma come in first and make things cleared. If someone really goes too far, as the Hokage, I will never let him off easily. The 3rd Hokage rubbed his aching eardrum and quickly changed the subject. Uzumaki Kushina was indeed unwilling in her heart, but she still gritted her teeth and said, okay, Hokage-sama, if Luoya is really in trouble and I find definite evidence, then don't blame me for being rude. After these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the field was indeed suppressed. However, everyone knows that Uzumaki Kushina, who is known as the fiery red pepper, will definitely do what she says. For now, we can only find out what's going on with Heitake Roya first. For a moment, everyone's mind was tense, and their eyes were all fixed on the direction of the door with a look of urgency. Sizzle! The office door, which had been tightly closed, was pushed open. The ninja stationed outside the door walked in first, followed closely by Shiranui-ma holding a blood-stained bag. A pungent smell of blood swept across the entire office with the wind. This made many people's expressions change slightly. "Wuma, is the body in here?" Luya's Uchiha Fugaku spoke first in a cold voice. The atmosphere that had just been suppressed was ignited again. The air was flying all over the place, and Shiranui, who had just stepped into the Hokage's office, had his hair stand on end, and he spoke quickly. This is indeed a corpse, but this matter is not what you imagine. This is the head he brought in for reporting." The sound was not loud, but it echoed in the room for a long time and was unable to dissipate, giving people a feeling of being struck directly in the soul. The office was filled with an atmosphere that was about to explode, but it suddenly stopped, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over it, and it was completely silenced. All that was left was a look of confusion. Faced with Danzo's sinister tactics, they had thought of various outcomes, but no one expected that Heitake would not only arrive at the Konoha village alive. He even reported with heads. "Heitake Roya, this is the Hokage's office, the safest place in the entire ninja village, you can come out now." Shiranui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Danzo secretly. Watching the atmosphere change, I felt an inexplicable sense of joy. As a member of the lowest level of the Konoha village, he was able to come to the Konoha village alive amidst the conspiracy. It felt like a slap in the face of Danzo. He couldn't wait to move aside and make way, so that Heitake Roya, who was holding the wine gourd behind him, could be presented to everyone. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn over there. Looking at Luoya, who came out with a wine gourd in his hand, with a lazy smile on his face, and not at all nervous. This is completely different from the weak and orphan they imagined. Not only did the person come alive, he also brought his head with him. This is too crazy. The person who was killed appeared alive before his eyes, and the identity of the head contained in the red cloth bag was about to be revealed. Seeing this, the third Hokage's cloudy old eyes shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "Heitake Roya, whose head is in here?" Everyone woke up in shock. They did have some guesses about the head in the bag. However, looking at the open bag in the hands of Shiranui-ma, what was revealed inside root mask? Whether it was Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku and others, they were all eager to get a definite answer from Roya. The crutch in Danzo's hand was crushed so hard that a crack appeared. A slight sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Danzo had disappeared out of thin air. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters was closed in the blink of an eye with the help of the teleportation technique. By the time everyone reacted, they saw that Danzo had already passed Shiranui horse. The crutch in his hand stabbed straight out. The speed was so fast and the attack was so fierce. This goes beyond the scope of lessons. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unprepared, but it was obviously too late for him to help. Shiranui-ma, who was standing by, also hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Unfortunately, even though they had planned it unintentionally, they were too late to stop it, and the only thing they could do was watch Danzo commit the crime. The sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears. Luoya was under attack. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he couldn't help but smile. Roya had already expected that Danzo would be furious, which was also the main reason why he brought these gifts. It can be said that everything done was to try whether killing Danzo Shimura with a sword would lead to some reward. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for setting foot in the Hokage building of Konohagakure, completing the main mission, and obtaining the ultimate spiritual pressure. Boom! An ethereal reminder sound suddenly rang in my mind. Luoya's expression froze, and his brain went blank with a buzzing sound. I was still wondering why I had been in Konoha village for so long, but there was no prompt to complete the main quest. I didn't expect the system to be so demanding, and it requires one to set foot in the Hokage's office before it can be triggered. But what Roya never expected was, he had thought that this small reward would actually allow his 19th level spiritual pressure to surge to its extreme level in one go. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure accumulating in the body like a volcanic eruption, the lazy smile on Luoya's face was instantly replaced by bloodthirstiness. Suddenly he raised his head and looked at Danzo, who was so close to him, and Luoya smiled bloodthirstily. "Master Danzo, have you ever tried to be killed?" Boom! The extreme spiritual pressure that had accumulated in the body, like a vast ocean, suddenly exploded. Like a hurricane, it rushed out in all directions with an overwhelming force. The huge Hokage office, at this moment, seemed to be flooded with endless seawater, and all the windows were shattered. The invisible air wave forced everyone to retreat. Danzo, who was rushing towards him, suddenly had his pupils contracted. I never expected that a boy who was only 10 years old could unleash such a terrifying chakra impact. Caught off guard, the attack from his hand also paused for a moment. However, it was precisely because of this slight flaw that an indescribable sense of crisis swept through Danzo's body the moment he hurriedly looked up. An unexpected figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. With a bloodthirsty smile, Roja swung his Zanpakuto and chopped it down without any fanfare. Right. Danzo was not wrong. The young man in front of him really dared to chop him. Without thinking too much, he quickly raised his right hand to block. Boom! The knife fell, and a dull collision sound exploded like thunder. Amidst the flying sparks, a figure flew backwards like a cannonball. Everything along the way seemed like paper, and it eventually crashed into a wall. The huge impact force caused the wall to collapse, spreading spiderweb like cracks. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it collapsed with a loud bang. Wait until everyone comes to their senses. Looking at the ruins of the collapsed wall and the remains of the collapsed part on the ground, everyone present was stunned. Everything that just happened seemed very complicated. However, if you really think about it, it was only a few breaths of time. But the results they obtained completely overturned their cognition. At least no one expected that Danzo would suddenly launch a sneak attack. What he didn't expect was that Roya would strike back with a knife and directly chop Danzo away. This scene made them feel that Roya seemed to have been waiting for Danzo to come to him from the very beginning. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that the Konoha consultant who made them so fearful would be struck down by someone in a single blow? You cheated me, little brat. In the ruins, Danzo roared miserably. His robes had several torn holes in them, which made him look even more miserable. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Feeling the attention from all sides, Danzo's old face couldn't help twitching as he clenched the cane in his hand and rushed towards Roya again. This time, Minato Namikaze and others finally woke up. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, they quickly took action to stop it. However, before they could take any action, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the position of Hokage, was the first to shout angrily. That's enough, Danzo, stop it all, or don't blame me for being rude. Everyone stopped at once. Danzo's expression became extremely stiff, but his tendency to suddenly attack was also stopped abruptly. It is clear that this plan has failed. This blow was made in vain. Seeing Danzo stop, the third Hokage showed a hint of satisfaction, and then said in a deep voice, "Humph, Danzo, you are going too far. Don't you really intend to take me seriously? Today, too many things happened. Even as the Hokage, I was not prepared for them. However, Luoya, you can rest assured. I guarantee this as the Hokage. I will give you a reasonable answer afterwards, so I hope you can wait patiently. Before this, your fighting skills, great strength, and experience really impressed me and shocked me the most. The chakra fluctuations you just released are enough to rival the tailed beasts. It seems that our Konoha Gakure has picked up a good seedling." Everyone couldn't help but shudder, recalling the suffocating and terrifying aura of pressure just now. Far from ordinary indeed. Look around the room for people who can compare with him. I'm afraid the only one is Kushina Uzumaki, who is from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, not only in the Konoha village, but also in the vast ninja world, has a special title. This is a human-shaped tailed beast. This is the evaluation given by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. Recalling the terrifying outburst that they caught a glimpse of just now, everyone present felt that they had no way to refute it. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Luoya smiled, put away the knife, and skillfully took out the wine gourd. "Third Hokage, you are too kind. Since it is just a misunderstanding, I will certainly not pursue it. If I have the chance, I plan to seek advice from advisor Danzo," Luoya said with a smile. "However, I am a little exhausted after traveling for several days in a row. If the third Hokage doesn't mind, can you arrange a place for me to rest for a while?" Minato Namikaze and others were stunned for a moment. I thought Luoya would keep dwelling on what happened just now, but I didn't expect it to be simply brushed aside. Such a nonchalant attitude made them unable to help but take a second look at Danzo, whose face was gloomy. Being looked down upon by a 10-year-old boy? I'm afraid it was like an invisible slap slapped me hard in the face. The third Hokage was also a little surprised, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and said, If you hadn't told me, Luoya, I would have almost forgotten about this. You've been traveling all this way, and all these things happened. I think you must be tired too. I have arranged it for you early in the morning. Your mother, Heitake Shia, and your father, Uchiha Furo, are indeed gone, but we have always preserved the property left in the village. When you come back, these things will be inherited by you. As for whether you choose to go to the Uchiha clan's base or the Heitake clan's base, it's up to you to decide. You should have no problem with the property, Danzo?" Danzo's face was livid, but he could only snort coldly and said, Sarutobi, don't worry, I'll have someone vacate the space right away, but it will take some time. So, a little time? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, then half a day will do. That's enough. Danzo snorted coldly, turned around and left with his crutches. What happened today, especially the knife attack, was a great humiliation for him. I was planning to delay it for a while. However, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's final ultimatum, he had no choice but to give up. Kid, be careful next time. There are a lot of troubles in the Konoha village. No one knows what kind of accident will happen if you are not careful. Danzo walked past Luoya and stopped involuntarily. Seeing Danzo's face full of gloom, and wanting to kill with his eyes, Luoya smiled and patted the Zanpakuto on his waist and said, "Thanks for the reminder, but I really look forward to trouble. If there is really a trouble that cannot be solved with one sword, then I will just chop a few more times." "Master Danzo, I am right." "You!" Danzo was suddenly furious. Feeling the gazes from all around, he could not help but wave his sleeves and snorted again. "Sarutobi, I will take care of the property issue, but don't forget what the daimyo said. Don't delay it for too long. It's time for you to make a choice, otherwise you won't be able to explain to the land of Earth." After saying this, Danzo left with a gloomy face again. When Minato Namikaze and others heard this, their faces changed and they immediately thought of what Danzo was referring to. Luoya took a sip from the wine gourd and understood that this was Danzo's usual way of forcing the emperor to abdicate. The Third Ninja World War did come to an end with the brilliant performance of Minato Namikaze. However, the Konoha village, which was fighting on multiple fronts, was also riddled with holes. In the 48th year of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen did reach a ceasefire agreement with all major countries, but the settlement of scores and finding someone to take the blame will obviously continue. If Luoya remembered correctly, the third Hokage was able to abdicate because Danzo secretly plotted against him and used the power of the daimyo to force him to abdicate. It is now the 49th year of Konoha, and I'm afraid it's about time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. The next period will be full of ups and downs. But the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the more opportunities there will be for fighting, as long as we can have a good fight. During this period, Luoya was a little bit fond of it. "Hokage-sama, why don't my teacher and I go find the daimyo?" Namikaze Minato was the first to lose his temper. The rest of the people also looked anxious. Danzo's ambition is well known to everyone in Konoha village. If they had a choice, they certainly wouldn't want Danzo to take the throne. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, the third Hokage smiled and shook his head and said, "Haha, Minato, I appreciate the kindness of you and everyone else. I have already made arrangements for the Hokage, so you can rest assured. However, we should first settle Luoya. It will take another half a day before Danzo's delivery. Who of you will receive Roya first?" Luoya is also a member of the Uzumaki village after all. It's not too much for him to call me sister, so I want him." Uzumaki Kushina was the first to shout. Namikaze Minato saw this and smiled helplessly, but did not say anything to stop her. Instead, he said, "Luoya, Kushina's personality is just like that. Please don't mind it. Kushina has been eager to hear that you were born in Whirlpool Village, that you just arrived in Konoha. If you don't mind, you can stay with us first so that we can take care of each other." Upon hearing this, Roya touched his nose helplessly. He didn't expect to pick up a cheap elder sister for free as soon as he arrived in Konoha. However, Roya was not surprised by the invitation from Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. It can be said that if the two of them had not died, there would probably not be so many scenes for Danzo later on. "Minato, I want Luoya to come to my house first and let Itake meet Luoya first. Do you mind?" Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment. In the Konoha village, due to various historical reasons, the Uchiha clan is extremely xenophobic. Luoya is indeed of the Uchiha clan, but he was given the surname of Heitake. It is enough to see that Uchiha Furo does not want Luoya to be involved in the disputes of the Uchiha clan. In this case, if you put "I am afraid I won't be welcomed within the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku obviously thought of this, and after a brief silence, he spoke again. "Minato, I know what you were thinking. I was reckless. Luoya, if you have any concerns, we can talk about this later." Luoya laughed. This Uchiha Fugaku was definitely a person who spoke hard but was soft on the inside. Otherwise, in the original work, there wouldn't have been no resistance at all, but they would have just sat there waiting to die, and the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been wiped out directly. Luoya turned and walked away, leaving the group looking at each other in bewilderment. Shiranui Ma, who was standing by, was the first to come to his senses and said, "Lord Minato, why do I feel like Roya is really looking for trouble? Will he really kill people if something happens?" Everyone subconsciously looked at the big hole not far away, and their cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Even Danzo, who was a high-level advisor to Konoha, was killed because of a disagreement. Not to mention the others, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his swollen temple and said, "Kaima, now that you mention it, I really have a bad feeling. Next time, Minato, you have to be more careful." Now let's get back to the negotiation proposal with the Land Kingdom. They have 2 demands in total. On the other hand, after leaving the Hokage building, Luoya followed Uchiha Fugaku to the eastern suburbs. Due to the suppression by the top leaders headed by Danzo, and the fact that the third Hokage turned a blind eye, the Uchiha clan was indeed given the important task of serving as the Konoha Guard under the euphemism of the title. However, they were excluded and stationed on the outskirts of the village. This action once again sparked internal conflicts within the already dissatisfied Uchiha clan. If it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku's repeated suppression, this powder keg would probably have exploded. Feeling the pointing and criticizing eyes from all around, Luoya understood that this prejudice was deeply rooted, that if it was not resolved in time, the outcome would probably not change. Luoya, I'm sorry that I was planning to come find you in person, but unfortunately, I only got the accurate information to date. If I could get there in time, so many things wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have to be in danger. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Before, I couldn't protect Fu Luo, but this time I will definitely protect you. The relationship between Konohagakure and our clan is a little delicate right now, so you have to be extra careful. Here is a communication talisman. If anything happens, you can use chakra to activate it, and I will rush over as quickly as possible. Luoya looked at the talisman in his hand and said with a smile, Uncle, do I look so fragile? If I can choose, I would rather trouble myself. However, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan is now in a state of desperate stalemate. It is better to ease the situation than to block it, otherwise it will be difficult to reverse the situation. At that time, it will be difficult for you alone to turn the tide. Have you ever thought about rebel? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. I never expected that Luoya would say this. The only thing to be thankful for is that Luoya lowered his voice when he said this, otherwise if it fell into the ears of someone with ulterior motives, he might take advantage of the situation. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. Such sharp words were beyond his comprehension as the clan leader, let alone how to respond. No need to answer me, I just mentioned it out of boredom. I am still me, and the Uchiha clan is still the Uchiha clan. It has nothing to do with me. It's getting late now, let's go back and eat first. Luoya withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine gourd and continued to leave. Looking at the figure walking away, Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he is certainly not a mediocre person, and his ability in judging people is also amazing. I thought I could see through Luoya, who was only 10 years old, at a glance, but now I couldn't figure him out at all. However, the thought of Luoya coming to report with a head. He even dared to chop down Danzo Shinura. I'm afraid this is really not something that ordinary people can do, right? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for killing an S-level target for the first time. Because the fight was interrupted, you have received a consolation prize package. There are still 120 minutes left to start. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest Wooden Sword 100 kills. Please use the wooden sword to fight 100 times. You will receive a generous reward after the fight is completed. An ethereal reminder sounded in my mind. Looking at the consolation prize package and the new side quest that appeared in his consciousness space, Luoya couldn't help but smile. The blow that killed Danzo was indeed worth it. It's just a consolation prize, but it's better than nothing. If possible, Luoya really hopes to chop Danzo a few more times. However, Roha was not arrogant enough to fight Danzo on equal terms. After suffering such a huge loss, Danzo will definitely not give up. If they really meet next time, the opponent will definitely not underestimate him and it will be a fight to the death. The first thing to do now is to improve our strength as quickly as possible. First, get a wooden sword and fight 100 times to complete the side quests, thereby increasing some self-protection means and abilities to avoid a disaster. And today's daily task has not been completed yet, although it is only a pitiful 0.1% progress bar reward. However, no matter how thin a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, and Luoya will not let it go. Roya, we're here. Luoya withdrew his thoughts and saw Uchiha Mikato from a distance, waiting in front of the courtyard gate. The current Uchiha Mikato is indeed a mother and has become a virtuous woman, but she still cannot hide her youthful beauty. It's the first time we meet, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Uchiha Mikato was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Luoya to see through her identity so quickly. However, she was still surprised by Luoya's physique that far exceeded that of his peers. She immediately said, Luoya, this is our first meeting, I don't have anything to give you. This is a detonating talisman I made myself. The amount of chakra delivered can determine the power of the detonation, I hope you can accept it. Thank you, Auntie. Luoya took the detonating talisman with a smile. This detonating talisman was indeed a common item on the street. However, if used properly, it can also have an unexpected effect. What's more, it came from Uchiha Mikato's hands, so it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Now that they are penniless and lack the means, Luoya will certainly not despise them. Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. The character displayed by Luoya was indeed two extreme feelings. However, he is obviously easier to get along with than Itaki, who is full of worries. Mikato, where is Itaki going? Didn't he say he wanted to meet Luoya? Uchiha Fugaku looked around and frowned. Father, I'm here. Brother Shisui is on a mission, so I went to see him off. Itaki hurriedly landed in front of the gate, bowed apologetically, and then looked at Luoya and said. Itaki opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the words were quickly blocked by Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Faced with this result, Itaki realized his own abruptness and could only temporarily give up the idea. However, compared to Itaki's lost expression, Roya's eyes lit up, with a hint of bloodthirstiness flashing across them. He came all the way to Konohagakure, just for the free-fighting sparring partner. Now that Danzo has just been killed, someone else comes to your doorstep. How can you not be happy? No, uncle, if Itaki asked me to buy him a drink, I would still have a headache, but if it is a fight, I can't refuse such a request. Luoya hung the wine gourd in his hand back on his waist and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "Come on, let's fight." Itaka stood there in a daze, not expecting that Roya would agree to this willful request. Even Uchiha Fugaku is no exception. However, thinking of what happened in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku's expression instantly tensed up, and he said in a deep voice, "Itaki, I hope you won't rush to challenge Roya, that if you insist on taking action, then try to be careful and don't underestimate Roya." Uchiha Mikato was surprised when she heard this. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a serious person on weekdays. However, Mikato knew clearly that Fugaku had always been very satisfied with his son Itaki. The title of genius allowed Itaka to demonstrate talent and strength that surpassed his peers. He was somewhat caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. Itaki was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Father. However, I still want to understand what Brother Shisui said." "Father, you don't have to worry, I have been training with Brother Shisui many times during this period, I should be able to handle it." "Brother Luo, please give me your guidance." Itaki retreated respectfully to a distance of 7 or 8 meters, took out a kunai with his backhand, and assumed a standard defensive posture. Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but laugh. In the original work, Itaki is one of the few beings who can enter Roya's eyes. He had already gone to the battlefield at the age of 4 and came back alive. He is indeed only 6 years old now, but he is capable of standing on his own. In Konoha, he is considered the best among his peers. If there were no other accidents, Roya believed that Itaka's achievements would definitely be higher than Kakashi's. Just now, the system popped up a side quest. Originally, during the next period of time, Luoya planned to fight with a wooden sword. However, if the target of the fight is Itaki, of course, an exception can be made. At least, he doesn't want to hurt this little brother's fiery heart. "Mikato, don't be distracted. Pay close attention later." Looking at Itaki, who was getting ready and keeping his distance, Uchiha Fugaku reminded her in a deep voice. Uchiha Mikato was full of surprise. No matter how weak her strength is, she is still a jonin. Uchiha Fugaku is the head of the clan. Is the fight between two teenagers worth taking so seriously? However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Uchiha Mikato's expression suddenly changed the next moment. Luoya's lazy smile gradually faded, and the moment his right hand grasped the hilt of the knife, he laughed bloodthirstily. "Haha, great posture, let's fight." Boom! The terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent exploded without reservation, blooming behind Luoya like a hellish Shura. The extreme spiritual pressure was like a raging wave, rolling and crushing in all directions. In the huge battlefield, the flowing air suddenly stagnated at this moment, as if a pair of invisible hands had pinched everyone's throat, adding an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Uchiha Mikato's face changed drastically when she was on the battlefield. At this moment, the whole person felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Such a horrible bloodthirsty killing intent, but even she does not possess it. Perhaps only those who have rolled through the Shura field will have it imprinted in their souls? However, it now happens to a boy who is only 10 years old. What exactly happened to this young man? "Itaki, be careful!" Uchiha Mikato shouted urgently. Uchiha Itaki, who was on the battlefield, suddenly woke up. Feeling this terrifying bloodthirsty murderous intent, Itaki felt like a small boat in the midst of a raging sea that could capsize at any time. He finally understood why Uchiha Fugaku, his father, would give such a reminder in front of others. At this moment in Itaki's eyes, he was not challenging anyone at all. Instead, it was a bloodthirsty and arrogant Shura evil ghost that was like a mountain. The slightly trembling body made Itaki feel like his body was out of control, becoming dull. This scene was completely beyond Itaki's expectations. Without caring about too much, he quickly disrupted the chakra in his body, hoping to use it to break the fear in his body. Bang! The earth shook violently. An indescribable sense of crisis swept over Itaki's body like a tide. The Itaka's scalp exploded directly, and the moment he raised his head hastily, a figure like a bloodthirsty war ghost rushed over. The sharp blade, as ferocious as a saw, chopped down with great force. Boom! A huge wave of air spread out in all directions. The bangs on the forehead were also messed up by the strong wind. Looking at the knife that was coming down with great force, but suddenly stopped just within reach, Itaki felt as if his heart was stuck in his throat, as if he was suffocating. He fell to the ground and gasped for breath. The whole body feels as if it has been hollowed out. Looking back at the previous moment, I was full of confidence and fighting spirit. I never expected that the clown would be myself. If the knife had not been stopped in time, I'm afraid he has been cut in half? Being able to think in an instant to disrupt one's own chakra to break the fear of the body, Itaki is worthy of this. This is a very good reaction. The bloodthirsty smile on Roya's face receded like the tide that he took back his Zanpakuto and patted Itaki on the shoulder and said, "A wise man does not fight a battle without preparation. I believe you will perform better next time." I'm hungry, I'll go in and eat first. After saying this, Luoya took out his wine gourd and walked straight into the door. Uchiha Mikoto woke up in shock and finally understood why Uchiha Fugaku would give such advice. Fugaku, why did you guess this ending? Have you already seen through Roya's depths? Can you tell how deep Roha is? Uchiha Fugaku's cold face was slightly moved. After taking another look at Itaki, who was sitting on the ground, he shook his head and said, Mikoto, you are praising me too much. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that a 10-year-old boy would give people the feeling of wading through a pile of dead bodies? As for why I know this, it's because he just slashed Danzo as well. Uchiha Mikoto was stunned, her head buzzed and then went blank. Ever since she was old enough to understand, she knew clearly that Danzo was a huge stumbling block to the development of their Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had a hard time dealing with it, but he was chopped to pieces by a 10-year-old boy. The most important thing is that Luoya even killed Danzo, but he was still able to appear in front of her alive. For a moment, Uchiha Mikoto was hesitant to speak. Even Uchiha Itaki, who was sitting on the ground, was shocked. Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and said, Itaki, since you have recovered from your failure, then stand up quickly. As for what happened to Roya just now, let's talk about it while we eat. I think you will never guess how Roya will report it. Seeing Itaki quickly following in, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto were also filled with surprise. The current Itaki seems a little out of place from the taciturn Itaki they know every day, right? Such a change is indeed a bit unexpected. Even Uchiha Fugaku rarely showed a smile. Half a day later, at the dinner table, Luoya was busy eating his food, while Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Itaki Mikoto were standing beside him with a look of disbelief on their faces. After confirming it again and again from Uchiha Fugaku, I finally understood how crazy Roha was. Arriving in Konoha alone, report in with the heads of the roots. Even Danzo was killed because of a disagreement. Any single one of these events would be a big deal for any person of the same age. Now all the attention is focused on Roya. It's too shocking. Such an arrogant way of doing things is completely different from Shisui's low-key style. Brother Luoya, have you finished eating? Let me serve you some rice. Itaki came back to his senses and said respectfully. Luoya put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, took another sip of the wine, showed a satisfied look, and said with a smile, Itaki, thank you for your kindness, uncle and aunt, I have finished eating, thank you for your hospitality. Uncle, I see a lot of wood sticks piled up in the yard. Can you lend them to me to make a wooden sword? Wooden sword? Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said, Luoya, I just noticed that there is something wrong with your sword. I also prepared a gift for you. I plan to give it to you after dinner. You don't need to find a wooden sword to replace it. This sword was used by Furo in the past. I can just give it back to you. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku took out an old knife box and opened it and placed it in front of Luoya. Under the flow of cold light, a chakra-long sword with a snow-white blade appeared before everyone. Brother Luoya, father said this is a good sword and should be very suitable for you. Itaki couldn't help but take a look at the Zanpakuto placed next to him. Not to mention him, the shape of this knife would definitely be shabby in the eyes of other people, right? Luoya saw what Itaki meant, smiled, and shook his head and said, Uncle, I appreciate your kindness. This sword is my life and death companion. I am not disdaining it. I got a wooden sword just for sword practice. As for this sword, give it to Itaki as a present. Itaki stood there in a daze, never expecting that after so many twists and turns, the knife would eventually fall into his hands. After a brief silence, Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Itaki, who was about to speak, and said, Luoya, I don't know why you don't want to accept this sword for the time being, but since you have made a decision, let Itaki keep it for you first. It's a rare trip for you to come back, so don't leave in a hurry. You can use the wood in the yard as you like. If you don't have enough, tell Itaki and he will help you solve it. Thank you, uncle. I won't be polite. Luoya smiled and reached out to hold Itaki's head, rubbing it, and said, Itaki, you have to be very alert in the next period of time. It's not easy to be a big brother. Auntie, you have to take care of your health. After saying this, Roya held up his Zanpakuto and walked towards the yard, leaving the three people staring at each other in bewilderment. Faced with Roya's sudden head-patting attack, not to mention Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, even Itaki couldn't understand why he didn't dodge and let Roya's evil hand fall. What I didn't expect was that there was another sentence with great impact following it. Be a brother? Take care of your health? What the hell is this? Mikoto, is Luoya kidding? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly woke up and asked anxiously. Itaki standing by also lost his patience instantly. Feeling the gazes coming at her, Uchiha Mikoto's cheek slightly blushed, and she nodded. I felt unwell this morning, so I went to the hospital. I was planning to talk about it later, but I didn't expect Luoya to be able to see through it. Fugaku, it seems that Luoya is really too complicated. You are going to be a father again, and Itaki is going to be a brother. On the other hand, in the former residence of the Kimo clan, Danzo, leaning on a cane, walked straight in as if he was familiar with the place, and finally came to a room filled with various glassware. Looking at the things soaked in various liquids, his face became extremely gloomy. Orochimaru, I know you are here. Please come out quickly, I have something to talk to you about. Danzo looked around and spoke coldly. Haha, Master Danzo, didn't you say that you would never appear here unless it was necessary in order to avoid suspicion and attract attention? It seems that the rumors I heard this morning are true. The little guy from the Heite clan is really backed at you. Didn't really get stabbed by that little guy in public in the Hokage's office, and you still have to hand over the station back, right? This means that our experiment will be interrupted and we have to move out of here as soon as possible. A muffled voice came from the darkness. Orochimaru's pale face gradually became clearer, revealing an interested look. Danzo's face turned ugly, and he snorted coldly. Orochimaru, don't forget that you can study here quietly, but it's all my credit that without my cover, you would have been caught by Sarutobi long ago. Are you still here to make sarcastic remarks? Haha, Master Danzo, I surrender. Orochimaru smiled and raised his hand, saying, the experiment has made some initial progress. I have successfully extracted the cells. Unfortunately, there are still major deficiencies in the experimental subject. You come to me now, you don't intend to let me help you clean up the mess, do you? Humph, Orochimaru, sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. Danzo tightened his cane slightly and snorted, don't you just need a test subject? This kid is just right for you. But don't worry, I will cooperate with you and destroy you physically and mentally. He, like White Fang, was deserted by his friends and relatives and eventually disappeared without a clear reason. Oh, so Lord Danzo, you have already made preparations. I will be waiting for your good news. I have reserved this experimental site for you. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he licked his dry lips with his scarlet tongue. Don't worry, Master Danzo. The teams have already started their operations in secret. Kakashi seems to be approaching the Uchiha clan's base. Do we need to transfer him? In the darkness, a member of the root gradually emerged. Danzo frowned, then asked in a deep voice, Kakashi? He has been in contact with Sarutobi too much recently, and the darkness implanted in his heart has begun to waver. I will use this opportunity to warn him and let him know that some things cannot be changed once they happened. I will let him sink into the darkness completely and become a chess piece in my hands. As long as everything is ready, the position of Hokage will belong to me. Understood, Master Danzo. Whoosh whoosh. The low sound of chopping through the air echoed in the yard. Luoya held the wooden sword and chopped it down one after another meticulously. Roha had become accustomed to such boring chopping since the system was activated. 10,000 times of slashing training every day is a daily task given by the system. Each time you complete a task, there is indeed only a mere 0.1% progress reward. However, it was also through this opportunity that Luoya became thoroughly familiar with this extraordinary physique and the hundreds of pounds of strength that could be instantly erupted like a beast. The most important thing is that every time he chopped and slashed, not only did Roya become more familiar with this body, there is also a feeling of becoming stronger step by step, and feeling full of power in every gesture. The feeling is like carving jade stroke by stroke. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999. Luoya chopped down the wooden sword in his hand one after another. Day after day of practice had already made everything smooth as flowing water. When all the after images merged into one, Luoya's eyes suddenly became sharp, his hands clenched suddenly, and the next moment he chopped out again with force. 10,000. Bang! The dull explosion was like a loud thunder. A gust of wind spread out, blowing up the dust on the ground. There was a shallow cut mark on the ground that extended to 7 or 8 meters away. Brother Luoya, you completed 10,000 slashes so quickly? Itaka suddenly woke up and looked at the slash marks left on the ground and asked, is this a chakra slash? I didn't feel any chakra fluctuations just now. Could this be just sword pressure? This is indeed sword pressure. Only when your body is strong enough can it be swung out, like an invisible air pressure blade, to hurt people invisibly. In the Konoha Ninja Village, there are only a few people who can do this. Luoya, you are able to practice physical skills to this level at such a young age. It is definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Uchiha Fugaku stood up cross-legged, his face also full of shock. I thought that Luoya's daily training was just a small fight. I never expected it to come to this. Uncle, you're too kind. My practice is still too shallow. Luoya put away the wooden sword in his hand, feeling the fading power in his body, and sighed helplessly. Not long ago, after completing the main quest and obtaining the ultimate spiritual pressure, Roha's power had indeed increased. However, after the practice just now, Luoya found that at this moment, he was like guarding a treasure mountain in vain, with no way to enter. Apart from releasing all the surging extreme spiritual pressure in one breath, it has no other use. It seems that we need to increase the character template progress to 5% as soon as possible. We also need to complete the side quests as soon as possible and make up for the shortcomings. And, is there something wrong? Luoya raised his eyebrows and looked outside the yard. Uchiha Mikoto didn't know what happened just now, but looking at the traces of the slash on the ground and the shock on Uchiha Fugaku and Itaka's faces, she instantly guessed that Roya might have done something extraordinary. However, Uchiha Mikato quickly retracted her thoughts and said, Roya, Kakashi from the Heite clan is here. I asked him to come in, but he refused. Do you want to go out for a while? Luo was a little surprised. Not long ago, in the Hokage's office, Roya noticed Kakashi's presence. I thought that after suffering various blows one after another, Kakashi would simply choose to be a nobody and would not have too much contact with me. I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door. However, as one of the rare geniuses of this era, Kakashi is a worthy target, and Roha welcomes him 100%. Who knows, you might even find an opportunity to kill someone. Excuse me, Auntie, I was just about to visit this cousin. After Luoya came to his senses, he thanked with a smile, hung his wooden sword and Zanpakuto on his waist, and walked out the door. Uchiha Fugaku saw this and said, Itake, you and Luoya should go and be careful about the situation in the village. I understand, father. Itake's eyes lit up slightly and he quickly followed. Uchiha Mikato, who was standing by, was stunned when she heard this and said, Fugaku, didn't you say that Itake would be grounded before entering the ninja school and couldn't leave the base unless necessary? Why let him and Roya go now? As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Mikato is not just a pretty face. On the contrary, he is a meticulous person, and of course he knows how troublesome the difficult relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village is at the moment. In order to avoid breaking this irreconcilable deadlock, in order to reduce the chances of Itake being targeted, Mikato knew clearly that Fugaku was a man with a cold exterior but a warm heart, and he protected Itake with the stern and strict father's attitude. There was only half a month left before enrollment in the Ninja Academy, but Fugaku had broken the house arrest, which undoubtedly exceeded Mikato's expectations. Mikato, you also know that the current Uchiha clan and Konoha the relationship can no longer be adjusted with my methods. Shisui does have new ideas, but I know the feasibility is very small. That I was originally planning to try to place high hopes on Shisui and Itake, but Roya's appearance gave me a glimmer of opportunity for change. Deep-rooted concepts may really require risky moves. If I could, I'd like to bet on him. Luoya walked out with the wine gourd in his hand, and first saw Kakashi standing by. He smiled and took a sip of the wine before speaking. Kakashi, I thought you wouldn't look for me. I didn't expect you, a rare guest, to come to me on your own initiative. Is there something wrong? Kakashi opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw the wooden sword on Luoya's waist. However, he quickly came to his senses and said indifferently, Roya, I am here on the orders of the Hokage to take you back to the Heite clan's base, but you shouldn't come back. The relationships within the village are complicated. Since you bear the name of the Heite clan, you should not choose to come here. Otherwise, it is easy to attract malicious slander and attacks, and in the end you will only disappear in loneliness and grief. If you choose to leave Konohagakure now, I can help you. Help me leave? Luoya raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Kakashi to suddenly say this. However, recalling that Kakashi suffered successive death blows from Heite, White Fang, Obito, and Rin, all of this seems quite reasonable. Faced with this rare concern, Luoya smiled playfully. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to care about others. That's actually quite true, but it's a pity that you're preaching to the wrong person. Have you ever heard that a mean person has no limit to his bottom line, and a thick face is invincible? I just happen to be a thick-skinned person. What do their views and words have to do with me? Could it be that they can bite me? If so, I really want them to bite me. Kakashi and Itake stood there in a daze. What kind of a fucking answer is this? Whoosh! The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. Itake suddenly woke up and quickly reached for the kunao at his waist. However, before he could react, Luoya's eyes lit up, revealing a playful smile, and the wooden sword in his hand had already been extended out. Bang! The huge stone was knocked away and finally fell 7 or 8 meters away. Itake's face instantly turned grim when he saw this, and soon he saw dozens of figures rushing towards him. It directly formed an encirclement, blocking the retreat routes in front and behind. Uchiha Jinyi, what do you mean? This is my home, Itake said coldly. Kakashi, who was standing by, frowned slightly. He had already expected that people from the Uchiha clan would come and cause trouble, but I didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. However, as a jonin, Kakashi did not take these people too seriously. Instead, he subconsciously looked at Roya beside him, wondering how he would respond. Itake, you also knew that this is the Uchiha clan's base. I thought you had forgotten. But since you remember, why did you let some people who are not from the Uchiha clan in? This is breaking the rules. Now give him 2 choices. The first is to surrender obediently, let us teach him a lesson, and then get out of the base. The second is that we will beat him half to death and then lock him up in the guard cell. Itake, you are a smart man, you should know which choice to make. The leading boy was only about 13 or 14 years old, but he was wearing the uniform of the Konoha guard and had a playful smile on his face. In the Konoha village, the guard team was set up to isolate the Uchiha clan, and all the people in it were selected from the Uchiha clan. Over time, the Konoha guard became a special label for the Uchiha clan. However, due to various ideological issues, people like Danzo were secretly fanning the flames. As a result, a number of bad guys appeared in the security team, who used their power to bully other civilians. The Konoha guard has become like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone, for this deep-rooted problem. But even Uchiha Fugaku felt he had no idea where to start. However, Luoya was certainly not surprised by the appearance of these troublemakers. Instead, he had been looking forward to it for a long time and was eager for trouble to come to him. Otherwise, how can these wooden sword side quests be completed? Itaki, this trouble is coming for me, so don't interfere. Luoya reached out his hand to stop Itaki, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "Well, the two choices you just gave are really too polite. However, I prefer the third option. If I say that all of you here are trash, I will challenge all of you. Do you dare to do it?" The sound was not loud, but at this moment it was like a magic sound that struck people's hearts. This made Uchiha Jinyi and others look confused. Even Kakashi was no exception. It was thought that Roya, who had just arrived, would swallow his anger and choose to keep quiet in the face of these accusations and provocations. No one expected that he would turn hostile and overturn the table and pick on everyone just because of a disagreement. "You bastard outsider, how dare you be so arrogant in our Uchiha clan's base? Do you really think that you can play house here with a broken wooden sword?" Uchiha Jinyi was furious. "By you, Sessi, stop Itake from saving people. Everyone else, come on, beat him half to death. I want him to know that in the Uchiha clan's base, you can't just play house with a wooden sword that you have to pay with blood. Get started." Whoosh! Uchiha Jinyi moved first with a ferocious look on his face, and 3 or 4 shurikens flew out of the air with his backhand. The tribesmen who were guarding behind him certainly did not expect that things would develop to this point. However, for them who have always been arrogant and domineering, this kind of thing is no longer strange to me, and I am used to this way of establishing my authority. "Seizi, let's go stop Itaki and don't let him interfere. We should also teach him a lesson afterwards and let him understand his identity as the clan leader's son can't cover him." Uchiha Bio and Saisai looked at each other, smiled teasingly, and rushed straight towards Itaki. The rest of the people were not to be outdone and started moving. In their eyes, a dozen people were facing off against an arrogant kid who was still wet behind the ears. Isn't this a piece of cake? However, this idea had just emerged in their minds. This strange scene made all the members of the security team feel confused for a moment. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. At this point, they could not care too much and quickly pulled themselves away to trap Luoya. At the same time, the leader Uchiha Jinyi appeared on Luoya's left side first, and laughed grimly at Luoya, who seemed unable to react and still stood there. "Arrogant fellow, are you scared out of your wits? Even Itake has abandoned you. It seems that you are only good at talking. If we really fight, your wooden sword will not be able to handle it. Go to hell." Uchiha Jinyi's right foot was like an iron whip, sweeping directly towards Luoya's back. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly rang out. It even stirred up a gust of wind and brought up some dust. Such a scene is enough to show that Uchiha Jinyi used all his strength in this kick. If an ordinary person were to encounter this, they would probably not be able to handle it. However, the scene before him made Uchiha Jinyi's pupils tremble violently. The kick, which was originally powerful and heavy, now felt like hitting a mountain, unable to move. Uchiha Jinyi's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, "Who are you?" "Who am I? I'm a troublemaker. As for using the wooden sword, I'm worried that I might kill someone if I use too much force." Luoya's bloodthirsty smile became more intense. He grabbed the wooden sword with his right hand and chopped it forward without any fancy moves. Bang! As the knife came out, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Uchiha Jinyi, who was under the attack, felt his hair stand on end in an instant. Without caring about anything else, he quickly raised his hand to block. However, the next moment, the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard everywhere. Under the release of huge power, Uchiha Jinyi's right arm broke. The wooden sword hit his chest with all its might. Boom! Hundreds of pounds of strength poured down like a dam bursting. Under the huge force released, Uchiha Jinyi's chest collapsed directly, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing into a place more than 10 meters away. Wherever he passed, large amounts of blood splattered, as dazzling as fireworks, shocking. For a moment, the huge street fell into deathly silence. The expressions of the dozen or so guards who had surrounded Roya suddenly became extremely stiff. The captain was knocked flying as soon as they met, and his life or death was unknown. They finally understood why Luoya said those words just now. The reason for using a wooden sword is that you are afraid of using too heavy a force to kill someone. Because, if Luoya had a real knife in his hand, I'm afraid that at this moment Uchiha Jinyi has been cut in half. Thinking of this, the remaining members of the guard suddenly felt a chill down their spines and looked hurriedly towards Luoya. The moment their eyes met, all that was left was the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. Is this a reversal of identities between hunter and prey? Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Bang! Luoya smiled bloodthirstily. This was a rare opportunity to complete the mission, so of course he would not let go of the 18 people in the field. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the 3 guards like a ghost. The wooden sword in his hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as it swept forward. Faced with the lesson of Uchiha Jinyi, the faces of the three men changed suddenly. Without caring too much, they raised their arms to block. Boom! The dull collision sound rang out again. The three figures still did not change the same fate as Uchiha Jinyi, and flew backwards like cannonballs. The speed and distance are no less impressive. Such a horrible end and a broken arm instantly made the guards who were standing there in a daze feel scared. Without caring too much, they quickly withdrew. Quickly distance yourself from him. This arrogant outsider dared to hurt people in our Uchiha clan's base. We should not hide and use all our means. He only has one person and he can't resist us. Uchiha Baya screamed. All the guards were awakened and tried to regroup. However, just as they stood firm and their eyes met, they found that the bloodthirsty smile on Luoya's face became more and more crazy. The next moment, an indescribable aura of terror exploded. Boom! The surging murderous intent like that of a wild beast and the ultimate spiritual pressure exploded without reservation. The invisible air wave struck deep into everyone's soul like a heavy hammer. At this moment, what they saw was Luoya, who rushed towards them like a bloodthirsty Shura evil spirit. The wooden sword in his hand was carried with a mighty force, without any fancy moves or techniques, and he chopped it down with force. In an instant, like a wolf among a flock of sheep, screams echoed throughout the street. Wherever it passed, it was like paper, and was directly destroyed like a rotten wood. At the same time, in the adjacent mansion, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato were standing in the reception room in the front yard. After Roya and Itake left, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato learned that the three elders of the clan came to visit for the first time. Looking at the three old men in front of him, who were about 60 years old and wearing the Uchiha long robes unique to the Uchiha clan, and the three cousins behind him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "Three elders, why did you suddenly come to visit me? Is there something going on?" In the Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are both famous clans. But if we really look into it, the Uchiha clan is superior to the Hyuga clan in terms of both strength and manpower. In addition to the former Senju clan that could fight against them, looking at the Konoha ninja village, the Uchiha clan is definitely a super strong existence. Otherwise, Danzo would not have repeatedly weakened the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have turned a blind eye. However, it is precisely because of this reason that the Uchiha clan is divided into many factions. Uchiha Fugaku had already expected that these old guys who claimed to represent the clan rules would not give up. I just didn't expect that they would come to my door so soon. Elder Yan, you are still so self-righteous and like to meddle in other people's affairs. Otherwise, Furo would not have chosen to leave Konoha back then, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. However, Elder Yan, you have come here with so many troops, you are not just here to talk nonsense, right? Haha, Fugaku, you still have insight into everything as always. It also proves that we old guys did not make the wrong choice, Uchiha Yen said with a smile, leaning on the crutch in his hand. Let's stop talking nonsense. We are here to make that brat understand the reality. Let him know that compared with Konoha, our Uchiha clan is not a place that any random person can enter. If you barge in, you will have to pay the price. Price? Uchiha Mikato's face changed slightly, and she said anxiously, Elder Yan, are you here to delay time and create an opportunity to deal with Luoya? You are going too far. Fugaku, let's hurry over. Mikato, stop right there. Uchiha Huo flashed and stood in front of the door, saying in a deep voice, don't worry, we just want to make him suffer a little and let Jinyi bring the reserve guards over. No one will die. However, skin injuries are inevitable. Elder Huo, you just asked the reserve guards to come over? Uchiha Mikato was stunned and said, if that's all, you are the ones who should be worried. I advise you to go out and take a look. Shall we go out and take a look? Uchiha Yen frowned and said in a deep voice, Misaka, you said we should be worried? This kind of joke is not funny. You should know that there are at least 20 guards in the reserve. It would be easy to deal with a brat, right? Or are you planning to bluff me so that you can find a chance to rescue people? As he spoke, Uchiha Yen looked at Uchiha Fugaku with interest. However, when their eyes were focused on Uchiha Fugaku, the smiles on their faces gradually became stiff. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been unable to keep his composure a moment ago, now regained his composure. Such a huge gap made their hearts skip a beat. Boom! A dull collision sound came without any warning, like a bolt of thunder out of the blue. The door, which was originally tightly closed, was knocked open. A figure flew in like a sandbag and crashed directly into Uchiha Huo, who was guarding the door. Uchiha Huo's face changed suddenly. Without having time to think, he quickly reached out to stop it. Bang! A huge force was released, and debris flew all over the sky. Uchiha Huo retreated 7 or 8 steps before he was able to stop himself. When he came to his senses and saw the person in his arms clearly, his pupils suddenly shook violently. Especially when looking at the drooping arms, my heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible big hand. Xiao Shi, what happened? How are you? Uchiha asked urgently. This is his precious grandson. He holds him in his hands and cherishes him so much that he is afraid that he will melt. Now he was beaten half to death. How could he accept such a result? Grandpa, that guy is not a human at all. he is a ghost, a real Shura evil ghost, and everyone was defeated by him alone. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Uchiha Ishi, who was lying in Uchiha Huo's arms, fainted with horror on his face, causing the huge conference hall to fall into deathly silence. The next moment, several people led by Uchiha Yen lost their patience and rushed out quickly. In the reserve guard corps, there was not only Uchiha Kagamai's grandson, in the case of superior numbers. Uchiha Ishido ended up in such a miserable situation. They were completely confused. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato didn't care too much and rushed out quickly. However, when they rushed out of the door and looked clearly at the street in front of them, they were already mentally prepared, and their cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. The originally flat streets have long since become desolate. Dozens of figures dressed in security uniforms were lying all around, wailing in pain. Roya and Itaki were no longer seen. Uchiha Yan and others were so shocked that their eyes widened. I finally understand why Uchiha Fugaku said that they are the ones who should be worried. Originally, they came here to teach Luoya a lesson and to punish Uchiha Fugaku at the same time. I never expected that the final result would be so different. You bastard brat, you dared to hurt someone in the Uchiha clan's base. Fugaku, if you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being rude. Uchiha Huo roared hysterically. Uchiha Fugaku also came back to his senses. Looking at the wailing wounded, he returned to his usual indifference, still with his arms folded, and spoke coldly. The strong prey on the weak, and those who are willing to gamble will accept defeat. This is the immutable law of the ninja world. Since you are the one who provoked this matter, now that you have lost. Can't you afford to lose? I took a look just now. These are only injuries to the muscles and bones caused by the wooden sword. They are just some flesh wounds that can be easily healed with the help of medical ninjutsu. This alone is enough to show that Luoya has shown mercy. If you still intend to entangle with me, don't blame me for being rude. I think you should know how I got to this position, right? Fugaku you. Uchiha Yan's face suddenly turned gloomy. The rest of the faces of the people also turned ugly. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. However, facing Uchiha Fugaku's harsh words just now, they simply couldn't utter a word. The people of the Uchiha clan were originally unruly. Being able to become their patriarch and win the respect of everyone is something that ordinary people cannot do. Okay, Fugaku, very good. I didn't expect you could say such cruel words. We thought your fighting spirit had been worn out long ago. But we didn't expect that you would dare to say such cruel words to us for a kid who is still wet behind the ears. Uchiha Yen snorted coldly. The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but freeze, and their steps stopped abruptly. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but look at Mikato beside him, frowning and saying, Mikato, what are you talking about? I know you are worried, but I promised to protect Roya, and this decision will not change. Don't try to persuade me. Uchiha Yan, who was about to leave, smiled smugly upon hearing this, and turned around with his crutches. Haha, Fugaku, you don't have to jump to conclusions too quickly. Mikato is only saying this for the sake of the overall situation. Misaka, if you have something to say, just say it. We old bones support you. Feeling the gazes from all around, Uchiha Mikato's face showed a hint of helplessness. She took out a note and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku, saying, Fugaku, this is a note left by Itaki. My fellow elders, you are overthinking it. The biggest reason why I take back what Fugaku said is not for the sake of the overall situation. Luoya hopes that after he beats the little ones, the big ones will come. He is willing to accept your fair and square fights, provided that you don't just send some random people to waste time, but invite some capable fighters. The sound was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer striking people's hearts. The smiles that had just appeared on the faces of Uchiha Yan and others suddenly froze. The twitching old face felt even hotter, as if it had been slapped in the face by an invisible slap. Looking at the note spread out in Uchiha Fugaku's hand, there was this sentence written on it. Uchiha Yan and others were shocked. Good, very good, you are such an arrogant kid, how dare you not take our Uchiha clan seriously? Uchiha Yan said angrily. Fugaku, you've seen it too. We're not the ones lowering ourselves to argue with this brat, nor are we not giving you face. It's this arrogant brat who's provoking us. Since he is so arrogant and takes the initiative to challenge, don't blame us for being rude. Uchiha Fugaku was also full of surprise. He didn't expect Luoya to be so crazy as to take the trouble upon himself. Looking at the note in my hand and the series of events that happened in this short day, an extremely ridiculous thought flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind. He wouldn't return to Konoha just to kill people, right? If this is true, I'm afraid it can no longer be described as crazy, right? This is crazy. Although, it is unclear why Roya would do this. However, recalling this series of fights, Roya was able to escape unscathed in the end, and even Danzo was chopped down. This result really made Uchiha Fugaku doubt that everything was under Roya's control. Fugaku, when we ask you, are you still planning to insist on protecting this brat? Uchiha Yen spoke again angrily. The rest of the people also glared in anger, trying to use their strength to overpower others. Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses, collected his messy thoughts, took another look at the note in his hand, and said, be careful, try to be above board, otherwise I don't want to collect your bodies. Oh, and remember to clean up this mess when you leave. I don't like cleaning up other people's butts. Mikato, let's go back. Watching Uchiha Fugaku turning and leaving, Mikato finally came to her senses, opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but finally swallowed her words back and quickly followed him. Wait until the gate of the courtyard slammed shut. Uchiha Yan and others just reacted from their daze. Uchiha Huo, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask, Yan, did we hear it wrongly? He didn't advise us but told us to be careful. Is he kidding? Is this little devil cheating? The faces of the people present also changed slightly. Looking at the decisive killing in the previous moment, he was willing to protect Luoya and Uchiha Fugaku at all costs. Now he just patted his butt and left. The huge gap between the front and the back made them feel like they were punching cotton, unable to breathe. Elder Yan, should we first find out the background of this kid? Uchiha Yan couldn't help but speak. Find out the details first? Uchiha Yan's face darkened, and he said angrily, Yan, you are going backwards. Can a 10-year-old kid really make any big waves? If this kind of talk gets out, will our Uchiha clan still have a foothold in Konoha village? Pass my order now and gather all the elites of the clan. I want Uchiha Fugaku to regret not even saying a word of advice just now. When everyone present heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and finally they looked at each other and fell silent. Just as Uchiha Yan said, they really didn't believe that a mere 10-year-old kid was qualified to challenge their clan. Accompanied by commands coming down one by one, the huge Uchiha clan's base began to turn like the gears of war. At the same time, in the East City commercial street of Konoha village, 3 figures walked towards the Heite clan's residence one after another, and Kakashi was the leader. As for the rear guard, it was Uchiha Itaki. However, at this moment, Itaki, recalling everything that had just happened, still felt as if he were in a dream, especially the note left behind according to Roya's wishes. There was a hint of bitterness on Itaki's face. Brother Luya, is it really okay for you to leave that note? If it provokes hostility, I'm afraid they will be even less likely to accept you. Itaki lost his temper. Kakashi, who was walking in front, slowed down his pace upon hearing this, and the 3 of them walked together again. For Kakashi, who had always followed rules and regulations, Roya's way of doing things just now completely overturned his cognition. Facing Itaki's question, he couldn't help but say, Roya, Itaki is right that if you do this, you will not be able to integrate into the Uchiha clan, and you will become someone who is hated by others. Willing to accept the alternative existence. Is this nonsense really worth it? For a moment, both of them focused their attention on Luoya. Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand and said with a smile, nonsense, is it worth it? Itaki Kakashi, you are still too young. It is good for people to live a happy and free life. If you have to look at other people's faces to be accepted by others, then why should I wrong myself and cater to others? If I had to choose, I would rather sacrifice myself to please them than to make them accept me. If this kind of trouble can't be solved with one blow, then use 2 blows. I think if I chop them enough, they will surrender. The only pity is that this wooden sword is really not durable. Luoya looked at the broken wooden sword in his hand and shook his head helplessly. As they walked forward, chaotic thoughts echoed in their minds. When I came to my senses, I had left the bustling commercial street and appeared in front of a slightly dilapidated residential area. On the shabby road sign with peeling paint not far away, you can still make out the words Heitaki. Looking at the deserted settlement in front of him, which seemed a little out of place compared to the bustling commercial street not far away, Luoya couldn't help but sigh. It is true that a new emperor appoints new ministers. Back then, Heitake Sumo, the White Fang of Konoha, was an existence that was superior to the 3 ninjas. His Heitake swordsmanship made him comparable to the Cage in strength. At that time, the Heitake clan was extremely crowded with people. Heitake White Fang is even regarded as the one with the greatest possibility of becoming Cage. Unfortunately, this call turned into curses overnight as Heitake Hakia failed in his mission and died. Even the companions that Heitake Be rescued under great pressure that day were slandered behind his back. In the end, White Fang chose to commit suicide in grief and ended up in loneliness. The Heitake clan, which was already dwindling in numbers, eventually fell into decline. It can be said that looking at the entire Konohagakure, there are probably only a few people who can truly be said to have the blood of the Heitake clan. The only person who can be called orthodox, apart from Kakashi, is probably Roha, an outsider who suddenly appeared. Facing White Fang's death, Luoya was very clear that there must be something fishy going on. If there hadn't been Danzo, the Hokage cancer, fanning the flames behind the scenes, the generation of heroes of Konoha White Fang would not have died with hatred. So in the Konoha village, it is better to guard against Danzo than against fire and theft. Roya, the house in front is yours. In addition to this house, there are some other properties in the Forbidden Forest behind. However, except for the house in front of you, the other properties have been taken over by Master Danzo. He said that he wanted to provide a temporary place for orphans after the war. It should take some time to hand over. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Roya came back to his senses and looked up at the fairly tidy house in front of him. His sharp instincts like a wild animal jumped slightly, and he smiled and said, Kakashi, the guests inside haven't left yet. Brother Luya, is there anyone in here? Itaki hurriedly looked in the direction of his gaze, but after checking again and again, his brows frowned slightly. Seeing this, Luya couldn't help but smile and said, You've already noticed it, don't trust what you see sometimes your feelings are more reliable. When hiding behind a tree, the most important thing for a hunter is to hide his own breath. Otherwise, it is easy to turn from a hunter into a prey. Kakashi, you promised me not to tell him about my existence. Behind the big tree, a girl with purple hair and wearing clothes that looked like a fishnet bag walked out with a look of resentment on her face and a forehead protector on her forehead. Luya instantly recognized the man's identity. If I remember correctly, the 11 or 12-year-old girl in front of him should be Orochimaru's disciple and the future special Jonin of Konohagakure, Mitarashi Anko. She has an amazing figure, beauty, and strength. You want to challenge Brother Luya? Itaka's expression froze, and he opened his mouth hesitantly, but finally couldn't help but said, Actually, you can consider other ways. Don't force Brother Luya to draw his sword. Don't force him to draw his sword. Let me think of other ways. Mitarashi Anko's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, If I'm not mistaken, you should be the so-called genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itaka, right? If the opponent is you, I will think about how to deal with it. However, a mere nobody wants me to back down and not force him to draw his sword. What if I insist on him using his sword? Itaki was instantly helpless. Itaki, come on, are you planning to ruin the fight I sent to you? Luya patted Itaka's shoulder, blocking the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and said with a smile, I'll take this fight. But this is a fight where our lives are at stake. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. A fight with life at stake. Mitarashi Anko's expression changed slightly. I never thought that such an unknown guy would dare to say such a thing. What an arrogant fellow, how dare you be so arrogant? I want to see what confidence you have to say such words. I want to see what will happen if I force you to draw your sword. Whoosh. Mitarashi Anko moved instantly, and with her backhand she had already taken out 3 or 4 shurikens and threw them out. Itaki and Kakashi subconsciously tensed up and quickly pulled away. Faced with this fight that has come to the door again, they really want to know how Luya will respond. Looking at such a standard opening move, Luya smiled bloodthirstily, raised the wooden sword in his hand slightly, and instantly blocked the incoming shuriken. Explode for me. Mitarashi Anko gave a light scolding. Bang! The shuriken that had just been blocked was detonated instantly. A large cloud of smoke rolled back and enveloped Luya. A combination of shuriken and transformation technique to create a sleight of hand. Itaki raised his eyebrows and said, This method is indeed unexpected. Humph, this is actual combat. You geniuses don't understand this at all. I got this house. Bang! As he was speaking, Mitarashi Anko, who had originally taken action, turned into white smoke, revealing to be her clone. When he appeared again, he was already 3 or 4 meters away from the smoke and broke out of the ground directly. At the same time, his hands flew quickly, forming the last seal. Shadow snake hand, whoosh. Mitarashi Anko stretched out her right hand into the air. Pythons as thick as arms suddenly appeared, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and plunged into the smoke. You arrogant bastard, you are in check. Mitarashi Anko shouted loudly and also jumped into the smoke. Just after taking half a step, Mitarashi Anko's hair stood up all over her body. She had plunged into the smoke, using up most of her chakra to summon dozens of pythons as thick as her arms, but they suddenly stopped where they were. The next moment, an indescribable bloodthirsty murderous aura exploded like a vast ocean. Bang! A terrifying evil spirit rose into the sky. The smoke that enveloped the surroundings seemed to be dispersed by an invisible giant hand. The scarlet blood burst out of the body like a Shura evil ghost, striking deep into the soul. It can be said that at this moment, Roha's strength may not be very high. However, he perfectly inherited Kenpachi Zaraki's bloodthirsty fighting spirit like a devil. That feeling was just like the murderous aura that Suzuki experienced when he first met Orochimaru in the original work. When the aura becomes strong enough, it will turn into a spiritual shock as tangible as a substance, which is similar to an illusion. Surrounded by the murderous aura of a vast ocean, Anko Mitarashi is like a small boat in the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. The Luoya in front of him turned into a Shura evil ghost as big as a mountain, overlooking everything. The invisible feeling of oppression is more like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping people's hearts. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly rang out, breaking the dead silence in the field. Dozens of pythons as thick as arms that had pounced forward now fell heavily to the ground like wooden sticks. The snake's eyes were wide open, revealing indescribable fear, and the slightly open mouth was oozing blue bile. Itaki and Kakashi just froze where they were. I thought I had already gotten used to Luoya's full aura and was mentally prepared enough. However, I never thought that there was such a method to crack the shadow snake hand. Look at these pythons lying straight on the ground, vomiting bile. Is it possible that even the python was frightened to death? Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Move, move, move. Mitarashi Anko's body trembled slightly, and the next moment she bit her red lips and roared hysterically, intending to break the fear shackles coming from the body. However, just as this desperate rage surged into his heart, a figure slowly walked towards him. Okay, you lose. Luo Ye patted Hongdu's shoulder and sighed helplessly. It seems that choosing people to chop still depends on your eyesight. Otherwise, sometimes there is really no intention to even draw the sword. Bang! The invisible pressure receded quickly like an invisible tide. Mitarashi Anko fell to her knees with a thud, and began to gasp for breath as if she was drowning. Watching the frightened python passing by, she finally understood what Uchiha Itachi had just said. Don't force him to draw his knife. If she draws the knife, she will die. However, what Mitarashi Anko didn't expect was that she didn't even have the qualifications to draw her sword and was defeated directly. At this moment, Mitarashi Red Bean finally understood arrive. The unknown person in front of her, whom she despised, was simply not comparable to those of them who grew up in the greenhouse of the village. Perhaps only her teacher who had waded through a pile of dead bodies could be compared to this, right? Messy thoughts flashed through my mind. It took Mitarashi Anko more than half a minute to calm her thoughts in fear. Looking at Itachi and Kakashi who gave way on their own initiative, Mitarashi Anko felt indeed unwilling. However, she still bit her red lips, held back her tears, and walked quickly out of the yard. Now she just wanted to escape from this shameful place. Watching the figure passing by and leaving, Luoya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Stop, it seems like we were betting our lives just now, and you agreed to the bet, but now you have lost your life to me, so, you should stay and live with me." Roya grabbed Anko's hand. The moment he touched it, the soft and tender feeling made Luoya couldn't help but pinch it lightly. Immediately, in full view of everyone, Luoya dragged Mitsuo Red Bean and turned to walk into the house. Faced with this sudden and direct action, Mitarashi Anko felt like an electric shock for a moment, and her body trembled slightly. Especially the light pinching action, it was the first time. The words that fell into her ears made Mitarashi Anko's head buzz and then everything went blank. Live with him? If you lose this, you won't lose your life, but you will have to sleep with someone else, right? Kakashi and Itachi, who were not far away, were also stunned. This sudden change almost caused them to sprain their backs. Seeing Roya dragging Mitarashi Anko into the room, Kakashi and Itachi didn't care too much and quickly followed. "Brother Luya, mother always said that men and women are different from when we were young, and they should not live together. If this matter gets out, it will probably have a bad influence on you, right, Kakashi? You should also persuade Brother Luya." Itachi instantly lost his temper, especially watching Roya dragging Mitarashi Anko straight into the room. This kind of thing made Itachi's face too hot to bear, and it started to get slightly hot. Kakashi was also speechless. He was not familiar with this kind of situation. However, he still hesitantly persuaded Luo, "Yeah, this is not good. Yes, I will never sleep with you. That you can kill me or cut me up, but I have a bottom line." Mitarashi Anko came back to her senses and said through gritted teeth. Looking at the three people who suddenly became extremely nervous, Luoya rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "What do you mean by sleeping with me? Are you thinking too much? I also have my bottom line. I just think this house is so big and has so many rooms that it would be a waste for me to live alone. I would have to clean and cook every day. That it's a bit of a headache just thinking about it. That you can stay here to do chores. I won't charge you for accommodation. By the way, your room belongs to me now." Luoya took the key from the door and closed it. Seeing the door slam shut, Mitarashi Anko woke up with a red face. Is this being played? Damn you, Heitake Roya, you are playing with me. I will never let you go. Uchiha Itachi, Heide Kakashi, nothing happened today. If what happened here gets out, don't blame me for fighting to the death. Kakashi and Itachi's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch as they listened to these harsh words that hurt their eardrums. Is this a person who was shot while lying down? Brother Luo, yeah, it's getting dark. I'd better go home first. Ahem, I think I've finished cooking, so I'll go back first. Looking at the two people fleeing in panic, Mitarashi Anko was stunned again. In her eyes, both Heide Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi were geniuses from different periods. Now these two great geniuses chose to flee. I'm afraid this kind of embarrassment can only occur in front of more talented people? Thinking back to everything that had just happened, there was also the endless murderous aura that almost suffocated people, as if they were under an illusion. It seems that just based on this point, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi are no longer comparable. Hey, Hongdu, your quilt smells so good. Looks like you can finally have a good sleep tonight. You bastard, open the door for me, or I'll kick it down. I'm going to kill you, you damned bastard. The deafening shouts of killing and the sounds of hammering doors resounded in all directions. Kakashi, who had just walked out of the courtyard, looked back at the noisy scene behind him and fell into silence. After such a long-lost silence, it seems like it would be nice to have some liveliness, right? However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Kakashi's expression suddenly tightened, and he clenched the kunao in his right hand and swung it directly at the big tree behind him. "Who, come out immediately." Ding! Sparks flew. A ghostly figure walked out slowly from behind the tree, leaning on a cane. Looking at the bandages wrapped around half of his body, Kakashi's face turned pale. Although, I had already guessed that Danzo would not easily give up the inheritance that was at his fingertips. However, Kakashi never expected that Danzo would hide in the darkness, staring at Roya like a poisonous snake. Haha, Kakashi, I thought your perception had become dull, but it turns out you can still detect me. But you wouldn't like this kind of messy life, would you? This is something that a lone wolf should never do. I advise you to give up this comfortable idea, otherwise you won't know how you will die in the end. At this point, Danzo paused for a moment, leaned on his cane, and smiled playfully. Also, don't forget how White Fang died. People who only care about themselves and don't understand the overall situation will eventually end up being despised by others. Is this kind of ending that you already know worth looking forward to? Kakashi's expression froze. All along, the death of Hatake White Fang has been a hurdle that he cannot overcome. Originally, after experiencing Uchiha Obito's verbal persuasion, Kakashi had already overcome this hurdle. Unfortunately, the subsequent deaths of Uchiha Obito and Rin made Kakashi step into darkness again. Facing Danzo following Shanyu's mental suggestion, he fell deeper and deeper into the quagmire, almost becoming a killing pawn in Danzo's hands. If the third Hokage had not seen the clues and was unwilling to let Kakashi fall into Danzo's hands, he would have intervened. I'm afraid that Kakashi has now completely become a killing weapon of the root. Chang's voice, as always, seemed to be mixed with a bewitching tone, echoing in the quiet and dilapidated station, and could not dissipate for a long time. As a qualified tyrant, making big promises and talking nonsense are essential skills and means. Without these tricks, Danzo believed the root would have ceased to exist long ago. There wouldn't be so many people willing to work for him. Kakashi's confusion and sadness at the moment are undoubtedly the best entry point for verbal persuasion. God damn it, Hatake Roya, take your hands off my underwear, I'm going to kill you. The sound of shouting and killing rang out again, breaking the silence of the dilapidated station. Danzo frowned, not expecting such a shameless thing to happen. He could not help but snorted coldly and said, Kakashi, you have seen it too, right? Such a shameless person. Do you still have hope in him? If this is not a waste of time, then what is it? No, I believe him because he is shameless. Kakashi's eyes suddenly brightened, and the confusion that had filled his pupils was instantly dispelled. Master Danzo, if possible, I still hope that you will stop targeting Roya, otherwise you will suffer. Danzo lost his mind. Do you believe him because he is shameless? What kind of a reason is this? Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Kakashi in front of him, Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief. Because, when he saw Kakashi's dead look in his eyes, there was actually some light. This was something he had never thought about. At the same time, it was also the thing he hated most in his life. Danzo secretly tightened the crutches in his hands. In his eyes, the safest thing to do is to nip something in the bud that he cannot control and that may pose a threat to him. Otherwise, the next Konoha White Fang or Namikaze Minato might appear and threaten his position as Hokage. Ahem, are you two just going to strut around like this and speak ill of others here? Luoya coughed dryly, walked out from behind the house carrying a wine gourd, and said with a smile, Master Danzo, we meet again. Have you forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed? Since we have nothing to do, why don't we just fight to our heart's content? Kakashi's nerves suddenly tensed up. I never expected that Luoya would appear behind me silently, and he would say such crazy words. This was not in the Hokage's office. Danzo's strength is even more unknown. Once the real fight begins, Kakashi has no idea how things will turn out. Danzo's face darkened and he secretly clenched his cane in his right hand. Thinking back to everything that happened during the day, he wanted to tear Roya to pieces. Faced with this little devil who threatened to fight as soon as they met, Danzo really doubted whether he was a persimmon that could be bullied by anyone in Roya's eyes. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the cruel look on Danzo's face gradually faded and he smiled again. Ha, are you really not worried that I will attack you here? Don't forget that this base of the Heyday clan has been abandoned for a long time. Even if you shout for help here, I'm afraid no one will be able to find you in time. So, I really want to know where your confidence in provoking me comes from. Kakashi also secretly tensed up his nerves. He has the courage to face Danzo alone because he does not pose much of a threat to Danzo and he still has value to be used, so Danzo will not take ruthless action against him for the time being. However, Roha's return actually forced Danzo to give up the inheritance he had embezzled. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, he was slashed by Luoya and the others. Adding all these new and old grudges together, Kakashi found it hard to think of any reason why Danzo wouldn't take action. Feeling this naked murderous intent, Luoya took out the wine gourd and took a sip, then said with a smile, Haha, Master Danzo, are you saying something cruel? Let's not talk about it for now. Can you kill me in a short time before someone arrives? If it's true, I'm worried that you dare not take action. Or do you want to bet that my knife won't dare to cut you? Danzo's face darkened. It was the first time that he was looked down upon by someone and his weakness was exposed in just one sentence. As an old friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo was of course well aware that Sarutobi's favorite thing was to use secret techniques to peek. Heitake Roa is in the most dangerous situation, and Danzo believes that he will definitely be under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi. If we act now, we will probably end up at a disadvantage. Kid, you are such an arrogant kid. I haven't met a guy like you who doesn't know how to live or die for a long time. But don't worry, most of these people will die young. I hope you are not one of them. Danzo loosened the crutch in his hand and snorted coldly. It's getting late to date. I also want to know whether you will follow White Fang's old ways again. I hope you can still be so arrogant next time we meet. After saying this, Danzo turned around and merged into the darkness. Seeing this, Kakashi not only did his nerves not relax, but he also looked around with a tense expression. Don't look at it, that old guy is smart and won't do it under other people's noses. Luoya patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, but I didn't expect you to choose to believe me. Are you obsessed with me, infatuated with you? Kakashi came back to his senses and said quickly, Roya, who do you think I am? I won't do that. I just by the way, did you really want to attack Danzo just now? If he really agrees, are you sure you can fight him? Seeing Kakashi evading the main point and changing the subject in an instant, Luoya smiled and threw the wine gourd in his hand over and said, drunkenness makes people brave. I am just trying to scare him. Do you believe me? But, Kakashi, have you ever thought that men who drink are more attractive? It can also dispel worries and calm people's hearts, so I'll give this wine to you, okay? It's getting late. That you should go back and cook. I still need to go change to a more suitable wooden sword. After saying this, Luoya waved his hand and walked deeper into the camp without looking back. Watching Roya's figure blend into the dusk, Kakashi suddenly came back to his senses. He racked his brains to come up with an answer to Luoya's question just now. At least, in Kakashi's eyes, who can bluff others so confidently if they don't have the confidence? However, thinking back to how confused I was just now, I chose to believe Luoya. Kakashi would never have believed such a thing in the past. It can be said that at this quiet moment, even Kakashi didn't know why he answered like that. The third Hokage looked at the crystal ball and couldn't help rubbing his temples. Hokage, what happened? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask. The third Hokage blew out a puff of cigarette helplessly and said, it's not a big deal, but it seems that Danzo is really targeting Heitake Roa, and they met at the Heitake clan's base. Danzo went to find Luoya. Is he planning to attack him again? No, I have to go save him immediately. Uzumaki Kushina's face suddenly changed and she became anxious. Kushina, don't be impulsive. The Hokage-sama can keep his composure, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Namikaze Minato reached out to stop Kushina, then smiled bitterly and said, Hokage-sama, don't keep us in suspense. Luoya should be fine now. Haha, Minato, you are indeed a meticulous person. It was right for me to recommend you as the next Hokage. The third Hokage said after lightly tapping the pipe in his hand. Danzo did have his eyes on Roya, but when the two met, I don't know if he noticed that I was observing him, or if he was really confident. Roya invited a fight as soon as he opened his mouth, which choked Danzo. Right now, Danzo must be holding a lot of anger. Haha, you are worthy of being someone I approve of. It's good enough that you can discuss Danzo. I really want to see what expression Danzo has now. Uzumaki Kushina said with a big laugh. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a helpless smile, Kushina, Danzo-sama did not attack and chose to retreat. However, Luoya always plays with fire. I am worried that he will get into trouble. Danzo-sama is not as simple as he seems. Don't forget that he is a contemporary of Hokage-sama. Uzumaki Kushina's expression tensed. She was no longer the naive person who only knew how to act recklessly. She also understood the seriousness of the situation and said, Hokage-sama, are we just going to watch Roya being targeted by Danzo again and again? If this kind of thing gets out, it will probably chill the hearts of others. Ha, Kushina, I didn't expect you to be able to see through the essence of things and say such politically charged words. It seems that you have grown up. With your assistance to Minato, after he becomes Hokage, I will be relieved and won't have to keep an eye on him all the time. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said with a smile, Minato is the same. He can see that Danzo is not a simple person. This makes me feel relieved. Hokage, you overestimate Kushina. However, are you sure that Minato will be the next Hokage? Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks blushed slightly. This kind of praise was obviously her weak spot. Minato instantly became anxious upon hearing this and said, Kushina, don't be rude. Ha, Minato, you don't have to be too nervous. In fact, I have already asked Jiraiya to secretly send the recommendation list for the successor to Hokage to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage stopped Minato and said with a smile, considering the time, Jiraiya should be back by now. Danzo and I are both disciples of the second Hokage, so we are of course well aware of the private actions of this old classmate. However, as Minato said just now, Danzo also has the support of many daimyos from the Land of Fire. As the Hokage, my first priority is to try to stabilize the situation between Konohagakure and the Land of Fire. The Third World War has only ended for a year, and the situation is still turbulent. Our Konohagakure is still in a situation where the major ninja villages are eyeing us covetously. The daimyo of the land of earth is putting pressure on me constantly. He will not give up until I surrender the position of Hokage. At this point, the third Hokage took another deep puff of his cigarette and sighed. So even if Danzo keeps committing evil deeds, in order to stabilize the overall situation of Konohagakure and involve more people in the war again, as long as it does not exceed my bottom line, I can only turn a blind eye and let him do what he wants. Hokage, I know you have some concerns, but can we really just stand there and watch? Kushina suddenly became anxious. Haha, Kushina, as the Hokage, my biggest role is to stabilize the village. Of course I won't allow Danzo to do whatever he wants. The third Hokage waved his hand to signal for everyone to stay calm, and said with a smile. So, in order to allow Danzo to stay in his position and for Konohagakure to develop smoothly, I chose to recommend Minato to become the fourth Hokage. Only when the candidate for Hokage is decided can Danzo's desire for the position of Hokage be completely crushed. When the time comes, Minato and I will work together, one in the light and one in the dark. I think Danzo will be able to completely restrain himself, and Konohagakure and the Land of Fire will be able to embark on the path of peace. Minato, only you can do this. Uzumaki Kushina was greatly shocked, and even Namikaze Minato was no exception, and hurriedly said, Hokage-sama, you are really thoughtful and far-sighted. Minato still can't catch up. If possible, I hope that Hokage-sama can continue to serve as the Hokage. For the stability of Konohagakure and the Land of Fire, Minato is willing to obey the arrangements of Lord Hokage. Kushina is willing too. Uzumaki Kushina also quickly expressed her opinion. If Luoya saw this scene again, he would definitely roll his eyes. The pool of these three generations of Hokage is truly amazing. The third Hokage showed a hint of satisfaction when he saw this, and changed the subject. Well, the will of fire of our Konoha village is to burn ourselves and dispel the darkness of the village. I am very pleased that you, Minato, can understand the greater good so well. However, in order for the Konohagakure to develop steadily and for the will of fire to continue to be passed down, we as Kage must plan ahead and train the next Kage successor. Minato, if you were asked to train the successor to the fifth Hokage, who do you think has the potential to be the Hokage? Minato looked slightly shocked. It was unexpected that the fifth Hokage's successor had already been mentioned before the fourth Hokage took the position. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. The pipe in the third Hokage's hand also trembled slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in his turbid old eyes. However, this slight shock was quickly suppressed by the third Hokage, who smiled and said, Minato, your answer is completely beyond my expectations. Can you tell me the reason? Hokage, I just thought of it for a moment. There is no other personal reason. Minato touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, originally, before Luya appeared, I had already noticed that Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi had the appearance of Hokage. However, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has reached a deadlock. Shisui does have the idea of changing the status quo, but unfortunately he hopes to use his actions to make Danzo-sama understand his intentions. He has shown obedience in many things and lacks independent thinking. And Kakashi, after experiencing many changes, his state of mind has also changed greatly. He even worked under Danzo. Unless the haze in his state of mind can be removed, there will be great changes. As for Luoya, he doesn't have these problems. He seems to be bloodthirsty, but his mind is extremely meticulous. Everything he does seems to be under his control. The most important thing is that he has a chakra amount comparable to that of the tailed beasts. If Roha can fully grow up, his height may be higher than mine, and he may even catch up with the height of the first Hokage. As high as the first generation. The third Hokage's expression was moved, and the pipe in his hand trembled slightly again. This evaluation was beyond his expectations. Hokage-sama, these are actually my opinions. I might be wrong sometimes. Namikaze Minato came back to his senses and noticed that he suddenly became excited, so he quickly explained. Ha, Minato, you're too polite. I actually think highly of Roya, and I wanted to hear your opinion. But now it seems that I'm not too old yet. I think I should spend more time interacting with Roya. The third Hokage also came to his senses and said, Minato, Jiraiya will arrive at this place in 3 days. Go to meet him and tell him my intention in advance. During this period of time, let him investigate the missing people. I wonder if he has any clues. If he can find any clues, it may reduce a lot of obstacles for you to become the fourth generation Hokage. Namikaze Minato was slightly shocked when he heard this, and he quickly said, Hokage, I am sorry for wasting your energy. Minato will definitely not let you down and will definitely complete this task. However, this time, the Land of Earth's negotiation, in addition to asking you, Lord Hokage, to abdicate, also intends to use another incident to humiliate our Konohagakure. Does Lord Hokage have a countermeasure? Countermeasures, the third Hokage asked after taking a puff of his pipe and pausing. This matter has not been finalized yet. If the daimyo agrees, it will be very passive for us. I will find a way to deal with it. You don't have to worry about it for now. You and Kushina should withdraw first. I understand, Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. However, seeing the third Hokage standing up, holding a pipe in his mouth, with his hands behind his back, and looking out the window behind him, he finally took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue and retreated with Uzumaki Kushina. Listening to the sound of the door closing behind him and the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, the third Hokage took a long puff of his pipe, looked at the Hokage rock not far away, and said, "Hey, take Roya, I didn't expect that after White Fang left, another Roya would appear. It seems that I really need to go there in person when I have time." Sneeze. Inside the headquarters of the Kimu clan. Who is thinking about me at this late hour? It seems that the handsome guy left a deep impression on me. That's true. However, this wooden sword is really hard to handle. It seems that I can only use the quantity first and see if I can find a good material that suits my needs later. Luoya rubbed his nose and looked helplessly at the 7 or 8 wooden swords scattered on the ground. After some calculations, after the fierce fighting at noon, there were still 82 people left to complete the 100 kills with the wooden sword. It seems that the revolution has not yet succeeded and more efforts are needed. Forget it, I'm hungry too, let's go back first. Luoya put away his thoughts, collected the wooden sword scattered on the ground, and his beast-like instinct was instantly triggered. With a raised eyebrow, Luoya showed a bloodthirsty smile and turned his head to look at the forest behind him. Come out, this kind of aura leaking out doesn't make you a qualified hunter. In the silent forest, the sound was scattered by the wind and finally lost in the darkness. With the help of the bright moonlight, you can see clearly within a radius of 100 meters. However, as the sound faded away, the rustling of leaves added an inexplicable sense of oppression. Soon, a figure walked out from the darkness more than 10 meters away. "You arrogant fellow, I just let you find me on purpose, otherwise you would never have found me. Also, weren't you hiding in my room? When did you sneak in here? I've cooked for you, but if the food is cold, I won't heat it up for you," Mitarashi Anko said with a glare. "Also, I'm not stupid. I was defeated by you not long ago. I wouldn't be so stupid as to pretend to be a hunter and attack you. Isn't this embarrassing? I, Mitarashi Anko, am an upright person. Next time I will only challenge you in person. Don't reject me." Looking at Mitamashi Anko, who was smacking his lips and breaking the silence of the forest, Luoya smiled and took out another wine gourd, took a sip, and said, "Of course I won't refuse a fight that's offered to me. However, you are not qualified to be the hunter I mentioned now. Rumor has it that in Konohagakure, besides preventing fire and theft, we can also prevent Orochimaru. Originally, I thought it would take another. Only time can prove these words. Now it seems that it is better to be lucky than to be early. The timing is just right. Am I right, Lord Orochimaru?" "Teacher." Mitarashi Anko's expression changed and she looked around quickly, but unfortunately, except for the forest, it was all dark as far as she could see. Orochimaru's playful smile only added a sense of inexplicable creepiness. Mitarashi Anko's expression also tensed slightly, but she couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, why are you here?" "Teacher, this Hatake Roya is an arrogant person. He just said nonsense that you must not take it to heart." Luoya, hurry up and apologize to my teacher. My sensei is one of the legendary Sunin, so of course he has a reputation. You've heard all the rumors, and nothing is surprising. Mitarashi Anko said this while giving Roya constant winks. As one of Orochimaru's few students, she was also in awe of Orochimaru's existence. However, this awe is not only the awe between teachers and students, but also an inexplicable respect from the soul. "Hee, Red Bean, don't be too nervous. The teacher just passed by and wanted to see you. The title of Sunin is just an empty title. However, I still want to know what he meant by fireproof, theft-proof, and Orochimaru-proof." Orochimaru's smile widened as he licked his upper lip with his scarlet tongue, giving it a venomous snake-like taste. Luoya didn't take it to heart when he heard it. Looking at Orochimaru, who was staring at him covetously, a bold idea came to his mind. "Lord Orochimaru, there are some things that those who understand will understand, but if you insist on getting to the bottom of it, then I can only speak frankly and bluntly. You hid your prey so brazenly on the big tree over there. Aren't you worried about being exposed? By then, I'm afraid I won't even be able to explain myself." "Prey?" Mitarashi Anko's face changed slightly, and she quickly followed Luoya's gaze. However, as soon as she looked away, she saw Orochimaru's pupils tremble slightly and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. A terrifying murderous aura exploded, sweeping across the entire forest like a hurricane. In an instant, Mitarashi Anko felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her steps stopped abruptly, and her whole body was completely out of control, just like when she was confronted by Roya not long ago. Her intuition told her, the teacher in front of her will kill her. Such a big reaction was completely beyond her expectations. However, after the confrontation with Roya not long ago, Mitarashi Anko quickly gritted her teeth and pulled herself together. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "Haha, Red Bean, you are worthy of being my favorite student. I didn't expect you to adapt to my murderous aura so quickly." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he still smiled teasingly and said, "But don't worry, the teacher will not kill you. But this kid, you can't say for sure. Kid, you are indeed different. You can even find my hidden prey. It seems that it is not a fluke that you can make Danzo suffer. However, you are a smart man. Why don't you pretend to be deaf and dumb and pretend that you don't know, and then expose me later, instead of actively seeking death at this time? Do you think I really won't kill you?" Bang! The terrifying murderous intent rose again, like a giant scarlet python, rushing towards Luoya with monstrous murderous force. Mitarashi Anko, who was standing in front of Roya, was the first to be targeted by this terrifying murderous intent. It was like a straw that broke the camel's back, causing the precarious Mitarashi Anko's face to suddenly turn pale, and she fell to the ground as if she was about to collapse. Little girl, stay away from this place. People could get killed in this kind of situation. Luo Ya grabbed Hongdu's shoulders. Facing the overwhelming murderous aura, he took a step forward as if he was not affected at all. The murderous aura that had been roiling in his body like a vicious dragon exploded without reservation at this moment. Boom! The two murderous auras that were as real as substance collided directly with each other, like a bolt from the blue, turning into an invisible hurricane that swept across. Originally enveloped by endless murderous intent and nearly suffocated, Mitarashi Anko finally got a chance to breathe and looked at Roya, who could fight against her teacher Orochimaru with just his aura. Hongdu was shocked. However, thinking of Luoya's instructions just now, Hongdu's face was full of sadness, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Take the wine gourd and leave. People could get killed in this situation. Luoya casually threw the wine gourd to Hongdu, then grabbed the wooden sword at his waist, a bloodthirsty smile quickly blooming. Orochimaru, you ask me why? If I say I have a bold idea to chop you down, would you believe it? Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Boom! The extreme spiritual pressure exploded. Luoya took a big step and rushed out like a war ghost. Orochimaru's expression froze, and he obviously hadn't thought that a kid who was only 10 years old would dare to say such crazy words. The long-lost impulse made Orochimaru reveal a creepy smile, and he said with a hideous smile, "Little devil, I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than I imagined. Now I admire you a little bit. Let me see what confidence you have to dare to challenge me with a wooden sword." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru took out a kunao and blocked the attack directly. Bang! As the enormous force was released, Orochimaru's arm shook and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. However, he quickly suppressed this hint of surprise, and it was replaced by a teasing smile the next moment. Kid, when ninjas fight, they try to keep the distance as close as possible. You will die if you were so reckless. Multiple shadow snake hands. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A series of python figures as big as bowls appeared directly on Orochimaru's body, turning into a large net and covering Roya. When Mitarashi Anko saw this, her expression suddenly changed, even though they were so close to each other. In her eyes, Luoya couldn't escape at all, right? At the same time, Orochimaru teased with a smile. His right hand had already turned into countless pythons, which were wrapped around Luoya's arm and quickly spread to his neck. Little devil, you can't escape from the general. Run? Luoya's bloodthirsty smile became more and more intense and crazy. Feeling the restraint of the python, he was not panicked at all. Lord Orochimaru, this is a life and death fight. Who said I want to run away? Explode for me. The blazing blast swept through the forest. The terrifying impact force instantly tore the howling python into pieces. At the same time, snake segments were flying all over the sky. Orochimaru was also forced back directly. However, just as he stood firm, a hint of shock had not yet dissipated from Orochimaru's diamond-shaped pupils. The smoke and dust covering the earth was torn apart in an instant. A beast-like figure, as swift as a tiger or leopard, appeared in front of him one step ahead. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and Orochimaru flew backwards like a cannonball. The right arm raised to block appeared strangely bent. Mitarashi Anko's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, and her face was full of disbelief. It was the first time that she saw her teacher Orochimaru, who was known as the leader of the three ninjas of Konoha, behave so miserably. The entire arm was broken at the waist. The person who attacked her was a person of the same age as her. Is this a dream? What an arrogant little devil. He is cruel to his enemies and even crueler to himself. He uses detonating talismans to break the restraints and fights recklessly. This fighting method is just like that of a wild beast or devil. It is amazing. Orochimaru's flying figure suddenly stopped, a teasing smile appeared on his face, and a long-lost hint of fighting spirit appeared in his raised left hand, which was surprisingly blood-red. Little ghost, if you had not underestimated the enemy just now and had not chosen a wooden sword, but the broken sword at your waist, you might have been able to take away my arm. Unfortunately, your wooden sword can't kill me. Go to hell, little devil. Psychic technique, Earth Snake Sniper Kill. Boom! The ground beneath his feet was instantly broken by the huge force, bringing up a large amount of fishy wind. The shock on Mitarashi Anko's face was instantly replaced by fear. This is a giant python as thick as a wellhead, with its bloody mouth wide open, enough to easily swallow an adult. Not to mention Haytake ROA. Teacher, don't. Bang! The bloody mouth closed together with a sound. Luoya, who was originally in mid-air, was swallowed directly into the mouth. Mitarashi Anko seemed to have lost her soul. She just stood there in a daze and couldn't help muttering to herself. This guy is simply a madman. No, he is a fool. He swallowed everything, but he is still laughing. Laugh? Orochimaru licked his dry lips, slowly walked to the side of the giant python, patted it with a playful smile and said, "Little boy, you are indeed very arrogant, but it seems that I am right. A wooden sword cannot kill people. Really? Who said a wooden sword can't kill people? System, open the gift package for me. In the darkness, Luoya's consciousness had already issued an order the moment he fell into the python's mouth. The consolation prize package that he had won by defeating Danzo had already completed the 2-hour countdown, but Roya had forgotten about it. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the gift package and obtaining the sword pressure. Boom! A unique fighting skill belonging to Kenpachi Zaraki rushed into Roya's mind like a tide. At the same time, a roar came from the brain. Everything about the sword pressure was imprinted in his mind. His eyes opened again, and a bloodthirsty golden light bloomed in his pupils. With 5 fingers tightly gripping the wooden sword, the extreme spiritual pressure dormant in the body was madly poured into the wooden sword. In an instant, the wooden sword in his hand seemed unable to withstand this horrific force, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he attacked head-on with force. Boom! As the knife came out, dazzling golden light burst out. A huge sword energy of 5 or 6 meters in length tore out with an unstoppable momentum. This all seems very cumbersome. However, the moment between the before and the after was only a split second. Wait until Orochimaru reacted. Roya's answer had not yet faded. An inexplicable sense of crisis has swept through his whole body. The moment he looked up, the giant python in front of him had been torn into pieces by the golden light. The sword's powerful and unstoppable attack directly engulfed Orochimaru. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back in all directions. The sandstorm swept across an area of dozens of meters. By the time Mitarashi Anko came to her senses from the panic, she had regained her footing. The remaining remains of the giant python, which had broken out of the ground and was coiled up, fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. In the dust, Luoya, covered in blood, walked out slowly, holding a wooden sword. It was as if after this glorious sound, it shattered inch by inch. All that was left was the mark of the slash that stretched more than 10 meters away, and Orochimaru's body lying on the ground. I was still narrating the scenes just now and was not dreaming. Roya, you killed Orochimaru-sensei? It's true that Orochimaru's attack was a bit heavy just now, but you don't really have to kill the teacher, right? You'd better leave quickly, that if someone finds this place, I'll help you find a way to deal with it. Mitarashi Anko woke up with a start. Looking at Orochimaru's body scattered on the ground like a rag bag, he could no longer hold back and grabbed Roha's hand, signaling Roha to leave quickly. Luoya snatched the wine gourd from Hungda's hand, drank the strong liquor, and the bloodthirsty desire to fight faded away like the tide. Feeling the blood and chi in his body gradually calming down, Luoya smiled and said, "Haha, Red Bean, you are really a filial disciple. If Orochimaru saw you, he would probably cry and faint in the toilet. But there's no need to run away. Your teacher Orochimaru is not that easy to kill. No, it should be said that, looking at the entire ninja world, everyone may die, but he definitely won't. Lord Orochimaru, if you keep hiding like this, it will be difficult for you to escape once the patrol arrives. Teacher Orochimaru is not dead yet?" Mitarashi Anko was stunned. This is full of I am afraid that the body parts can never be put together to form a complete person. But he told her that Orochimaru was still alive. Are you kidding me? What a good brat, your performance has exceeded my expectations time and time again. Originally, I admired Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki of the Uchiha clan, and I was only slightly interested in you. But after seeing your wooden sword kill people, my interest in you exceeds theirs. I would like to call you the first. In the darkness not far away, Orochimaru's pale cheek became clear again under the moonlight. At this moment, he was no longer as embarrassed as before. Chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind, and Mitarashi Anko suddenly woke up. She recalled what she had just said in defense of Roya, and spoke hurriedly. Teacher Orochimaru, please don't misunderstand me, I didn't mean anything else just now. Red Bean, don't worry. The teacher will certainly not take these things to heart. You are my dear disciple, and I certainly won't blame you. Orochimaru reached out and patted Red Bean's shoulder, revealing a creepy smile and said, "Since you, little brat, have tried to kill me with your wooden sword, as an old veteran, I will accept the defeat. However, since you like to insult people with wooden swords and even more like to use this method to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, I think this wood is very suitable for you." Mitarashi Anko's pupils suddenly contracted, and she felt like she had seen a ghost. Orochimaru opened his mouth with his backhand, pulled out a dark wooden stick from his throat, and threw it on the ground. "Well, the annoying guy is here, let's cancel the bet. Little guy, the water in Konoha is not as simple as you think. Be careful that the water is too deep and you will drown. I am very curious about your strange power. What will it be like after you awaken the Sharingan?" After saying this, Orochimaru turned around and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the prey he hid in the tree also disappeared. After watching Orochimaru leave, Roya looked at Kuraki on the ground and sighed helplessly. As expected, in the end, Orochimaru still couldn't get rid of his disgusting habit. He puts everything into his mouth. How can anyone accept it? This Orochimaru was drooling that if you don't want to give it to others, then don't give it to them. Luoya used his feet to wash the saliva on Kuraki with mud in disgust, then picked up a rag beside him and wrapped Kuraki up. The cool feeling and heavy taste made Luoya's eyes light up. This thing is several times heavier than steel of the same composition, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Sure enough, Orochimaru has a treasure chest with a lot of beautiful things in it. Roya smiled and put the disgusting thing away. Soon, a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the distance, and one end of the thing hit a big tree not far away. The next moment, a ghostly figure appeared here out of nowhere. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato-sama is here? Mitarashi Anko was the first to wake up, and saw Namikaze Minato appear in front of her. Looking at the desolate land, especially the mark of the slash that extended more than 10 meters away, Minato Namikaze's face suddenly changed. However, what shocked him even more was the corpse of the psychic beast lying not far away. The snake in the dragon crypt? Did Orochimaru come here? Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly tensed up, and he quickly looked around. After confirming again and again that Orochimaru was not there, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Roya, what happened here? Has Orochimaru been here too? Hundu, why are you here too? Where is your teacher? Mitarashi Anko opened her mouth, recalling what had just happened, but she couldn't utter a word. Luoya patted Hundu's shoulder and smiled. Minato-sama, Orochimaru did come here, but I just slashed Orochimaru with my sword. It's getting late, I forgot I haven't eaten yet. Goodbye, Minato-sama. After saying this, Luoya waved his hand, holding the wine gourd, and left. This time when he returned to Konohagakure, Luoya just wanted to find as many targets worth killing as possible. As for all the conspiracies and plans, Luoya is not a saint and does not care about them. Of course, if the strength is strong enough, Luoya doesn't mind blocking it. Now it's hands-free. Watching Roya leave, Minato Namikaze was stunned at first, then suddenly woke up. Roya, did you cut down Lord Orochimaru as well? Lord Orochimaru is as powerful as Master Jiraiya, and is known as one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. If you attack people recklessly and Lord Orochimaru shows no mercy, you will only suffer a great loss. Roya, did you hear that? Looking at Minato Namikaze, who was trying to persuade her at the top of his voice with a helpless look on his face, Anko Mitarashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief that Roya didn't say anything more sensitive. However, thinking back to what had just happened, Mitarashi Anko opened her mouth hesitantly and spoke weakly. Minato-sama, Roya did cut Orochimaru just now, but Orochimaru did not show too much mercy and summoned the giant python to eat Roya alive. However, in the end, Mr. Orochimaru was chopped off by Luoya along with his snake. Just chop off the snake and the man together? Namikaze Minato was greatly shocked. Listening to this simple narration, I saw the battlefield littered with desolate sight and corpses and debris scattered on the ground. There is also a snakeskin-like body on the ground. The scenes of fighting replayed themselves in his mind like a kaleidoscope. When Minato Namikaze's gaze finally fell on the slashing marks that extended more than 10 meters away, it was the knife that directly killed both the snake and the man. It's so shocking that it strikes the soul directly. At Minato Namikaze's level, he certainly knew that Orochimaru would not die so easily. The snake skin left on the ground is enough to explain it all. However, one of them is Orochimaru, who has the qualifications to become a shadow and is known as one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha. The other was a boy of only 10 years old. Being able to achieve this level has overturned everyone's cognition. I thought I had overestimated Roya, but now it seems that I still underestimated him. Looking at the direction where Roya left, Namikaze Minato suppressed the shock in his heart, retracted his gaze, patted Mitarashi Anko's shoulder and said, Hundu, I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened here for Luoya's sake. Leave the mess here to me, I'll take you back first. Understood, Lord Minato. Mitarashi Anko nodded in agreement. As an orphan, she was more sensible than her peers and understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Although, the revenge for Luoya's seizure of his family was engraved in his heart. However, in Hundu's mind, things should be treated separately. Well, thank you very much, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze and Anko Mitarashi disappeared out of thin air. Wait until the forest returns to silence. In the darkness, Orochimaru's figure left silently like a ghost. Danzo stood in a dark room, leaning on a cane. The dim light fell on the half-bandaged face, adding an inexplicable gloomy feeling. Come out when Longma comes. Master Danzo, the spies around the daimyo sent back news that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, has left the fire capital and is on his way back to Konohagakure. He may have brought back a secret letter about the next successor to the Hokage. Do we need to stop him? In the darkness, a figure gradually became clear. Danzo's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, You bastard Tanigame, you still say you are a daimyo, and you keep saying you support me, but now you let Jiraiya succeed. There is really no one who can make me worry-free. It seems that I still underestimated Sarutobi. Since the overt means don't work, let's use covert means. Inform those guys that they should not forget to do their job after receiving the money. Don't they claim that they will do anything as long as they are paid? I want to prevent Jiraiya from returning with the secret letter. Trade with those guys? Abarame Ryoma's face changed slightly, and he said, Danzo-sama, those guys are no longer the same as before. Can we trust them? If the news is lost, I'm afraid our situation will become even worse. Ryoma, you still worry too much. Even the position of Hokage is about to fall into the hands of others. Is there a worse situation than the current one? Let those guys do it. Even if they can't kill Jiraiya, I'm going to muddy the water completely. Understood, Lord Danzo. Abarame Ryoma remained silent. From the moment you join the route, the first rule you must remember is to obey orders absolutely. The inquiry just now is already the biggest objection, and the only thing left is to absolutely obey orders. What's wrong? Why don't you step back? Just say whatever you want to say, Danzo said with a slightly gloomy face. Abarame Ryoma came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, Master Danzo, the Umbu directly under the Hokage just asked us to hand over the real estate we got at the Heite clan's residence. Should we cooperate? Among the roots, Danzo has two on his right and left hands. One of them is Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. The second is Ryoma Abarame, who is known as the genius of the Abarame clan and has one of the best invasion techniques in Konohagakure. It is for this reason that he is qualified to raise questions. Upon hearing this, Danzo smiled playfully and said, Haha, Ryoma, don't worry. It's useless for them to take back the property. If there is no heir, who can they give the property to? Lord Danzo, have you already sent people to deal with Heitake Roya? Do we still need to make preparations for both situations? Abarame Ryoma said in surprise. Two-handed preparation? Danzo smiled even more and said, Ryoma, you are insulting Orochimaru by saying this. If he finds out, you will be in big trouble. But considering the time, the little ghost should have become a test subject in those vessels. Lord Danzo, the people who were secretly monitoring Heitake Roya have sent back news, but a root ninja walked in quickly, half kneeling on the ground and reported. Danzo frowned, but then he smiled and said, What's wrong with Yanagishita? Is it Orochimaru who doesn't follow the rules again? However, as long as he can make that brat disappear completely in Konohagakure, I don't care what he wants to do. Abarame Ryoma beside him also nodded silently. Their ultimate goal is just to obtain the inheritance belonging to Heitake Roya to strengthen the roots. If this can be done without their involvement, why not do it? No Danzo-sama, no. It's that the little devil of the Heide clan was not wiped out. Lord Orochimaru did meet him, but in the end he was chopped down along with the snake. Bang! The crutch in Danzo's hand cracked and was crushed by the force of his crush. This time he asked Orochimaru to personally go out and deal with Heitake Roya, which in his eyes was a sure thing. However, now someone told him that Heitake Roya had chopped off both the snake and the man. Are you kidding me? Abarame Ryoma, who was standing by, also had his pupils trembling. Although, both are Danzo's right-hand men, but when it comes to real comparison, he dare not compare himself with Orochimaru. Now even Orochimaru has been cut down. He was very curious about who this arrogant kid who kept hacking people was. The next day, the sunlight sprinkled on the earth like broken gold. Lying on the quilt in the corridor, Mitarashi Anko rubbed her sleepy eyes and soon her face showed anger. Luo, yeah, you bastard, give me back the room quickly. However, before he could finish his words, the words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped. The door of her room was wide open, and apart from the neatly made bed, there was no sign of Luoya. Looking at the clock on the wall which showed only 7:30, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Where did you go so early in the morning? After seeing the extra blanket covering me, the anger and grumpiness that had built up in the morning seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999. A crisp sound came from outside the yard. Mitarashi Anko quickly climbed up on the bed. Bah, that guy is still so annoying. The hatred for taking the room is irreconcilable. I want to see what he is doing so early in the morning. Mitarashi Anko walked out of the door quickly. What caught his eye was Luoya chopping with the knife in both hands. Every time the knife fell, it brought with it a sound of breaking through the air, like firecrackers. However, what made Mitarashi Anko's cheeks turn red was that Luoya's bare upper body revealed a rock-like sculpted muscles. Every time he chopped, the muscles of his whole body were mobilized, filled with the feeling of power. The usual pork ribs are completely incomparable. The unique charm it exudes is like an invisible whirlpool, attracting the attention of Mitarashi Anko, accompanied by the sweat that was falling. This situation is beyond description. 10,000. Mitarashi Anko suddenly woke up, looked around, and instantly understood what Roya meant. Her originally red cheeks instantly became hot, and she said angrily, Heitake Roya, you exhibitionist, narcissist, I didn't look at you. If you poison my eyes like this again, I will never let you go. I still have to go on a mission. I don't care about you anymore. After saying this, Mitarashi Anko turned around and ran away. It looked as if he wanted to spread his wings and run away from this damn place as soon as possible. After watching Mitarashi Anko leave, Luoya withdrew his gaze, smiled, took out the wine gourd, and took a sip of strong liquor to drive away the chill brought by the early morning. Sure enough, life now is much better than the boring days before. However, Luoya knew very well that such an interesting life must be based on strength. Looking at the black wooden knife in my hand, which I had polished after a whole night of hard work, Roya really wanted to greet Orochimaru. Why can't we give ready-made gifts? I had to get him a wooden stick to grind it. However, looking at this almost steel-like material and the weight of nearly 100 kilograms, Luoya was still quite satisfied. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of chopping 10,000 swords every day and gaining 0.1% of the character progress. The ethereal system prompt sounded at the right time. Luoya raised his eyebrows, and soon saw that the 3% role-playing progress on the character panel had increased to 3.1%. Looking at this minimal progress, Luoya sighed helplessly and took another sip of wine, trying to dispel the melancholy in his heart. However, just as this thought came into his mind, Luoya suddenly remembered something important. System, I killed Orochimaru last night, why is there no reward? Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for defeating the S-level target. The reward has been issued. Please check it as soon as possible. Roya was speechless, looking at the cunning system that suddenly dived. I'm afraid if he doesn't tell me, the system won't give it to me, right? However, this complaint was instantly suppressed by Luoya. The current Konoha village is as complicated as a whirlpool, and one will end up burning if one is not careful. The only way is to become stronger as soon as possible, and he quickly looked into the consciousness space. The reward is still a comfort package. However, for Luoya, as long as there is a reward, it is good enough. A little progress in role-playing is also valuable. System, open the gift package for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the consolation gift package and obtained 0.1% character role-playing progress and the skill Gangli Zhan. Luoya was stunned. Looking at the reward in front of me, there was an obvious feeling of being caught off guard. I thought that this second-time consolation gift package was good enough to give me some progress in my role-playing. I didn't expect there was an extra skill. As expected, Orochimaru's value is still higher than Danzo's, accompanied by a warm current quickly filling my mind. Luoya also instantly understood what this Gangli Zhan was. If I remember correctly, this is a move from Zoro. Although it is not one of those awesome moves that requires reciting poems or composing couplets and a long enough front swing to be able to perform. However, this powerful slash is undoubtedly the best reward for Roha, the king of flat slashing. According to the system's description, the strong force slash can infuse the ultimate spiritual pressure into the arms, allowing the arms to burst out with several times or even 10 times the strength. If the slash at the previous moment was a normal attack, then once the powerful slash is performed, every strike will be a critical hit. If an ordinary person were hit by it, he would probably be killed or seriously injured. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. For a target as worthy of being attacked as Orochimaru, even a consolation prize would be tempting. With this skill, Luoya believed that his strength was enough to double, which was much better than the blank slate not long ago. The only thing to do now is to find some people who can chop, give them a good chop, complete the task of killing 100 people with the wooden sword as soon as possible, and see what rewards you can get. Luoya, so you are here. I just ran into Uchiha Fugaku when I was coming back from a mission near the Uchiha clan's base. He asked you to go to the base. It seems that there is a surprise waiting for you. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. Luoya withdrew from the consciousness space and suppressed the idea of testing the strength of the slash. Looking at the handsome Kakashi, Roya did think about attacking Kakashi. However, after trying for a while, Luoya found that except for the S-level goal, which could get a consolation prize, other goals would be difficult to achieve. Otherwise, Luoya would have already fleeced the sheep. It was for this reason that Roha didn't bother wasting his energy on attacking Kakashi before he had an absolute chance of winning. Luoya, you don't want to kill me? Kakashi's expression froze, and he couldn't help but blurt out. Although, he didn't know why he said such a thing. However, facing Roya's scrutinizing gaze, Kakashi still felt numb all over. Haha, Kakashi, I only looked at you twice because you were so handsome, but you reminded me that I really want to chop you up if I have the chance in the future. That you can't refuse me then. Roya smiled and patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, I'm going to go to the Uchiha clan first to see if there are any surprises. You are such a handsome guy, but you want to kill me? Kakashi's stiff cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. What kind of a reason is this? No, it should be said, does it mean that just because you are good looking you will be cut down? However, as soon as these thoughts came to mind, Kakashi jumped up and quickly chased after him. As a member of the Umbu, in addition to monitoring the Uchiha clan, he now has another mission, the surveillance flag Niroya. The Heite clan's base is not far from the Uchiha clan. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Luoya saw the Uchiha clan's residence. Roya didn't take Kakashi's following seriously. If I could chop him up and pull this little brother out of the darkness at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. Brother Luo. Brother Luo, yeah, you are finally here. I wanted to pick you up, but unfortunately my father stopped me. Itaka's voice suddenly came. Luoya looked at the sleepy Itaki with a slightly shaky step, and smelled the scent of the wind, and Luoya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Genius is not defeated? Was it because of alcohol that he lost? Itaki, how much did you drink to get yourself drunk? Luoya supported Itaki and couldn't help asking. Kakashi, who was standing by, was also surprised. Luoya touched the tip of his nose helplessly. He didn't expect that this Itaki could not drink so much. He really regretted instigating him to drink. Guilty. Father, it's not just one drop. I clearly drank a cup. You can go back and take a look. Itaka's cheeks turned slightly red and he quickly argued. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but be stunned that he didn't expect that his genius son, who usually had a stern face and a cold personality, would show such embarrassment and shyness. His originally stern face also relaxed a little, and he put his hand on Itaka's shoulder and said, "Okay, then I'll go back tonight and see if you can really drink a glass." Itaka's shy expression froze. He didn't expect that he would inadvertently show his temper. He also did not expect that his father, who was usually serious, would be so tolerant in front of him for the first time. This sudden change was something that not only Itake could not accept for a moment, but even Uchiha Fugaku was no exception. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Luoya also knew that the biggest problem for geniuses and their fathers was that they couldn't save face. However, seeing this change, Luoya still coughed and said, "Ahem, uncle, don't forget me when it comes to drinking. Just give me a bottle of good wine. I don't like to drink like a nagging mother." "But, uncle, is there anything you want me to come for?" Uchiha Fugaku also noticed some changes in himself. He had no time to figure out why he had loosened up a little despite his usual strictness. He quickly changed the subject, took out a document and handed it over. "Luo, yeah, I asked you to come here so early in the morning because there is indeed something important. In the Konohagakure, everyone must attend the ninja school to receive basic education. I see that Itaki is old enough to go to school, so I have already submitted the registration information for him. Now that you're back, as your elder, I'll take the opportunity to sign you up as well." Itaki, who was standing by, heard this and hurriedly came back to his senses. "Brother Luoya, this is the surprise I mentioned." Luoya took the registration form in his hand, rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Itaki, this is not a surprise, it's a shock." Luoya is quite familiar with the system of Konoha village. During the Warring States period, the birth of every ninja only required the approval of the family. However, after the establishment of the major ninja villages, the relationships between the villages became complicated due to the participation of each clan. In order to strengthen the support of the new generation for the ninja village, the second generation Hokage opened a ninja school. The emergence of ninja schools did provide the major families and people at the bottom with the most basic ninjutsu education. But the most important result is to infuse the village's will and brainwash it. It's not that Luoya doesn't love the Konoha village, but it's enough that someone wants to chop it down. However, the current situation in Konoha village is very complicated. Uchiha Obito, who was bewitched and trained by Uchiha Madara, is still hiding in the dark, pretending to be powerful. Orochimaru's defection and the Nine Tails rebellion were not far away. In the face of these troubles, Luoya must improve his strength as quickly as possible so that he can catch up and kill them. "If I enter a ninja school, can I kill anyone facing those child soldiers? It seems we need to find a solution as soon as possible. Luoya, to become a ninja, you must be recognized by the ninja school, so you still have to stay in this school for a while," Fugaku said helplessly. Luoya put away the registration form and said with a smile, "Uncle, don't worry, I know this is just a token of my loyalty, and it has to be a formality. I appreciate the kindness, and I will still go to school." Uchiha Fugaku's expression was slightly shocked, and a hint of shock flashed across the depths of his eyes. Of course he knew that with Roya's methods, it would be meaningless to enter the ninja school. It is still done on purpose because entering the ninja school and allowing the new generation to be baptized by the will of the village is a token of allegiance for each clan. If anyone refuses, he will probably have trouble living in peace in the future. However, what Fugaku didn't expect was that Roya saw through it so quickly. Even Kakashi, who was standing by, showed a hint of shock. "I didn't expect that Luoya, who seemed bloodthirsty and murderous, would be so meticulous." "Father." Itaki opened his mouth upon hearing that. However, he was interrupted by Fugaku holding his shoulders. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village is now as tense as fire and water. Any sentence you say may become a false accusation. Fugaku was not worried about Kakashi following Roya. Instead, "I am worried about the spies lurking around." Uchiha Itaki also understood the pros and cons of the matter and finally swallowed his words. Uchiha Fugaku heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and was about to ask Luoya to leave. A chaotic sound of footsteps was heard. Luoya raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw clearly who was coming, he couldn't help but smile and took a sip of liquor to calm his nerves. Itaki, what you just said was not a surprise but a shock. What's coming now is the real surprise. Roya smiled and patted Itaki's shoulder. Originally, Luoya was still a bit troubled about how to solve the task of wooden sword 100 kills. Now it's a divine assist that's coming to your doorstep. Looking at the huge group of 50 or 60 people, some of them were wrapped in bandages. Not to mention Roya, even Itake and Kakashi instantly realized that the other party had ill intentions. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened slightly and he returned to his usual serious self. He had already expected that Uchiha Yan and others would not give up, but I never expected that the other party would come so quickly. Especially when seeing the group of young people following the three elders, especially the arrogant young man in the lead, who was about 16 or 17 years old. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, "Three elders, so many people are coming. Is there something important that you want to talk to me about?" "Haha, Fugaku, I didn't expect you to be here." Uchiha Yan stopped with his crutches, glanced at the scene, and said with a smile, "But you are exaggerating. We are not here for any big event. It's just that everyone heard that Furo's son is back, and has talent and strength comparable to Shisui, so everyone wants to meet him. Do you mind?" Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened slightly. They came to the door with dozens of people. Everyone present was slightly shocked and subconsciously looked forward. Uchiha Yan's old face trembled slightly. He also did not expect that Luoya could see the meaning of it at a glance. However, facing the gazes from all around, Uchiha Yan quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Haha, Luoya, you are really sharp-tongued, but you misunderstood. I heard from the younger generation that you were quite powerful. In yesterday's discussion, you even fought against 10 people alone and performed brilliantly. This alone is enough to make you comparable to Shisui. As the chief elder, I am of course very honored to see another outstanding young man appear in the clan. My grandson Uchiha Ning actually had the title of second to Shisui before you came back. When he found out, he insisted on coming to see it, so he brought everyone with him. I suppose you don't mind?" The old voice echoed in the field. The arrogant young man standing behind Uchiha Yan also walked out of the crowd. Looking at this passerby, Luoya really couldn't figure out who this second Shisui was. However, as long as we can be sure that the other party is here to cause trouble, it is enough. "Roya, this Uchiha Nin is the youngest captain of the guard team. He has been a Chunin for a long time now. That you should be careful." Fugaku spoke again. He didn't want Luoya, his nephew whom he had just met, to have any mishap the next day. After hearing this, Luoya also knew Uchiha Fugaku's good intentions, and smiled and shook his head. "Uncle, don't worry, I still know the seriousness of the matter. Elder Yan, you just said that your grandson is the second to Shisui. He is indeed a handsome man. However, it is true that he is a handsome man, but anyway, the Shisui number 2 needs everyone to fight together, right? Stop talking nonsense to me, just come at me all at once. You!" The scene suddenly exploded. Not to mention Uchiha Ning and other young people, even the three elders Uchiha Yan, and even Itaki and Kakashi, did not expect Luoya to be so crazy and say such words. As soon as he opened his mouth, he picked all of them. "Isn't the lion's mouth too big? What an arrogant guy. I thought the rumors yesterday were false, but I didn't expect a little kid like him to be so arrogant that he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was." Uchiha Ning's face darkened and he said angrily, "Originally, I just wanted to seek advice from one person today, but now that you've opened your mouth, you've offended everyone. If you don't give a reasonable answer today, I don't think anyone will be convinced. Uchiha Furo, you've really gone too far. I think you should give a reasonable explanation to convince everyone, otherwise it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the clan in the future." Uchiha Yen said with a sullen face. In fact, this is the final result he wants. Push Hatake Roa against everyone and become a unanimous enemy. It can completely defeat them physically and mentally. However, just as this thought came to his mind, Luoya had already thrown the wine gourd in his hand to Itaki. Itaki, who was standing by, took the wine gourd with great haste, and then he saw his father, who was standing beside him, step back on his own initiative. Even Kakashi, who was standing beside him, chose to follow after a brief silence. This speechless scene, in the eyes of Uchiha Yan and others, was like a silent slap in the face. Only Hatake Roya was left to deal with it alone. Doesn't this agree with the arrogant statement just now that he is the second to Shisui among all people? Seeing this, Itaka swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, turned around and kept up with the pace. However, just after taking a few steps, he saw a girl of the same age following him not far away, speaking anxiously. "Itaki, why did he leave without even trying to persuade you? I'm afraid he can't handle this situation alone, right? I'll go ask the chief for help." "Izumi, don't go over there. This is your father's decision." Uchiha Itaka stretched out his hand to stop Uchiha Izuna. "What's more, in your eyes, Brother Luoya is very arrogant, but in my eyes, this is confidence. Brother Luoya will not say anything or do anything without confidence. Is this your confidence?" Uchiha Izuna was stunned. It was the first time she saw Itaka speak more than 10 words to her. However, she had no time to be happy at the moment, as she was looking at the dark figures of 20 or 30 young people from the clan led by Uchiha Ning not far away. Uchiha Izuna's face looked a little grim. Is this really something that someone her age can handle? Feeling the eager eyes from all around, Luoya didn't take it to heart at all and walked slowly to the center of the field. Elder Yan, you want me to convince them, so that this matter can be settled? However, my principles are quite direct that if something can be solved with a knife, I will never say it. Since you asked me to convince them, I have no choice but to chop them down until they surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya grabbed the wooden sword at his waist. Originally, he wanted to wait slowly for them to make their move. However, when I think about it, if I waste time and let these great assists that come to my door run away, it will not be worth it. In order to eliminate this hidden danger, Luoya can only work harder. Boom! As he picked up the wooden sword, the terrifying murderous aura swept across like a hurricane. The huge invisible impact instantly enveloped the entire square. Uchiha Izuna, who was still worried and standing dozens of meters away, suddenly turned as pale as paper that he was shaky and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at Heitake Roya, his aura and voice had changed drastically compared to the moment before. She finally realized that this peer was completely different from her. At least at this moment, she understood one thing clearly. If Luoya wants to kill her, I'm afraid one finger is enough. Such a terrifying murderous mental oppression that what on earth has this kid experienced to have such a terrifying murderous aura? In the ninja world, I'm afraid not many people can achieve this kind of almost tangible mental pressure. How many people did he kill to achieve this? Uchiha Yan's expression suddenly changed. He had already learned from the younger generation who was injured yesterday that Luoya's murderous aura could shock people. However, after experiencing it personally, he realized that the murderous aura and pressure were far beyond his expectations. Uchiha Ning woke up in shock and shouted urgently. The members of the surrounding security teams also woke up one after another, suppressed their fear, and activated their Sharingan. Scarlet blood lit up in their pupils. Single and double Magatama Sharingan appeared one after another. The leading Uchiha Ning surprisingly had a 3 Magatama Sharingan. As the highest bloodline power of the Uchiha clan, the 3 Magatama Sharingan is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. This is also the reason why he dares to lead the team to cause trouble. Arrogant fellow, we came here and have already figured out your background. I will see how you deal with my 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Ning laughed and looked towards Luoya. From the very beginning, they kept a distance of more than 10 meters in order to leave themselves enough time to react and enough front line. Now he is blessed by the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He believed that he was capable of coping with any unexpected event. You said you have figured out my background? But I'm sorry to tell you that I'm stronger today than I was yesterday, so I can use you to try my hand. Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, and the powerful strength in his body poured into his legs like a tide. This powerful strike can instantly increase the explosive power of both hands by several times or even 10 times. However, in Luoya's eyes, there is no need to restrict himself to the arms, that if he uses the power on the legs, it can just make up for the shortcomings of insufficient speed and not knowing the art of teleportation. Bang! The muscles in my legs were as tight as rocks. The force that burst out in one breath was so strong that the thick floor beneath his feet could not bear it and it collapsed. After inheriting Kenpachi Zaraki's skills, he gained a body and explosive power as strong as a cheetah, which was different from that of an ordinary person. At this moment, under the burst of strength, the explosive speed obtained is undoubtedly enough to rival the technique of instant body movement. Everyone just heard the sound of breaking air. Luoya had already appeared in front of Uchiha Ning, spanning more than 10 meters like a ghost. Such a rapid speed caused his 3 Magatama Sharingan to shrink suddenly. With the help of the Sharingan, he was indeed able to see Roya's movements clearly. However, seeing clearly is one thing, and the body's reaction and nerve reflex are also another. Looking at Luoya, who was as fast as thunder, appearing in front of him, while Uchiha Ning's face was filled with shock, it was obviously too late for him to withdraw, let alone fight back. The only thing we can do is defend. Ning, summon the ninja tools quickly. Uchiha Yan's face turned pale. However, as an existence that has experienced the baptism of war, his combat experience was far beyond Uchiha Ning's. His 3 Magatama Sharingan had already been deployed, and he took the lead in giving a reminder. Uchiha Ning also woke up in shock and immediately laughed teasingly. Arrogant fellow, I've already told you that we are well prepared this time. I heard that you have great brute force, and I already have a way to deal with you. Let me see how you can defeat my iron shield. Bang! Uchiha Ning directly placed a stamp of the summoning spell on his wrist. As the huge cloud of smoke dissipated, an iron shield as big as a washbasin appeared out of thin air in his hand. Looking at Luoya, who was so close, and the wooden sword in his hand, Uchiha would rather not believe that Luoya could do anything to him. However, as soon as he took a look, Uchiha Ning's pupils suddenly contracted again. With the help of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he could see the terrifying power like the vast ocean in Roya's body, rushing straight to his arm like a wild horse. The next moment, the cuffs tore apart, and the muscles of the entire arm bulged like rocks. Feeling the violent power coming from his arm, Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, and the black wooden sword in his hand burst out with a sonic boom like a dragon's roar, and chopped down head-on. Boom! The dull collision sound was like a loud thunder. The release of terrifying power caused a huge gust of wind to blow back. The seemingly thick and indestructible iron shield collapsed at this moment like paper. The terrifying force seemed to turn into an invisible shock wave, rushing straight towards Uchiha Ning. Bang! The arm holding the shield broke first, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball and fell headfirst dozens of meters away. Looking at Uchiha Ning, who had smashed the wall panel and was almost embedded in it, and seemed to have completely lost consciousness, the huge square suddenly fell into deathly silence. All those who had activated their Sharingan and were planning to join forces to raid the battlefield were completely stunned. At the first encounter, this main fighter, who was known as the second strongest person after Shisui, was directly struck and flew away. Even the iron shield in his hand didn't last a single round and was directly blown up. This so-called revenge. I'm afraid it's over before it even began? Do they still shoot birds? Ning, my precious grandson, you dare to attack me by surprise, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Uchiha Yan's old face, like dry tree bark, twisted directly and roared angrily. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. A series of magical seals were formed in Uchiha Yan's hands. The blazing chakra accumulated crazily in his mouth. The next moment, when the chakra transformed into a blazing power, the last seal in Uchiha Yan's hand also fell directly. Roar! The blazing flames flickered and rubbed against the air, seemingly bringing with them a series of dragon roars. With the blessing of the huge chakra, a fire dragon of more than 10 meters long, with a mighty force, rushed straight towards Luoya. The faces of everyone present changed drastically in an instant. They had never expected that Uchiha Yan, the Great Elder, would suddenly attack. Originally, if only Luoya and Uchiha Ning fought, this would still be limited to the farce of the younger generation. However, now Uchiha Yan suddenly intervened and used a powerful A-level ninjutsu to launch a sneak attack. This time, the farce is completely different. The farce among the younger generation escalated into a feud between the elders. The younger generations who had originally planned to plunder the enemy camp did not care too much and quickly withdrew. Uchiha Izuna, who was watching not far away, turned pale and spoke hurriedly. Clan leader, please help quickly. This is an A-level fire ninjutsu that can only be performed by a jonin, that if you are really hit, you will probably die or be seriously injured. Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Originally, he agreed to let Uchiha Yan come to cause trouble because of Luoya's preference for killing people. Uchiha Fugaku was completely shocked. No! It should be said that at this moment, everyone could see what Luoya was thinking. Looking at the roaring fire dragon, Luoya did not retreat but advanced, laughing bloodthirstily. Ha, I was just worried about the little fight just now. It turned out not to be as interesting as this. Now it's much more interesting. Little brat, you dare to talk nonsense here? My fire dragon bomb will catch up to you no matter how you escape. You'd better die. Uchiha Yan roared ferociously. In fact, at the moment of attack, his reason was indeed overwhelmed by anger. But that was only a moment, and he quickly came to his senses, locking his eyes on Uchiha Fugaku. At the same time, the two elders behind him also showed their vigilance. However, when he saw Uchiha Fugaku still standing there and not taking any action to stop him, is this sending him to his death? Or is it a trust that is based on confidence? Great Elder, what do you say we should do? The bloodthirsty smile on Luoya's face became more and more intense. Looking at the fire dragon, whose pupils were rapidly enlarging and the high-temperature heat wave coming towards him, the extreme spiritual power in his body was madly poured into his arms. The wooden sword in his hand, without any fancy moves, chopped towards the incoming fire dragon. It would be nice if we could kill the fire dragon too. Sword pressure. Boom! The terrifying sword pressure burst out, and a sword force of more than 10 meters long tore out. It gives people a feeling of being unparalleled and unstoppable. The attacking fire dragon just opened its bloody mouth. The next moment, he was cut in half by the sharp golden light. Bang! The terrifying heat wave of the explosion swept across the entire place. It even formed a huge sea of fire that shot up into the sky. Uchiha Yan, who was standing dozens of meters away and suddenly attacked, had a withered old face that suddenly shook violently. I never expected that the arrogant kid in front of me was not just boasting. Even the dragon was chopped down. Yan, get out of the way. Fire style, great fireball technique. Elder Huo and Elder Yan, who were standing guard on both sides, were also filled with shock. However, seeing the sea of fire being torn apart in an instant, and the remaining power rushing out and slashing straight at Uchiha Yan, he was instantly frightened and hurriedly reminded. At the same time, the two of them didn't care about breaking the rules. As they formed double surgical seals in an instant, hot chakra burst out and turned into a giant fireball of 7 or 8 meters, blocking Uchiha Yan first. Boom! The terrifying explosion was like a Category 12 hurricane. The The younger generations who were unable to dodge were directly blown away by the air wave. At the same time, in the raging flames, a figure flew backwards. In full view of everyone, he crashed headfirst into the wall more than 10 meters away. With the huge force released, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When they saw clearly the identity of this figure, everyone was shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Did this even knock the elder away? Looking at the great elder who was covered in dust and had burnt marks on the corners of his clothes, he looked extremely embarrassed. They thought that Roya would fight back, but no one expected that Luoya would be so crazy when he made his move. Even the ninjutsu and the person were chopped together. Such a horrifying scene, even though Uchiha Yan, the great elder, had looked down on Luoya from the very beginning. However, even though they have witnessed Roya's strength and methods with their own eyes, they believe that even if they are well prepared and have countermeasures ready, they will still be in a head-on confrontation. I'm afraid these little arms and legs really can't withstand a single blow, right? Thinking of this, the Uchiha juniors present looked at Luoya with a hint of fear and awe. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, it doesn't matter who you are or what your stance is. The strong are still the most awe-inspiring beings. Little brat, you are playing dumb to trick me. Uchiha Yen also recovered that he forced down the surging blood in his body and the blood in his throat, and roared angrily impatiently. Second brother, third brother, you two must lead the troops. Uchiha Huo and Uchiha Yan's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. If the first time you intervened, it was because your mentality collapsed and you lost your temper and went berserk. But now they have to attack again and again, and we have to gather them together to attack, not to mention that they can't save their face. I'm afraid Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching the battle on the side, wouldn't just stand there and watch. That's enough, Elder Yan. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Let me be your opponent. Uchiha Fugaku walked out slowly. With every step he took, the terrifying aura lurking in his body rapidly increased. When the last step was taken, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire square like a mountain. Perhaps this aura is not as sharp and simple as Kenpachi Zaraki's murderous intent and ultimate spiritual pressure. However, it still gripped the heart like an invisible big hand, giving people an inexplicable feeling of death and suffocation, which was no less imposing and pressured than Kenpachi Zaraki. All the clan members present, even Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi, looked at Uchiha Fugaku with full momentum, with shock on their faces. All along, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, has been doing things with the purpose of not competing and stabilizing the Uchiha clan. The feeling it gives people is calm and cool, like a pool of deep stagnant water. This also led to Uchiha Fugaku's prestige in the clan being gradually underestimated. However, the full momentum at this moment made Uchiha Fugaku feel like a sword that had been sealed for a long time and its edge was revealed. Strangled everyone's mouths. Feeling this long-lost aura of pressure, Uchiha Yan, the great elder, finally remembered that the young man who once made them bow their heads and worship him as the clan leader had only grown old, not weaker. Able to lead the universe, how could the Shiha clan, this group of unruly beasts, be ordinary people? Thinking of this, Uchiha Yan, who was originally full of resentment and anger, gradually calmed down his chakra, and the shame and anger on his old face also disappeared. He said gloomily, Fugaku, I thought your methods would become obsolete because of your old age. Now it seems that we old guys underestimated you. The sound was not loud, but it echoed in the room and could not be dissipated for a long time. Everyone's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Anyone who dared to say such cruel words to the elders of a clan would have been captured long ago if he were an ordinary person. The only person who could stand here intact was probably Roya. Uchiha Yan's old face, like dry bark, was also twitching. He turned his head and stared at Luoya sinisterly. After a moment, he laughed and said, haha, what an arrogant little devil. No, it should be said that he is a young man with outstanding talent and sharp-edged. I haven't encountered such a young man for a long time. Let me think about it. The last time I saw him was Fugaku when he was young. Little boy, I finally understand why Fugaku allowed us to cause trouble. It seems that you were like the wooden sword in your hand, a knife that becomes sharper the more it is sharpened. My boy was defeated by you, and I am convinced. I think that given time, your achievements will definitely be the highest among the younger generation, and you may even reach the level of Madara-sama. If you are really interested, I will seriously trouble you next time. The old voice lingered in the room for a long time. Everyone present, whether they are descendants of the Uchiha clan, it was Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. Even Kakashi was shocked and looked unbelievable. They had thought about various possible outcomes for this farce, but no one expected that Uchiha Yan, the great elder, would give such a response. Is this being impressed? Or do you agree with it from the bottom of your heart? However, when I think of the last comment, does this mean that Heitake Roa's achievements will eventually be higher than Uchiha Shisui's? They wouldn't dare to think of such a thing happening to the famous Uchiha Shisui. Looking at the old figure who was helping Uchiha Ning leave, Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, took back the wooden sword in his hand and said, haha, you are worthy of being an old fellow of the clan. Thank you for this flattery. Unfortunately, I haven't cut enough. After these words were spoken, all the security team members who were still standing there suddenly closed their Sharingan, not caring about their so-called face, and turned around to flee. Even Uchiha Ning, who was known as the second to Shisui, was knocked away by the first blow. Uchiha Yan, the Great Elder, also suffered the same fate. With this kind of result, anyone who dares to move forward must be tired of living. Looking at the square that was tense and depressing just a moment ago, it is now deserted. Such a huge gap, if you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would believe it. Itake, am I dreaming? Who on earth is this Heitake Roya? How could he make the always stubborn Elder Yen admit defeat? Uchiha Izuna came back to his senses and couldn't help pinching his cheeks, confirming again and again that he was not dreaming. However, Itake, who always had a single-minded mind, did not take Uchiha Izuna to heart at all, and quickly stepped forward and said, "Father, Elder Yan has the strength of a Jonin, but Brother Luria was able to defeat him. Could it be that Brother Luria, like Brother Shisui, has already possessed the strength of a Jonin? Will your future achievements be higher than Brother Shisui's?" Fugaku also recovered from his shock, and was also caught off guard by the outcome of this farce. When faced with Itake's question, he did have a vague idea in his mind. However, in this situation, it is difficult to give an answer right away. Haha, Itake, you're overthinking these flattering words. Luoya sheathed the wooden sword, reached out to take the wine gourd from Itake's hand, and said with a smile, "The main reason why I was able to win just now was that they underestimated me and I caught them off guard. Especially in the battle with that old man, he just got carried away and I took advantage of the opportunity to chop him down. If we really had a head-on collision, I think he would definitely not be as simple as he appeared." Luoya took a sip of the liquor and looked at Fugaku beside him with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku nodded silently. Elder Yan has experienced 3 great ninja wars and witnessed Madara's strength with his own eyes. It is no coincidence that he survived. Although he has not taken real action for a long time, if you really face him alone, don't underestimate the enemy. It is difficult for us, the Uchiha clan, to still exist here, just by myself. Uchiha Itake's expression suddenly changed. All along, Uchiha Fugaku avoided talking about clan matters in front of him. However, Itake had been extremely intelligent since childhood and had long discovered that there was an irreconcilable relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village. I thought that the reason why the Uchiha clan had not been expelled from the clan was because of the Konoha village's tolerance of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that there would be unknown secrets hidden in it. Roya was not surprised. In the original work, the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination was just the tip of the iceberg. As a superclan that has been passed down from the Warring States period to the present, Luoya did not believe that the clan would not have recorded the method of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps this method is extremely harsh and requires the death of a close friend or relative to awaken him. However, the Uchiha clan is so large that even Uchiha Shisui and Itake can do it. Not to mention the old guy who had experienced 3 ninja world wars. Perhaps their strength cannot match that of Uchiha Fugaku, and their numbers will not be large, maybe only 2 or 3 people, but the Uchiha clan's foundation will definitely still be there. Thinking of this, Luoya couldn't help but take another sip of his wine. Sure enough, there are targets worth chopping down, and just thinking about it makes one feel the blood boiling. The only pity was that he had used too much force just now and sent Uchiha Ning flying in one blow. The rest of the people were frightened. There is no chance to cut it. I'm afraid it will take an unknown time to complete the task of slashing 100 times with the wooden sword. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for defeating the S-level target Uchiha Yan and obtaining a special gift package. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have defeated 38 people. The current progress of the wooden sword 100 kills is 57 people. The ethereal reminder sounded in my mind at the right time. Luoya was full of surprise. Luoya listened to the system's explanation and touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This is a great bargain that I got for free, but I can't kill people with my own hands, which feels a bit boring. However, for now, my main priority is to improve my strength, so I can only complete the task of killing 100 people with the wooden sword first. Luoya withdrew his thoughts and looked at the selected gift package floating in the consciousness space. Sure enough, this Elder Yan is no ordinary guy. Even the system agrees with him and offers a selected gift package. This is not something that Danzo or even Orochimaru can compare to. Of course, it could also be the latter too, but Elder Yan was not chopped as badly. Faced with this upgraded gift package, Luoya couldn't wait to give orders. System, open the selected gift package for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the selected gift package. You have obtained 0.5% of the character template progress and a primary training talisman. Dazzling golden light blooms inside the gift bag. When the light faded, the character template progress, which was only 3.2%, suddenly increased to 3.7%. This does look shabby, but it is enough to cover the daily tasks for 5 days, saving $50,000. Just thinking about it made Roya happy. The most important thing is that once the progress bar reaches 5%, according to the system prompts, you will get more generous rewards. At the same time, in addition to the simple progress bar reward, this gift package also includes a talisman emitting golden light. According to the system's description, this talisman can only be used once, and it can instantly bring ninjutsu below S level to the maximum level. If such a heaven-defying thing were placed in the ninja world, it would probably be enough to make people fight over it. Brother Luya, do you mean the flattery you mentioned? Why do I feel that Elder Yen is serious? Itaki couldn't help but speak again. It is true that he has been smart since childhood, but to be honest, he is almost a blank slate, otherwise he would not have followed Shisui around. Luoya withdrew from the consciousness space, looked at Itaki with a sincere face, touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, "For me, it doesn't matter whether that old guy is sincere or not. As long as he is an opponent worth fighting, I will accept him. As for the so-called flattery, it should be flattery to attract hatred for you." Itaki froze in place. Listen to the endless new words and the way of doing things without any rules or regulations. This was something he had never encountered with Shisui. Itaki, okay, there are some things you will slowly understand. Didn't you say that you would give your father a surprise today? Don't forget it. Uchiha Mikato was walking over not far away. She also took in everything that had just happened and was prepared to take action at any time. Seeing that the farce was over, he walked out of the darkness. Uchiha Itaka's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this and said, "Father, I have mastered the ninjutsu you taught me last time. Can I show you a demonstration now? Have you learned the B-level ninjutsu?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said after a brief silence, "Well, it's early now, let's go to the lake next to us and try it out." "Luoya, I see that you have never used any ninjutsu from the beginning to the end. Is there any reason why you don't use it?" Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Mikato couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They obviously didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku, who was always serious, would agree for the first time. However, what concerns them more is the last question. Upon closer thought, apart from the amazing slash just now, they certainly haven't seen Roya perform ninjutsu, right? Kakashi, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at Roya. Feeling the gazes from all around, Luoya touched the tip of his nose and said helplessly, "Uncle, can I say that I don't know ninjutsu? Don't you understand?" Everyone present was stunned. They had indeed thought about the answer. However, after hearing it with my own ears, it was even more shocking. A young boy who knew no ninjutsu not only returned to the Konoha village alive, but also defeated the invading opponents head-on. This is too shocking. I don't know any ninjutsu now, so I can kill a little Karami with one sword. If you master ninjutsu, your strength will probably increase even more, right? Roya, it seems that you are really a fighting genius, that you have been able to hone your physical skills to this level. If you master ninjutsu, you will probably become even stronger. Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "During this period, I am teaching Itaki ninjutsu. If you are interested, you can come and watch. Maybe you will gain something unexpected." Ninjutsu? Luoya took a sip of the wine. With the system at his disposal, he believed that he would have no shortage of means to fight in the future. However, the attribute panel is almost a blank now, and the system just sent a so-called primary training symbol. It is better to be lucky than to be early. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. "Uncle, you are too kind. I also want to learn some ninjutsu, so I will take advantage of Itaka's help." "Haha, Luoya, you are too kind. Itaka's temperament has changed since you came. Auntie should thank you," Uchiha Mikato said with a smile. "Fugaku too, you need to be more careful." After hearing these revelations, Uchiha Fugaku and Itake looked visibly embarrassed, and they turned around and walked towards the lake nearby at the same time. Looking at the father and son who were surprisingly in agreement, Uchiha Mikato smiled and followed. "Kakashi, one light bulb is not as good as two thick skins, let's go." Luoya looked at the happy family in front of him and rolled his eyes helplessly. Kakashi, who was standing by, heard this and fell into a brief silence before speaking. "Luoya, if you let me follow you casually like this, aren't you worried that I'm here to monitor you and report the information about you to others? This will be bad for you, right?" Right, for Kakashi, this kind of mission was already a common occurrence. If anyone encounters it, they should try their best to avoid it. There are very few people like Luoya who actively invite others. "Watching me?" Roya glanced back at Kakashi and said with a smile, "So what, can I still lose a hair?" Under the concepts and rules that have been instilled in him over the years, no one said that what Luoya said was wrong. However, after hearing these words from Roya's mouth, he had no way to refute. At least, Kakashi, who had been carrying a heavy burden, felt relieved at this moment, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. 7 or 8 minutes later, they were at the lakeside next to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku and Itaki were the first to stop. Every large clan with a long tradition has its own specialty, ninjutsu. In addition to the Sharingan, which is a bloodline boundary, the Uchiha clan is best at fire-style ninjutsu. The family emblem on the back is based on the fire release ninjutsu, and this is the perfect place for the Uchiha clan to train fire-style ninjutsu. Luo, yeah, this is considered a forbidden area for our Uchiha clan, that there are secret sentries all around, and it is difficult for outsiders to get close. If you want to train ninjutsu, you can come here. There is a scroll of fire ninjutsu here. Take a look at it first. Uchiha Fugaku said. Itachi, you come and show Roya a thing or two. Father, I understand. Itachi took a deep breath and said, Brother Luria, I will slow down a bit. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi's hands flew up. With his strength, these seals would only take 2 or 3 breaths to complete. However, in order to allow Roya to see more clearly, Itachi slowed down his speed by 3 or 4 times. When the last seal was cast, the chakra accumulated in the mouth changed its nature instantly. The next moment, dragon-shaped flames spurted out like cannonballs. It poured all over the small island in the middle of the lake. Boom! The blazing blast swept across, creating huge waves that rushed toward the shore like a raging storm. After 7 or 8 breaths, the lake water finally disappeared like a rainstorm, completely annihilate the high temperature. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's tense expression relaxed a little and said, Roya, half a month ago, I taught Itachi the C-rank ninjutsu fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. This B-rank ninjutsu, fire style Dragon Fire Jutsu, was taught to him by me 3 days ago. If we only consider the difficulty, the C-rank Great Fireball Jutsu on the scroll might be more suitable for you. Great Fireball Jutsu? Luoya looked at the scroll in his hand, which clearly recorded 3 fire style ninjutsu. They are C-level Great Fireball Technique, B-level Dragon Fire Jutsu, and A-level Fire Dragon Jutsu. Compared with the Great Fireball Technique, the latter two, in addition to attribute changes, also have changes in form. After physical compression, they form a posture like a fire dragon. Once it hits the enemy, it will burst out with blazing high-temperature flames, directly engulfing and defeating the enemy. The difference between Dragon Fire and Fire Dragon is the size of the Fire Dragon. The larger the Fire Dragon is, the stronger the control required. Once it is used, the power it can unleash will be even stronger. Luoya, Itachi's ability to teach is limited. Why don't I demonstrate it to you personally? Maybe you will gain more. Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Itachi and Kakashi on the side also looked at Roya. In their eyes, ninjutsu is the foundation of a ninja's survival and something that must be learned from a young age. Luoya doesn't even know ninjutsu. Maybe he has some unspeakable secret? Uncle, I appreciate your kindness. I think I have already learned this ninjutsu. Luoya came back to his senses, closed the scroll in his hand, and said with a smile. At the same time, as his thoughts turned, the basic training talisman that he had just picked up from Uchiha Yen instantly appeared. System immediately used the primary training talisman for the A-level fire style Fire Dragon technique. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the target meets the usage requirements, and the primary training talisman has been used successfully. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the fire style Fire Dragon technique. In the space of consciousness, the primary training talisman collapsed in the mind. It turned into a heat wave that rushed straight to the brain. Everything about the A-level Fire Dragon technique was imprinted in his mind. Originally, I had no idea about fire release. Luoya felt like he was doing it with ease at this moment. The so-called changes in chakra's attributes and forms can be fully understood. Luoya, you said you have learned it, is that true? If you have any questions, feel free to ask and your uncle will answer them for you. Uchiha Mikato couldn't help but speak. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing by, also cast an inquiring look. However, facing the kindness of the two, Roya came back to his senses in his consciousness, reached out to grab the Zanpakuto at his waist, and a bloodthirsty smile bloomed, saying, Aunt, I appreciate your kindness. However, compared to fancy ninjutsu, I prefer to just raise my head and chop straight away. Buzz! The sharp sound of a knife suddenly rang out, and the scorching heat quickly rolled back with Roya as the center. The Zanpakuto in his hand emitted dazzling, fiery flames like a geyser. As the Zanpakuto gradually unsheathed, the high temperature that penetrated the body gradually climbed to the extreme. It seemed as if even the grass underfoot could not withstand the horrific heat. It emitted a sizzling sound and the surrounding grass withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, whether it was Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, or even Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato, their expressions changed drastically, as if they were in a furnace, and even the blood in their bodies was churning rapidly. Feeling the terrifying heat coming towards him, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened and he shouted urgently, Get back quickly, clang! The sound of swords, like the roar of a dragon exploding. The Zanpakuto that he slowly drew out in his hand was instantly unsheathed. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes, and then a blazing flaming sword energy came out with force as if it was splitting the sky apart. Boom! With one strike of the sword, a huge flame of dozens of meters long slashed down with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking heavily on the lake. Under the horrific impact force, the huge lake exploded directly. The scorching heat brings up plumes of steam. The originally cold lake water turned boiling hot and poured down like a rainstorm. It took 7 or 8 breaths. The sound of the sword chirping dissipated as the Zanpakuto was retracted. Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi, who were still in shock, finally came to their senses. Just thinking back to what just happened, his face was still full of disbelief. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato are no exception. After all, the knife just now seemed very simple, just a casual strike. However, those who really know the business know exactly how difficult this knife is. At least, not many people dare to say that they can split the lakeside, right? Father. The sword strike by Brother Luoya just now is probably far more powerful than an A-level ninjutsu, right? Whether it's the control of chakra or the crazy compression of attribute changes and form changes, they are no longer comparable to the level of A-level ninjutsu, right? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Mikato beside him and said with a wry smile, "Mother, Brother Luoya was able to perform ninjutsu to this level with just one look. Don't call me a genius in front of outsiders in the future." Kakashi, who was standing by, also came to his senses a little after hearing this and nodded in agreement awkwardly. It can be said that they are geniuses in their respective age groups. Whether it is Itachi or Kakashi, both have the qualifications to stand on their own. However, facing Luoya at this moment, he clearly felt humbled. The power of a single sword is so terrifying. Even if they could also master the fireball technique in one go, they probably wouldn't be able to compare to this. Uchiha Fugaku also suppressed the shock in his heart, and looked at Luoya for a long time without being able to speak. Finally, after 7 or 8 breaths, he patted Luoya's shoulder and said, "Luoya, your fighting talent is beyond my expectation. If Fu Luo knew about this, he would be very happy. However, Luoya, I think you should be very clear that the Konoha village is not as simple as it seems. Especially our Uchiha clan has always been regarded as an alien. Once they find out that you have extraordinary and outstanding talents, I'm worried that they will harm you. So, you only have 2 options now. First, hide your edge and show it when you are strong enough. Second, stay with the Uchiha clan and stay by my side that I can keep you safe. What will you choose?" Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi's expression suddenly tensed, and they subconsciously looked at Luoya. After going through so many things, they certainly knew clearly that Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, would never speak out of thin air. Faced with the turbulent undercurrents within the Konoha village, one could end up dead if one is not careful. Feeling the gazes from all around, Luoya took out the wine gourd from his waist, took a sip, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "Haha, uncle, I appreciate your kindness. If I really have to choose, I would probably choose the third one, showing off my strength and letting trouble come to me. Otherwise, how can I kill them? But, uncle, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Konohagakure alive." Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi just stood there in a daze. They did think that Roya would give this answer. But I never expected that I would actually hear it with my own ears. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing by, was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud, which was rare. "Haha, Luoya, you really are like me when I was young and full of vigor and vitality. However, if you didn't give me this third option, I was really worried that you wouldn't be able to deal with these hidden crises. Now that I've heard this answer, I'm relieved. You are now, even though you haven't opened your Sharingan yet, your strength is enough to rival that of a Jonin. If you really awaken one day, I would also like to see how high you can reach. From now on, Itachi, I'm counting on you. It's getting late now. I will issue a gag order so that they can't spread the news. Take the registration form with you and go find Minato. He is also one of your guardians. I think Kakashi will take you there." Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and patted Luoya's shoulder, then disappeared out of thin air. Luoya looked at the registration form in his hand and touched the tip of his nose helplessly. It seems that this superficial work still needs to be completed. "Kakashi, let's go." After watching Roya leave, Itachi finally came to his senses and couldn't help but say, "Mother, I haven't seen father smile for a long time, but he seemed to be smiling just now. Is this an illusion?" Uchiha Mikato was also shocked, but she quickly came to her senses, also smiled, and rubbed Itachi's head. "Itachi, perhaps you are relieved to finally see someone who can break the stalemate and share the burden on your shoulders. However, Roya's style of doing things is indeed very similar to that of Fugaku back then, or even worse than that." Itachi froze in place. Ever since he was old enough to understand, Shisui has been regarded as the leader and hope of the clan. However, in just 2 days, after experiencing so many farces, but Itachi found that everything seemed to have changed. Even his heart seemed to be shaken. At the same time, on the other hand, after Luoya left the Uchiha clan's residence, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the documents on the desk and fell into a brief silence. Finally, after taking a deep puff of his cigarette, he said, "This Tsuchikage Onoki is as cunning as ever. He actually made such a request that it seems that they must have a trump card in their hands that can decide the outcome. Otherwise, they would never be so confident. Minato, what do you think are our chances of winning?" Inside the office, Namikaze Minato also fell into a brief silence. Then he shook his head and said, Hokage-sama, after the 3 wars, there are indeed many outstanding young people in our Konohagakure, but without exception, they have all become Chunin or even Jonin. Haha, Lord Hokage, please rest assured. My EBI family has always been committed to elite education. Under the leadership of our family, many elites have emerged in the ninja schools in recent years. Upon hearing this, Whippet, who was waiting nearby, raised his sunglasses and smiled proudly. In the upcoming competition, I believe that Master Asuma has already qualified as a Chunin and has the potential to win. There are many outstanding juniors behind Master Asuma. Gang Zisha, Shenyu Ziyun, Yuguang Ji Feng of the Gekao family, and Uzuki Yujao of the Uzuki family, etc., were already extremely outstanding when they were in the ninja school. In their mission career as genin, they have completed various missions perfectly. The elite team led by Master Asuma will definitely be able to defeat the conspiracy of the Land of Earth. Asuma? The third Hokage took another puff of his pipe and said, You, Whitby, have given me such a high evaluation. It seems that it was the right decision to let him stay as a genin for another year to train. As a father, I am very happy. However, I heard that your son, Whippet, is also very outstanding. It seems that he has inherited the talent of your family of famous teachers. It is also a blessing for our Konohagakure. Whiptail's eyes lit up. He had deliberately not mentioned his son just to wait for this moment. Now that he had finally waited for the opportunity, he immediately said, Hokage, you are being too polite. The reason why the EBI clan exists is to train elite talents for Konoha village. This is what we should do. I believe that under the leadership of Master Asuma and with the assistance of Ebisu, our elite troops of the Konohagakure will definitely win and make the people of the Uegakure return in defeat. Okay, very good. With your words, Whippet, I feel relieved. The third Hokage showed a satisfied smile. He was very satisfied with this business flattery. However, looking at Minato Namikaze beside him, he continued with a smile, Minato, it seems that I really neglected to observe the village during this period of time. I didn't expect that there would be so many unexpected surprises in the village. However, in order to avoid even a 1% chance of mishap, we must proceed with caution. Do you have anything to add, or do you have a favorite candidate? When Minato Namikaze heard this, a figure flashed through his mind, and then he smiled bitterly helplessly. Hokage-sama, I actually did think of a candidate, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to fit the rules. Not in compliance with the rules? Whippet raised his eyebrows and said, Lord Minato, the person you mentioned is your student Heide Kakashi or Uchiha Shisui. If it is them, I'm afraid they really don't meet the requirements, and the Land of Earth will definitely not let them participate. During the Third Ninja World War, Shisui, the master of the Instant Soul, and Kakashi, the Sharingan, were both younger generations who rose to fame. Even though Whippet is a famous teacher, he does have an advantage in terms of age. However, if a head-on confrontation really occurs, Whippet didn't dare to say that he could win. However, what made him even more confused was that even though he knew that the Uegakure had put forward so many rules and regulations, Minato Namikaze would still bring up this matter again. No, Whippet, the person I'm talking about is Heitake Roa. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Heitake Roya? Whippet was stunned for a moment. He had never expected Namikaze Minato to give this answer, and said, Mr. Minato, is the Heitake Roya you are talking about the barbarian who returned to Konohagakure yesterday? I heard that this barbarian, disregarding etiquette and rules, attacked Lord Danzo in public. Master Asuma said that this kind of barbarian lacks a lesson. Is this kind of barbarian really worthy of your recommendation, Minato-sama? If I remember correctly, this barbarian has never even been to a ninja school. He's not even a genin. I'm afraid that doesn't meet the rules. However, as soon as these words fell, Whipple's hair stood on end and a strong murderous intent enveloped him. Whitbit, who do you call a barbarian? Uzumaki Kushina, who had been standing aside and keeping silent, suddenly exploded. Her long red hair fluttered even without wind. When Whippet saw this, his face turned pale. Everyone knows about Kushina Uzumaki's nickname of Red Chili Pepper and her style of fighting over trivial matters. If not handled properly, you might even lose your life. The third Hokage also had a headache instantly. However, before he could open his mouth, a hurried knock on the door was heard outside. Hokage-sama, Heide Kakashi and Heitake Roa are waiting outside the door. They seem to be looking for Minato-sama. Looking for Minato? The third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and said with a smile, since Roha and Kakashi are here, let them in. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu directly under the Hokage who was stationed nearby replied and then disappeared from the spot. The tightly closed office door was pushed open, and Kakashi walked in first with ease and familiarity. Hokage-sama, teacher, I am here to bring Luoya to discuss the enrollment of the ninja school. I hope I am not interfering with your discussion. Haha, Kakashi, you're too kind. The third Hokage tapped his pipe lightly and continued with a smile. We just happened to be talking about the joint Chunin exam proposed with the Uegakure. Minato originally thought highly of Roya, but unfortunately the prerequisite for participating in the exam is to be a genin. This is indeed a bit regrettable. Haha, Lord Hokage, you are too serious. This joint exam will be very risky. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. It is not something that ordinary people can handle casually. Whippet raised his head. Sunglasses, quickly said with a smile. Not to mention, for a barbaric newbie who hasn't even graduated from ninja school, this should be a blessing for him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Luoya, and they were stunned. Only Kakashi, who had witnessed Roya's style of doing things repeatedly, twitched his cheek muscles for a moment before returning to normal. Cough, cough. The third Hokage coughed violently, apparently forgetting that the pipe in his mouth was choking him. However, the dead silence in the field was broken in an instant. Whippet was the first to come to his senses and said with a grim face, "As expected, you are a barbarian without rules. Newbie, that you have no idea how dangerous the Chunin exam is. It is not something you can take lightly just because you are playing with a wooden sword. If you have a chance in the future and see with your own eyes what an elite genin is, I believe you will not be able to say this anymore." Whit-bit. Uzumaki Kushina was furious again. However, Luoya quickly stopped him with his hand and said with a smile, "Lady Kushina, please be patient. This hypocritical teacher is right. If I have the chance, I would also like to see what kind of people the elite among the genin are. As for the Chunin exams, that's something interesting. Mr. Minato, this is my registration form for the ninja school. I'll leave the rest to you. By the way, there is one more very important thing. Spend more time with Lady Kushina when you have time. You are going to be a father, and Kakashi is a good candidate for a guardian." Luoya handed the registration form to Minato Namikaze and left with the wine gourd. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are of similar age. Now that Mikoto has been confirmed to be pregnant with her second child for some time, Uzumaki Kushina should also be pregnant with her first child. However, for Roha, the most important thing now is how to sneak into the Chunin exam so that he can kill people legitimately. This is a shortcut to improving your strength. Watched Luoya leave. Everyone remained where they were. Namikaze Minato looked at the registration form in his hand and said stiffly, "Kushina, just now Roya said that this registration form. No, it should be said that I am going to be a father. Is this true?" Minato, I don't know, but recently 2 bowls of rice have become 1 bowl. I thought it was because of my poor appetite. Is this what it means to be a mother? Uzumaki Kushina was a little flustered, completely losing the full momentum of the big devil just now. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze quickly grabbed Kushina's hand and said, "Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, before everyone could react, Namikaze Minato had already taken Uzumaki Kushina and performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared out of thin air. The third Hokage's cheek muscles twitched when he saw this. If outsiders knew that the Golden Flash Minato Namikaze, who dominated the Third Ninja World War, would be confused when faced with the birth of a monkey, and would lose the demeanor of a legendary ninja, I'm afraid I don't know what expression it will have. Congratulations, Hokage. As the leaders of Konohagakure, Minato-sama and Kushina-sama will definitely have great descendants. This is a blessing for Konohagakure. Whippet was the first to come back to his senses. As long as we let the EBI clan train him correctly from a young age, I believe he will be much stronger than those who enter the village halfway and have the qualities to be a Hokage. Whippet raised his eyes, his face full of excitement. However, just as this hint of excitement emerged, he suddenly came to his senses and added, "I will be able to follow in Master Asuma's footsteps in the future." The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction after hearing the last part, tapped the pipe in his hand, and said, "Haha, Whippet, it seems that you are looking forward to the growth of Minato's child. As the third Hokage, I am also very comforted. Kakashi, I saw you hesitated to speak just now. Do you want to express that you value Minato's child as much as I do? Do you want to assign him a new task to look after Kushina? If that's the case, you can rest assured that I won't make things difficult for you." "No, Hokage, I am indeed looking forward to my teacher's child, but what I wanted to say just now is that I am worried that Whippet will praise Asuma too much," Kakashi said after a moment's silence. "To praise Asuma to death?" Whippet raised his eyebrows and said anxiously, "Kakashi, what do you mean by praising to death? Are you saying that I will harm Master Asuma? As Master Asuma's tutor, it is absolutely impossible for me to do that." The third Hokage frowned and couldn't help but said, "Kakashi, just say what you want to say." Hokage-sama, according to Roya, praising a target to death actually means praising a target and attracting hatred for him, Kakashi explained after hearing this. Just now, Whippet praised Asuma in front of Roya, which is undoubtedly to stir up hatred. Faced with the elite genin that Whippet is so eager to defeat, I think if Roya encounters him, he will definitely chop first as a sign of respect. Cough cough. The third Hokage was choked by the pipe again. Thinking back to the way Roha had been acting over the past 2 days, even Danzo dared to chop him. If he really meets Luoya, I'm afraid that being the son of Hokage will be of no use at all, right? Kakashi, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't flatter Master Asuma or make him hate me. Whippet's face changed and he quickly retorted. What's more, Master Asuma already has the qualifications to become a Chunin. He is nothing like a rookie who hasn't even graduated from school. Or do you think that Master Asuma, the son of the Hokage, is not even as good as a rookie? Kakashi fell silent after hearing this. If it were 2 days ago, he would never have gotten involved in these issues involving stance, and would have just stood aside and watched like a zombie. However, after the farce of the past 2 days, this matter involved Luoya, and he suddenly felt like he had to get it off his chest. Facing Whippet's pursuit, Kakashi raised his head when asked, but indeed he did not speak. However, in front of everyone, he nodded silently. Hokage-sama, I will withdraw first. Silence is better than words. The seemingly simple nod, in Whippet's eyes, was like an invisible hammer, striking deep into his soul, leaving him stunned. This is the son of the Hokage, and he is doing this in front of the Hokage. Whippet said this in order to make Kakashi cautious and careful with his words. Looking at Whippet, who was trying his best to explain, the third Hokage's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and he even forgot to smoke the pipe in his lips. Of the two sons, Asuma is indeed not as good as Sarutobi Shinnishuk, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. However, talent is still the best. It was only because of the dazzling halo of his father and elder brother that he began to rebel. The third Hokage believed that as long as Asuma was given more guidance, his level would definitely not be too low in the future. Unfortunately, Kakashi gave this answer now, which caught him off guard. Hokage-sama, there is the latest news coming back. The situation is a bit urgent. I hope that Hokage-sama can check it as soon as possible. A direct Umbu appeared out of nowhere like a ghost and handed over the scroll in his hand. The third Hokage raised his eyebrows upon seeing this and quickly opened the scroll in his hand. When he saw the contents of the scroll clearly, the third Hokage's expression changed color. Hokage, has something important happened? If necessary, I, Whippet, will never retreat a single step. Whippet spoke hurriedly. The third Hokage also noticed his own gaffe and quickly calmed his thoughts. Don't be too nervous, Whippet, it's nothing serious. During the next period of time, before the Chunin exam, remind Asuma to try not to let him meet Hatake Roya. You step back first. Whippet froze in his place. Looking at the third Hokage, who directly issued the order to expel them, the words on the tip of his tongue could not be uttered. However, facing the final instructions of the third Hokage, does even the Hokage think that his own son is not as good as a rookie? Watching Whippet leave, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, recalling the urgent information he had just seen on the scroll, and couldn't help muttering. The Uchiha clan's great elder was defeated with one sword, and an inexplicable explosion occurred in the Uchiha clan's forbidden area. Are these two things related? If there is a connection, could this be Roha's hidden strength and true height? It seems that next, we really need to have a good contact with him and make him understand the will of the village. Kage, bring this news to Danzo as well. Got it, Hokage-sama. As the direct Umbu left, the huge Hokage's office gradually fell into silence. The sun sets and night falls. Luoya carried the wine gourd and walked straight to the headquarters of the Kimu clan. Without Kakashi as his tail, Roya still felt a little uncomfortable. However, looking at the extremely dark and deep forest in front of me, like a forest that is ready to devour anyone, it exudes a depressing smell. Roya smiled bloodthirstily. As expected, there are still many interesting things to do in Konoha. In the darkness, Luoya walked quickly towards the forest. As we went deeper, the sounds of insects, birds and animals around us gradually disappeared. The next moment, 2 light footsteps were heard. Zian, don't go any further, that's a forbidden area. The voice of Mitarashi Anko suddenly sounded. With the help of the moonlight, Luoya could clearly see the figures of the 2 women. If I remember correctly, in the Konoha ninja village, the Uzuki clan, like the Gecko clan, are good at Konoha-style swordsmanship. The person accompanying Mitarashi Anko is probably Uzuki Ujeo. With long purple hair, a cold face, and a well-built figure, she is a rare beauty among her peers. He was also a rare elite jonin in the Umbu directly under the Hokage in the future. At this moment, he was holding a ninja sword and looking around with a cold face. Hongdu, stop trying to persuade me that I even dared to steal your house. If I don't help you and get your house back, I'm afraid you'll have to live on the streets in the future. But don't worry, I will give him a chance and offer him a fair duel. If he wins, I will leave immediately, but if I win, he must leave. Mao Uzai said coldly. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko blocked her way, hesitated for a moment, and said through gritted teeth, Zian, I appreciate your kindness, but you are not standing up for me, you are just going to die. Going to die? Mao Shiyan's expression froze and said, Red Bean, what are you talking about? Hatake Roya has never even been to a ninja school. Do you think that I, a genin, am worse than a rookie? I know you told me this white lie because you didn't want me to get involved in this kind of trouble. But I have made up my mind. Unless I die, I will definitely defeat him. Looking at Uzuki Ujeo, who had made up her mind, Mitarashi Anko instantly saw her past shadow in her. However, when she thought about how she had personally experienced Roya's terror a day ago, Mitarashi Anko couldn't hold back her anger. However, before he could utter these words, an unexpected voice sounded first. Fighting, this is indeed very much my cup of tea, but it's not possible right now. Luoya walked out of the darkness and smiled bloodthirstily. Looking at the figure of this uninvited guest, Mao Shiyan's face changed suddenly. She quickly grasped the ninja sword in her hand and spoke anxiously. Are you Heitake Roya? When did you come here? Why, I have no idea. What methods did you use? Mitarashi Anko also woke up in shock. But at this moment he suddenly looked up and finally noticed the abnormality around him. Luo. The sounds of insects, birds and animals around us are gone. Did we overlook something again? Faced with the incomprehensible words, Mao Yixian's expression froze and she also noticed this. Seeing this, Luo smiled and raised the wine gourd in his hand. Yes, not only did you not discover me, you didn't discover them either. Hiss. A hissing sound breaks through the air. The sound suddenly rang out. Behind Mao Yixian, in the dark woods, a giant python with a diameter of half a meter rushed out through the air, bringing with it a gust of fishy wind. With its bloody mouth open wide, it bit the two women at lightning speed. The fishy wind made Mao Yixian's face tremble and her nerves tensed up instantly. However, as the most outstanding descendant of the Mizuki clan, Mizuki Ujeo usually receives elite training, which is not comparable to ordinary people like Mitarashi Anko. However, after a brief shock, he immediately reacted, grabbed Mitarashi Anko and threw her out. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand. The ninja sword in Uzuki Ujeo's hand and her clone attacked from both sides and instantly swept across the giant python's vital points, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The huge snake body slammed heavily to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Looking at the giant python that had rolled and struggled on the ground for 3 or 5 breaths and was completely out of breath, Mao Yixian's pretty face turned cold again and she said, "Okay, the trouble has been dealt with. Can I challenge you now? If the scene just now frightened you, you can just admit defeat. I won't make things difficult for you, but you have to hand over Hungdu's house." Mitarashi Anko also came to her senses. Looking at the giant python lying on the ground without any breath, an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. After a familiar figure flashed through his mind, he turned around hurriedly. "Roya, is this the teacher's snake? Did you see that?" Luo said with a smile, taking a sip of the wine. "This is just an appetizer." Yuchi Hungdu's scalp exploded instantly, and she quickly reminded him. "Xian, be careful." Bang 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 bang. The surrounding rock ground was broken at the right time. One after another, giant pythons tens of meters in length pierced through the ground, and in a closed posture, they pounced towards Mao Yixian. The fishy wind and dark shadows it brought were like invisible giant hands, tightly gripping people's hearts. Mao Yuzai, who was surrounded, only understood at this moment. The so-called giant python just now is much smaller than these huge monsters in front of us. Not only an appetizer, but also a bait. Whoever kills it will fall into the snake pit trap of death. Looking at the 7 or 8 giant pythons that were surrounding them tightly and attacking them together, the oppressive force that it brought made Mao Yixian feel inexplicably insignificant in an instant. The sharp teeth and the bloody mouth that were shining with cold light made her hand holding the ninja sword tremble uncontrollably. With such numbers, facing these behemoths, can the toothpick-like ninja sword in her hand really hurt them? "Xian, be careful." "Luo, please save people quickly." Mitarashi Anko panicked. Mao Yuzai was also awakened and once again tightened the ninja sword in her hand. Just looking at the bloody mouth that was so close, the fighting spirit that was barely raised was crushed again. The next moment, Mao Yixian just felt a biting chill passing through her, and a roar was heard in her mind. The hairs all over his body stood up, and his stiff body felt like it was falling into an ice cellar, and he couldn't help but tremble. An indescribable terrifying murderous intent, like an invisible hammer, struck the soul directly. Is this the oppressive feeling of death brought by the giant python? Mao Yixian didn't know where she got the courage from, but she gritted her teeth and looked in the direction of the giant python. However, when her eyes fell, she suddenly realized. The giant python that was originally rushing to kill also had endless fear in its diamond-shaped snake eyes. When he could see clearly past them, his pupils suddenly contracted and he felt as if his eyes were about to burst. The terrifying and suffocating murderous aura did not come from the giant python. Instead, it comes from one person. Moreover, this was the rookie she was originally going to challenge. Is this true that humans are scarier than pythons? Haha, Heitake Roya, your murderous aura is still as terrifying as ever. Even the snakes from the Ryakai cave, which have long been accustomed to fighting, are frightened by you. A muffled voice sounded in the darkness. Orochimaru walked out from the darkness, and with the help of the moonlight, his face looked even more creepy. "It's Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Red Bean is your teacher. Lord Orochimaru, please save us quickly. I don't know why these pythons appeared here." Mao Yixian spoke hurriedly. However, after she finished speaking, Uzuki Ujeo discovered that Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's direct disciple, was standing there with a pale face. "Xian, these snakes belong to my teacher, don't move them." "Is it your teacher's?" Mao Yixian's face turned pale instantly. Recall what just happened. This means that it is not the python that wants to kill her. It was Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, who wanted to kill her, right? "Haha, Hungdu, it seems that your eyesight has improved. As your teacher, I am very pleased. Orochimaru smiled cruelly. However, Luoya, your murderous aura is indeed very strong, but simply scaring them off is useless. Last time, you unexpectedly killed one of my giant pythons. This time, facing 8 giant pythons, let's see how you chop them. Swallow him, my pets, hiss. The 8 giant pythons, which were more than 10 meters long, suddenly shook their huge bodies, and their diamond-shaped pupils were instantly replaced by scarlet color. The bloody mouth opened again, and the huge body rolled up. He simply abandoned Mao Shiyan, and rushed towards Luoya with a large amount of fishy wind. 7 or 8 figures, with rumbling momentum, came towards them like a raging wave. Mao Shiyan, who was originally in the state of death, was finally awakened at this moment. Seeing Luoya, who had replaced her as the prey of the snake, she was the first to lose her patience. Hey, take Roya, run away, you can't handle this situation. Can't handle it, Luoya laughed. The smell of bloodthirstiness bloomed in the smile. Feeling the fishy wind blowing towards me. Facing Orochimaru, who once again delivered the experience pack to his doorstep, Luoya grabbed the wooden sword at his waist with his backhand and smiled bloodthirstily. Haha, just 8 little snakes, just kill them with one sword. Buzz! The blazing heat exploded with Roya as the center. The ultimate spiritual pressure poured into the wooden sword like a vast ocean. The next moment, the sound of the sword exploded like a dragon's roar. Clang! The wooden sword in his hand was slowly drawn out of the sheath in an instant. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes, and a blazing flaming sword energy, like the sky opening, illuminated half of the sky and slashed out with force. Boom! With one strike of the sword, a huge flame of dozens of meters long slashed down with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, slashing down at the oncoming giant python. A terrifying impact mixed with an unstoppable posture. Crush everything along the way. The scorching heat and the wildly compressed flames exploded directly and without reservation at the moment of collision. In an instant, the 8 giant pythons that were originally dominated by violence had the scarlet color in their pupils directly defeated, and were dominated by endless fear again. Looking around, all you can see is scorched earth. The 8-headed giant python that was originally rushing towards Luoya had already frozen in midair with its huge body rolled up. The next moment, a trace of slashing with flames appeared in the middle. The huge body was split into 2 and slammed heavily on the ground. As large amounts of dust rose up, a smell of burnt meat was also emitted. However, what makes people feel more soul-stirring is, this flaming strike not only killed the 8 giant pythons, it was like a fan, cutting all the trees within a radius of dozens of meters in half. Looking at this scene, Mao Shiyan's legs, which had barely managed to stand, felt a little weak. Recalling the words of challenge that were on his lips a few minutes ago, she finally understood why Mitarashi Anko said that this was not standing up for her, but was a way to commit suicide. If this knife really hits her, she will probably die. Haha, what a brilliant and domineering sword strike. It combines the changes in attributes and forms, and then uses a strong control force to compress it madly on the wooden sword to increase the power of the strike to the extreme. Let me think about it. In Konoha, only your Heidei clan and the Shirakumo clan can achieve this level. I thought that Kakashi, the brat, would lose the Heidei-style swordsmanship after he stopped playing with swords. I didn't expect to see it in a wandering brat. Orochimaru walked out from the darkness, looked around and said with a smile, "Hey, take Roya, you are worthy of being the one who can return to Konoha alive. I am becoming more and more interested in you. However, today's farce ends here. Next time, I will have something good to come to you." Watched Orochimaru turn around and disappear on the spot. Mao Shiyan, whose legs were already weak, finally couldn't stand anymore and fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. It was at this moment that she realized that the ninja sword she was so proud of was falling not far away. The so-called Konoha swordsmanship was of no use at all. I didn't even know when my clothes were completely soaked by sweat. Such a terrifying fight was completely beyond her understanding. Will you come to see me next time? It seems this experience pack is worth it. Luoya put away the wooden sword in his hand, took out the wine gourd and took a sip, then looked at Mao Shiyan, who was sitting on the ground, and said with a smile, "Oh, right, little brat over there, I remember you said you wanted to challenge me. Then, it's our turn to fight to our heart's content." Mao Shiyan's body, which had just been propped up, became limp again and fell heavily to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, and her red lips slightly parted, but she was unable to speak. The so-called coldness and pride were gone after witnessing that stunning slash with his own eyes, but it was broken directly at this moment. "Luoya, Xian has no ill intentions, so don't tease her." Yutarashi Hongdu came to her senses and said hurriedly, "But I want to know why Orochimaru-sensei suddenly attacked us. Is there any reason behind this?" As Orochimaru's direct disciple, Mitarashi Anko has always been proud of it and has unconditional trust in Orochimaru. However, he attacked one after another. It's like a dead hand. This undoubtedly completely threw Mitarashi Anko into disarray, especially after what just happened. Mitarashi Hongdu believed that if Luoya had not acted in time, I'm afraid that Mao Shiyan has become a dead soul in Shekau. When Mao Yuxian heard this, she tensed up as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. During this period, a large number of cases of missing people occurred in the Land of Fire, and these cases often occurred around the Konoha village. Not only the Land of Fire, but even the Konoha Gakure was in turmoil. Orochimaru's sudden attack made them think of this incident. Feeling the changes in their expressions, Luoya said with a smile, "It's nothing, actually doubt this is just a daily test given to me by Orochimaru. However, the road is dangerous at night, so you'd better not walk at night recently. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life." Mitarashi Anko and Uzuki Ujeo just stayed where they were. They thought that Roya would give various answers. However, the 4 words of daily trials, it made them feel like they had seen a ghost. How come the fatal disaster in their eyes turned into a game of house in Luoya's mouth? Is this the difference in strength? Roha, is this the trial you and Sensei Orochimaru agreed upon? I knew that Sensei Orochimaru is still as gentle as ever. Mitarashi Anko secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bright smile, "However, next time you and Orochimaru-sensei have a trial, can you tell me in advance? It would be bad if innocent people were implicated." "Zian, it's getting late. Let me take you home first." Maoyu Zian also came back to her senses. My legs, which had been weak, finally regained some strength. He just looked at the forest in front of him, which was as dark as a black hole. Everything that happened just now was still lingering like a nightmare, and he spoke hurriedly. "No, Red Bean, I came here to help you. I admit that I am no match for Hatake Roya, but as a Konoha ninja, I will still accept defeat. Since you won, I will agree to any of your requests." Mitarashi Anko stood there in a daze, having never expected that Uzuki Ujeo would suddenly become so serious. However, thinking back to Luoya's usual style, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "Are you willing to accept defeat?" Luoya raised his eyebrows, also a little surprised, and said with a smile after shaking the wine gourd in his hand, "Since you insist, then warm my bed." Maoyu Zian was confused. Originally, she just wanted to use Roya's hand to take her and Mitarayanko leaves the forest. Now you strongly demand to warm his bed? Did he just jump out of the gates of hell and fall into a pit of fire? However, before she could react, Luoya had already appeared in front of her, reached out and picked her up by the waist. A unique masculine warmth made Maoyu Zijeo's cold body stiffen again. There was a buzzing sound in my head, and then everything went blank. At this moment, all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away. I even forgot what resistance was. Mitarashi Anko, who was standing by, was also stunned by this scene. She also guessed that Luoya would not play by the rules. However, such a domineering and direct approach also overturned her cognition. As Luoya and the other two left, an unexpected figure appeared here. Looking at the scorched earth within 100 meters and the horrific fight just now, Whipple still felt a chill on his back. After hearing the Hokage's inexplicable instructions, Whippet was unwilling to give up and decided to track down Roya to find out the truth. When I saw Luoya suddenly disappear into the darkness and blend into the forest in front of me, Whippet thought it was just an ordinary pursuit. But when I figured it all out, I realized that I was careless. Facing the combined attack of 8 psychic pythons from Longdi Cave, Luoya unexpectedly killed them with one sword. With such a terrifying attack, Whipple found himself unable to withstand it even if he were on the battlefield. The most important thing is that the initiator of this attack was Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Based on the description of the conversation just now, this life and death fight is also a daily test for both sides. Such a horrific trial method is probably not comparable to what the Master Asuma he mentioned can do. Who on earth is this brat? Why is he so abnormally strong? Was that attack just now the full strength of his attack? No, that attack just now must have used all his strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to follow me all the way without noticing. Forget it, let's go back and report to the Hokage first. Whippet barely suppressed his shock and couldn't help muttering to himself. After a brief ideological struggle, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Just took half a step. In the darkness before his eyes, Orochimaru's figure appeared again, causing Whippet's face to turn pale. If, among the 3 ninjas, you had to pick someone who was no longer willing to face off alone, Whippet believed that most people would choose Orochimaru in front of them. If we say that before becoming one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru gave people the impression of being gentle, elegant and wise. But since becoming one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru has given people the feeling of being evil and elusive. However, Whippet quickly suppressed this feeling and spoke hurriedly. "Lord Orochimaru, aren't you leaving?" "I'm leaving." Orochimaru smiled creepily, looked him up and down, and said, "It turns out to be the Whippet, who is known as a famous teacher. He looks just fine, but compared to that little brat, he's still so far behind that it's really not interesting. By the way, you just said that the little devil didn't find you. This is a cold joke, it's really not funny. In front of that little devil's powerful perception, even I have nowhere to hide, let alone you. The biggest reason why he didn't point it out to you is probably because you're not worth a blow from him. Having said that, Orochimaru licked his slightly dry lips and disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already next to Whippet and walked right past him. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Wit, this kid is pretty good. I admire him. If the old man doesn't ask, I hope you can keep everything that happened today to yourself. Otherwise, haha." The forest under the moonlight returned to its dead silence again. But compared to just now, Whippet's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, adding an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Dozens of breaths passed, and he confirmed again and again that Orochimaru had left. Whippet couldn't help but gasp for air. Originally, after witnessing Luoya's stunning slash and terrifying murderous intent, in Whippet's mind, he had been subconsciously searching for an adjective to describe Roya. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out the answer. Now, after a brief contact with Orochimaru, Whippet suddenly realized that he had found the most appropriate adjective. Is this the same type of person as Orochimaru? This is a synonym for extreme danger. Just an elite genin, a summa sarutobi. I'm afraid it's really not good enough? Whippet took a few quick breaths, barely suppressing the thoughts in his head, and quickly looked around. After confirming again and again that Orochimaru was completely gone, he quickly used the body flickering technique to escape. Originally, he was planning to report everything he saw to the third Hokage. However, now that Orochimaru, one of the three great ninjas, is implicated, he can only give up this idea temporarily. Go back and find Asuma as soon as possible, and remind him again and again to avoid any accidents. As Whippet left, Roya walked out with a wine gourd and smiled playfully. Facing Orochimaru's full role, he saved himself the trouble of talking. However, Orochimaru also dared to attack Uzuki Yujeo, a proud daughter of a big family. It seems that Orochimaru's forbidden secret technique of immortal reincarnation has reached its final stage. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not be so crazy as to take action in the Konoha village and capture some high-quality prey. Immortal reincarnation, impure world reincarnation. I really hope Orochimaru can run away as soon as possible, so that I can chop him to my heart's content. Luoya took a sip of his drink and turned away. There is still some time before Orochimaru can escape, so it is better to settle the matters of the ninja school first. Then go check out the Chunin exams where the waves are a bit rough and see if there are any surprises. The next day, the early morning sunlight was like broken gold, shining through the window onto the bed. "Zian, wake up quickly." Mitarashi Anko's voice suddenly rang out. Mayu Shiyan woke up from her sleep as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly hugged the quilt tightly and said in a hurry, Hongdu, I was just warming the bed and sleeping with you last night. Nothing happened between me and Luoya. I still have my clothes on." While saying, Mayu Shiyan quickly lowered her head and looked inside the quilt. However, looking at the gauze pajamas that I had changed into at some point in time, there were still vaguely visible concave and convex outlines, and Mayu Shiyan's mind buzzed and then went blank. No. Why are my clothes gone? Did I really do that last night? Mayu Shiyan just stayed on the bed and said, "This damn Hatake Roya, I only agreed to warm the bed, I will make him pay the price." Puff. Mitarashi Anko burst out laughing. The embarrassment on Mayu Shiyan's face disappeared in an instant, and she said shyly, "Hongdu, is this your masterpiece?" "Haha, Zian, you don't really want to warm the bed, do you? Luoya is just trying to scare you. If your suitors knew that a goddess like you would have such thoughts, I don't know how they would look. But he was the one who took this bed in the first place. Now that you have slept on it, you have warmed the bed for him and even slept with him." "Hongdu, shut up." Mayu Zian's pretty face instantly turned red to the base of her neck. "My cheeks were so hot that they felt like they were burning my hands. I wished I could find a hole to crawl into." "Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore. You slept so soundly in his bed last night. If you really do something, I think your little white rabbit will be in danger," Mitarashi Anko said with a smile as she took out the replacement clothes. "Okay, it's getting late. Don't forget that we have an important mobilization meeting today. It would be bad if we were late." "Is this the mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam? I heard that this time it is of great significance and even more dangerous than previous years." Uzuki Yujeo rolled her eyes, took the clothes, and recalled the small gathering that their peers had privately organized yesterday. The purpose is to prepare for the upcoming dangerous Chunin exam. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a figure that was like a brand in his mind could not help but emerge. Mayu Shiyan's expression froze, and a hint of bitterness appeared on her cold face, and she said, "Anko, I don't think anyone would believe that a rookie is stronger than a genin, right?" "Rookie?" Mitarashi Anko rolled her eyes. "Don't call him a rookie. If you say he's a jonin now, I'll believe it. However, the most unfortunate thing is that he is not eligible to participate in the Chunin examination, otherwise we would definitely win." "Surely?" Mayu Shiyan slightly opened her red lips, but she had no way to refute it. At least, after witnessing Roha's fighting style firsthand. If you are with partners on the same side, there seems to be an inexplicable sense of security. "Hongdu, where did that guy go?" Hongdu rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "If there is no accident, he should be outside. That you will know if you go out and take a look. However, I think you should change your clothes before going out. Otherwise, if I were a man, I would not be able to bear it. You bastard, get out of here. Mao Yixian's cheeks turned red again. After glaring at him, she quickly changed her clothes. It was early in the morning, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. She really wanted to know what Luo Ye was doing outside. A few minutes later, after Mao Yixian put on her clothes, she followed Hongdo and quickly walked into the yard. As soon as I approached the gate, I heard a crisp sound of breaking through the air. At the same time, there was a cold countdown. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Buzz. When the last knife fell, the afterimages of the successive cuts seemed to converge together, and finally brought out a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and hit the ground with great force. Boom! As the knife fell, an invisible wind blade bloomed. The ground beneath his feet was instantly torn apart, leaving a trail of slash marks that stretched 7 or 8 meters away. Looking at the traces of the slash that were going 1 inch further, Luo Ye let out a deep breath. It seemed that his strength had improved a little bit. The only thing that made Roha feel regretful was that he got nothing when he tried to get Orochimaru's experience pack for the second time. I waited all night, but the reward never showed up. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have completed the daily task of chopping 10,000 times, and obtained a progress bar of 0.1%. The current character template progress is 3.8%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully defeated Orochimaru for the second time, and received a small consolation gift package. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. Roya was stunned. What the hell is this? I waited for a whole night but didn't see any rewards coming. I had to wait until the daily task was completed before confirming that the second brush was successful and the reward was issued. Is this because the reward is too small and people are dissatisfied with it? However, looking at the gift package floating in the consciousness space, it was much smaller than the usual gift packages. It seems that the system is not deceiving people. It's really small. It seems that as the number of cuts increases, if no rough outline is obtained, I'm afraid that the rewards given by the system will gradually decrease. In the end, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get any benefits. It seems like he wants to catch someone and grab him. I'm afraid that's a bit far-fetched. Forget it, even a mosquito leg is meat. The system opened the small gift package for me. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Navy's 6-type iron block. Within the space of consciousness, golden light is blooming. It turned into a warm current and went straight to the limbs. As this power was injected, Luo Ye felt the muscles and bones all over his body making crackling sounds, as if they had been tempered 1,000 times, and became stronger. Every move he made, he gained inexhaustible strength. Originally, Kenpachi Zaraki possessed a beast-like body that was different from that of an ordinary human. This time's reward really seems to be just the icing on the cake. However, add a claw to the monster's body. That's a more terrifying claw too. Strength is not as simple as 1 plus 1. At the same time, the appearance of iron blocks, if used properly. Luo Ye believed that in a fight, there was no need to be restrained. As expected of a system, this reward feels like timely rain. Luo Ye smiled, and withdrew from the consciousness space, picking up the wine gourd placed aside. How can such a happy event be without wine to liven up the atmosphere? Hey, have you seen enough, Hongdu? This isn't the first time you've seen it. If you continue like this, I'll scream molest. Luo Ye took a sip of wine, calmed his turbulent blood, looked at the two girls standing not far away, rolled his eyes and said, "Bah, it's just that Xian was stunned, I didn't look at you." Yudarashi Hongdu woke up in shock, quickly suppressed her blush and retorted. Mao Yixian at the side also suddenly came to her senses, and the heat on her pretty face reached the base of her neck, and she hurriedly spoke. "Luo Ye, you are so shameless that we didn't even look at you. I'm just going to tell you after you finish your training. Anko and I are going to attend the mobilization meeting for the Chunin exams, and I was wondering if you wanted to come with us." Mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam. Luo Ye was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in Konoha village, there would be such a gathering that was only popular in the 21st century. However, Luo Ye remembered one thing. Where there are people, there is society. Maybe it's a good place to go. Is there anything to eat? Wait for me a moment, I'm going to. Luo Ye collected his thoughts and put down the wooden sword in his hand. Bang! The wooden sword fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. When Mao Yixian saw this, her expression changed slightly. Seeing Luo Ye carrying a wine gourd and walking into the room, he hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the wooden sword. However, when this was mentioned, Mao Yixian's expression suddenly changed. "Hongdu, is this really a wooden sword? It must weigh at least 100 pounds, right? You said he hacks with it hundreds of times a day. I'm afraid only a monster can do this." Uzuki Ujeo holds the wooden sword tightly with both hands and imitates Luo Ye's movements. Chop straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4. The wooden sword chopped out one after another. However, with every slash, Mayu Shiyan felt as if her hands were filled with an extra layer of lead. When the 10th blow fell, it was difficult to cut in a standardized manner. The next moment, his jaws loosened and the wooden sword in his hand flew out of his hand and went straight towards Hongdu. Hongdu was confused. Did he end up eating the melon on himself? Mayu Shiyan's pretty face suddenly felt slightly hot. Recalling yesterday's farce, he gritted his teeth and said, "Bah, I don't want it that you made this request just to tease me. I won't agree to it." "Don't you want it?" Luo Ye took a sip of the wine and shook the bag in his hand. "Okay, then I won't force you to take these replacement items away. I'll keep them as souvenirs. Don't tell anyone that you slept in my room for a night, or I'm worried that people will misunderstand you." Looking at Luo Ye turning and leaving, Mayu Shiyan's head was buzzing and everything went blank. Not to mention the replacement underwear that fell into Luo Ye's hands. How come when Luo Ye told what happened yesterday, she became the perpetrator? "Hey, take Roya, stop right there and explain everything to me." At the same time, inside the Sarutobi clan's base, Whippet knocked on the closed door. The figure walking towards him made Whippet's eyes light up, and he asked, "Master Shinashuk, when did you come back?" This person has a slender figure and is about 70% similar to the adult Konohamaru in the original work. However, there was a hint of gentleness, elegance and tenacity between his brows, making him completely different from the rough-faced Asuma Sarutobi when he grew up. "Ha, it's Whippet. That we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect you to become a jonin so quickly and become the vice principal of the ninja school. I remember that you were Asuma's instructor. Are you here to see Asuma this time?" Sarutobi Shinashuk said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Whippet rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and said with a smile, "Master Shinashuk, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Compared to you, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, this is nothing. We in Konoha village are truly fortunate to have you all here. I am making the bold move to visit you this time because I am here to find Master Asuma for something important." "Master Shinashuk, is Master Asuma home?" During the Third Ninja World War, because the Konoha village was outnumbered, the battlefield was multifaceted, which led to the emergence of many outstanding and excellent people on various battlefields. Except for the 3 ninjas, many geniuses also emerged, and were collectively called the 8 colors of Konoha by some people. Among them, the late Konoha White Fang was one of them. Minato Namikaze, known as the Golden Flash, is no exception. Under this premise, Sarutobi Shinashuk, known as Green Seedling, can be compared with Konoha's White Fang and Golden Flash. This is enough to show his strength, which is definitely not simple. "Asuma?" Sarutobi Shinashuk said after frowning. "I remember he went out very early. It seems that he was holding a mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam. I heard that this Chunin exam was proposed by the 3rd Suchikage of the Uegakur village, Ninjago Oniki. Compared with previous exams, the difficulty is doubled and the risk is also greater. I think everyone who is recommended for the Chunin exam will go. I remember the gathering place was probably the meatball shop on North Commercial Street. Going to attend the Chunin exam mobilization meeting?" Whippet's expression froze, and after hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Shinashuk, I have something important to tell Master Asuma, so I'd better leave first. Sorry to bother you." Watching Whippet turn and leave in a hurry, Sarutobi Shinashuk was a little surprised and said, "Whippet, is there something important that needs to be told to Asuma as soon as possible? If conditions permit, can you tell me? Maybe I can help." As the leader of the Sarutobi clan, he is also the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage. All along, Sarutobi Shinashuk certainly did not ignore Asuma's rebellious nature. "Lord Shinashuk, this." Whippet hesitated for a moment, and finally said with a helpless smile, "Master Shinashuk, it wasn't Master Asuma who got into trouble. It's just that the Hokage-sama asked me to tell Master Asuma to avoid meeting one person before the Chunin exams begin, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." "Let Asuma avoid meeting someone? Who is this person?" Sarutobi Shinashuk was stunned. In his eyes, Asuma's character was indeed very rebellious, and he did not like him to cause trouble casually. However, if you really think about it, Sarutobi Shinashuk finds it hard to believe that there is a rebellious boy like Asuma in the Konoha village who should not be provoked. When Whippet heard this, the bitterness on his face became even more intense. However, since he had already said most of the words, Whippet could only bite the bullet and continue speaking with a wry smile. "Master Shinashuk, this man is Heitake Roya who returned to Konohagakure not long ago. He is a monster. I'm still worried, so I'll go over there and take a look first, and then explain to Master Shinashuk." After saying this, Whippet felt a sense of inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, and turned around to leave. Sarutobi Shinashuk on the side was also full of surprise. As the exclusive tutor of the Sarutobi clan, he knew clearly that Whippet had always been arrogant. On weekdays, he is always talking about Asuma. Now you actually call a person a monster. I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as it seems. "Whitney, I'm free. Since it's an important matter, I'll go with you. Since I'm the eldest brother, I think Asuma will listen to me." Sarutobi Shinashuk also jumped up and followed quickly. Seeing this, Whippet opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, when he thought that the person Asuma feared the most was Sarutobi Shinnishuk, he swallowed the words of rejection that were about to come out of his mouth. On the other hand, on North Commercial Street, three figures were walking in the busy street, and the one leading them was Uzuki Ujeo, whose pretty face was hot and a little red. His usual aloofness seemed to have melted a little at this moment. Looking at this cold little sister, she would, seeing the way she hit a wall, Mitarashi Anko, who was standing beside her, couldn't help laughing. Luo, yeah, you are the only one who can make Shien suffer. If her suitors knew about this, I'm afraid they would never be able to swallow it. Really, this makes me look forward to it. Luo, yeah, smiled while holding the wine gourd. Where there are people, there is society. And this kind of society is exactly what Roya likes. Hundu, shut up. Don't forget that I'm doing this for you. If you do this again, I won't treat you to meatballs anymore. Mao Yu Xian glared at her angrily. However, out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but take one more look at Luoya. I know. For the sake of free meatballs in the future, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Hundu quickly raised her hand and made a zipper motion next to her red lips to assure him. Seeing this, Uzuki Ujeo glared again to warn, and finally saw that the door of the dumpling shop in front of her was already filled with familiar faces who came to attend the mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam. After seeing Uzuki Ujeo and Mitarashi Anko arriving late, the eyes of the people who were originally sitting together couldn't help but light up, and they all stood up. Hundu, Zian, it's rare that you are late. Today's meatball banquet is fully paid for by Asuma. You are late, but you have no chance to take advantage of him. Among the crowd, Kurane Ui was the first to say with a smile. As one of the few female ninjas of the same age, Ui Kurane, Atsuki Ujeo, Mitarashi Anko, and Inyazuka Hana can definitely be called the four little flowers. Compared with his peers, his performance is also very eye-catching, and Mao Ujeo, who has always been cold in character, is even known as the Cold Goddess. Zian, yesterday afternoon, I had an appointment with you to practice swordplay together, but you said you were going to help Hun to get her house back. I waited for you all night, but you didn't come home. Where did you go all night? My Konoha style 3 moon slash has made some progress. I want to show you first. I think you will be very happy to see it. Among the crowd, a man named Moonlight Gale who was wearing a headscarf and looked a little sick was the first to lose his temper. In the Konohagakure, the Uzuki clan and the Gecko clan are both the inheritors of the Konoha style swordsmanship and are like old friends. Mao Shiyan and Yuguang Ji Feng have been learning sword skills from each other since they were young, and they can definitely be considered childhood sweethearts. At this moment, facing his childhood sweetheart not coming home at night, he was obviously a little impatient. Konoha-style 3-day moon slash? Uzuki Ujeo's expression froze, and the smile on her face became a little stiff. A day ago, if she had heard this news, she would definitely feel happy for Moonlight Wind. They will not hesitate to praise him as a genius. However, at this moment, the horrific knife attack by Luoya last night flashed through Mao Shiyan's mind. The so-called 3-day moon slash is probably nothing but empty talk in front of this sword, right? Shiyan, why are you unhappy? Are you too tired? Moonlight Gale's expression froze, and he spoke again hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko, who was standing by, took a bite of the meatball that Ui Kurane handed over and spoke incoherently. Jiafeng, Zian must be too tired. She fell asleep on Luia's bed last night. No. It should be my house, Luia, don't you think so? The huge scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Many people almost choked on the meatballs that were brought to their mouths. Such explosive news was beyond their expectations. Tired out of energy in a man's bed? Ahem, Luia, please explain it quickly. Utarashi Hundu was also choked. I didn't expect that the watermelon I was eating would end up on my own body. Feeling the murderous gazes around him, Luoya smiled and shook the wine gourd in his hand, saying, actually, this is really a misunderstanding. I was the one who threw Zian on the bed. She was too tired and fell asleep on my bed without knowing it. You can't blame them for what happened later. They really don't know anything. The scene was dead silent. Uzuki Ujeo and Mitarashi Anko just stood there in a daze. Is this really an explanation? Why do I feel like I've been splashed with ink? You bastard, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Zian? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Moonlight Gale was furious. This was done by his childhood sweetheart. Now I am not just being hugged. I was so tired that I threw myself on the bed. This is way too much information. Jiafeng, don't be impulsive. Mao Yuxian quickly spoke out to stop him. Yuguang Ji Feng, who had just grasped the ninja sword behind him, was stunned and said, Xian, are you worried that I will hurt him? If that's the case, don't worry. Our Moonlight clan is not considered a big clan in the village, but we know our limits. I'm just going to teach this guy a lesson and I won't hurt his life, but the pain is unavoidable. Zian, what Jiafeng said is right. This guy with unknown origins dares to show off his power here. Of course, he should be taught a lesson. Among the crowd, Asma, who was wearing slightly non-mainstream clothes, also walked out, took out a cigarette and lit it with a teasing look on his face. Then he took a deep breath like a human. Ahem. As the cigarette reached his lips, Asuma choked and quickly spoke in order to hide his embarrassment. Besides, we are here as a mobilization meeting for the Chuyunin exams, and we are even less welcome to someone like him who doesn't even qualify for the Chuyunin exams. If you came here to make connections, it's a pity that you just offended everyone." "I have offended everyone?" Luo Ye took a sip of wine and looked around. "If that's true, that's right up my alley. I came here simply to see if there is anyone worth a chop, and your second-hand smoke is choking me." Asuma froze in place. Those present were no exception. Perhaps Asuma, as the son of the Hokage, was just talking nonsense at the moment and could not represent all of them. However, what Luo Ye said was too arrogant. It was so crazy that they felt caught off guard. Mao Yuxian had indeed guessed about Luo Ye's purpose of coming. However, faced with such a straightforward answer, my heart couldn't help but tighten. I hurriedly stepped forward to stand in front of Moonlight Wind and said, "Hey, Asuma, don't attack rashly. I'm not kidding that you will really die." "Are we really going to die?" Moonlight Gale's expression froze for a moment, then he said in an embarrassed and annoyed tone, "Xian, even now, are you still favoring this arrogant guy? Don't forget, we are childhood sweethearts. That you should know very well that I am qualified to participate in the Chunin exam. I don't believe that a rookie who is not even a ninja can really kill me." Bang! Moonlight Gale took a big step and disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was like a ghost, appearing behind Luo Ye. The moment his right hand flipped, he formed a series of magical seals, and the next moment two figures appeared out of thin air. Konoha-style 3-day moon slash. This is one of the most powerful sword techniques of the Moonlight Clan. The first and foremost foundation is the ability to split into two clones. In an instant, the three of them unleashed a combined slashing attack from all directions, aiming for the enemy's head. It can be said that this move is well known in Konoha village and even in the ninja world. Being able to perform Moonlight Gale at such a young age, he can definitely be called a genius. Xian, it seems that Hayate is really a genius in swordsmanship. He actually performed the Konoha-style 3-day moon slash. You should quickly make that arrogant guy surrender, otherwise it will be bad if there are casualties, Shi Ri Hong hurriedly reminded. Mao Yuxian also woke up from her trance. However, in response to Zihi Hong's kind reminder, Mao Yuxian's face suddenly changed. "Hayate, no." Moonlight Gale's expression froze again. "I never expected that the words I had been waiting for so long would be these. You arrogant bastard, let me see how you kill me." Moonlight Gale became furious and raised his attack to the extreme. Three figures crossed and flashed, appearing in front of Luo Ye first. The ninja swords in their hands formed a horn-like shape as they attacked together. Faced with this ghostly attack, Zihi Hong and the others couldn't help but tense up, eager to see how this arrogant guy in front of them would respond. However, as soon as this glance came, everyone present was stunned. Being under the combined attack, Luo Ye had no intention of dodging, nor did he have any defensive skills. He just stared at everything. Ding! The crisp sound of metal collision came without any warning. Three ninja swords chopped down on Roya's arm at the same time, but there was not a single tear on the skin or flesh. It was like chopping on a steel plate, without moving at all. Such a strange scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Even Moonlight Gale is no exception, because he knew clearly that he had not let anyone off at all. "It's a fancy attack, nice to watch, but I guess it's you." Luo Ye suddenly raised his head. He had waited for so long just for this well-deserved opportunity to kill someone. The moment the 5 fingers of his right hand clasped the handle of the knife, without any fancy moves, chop it out. Compared with the fancy Konoha-style 3-day moon slash of Moonlight Gale just now, the sudden attack was a simple and unpretentious sword. However, at such a close distance, there was a feeling that there was no escape from the moonlight and wind. It's so simple to just raise your hand and chop. At this moment, speed and strength are brought to the extreme. The sound of the gas explosion and the afterimage of the wooden sword happened in the blink of an eye. Moonlight Gale didn't have time to think and quickly raised the ninja sword in his hand to block. Bang! One knife fell. Moonlight Gale's still strong hands were instantly chopped down. With a clang, it fell down. The ninja sword he was holding was cut in half. The next moment, a huge force was released. The wooden sword still had enough power to strike Moonlight Gale. Boom! The figure flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing heavily more than 10 meters away, raising a large amount of dust. The crowd, who were originally nodding their heads in approval at Moonlight Gale's performance of Konoha's Crescent Moon Slash, were filled with joy, but their expressions suddenly froze. Mao Yuxian, who was standing by, was the first to wake up and said anxiously to Luo Ye, "You hit too hard, is Ji Feng okay?" "Don't worry, just use some medical ninjutsu and lie down for a few days." Luo Ye retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Everyone, now that we have already started, I don't think anyone can swallow this frustration. How about I take on all of you, and then you all come together and serve as my sparring partners to celebrate your participation in the Chunin exams. I think you'll feel more at ease if you do this." The sound of people gasping for air could be heard all around. The farce just now obviously attracted a lot of onlookers. Some people have even figured out the identities of many people on both sides of the conflict. Not to mention the children of the major families involved. Who doesn't know the son of the Hokage who is leading the group? However, now an unknown person has directly picked all of them with his outrageous words. Are you kidding me? Get out of the way, get out of the way, everyone. We are from the security team. All those who are causing trouble will be arrested. A shout came from outside the crowd. The onlookers' faces changed slightly, and they quickly turned around to make way. They truly hated the Uchiha clan's guard team from the bottom of their hearts. However, they are more familiar with the police's domineering ways. Next, don't say that the farce can't be staged. I am afraid that if one is not careful, even the people who are just watching the show may be taken away on false charges. Asuma, what should we do? Zihaihong's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, these guys are indeed difficult to deal with, but don't forget, I am the son of Hokage, and they will still give me the face I want, Asuma said coldly. Lord Luoya, why are you here? An unexpected voice suddenly rang out. The security team members who had squeezed out of the crowd and were arrogant suddenly became listless. Even the steps he was taking, which were not for his relatives, were stopped immediately. The straight back bent down involuntarily. Such a clean and neat change of attitude stunned everyone. I'm just acting as a sparring partner, you guys can back off, Luoya said calmly. The cheek muscles of the security team members couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, this master's way of doing things is still as fierce as ever. No matter where it is, it will be cut down without any mistake. Lord Luoya, we understand. Don't worry about the chopping. No, don't worry about being your sparring partner. We will maintain order for you on the side. After saying these words, all the members of the security team quickly stepped aside. Seeing them usually so arrogant, now they all retreat in unison. The Uchiha guards even softened their tone of voice. Everyone was stunned. With such a huge gap, I'm afraid even the face of the son of the Hokage is not that useful, right? Luoya didn't take the change in the atmosphere seriously. He looked at Asuma and the others again and said, okay, the guys who are in the way are standing aside. You guys should all come together. What an arrogant guy. I don't know how you took advantage of Gale, but you are just one person, and you dare to challenge all of us. Today I will make you pay a heavy price. Asuma was furious. Just a moment ago, he had threatened that the other party would definitely give him face as he held the title of the son of Hokage. I never expected that the other party didn't even look at me from beginning to end. This was undoubtedly like an invisible slap that hit him hard in the face. Asuma, don't be impulsive. Mao Shiyan spoke again hurriedly. Shiyan, you still want to say, are we going to die? Asuma interrupted, saying shyly, we have more than 10 people here, and each of them is qualified to take the Chunin exam. Who would believe you when you say this? Everyone, since he wants to take action, let's see how crazy he can be. Master Asuma is right. I, Ebisu, am one of them. Standing behind him, Ebisu, who looked 70% similar to Whippet and also wore sunglasses, was the first to express his opinion. With someone taking the lead, the rest of Gang Zisha and others also followed suit and walked out after their faces changed. Hongdu, don't worry, this is just a simple competition, and if there is any problem, I will stop it. Ziri Hong exhaled deeply and followed suit. I also want him to understand that those who are qualified to take the Chunin exam cannot be looked down upon. Hong is right, count me in. Inyazuka Hana also agreed with a smile. At that moment, the 20 people who came to take part in the Chunin exam reached a consensus. Mao Shiyan's face looked unhappy, and she seemed to be hesitant to speak as she slightly opened her red lips. Shiyan, forget it. It's useless to say anything now. Luoya still knows his limits. Let's just stand aside and watch. Yuteshi Hongda reached out to stop him, not forgetting to take a bite of the meatball in her hand. Mao Shiyan deflated like a balloon, her face full of bitterness. This is really a case of watching the fun without minding any trouble. However, Luoya was the only one who could challenge them all. An extremely absurd idea could not help but arise in Mao Shiyan's mind. How many minutes can they last in Roya's hands? The huge square suddenly fell into deathly silence. It only added to the oppressive feeling of tension. Looking at the two parties in confrontation, everyone's nerves gradually became tense to the extreme. Even Gang Zisha and others are no exception. Looking at one person alone, Luoya stood there, looking full of flaws but calm. Asuma's face suddenly became extremely gloomy and he shouted angrily, "Go ahead, Plan A, whoosh." Gang Zisha and Shen Chu-yun, who were standing on the left and right wings, took the initiative to move. When the mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam was held, they discussed the plan of joint operations. Originally, all of this was just a rough plan, and I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. The short distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye with the two men's extreme speed. Under everyone's gaze, no big tree appeared. However, when he saw Roya's body shrinking out of thin air as if bound by invisible constraints, they then understood that Shi'Ri Hong's illusion was obviously effective. Being caught in this combined attack, you will fall into any illusion. the outcome would probably be death. Arrogant fellow, it seems that you are still too arrogant, so you will be captured now. A hint of joy flashed across Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchuiyun's faces. The giant hammer and long sword in his hand swept towards Roha from left to right. Mao Yixian's expression suddenly tensed not far away, and she even clenched her fists secretly, as someone who has witnessed Roya's methods firsthand. At this moment, she couldn't help but have an absurd idea. I definitely don't want to see Roya lose. Roya's eyelashes moved. Mao Yixian suddenly exclaimed. The next moment, a bloodthirsty smile flashed across Luoya's face, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He blocked with both hands like lightning. Iron! Bang! A dull metallic collision sound suddenly rang out. The combined attack was blocked instantly, and even stirred up a large wave of air. Everyone was stunned. It was indeed shocking to see Roya moving freely and blocking the attack with his bare hands. However, with Moonlight Gale's attack before them, they were obviously a little more numb. But what concerned them more was that wasn't Luo yet under an illusion just a moment ago. Hong, you are too soft-hearted that you actually let him go at this time. Asuma came back to his senses and said angrily. Faced with this tone of accountability, Shi'ari Hong was indeed unhappy, but she also woke up and spoke hurriedly. No, I'm not soft-hearted, the illusion was broken. My father said that there are two simple ways to break illusions. The first is to reverse the chakra in the body, and the second is to use pain to break the five senses. However, I didn't find these 2 points on him. How was this illusion broken? Everyone's expression was tense. Zihi Korone's answer is definitely textbook-like, but it was precisely because of this reason that everyone present was even more shocked at how Roya had managed to break through the shackles of the illusion without anyone noticing. These two answers are indeed textbook-like, but there is a third possibility, which is who has the stronger spiritual will. Luo Ye smiled bloodthirstily. The terrifying murderous aura lurking in the body exploded like a hurricane, under the blessing of extreme spiritual pressure. The entire square seemed to be crushed by an invisible mountain, and everyone's heart suddenly tightened. In a trance, everyone's head buzzed, and Luo Ye, who was looking at them, seemed like Azura, striking directly at everyone's soul. Kamihatsuki Izumo and Gang Zisha, who were nearby, felt as if they were being hit head-on. The whole body shook and went limp in an instant. Bang! The next moment, the two of them flew backwards like cannonballs. One of them smashed down more than 10 meters away. The sudden scene woke everyone up in shock. Unfortunately, no one could see clearly how Luo Ye attacked and knocked Shen Yuchuyun and Gang Zitai away. Feeling the chilling murderous aura that was as tangible as a bone, many people's bodies were shaking. They are indeed well-tempered genin, and the elite among the elite. However, no matter how elite they are, they cannot escape the gap between strength and fighting experience. After all, what Roya inherited was Kenpachi Zaraki's beast-like bloodthirsty murderous intent. This is spiritual coercion. Looking at Luo Ye, who was still standing not far away, they have an inexplicable illusion. It seemed as if the figure before my eyes was getting bigger and bigger. It's like a mountain, so heavy that it makes people breathless. The situation continues to evolve in this way. I'm afraid most people will be defeated without a fight. Quickly reverse the chakra. This is mental pressure, similar to illusion. As long as the chakra in our body is disrupted and our five senses are stimulated, the pressure will break by itself. Ui Hong reminded urgently. As the family in Kanahagakure that is best at illusions after the Kurama clan, Korone Ui found a solution in an instant. The moment the chakra in her body was disrupted, her hands quickly flew up and she shouted urgently. Illusion, demonic sound impact. Buzz! A sharp cry suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone's nerves suddenly stabbed, as if they were woken up from a dream. Luo Ye also smiled. Use illusion to fight illusion. As expected, they are a family that is proficient in illusion. However, such a large-scale impact instantly drained most of Ui Korone's chakra. I'm afraid we will be completely powerless in the next battle. However, taking advantage of this opportunity to catch their breath, all the people who were in fear woke up one after another. Asuma's face suddenly turned ugly when faced with this kind of mental pressure that was far beyond their understanding. They finally understood why Luo Ye dared to take on all of them alone. Everyone be careful, he is best at close combat. We should keep a sufficient distance and win with ninjutsu. He is alone and there is absolutely no way he can fight against us. Asuma roared urgently, and at the same time took the lead in withdrawing and retreating, creating a sufficient distance. His hands flew rapidly, forming a series of magical seals. Seeing this, the people who were in a daze nearby also woke up in shock. Their knowledge of ninjutsu is indeed not strong, at best it is C and B level. However, the combined attack of more than a dozen people should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, everyone stopped caring too much and followed Asuma's example, keeping a distance and forming a series of magical seals. When Mao Yixian saw this, her expression froze. Everything that happened last night, and that terrifying knife, reappeared in my mind. And open. Thinking back to Asuma's judgment just now, this is completely the opposite. 4 Roya. Fight like a beast in close combat. The same goes for long-range combat. Asuma, spread out quickly. Roya is better at long-range combat than close combat, Mao Yushiyan reminded urgently. Asuma and the others were stunned, feeling caught off guard. However, before they could react, an even more unexpected voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Master Asuma, you better give up quickly or you will die. In their eyes, it was crazy enough for Luoya to take on everything alone. Now Asuma and dozens of other elite genin are working together to launch a long-range ninjutsu attack. Not only was I persuaded to stop, he even threatened to die. If this isn't a joke, is it real? The Hokage's son? Luoya gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the long-lost frenzy of fighting burst out, and he clenched the black wooden sword with his right hand. Originally, I was a little worried that you might be too harsh, but now that you're here, my worries have been dispelled. Because he is so weak and needs to be tempered, the son of the Hokage is even more worthy of a fight. You bastard, how dare you look down on me like this? I have to see what confidence you have to go against so many of us. Asuma roared in shame and anger. As the son of Hokage, I have always lived under the shadow of my father and elder brother. Everyone who mentions his existence will call him the son of Hokage and the younger brother of Midoriya. As for the 3 words Asuma, at most they were added with young master. This kind of treatment has always been a thorn in Asuma's heart, which has led to his rebellious character. Now, this veil of shame has been exposed in public. For Asuma, this was a great humiliation. Fire style, great fireball technique. A series of magic seals fell from Asuma's hands, and hot flames spewed out, transforming into a huge fireball of 3 or 4 meters that rushed straight forward. The rest of the people had already reached the final stage of performing ninjutsu. It is indeed unclear why Whippet and Uzuki Ujeo said such things. However, as a young man, he is obviously full of youthful vigor. One man took on them all. If they are still scared, I'm afraid I can't afford to lose face either. In an instant, with Asuma taking the lead, the rest of the people also formed seals and attacked. Fire style, great fireball technique. As an entry-level fire escape technique, many people have mastered 1 or 2 of it. Perhaps, it is impossible to exert one's strength to the strongest level. However, at this moment, it was obviously chosen by everyone. When the fireballs of dozens of people gathered together, they instantly grew to more than 10 meters in size, like a small sun, and crushed towards Luoya. Looking at this scene, Asuma and others showed ecstasy on their faces. This is the fusion ninjutsu that they had just discussed preliminarily. I never expected that it would succeed on the first try. Everyone was no longer able to care about anything else and quickly looked towards Luoya. However, after this glance, the bloodthirsty smile on Luoya's face, who was under attack, became even more insane. The muscles all over his body bulged like rocks, and he looked like a little giant, adding to his explosiveness. At the same time, the extreme spiritual pressure that was madly poured and compressed into the wooden sword made the aura emitted by Roha rise step by step like a volcanic eruption. The next moment, he looked at the fireball technique that was rapidly crushing towards him and his pupils. Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, and the wooden sword in his hand burst into dazzling flames and chopped forward with force. Boom! With one strike of the sword, dozens of meters of flames slashed down, as if tearing the entire world apart. The incoming fireball was cut in half with one blow. Wherever the terrifying slash passed, everything was torn apart as if it were paper. It gives people an unstoppable feeling. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The Whippet roared. The water dragon bullet that was more than 10 meters long directly extracted most of his chakra. It transformed into a water dragon and directly blocked the flaming attack. If this was not his limit, at this moment Whipple would wish he could drain all his strength to launch a stronger attack and block this terrifying blow. However, Whippet knew clearly that this water dragon bullet could not compete with Roha's slash. But what he has to do is buy time for the people behind him. Bang! Water and fire collided with a loud bang. The scorching heat and the cold water mist collided with each other, forming a huge amount of water vapor that rushed straight into the sky. The dozens-meter-long water dragon bomb shattered without any surprise. The water vapor flowing in the sky was torn apart again. The power of the terrifying slash was indeed weakened. However, he still rushed towards Asuma and the others with his remaining power. The sudden scene made the joy that had just appeared on their faces freeze instantly. Looking at the terrifying slash whose pupils were rapidly enlarging, they finally understood why Uzuki Ujeo and Whippet said such things. This is probably a case of seeking death. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to watch the blow fall. Earth escape, landslides and earth splitting. The last seal of Sarutobi Shinishuk's assistant finally fell. Without thinking too much, he quickly slapped the ground with both hands. Boom! The earth rumbled in response, as if a giant had turned. As the rock layer was torn apart, a huge rock mountain tens of meters high broke through the earth and blocked Asuma and others in time. Bang! The terrifying airwave impact was like a hurricane passing through. The sky was filled with rubble and flames, and the sand and dust waves it raised covered the sky and the sun, like the end of the world. Asuma and others who were on the battlefield were blown away by this terrifying air wave. At this moment, everything in front of their eyes has long been lost, and only the endless roar remains in their ears. I don't know how much time had passed. Feeling the piercing pain all over their bodies, Asuma and the others finally came to their senses. Ignoring the piercing pain in his body, he quickly opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield. The scene they saw made their pupils suddenly shrink to the extreme, and they felt as if their eyes were about to burst. The huge commercial street square in front of them was the battlefield where they were standing. Now it had already been razed to the ground, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared out of nowhere. Scattered rubble, burnt ground, and ravaged ground with ravines and gullies. Like an invisible sharp blade, it pierced straight into their hearts. Their seemingly strong minds were completely crushed. At this moment, they finally understood that Uzuki Ujao and Whippet were not joking. If Whippet had not intervened in time, Sarutobi Shinoshoku would have had a chance to perform his strongest Earth-style ninjutsu. I'm afraid they will really die at this moment. No, it should be said that he is dead. There is probably only one outcome waiting for them. Wait for the bodies to be collected. All those who had recovered their breath did not even dare to breathe. If he displeased the young man in front of him, he would raise his hand and stab him again. I'm afraid breathing is also wrong. Luo ya. Uzuki Ujao and Mitarashi Anko also came to their senses and were the first to lose their temper. They had never imagined that a mere mobilization meeting for the Chunin exam would turn into such a farce. No matter how hard they try, they won't be able to fix this mess. Call. Luoya dissipated the surging spiritual pressure, and the bulging muscles all over his body gradually calmed down. This strike was also the most powerful one for Roha. After the first slash, there was indeed plenty of spiritual pressure left to waste. However, the reaction caused by this cut will also put a considerable burden on the body. Unless the body is strong enough to completely ignore the recoil force, it would be impossible to carry out a normal attack. If you use it forcefully, it will probably shatter your own blood vessels and internal organs in the end. It seems that the road to becoming stronger is still long and arduous. Don't worry, it's just a simple sparring match to make them understand the horror of the battlefield and what the shadow of death is. I think if it weren't for Mr. Whippet and Mr. Shinoshoku, I wouldn't have been able to attack without any scruples. This one strike completely released the frustration I had been feeling for a while. Teacher Whippet, Master Shinoshoku, thank you for your help this time. I believe that after this trial, they will definitely perform more calmly in the Chunin exam. Everyone was confused. Whippet and Sarutobi Shinoshoku just stood there in a daze. We talked for so long and made a fuss for so long. According to what Luoya just said, if we don't come, you should take it easy. We are here, are you going to chop us to death? Is this all their fault? For a moment, a trace of helplessness flashed in the eyes of Whippet and Sarutobi Shinoshoku. However, feeling Roha, the beastly aura that was ready to devour people gradually dissipated. The tense nerves of both of them gradually relaxed. Things have come to this is just a farce played by young people. They could only grit their teeth and swallow it. The most important thing is that, in the end, Luoya did not lose his life. The so-called injuries are not a problem under the treatment of medical ninjutsu. What's more, as Roya just said, this year's Chunin exam involved a lot of joint assessments from different countries. The danger level is definitely no less than on any battlefield. If you are not careful, it might be a dead end. Luoya's move this time was indeed simple, rough, and direct, but it undoubtedly sounded a wake-up call for them. It broke their ninja mentality of playing house and made them feel the threat of death in advance. What exactly was it? Perhaps, after this farce, Asuma and others will perform more steadily in the Chunin exam. Hey take Roya, I heard from Whippet that you are extraordinary, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes so soon. Sarutobi Shinoshoku came to his senses, took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect that Senior White Fang's swordsmanship was not reflected in Kakashi, but in you. When I was your age, I couldn't have done that. I'm afraid you will be even taller than me in the future. The people present were shocked. They were able to not know Asuma Sarutobi. However, he definitely knew the eldest son of the third Hokage, who was also the pride of the third Hokage, the green seedling Sarutobi Shinoshoku, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. He is considered one of the most likely candidates to succeed Hokage. If the position of Hokage cannot be re-elected by a direct relative, their fantasy of Sarutobi Shinoshoku being the next Hokage successor will be completely cut off. I'm afraid that Sarutobi Shinoshoku's popularity is definitely no less than that of other candidates. However, it is too shocking that Sarutobi Shinoshoku gave such a high evaluation to a young man. Brother, he is messing around. Asuma struggled to get up from the ground. After the impact just now, he had many wounds on his body. But, it's obvious that I can't take care of these things at the moment. As the son of the Hokage, being defeated in public was a result that he found hard to accept. Asuma, since this competition was consensual, then if you lose, then you lose. Only when you understand that there are always people better than you, will you become stronger and be able to walk out of the shadow of me and your father. Sarutobi Shinnishuk shook his head. Hey take Roya, it's a pity that you were born at the wrong time. If you were born earlier and lived on the battlefield, perhaps you would be more comfortable in it. After watching the fight just now, even I felt like I was facing Ashura. I think that as long as you can survive on the battlefield, the so-called 8 colors of Konoha will probably have a new member named Shura. I wish to honor you Shura. Hey take Mureya, hiss. The sound of people gasping for air rang out in the ruined square. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk with a look of disbelief. After witnessing Roya's methods with their own eyes, they already had their own opinions in their minds. However, they never expected that their evaluation would lower the opinion of Sarutobi Shinnishuk. A new member named Shura has been added to the 8 colors of Konoha. I would also like to respectfully call you Shura Kimuruya. This is such a high evaluation. If you don't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. Asuma standing by was stunned. This is probably the glory that surpasses the honor of their fathers that Sarutobi Shinnishuk mentioned just now, right? As long as he is strong enough, he can get rid of the title of the son of the Hokage, and like Sarutobi Shinnishuk, he will be honored as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, crowned with the green name of seedlings. However, what Asuma never expected was the rookie whom he had despised just a moment ago, to reach such a height at such a young age. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Luoya. One of the 8 colors of Konoha and the most outstanding son of the current Hokage, actually values a young man so much. He even took the initiative to throw out the idea of inviting a fight. If you don't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. Lord Shinnishuk, the more you praise me, the more excited you become that you are indeed worthy of a blow, but not now. Next time I have a chance, I will definitely blow you up. Luoya smiled and shook the wine gourd in his hand. However, there is one thing that only Lord Shinnishuk can do. Is it only me who can do it? Sarutobi Shinnishuk raised his eyebrows. Hey take Roya, what is it that makes you think highly of me? If you have something to say, just tell me. If I can do it, I might be able to help you. Looking at the sincere Sarutobi Shinnishuk, Roya finally understood why this guy died so quickly in the original work. It seems that he also has the attributes of a goody-goody. Otherwise the harm will last for thousands of years. However, this was exactly what Luoya wanted. He glanced at the dilapidated square around him and said with a smile, "Then thank you very much, Master Shinnishuk. I'm pretty good at chopping people, but I'm a bit subpar in ninjutsu, let alone earth escape ninjutsu. Since Lord Shinnishuk is so generous, I'll leave this mess to you. I heard that you're an expert in earth escape ninjutsu. I think it should be easy to repair this place. Then we'll have a chance to meet again." After saying this, Luoya raised the wine gourd in his hand above his head, waved it, turned around and left. When passing by the guards and others, he did not forget to mention it a little more. You guys should stay and help as well. Remember the rules and attitudes. If you have any questions, just tell me. I understand, Lord Roya. The stunned members of the security team quickly stood up straight and were in awe, showing a serious attitude that has never been shown before. It can be said that the battle just now completely conquered them both in terms of strength and spirit. Even the onlookers on the side were shocked. It was the first time for them to see this group of ruffian-looking security guards show such a serious side. This kid really knows how to order people around. He mistook a burrowing expert for a civil engineer. If this gets out, I'm afraid I won't be able to save face. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Whippet is no exception. I thought Roya would say something flattering that would reflect Sarutobi Shinnishuk's status. I never expected that. What I was waiting for was another head-on blow. Brother, are we really going to clean up this mess? Asuma's expression froze and he couldn't help but ask. As the son of the Hokage, it has always been others who have to clean up his mess. Now suddenly he is asked to clean up other people's messes. This is a bit hard to get used to. Asuma is willing to accept defeat, which is also the character of a loser. You will understand this truth in the future. Moreover, you should be thankful that you didn't encounter an enemy this time, otherwise you would really die. Sarutobi Shinnishuk said after patting Asuma on the shoulder. But now, come with me to clean up this mess. Whippet, please go to the Hokage's office and report to the Hokage what happened here. Whippet opened his mouth as if he was about to say something. If it were in the past, facing Shinnishuk's preaching, he would definitely defend Asuma without hesitation. However, after a slight hesitation, he patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, Master Asuma, Master Shinnishuk is right that you should be thankful that you are not on the battlefield now. With this experience, I think you will quickly adapt to the upcoming Chunin exams. Master Shinnishuk, my earth escape technique is not that good either, so I'll leave it to you as the expert. I'll go report to Master Hokage first. As soon as he finished speaking, Whippet ran away. Recall the last sentence. The earth escape expert becomes an expert. It feels so good to just say this. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's cheek muscles twitched again. I really doubt whether I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Otherwise, why has the word expert become a derogatory term? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the documents in his hand, took a deep puff of his pipe and said, Danzo, now that you are here, then please come in. Standing outside stealthily is not in line with your usual style. Are you planning something again? Haha, Sarutobi, you are still the same. This time I came here because I really have something to discuss with you. Danzo pushed open the tightly closed office door with his crutches and walked in slowly. Finally, he sat down on the sofa next to him. Outside the door behind him, two slightly older figures followed and sat on both sides of Danzo. Seeing the arrival of the other two uninvited guests, the third Hokage couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, realizing that Danzo's arrival this time might not be as simple as he imagined. Xiaochun, minion, I didn't expect you to come too. Danzo has put in a lot of effort. It seems that what he is planning this time is not a trivial matter. The third Hokage put down the documents in his hand, took a deep puff of dry tobacco and said, I think you should also be aware that Konoha is in a turbulent time right now. As it for the selection of Hokage, if you have something to say, just speak up. As an old friend of the past, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, or Shimura Danzo, the senior advisor, all three were from the guard team of the second Hokage. It can be said that the four of them together represent the highest power in Konoha village and are the decision makers regarding the direction of the village. Facing Shimura Danzo brought up Nito Kato and Yutain Koharu, and the third Hokage didn't find it strange. After all, only when the three advisors joined forces would they be qualified to compete with him as the Hokage. Haha, Sarutobi, you are still so serious. However, don't worry. This time we came to you not for the matter of the successor of Hokage, but for another insignificant matter. The third Hokage raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting that Danzo didn't move Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato in here just for the position of Hokage. This undoubtedly gave him a sigh of relief. However, in response to Danzo's proposal, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and said, You want Roya's land? Don't forget, I gave you an ultimatum yesterday, in front of everyone. If you make me break my promise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me, as the Hokage, to convince everyone. What's more, I gave you a half-day deadline. Now, a day and a half has passed since the deadline I gave you. I haven't held you accountable yet, which is already very good. Now you dare to push your luck, that's really too much. Danzo's face darkened slightly, and he said, Sarutobi, are you trying to pull the plank out after crossing the bridge? Don't forget the original purpose of our root establishment. Now is a time of great turmoil, whether it is the selection of the successor to the Hokage or the upcoming Chunin exam. Although, I know that for this Chunin exam, you have already had people select the best of all genin, and even asked your son Asuma to stay in genin for a while longer to prepare for the joint assessment, so that this time the event can be a sure win. As your colleague, I also believe that the elite genin you selected, under the leadership of your son, can turn the tide for Konoha Gakure. I will also do my best to cooperate with you, but you don't want to cause any more trouble at this critical moment because of the Heitei clan's territory, right? He's just a kid from Heitei. He may have great potential, but if we really put it on the table, do you think he has the ability to change the decision of our top management? As the Hokage, I think you are very clear about the importance of the incident, right? Sarutobi, what Danzo said makes sense. Compared with one Heitei Roya and the future of Konoha, I would also choose the latter. Yutain Koharu, with her eyes slightly narrowed, also spoke slowly. Rather than worrying about territory, I am more concerned about the Chunin exam, which represents the future direction of our Konoha Gakure. Only if we win this exam and overpower other ninja villages as much as possible, will our Konoha ninja village have a greater say. So, the future of Konoha before us is the problem of Asuma and others, not Heitei Roya. I think you haven't forgotten the original purpose of establishing the roots. After these words were spoken, Mizuto minion beside him nodded silently in agreement. The establishment of the root could only be carried out with the tacit approval of the third Hokage from the very beginning. In addition to Danzo Shimura's selfish desire to cultivate personal power to help him compete for the position of Hokage in the future, another reason for its establishment was to do some shady things for the stability of the Konoha village. If the Konoha village led by the third Hokage is a thriving towering tree, its burning leaves can illuminate the darkness. Then the roots commanded by Danzo are the rhizomes rooted in the darkness. In addition to laying a solid foundation for Konoha village, and walking in the darkness, strangling all unstable factors. Exactly for this reason, in the original work, Danzo repeatedly committed suicide and attempted assassinations on the Hokage. After seizing Uchiha Shisui's eyes, assisting Orochimaru in conducting human experiments, standing idly by during the Nine Tails Rebellion, and issuing the order to exterminate the Uchiha clan, etc., Danzo is still able to hold the position of senior advisor of Konoha and still holds control of the root. The biggest reason is not that the third Hokage couldn't touch him, but the Konoha Gakure, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, still need a competent scapegoat who can carry out the dark will. After all, in the eyes of the third Hokage, as long as he is alive, he will be able to control Danzo, this wild horse. Looking at the three people who had already reached a consensus and joined forces to force the emperor to abdicate, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and spoke in a deep voice. Xiaochun, minion, it seems that you are here this time to force me to make a decision. This makes me, as the Hokage, feel a little embarrassed. Sarutobi, you've been able to sit in this position for so long, I'm afraid face is no longer important to you, Yutain Kohara said in a deep voice. The problem facing us now is to solve the Chunin exam and gain the right to speak for our Konoha village. Asuma and other talents are the future of Konoha. Menyan and I just don't want you to conflict with Danzo over the future of Konoha and the land of a little devil at this critical moment. You should understand which is more important. Sarutobi, Koharu is right. The future of Konoha lies in your son Asuma. I advise you to think twice. Danzo smiled. At this moment, Orochimaru's experiment has reached a critical moment. Whether it is the transplantation of would-release ninjutsu cells, or the Sharingan and reincarnation, it was a great temptation for him. In Danzo's eyes, as long as he could gather the strongest things of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan in himself, then he will become the strongest being. The so-called Hokage position is also within reach. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in silence, and his pipe tapping lightly on the table, the smile on Danzo's face grew wider. As an old friend, he knew clearly that when Sarutobi Hiruzen was entangled and unable to make a decision, it also meant that his chances of winning were higher, and this issue was not without room for negotiation. The future of Konoha and a mere small place. Which is more important? I'm sure anyone who is not a fool will make a choice, right? Hokage-sama, something serious has happened. Whippet is waiting outside to be summoned. An Umbu appeared in the office like a ghost. The third generation of Hokages he came back to his senses and his face changed slightly. The direct Umbu does have the right to meet without being summoned. However, when it comes to actual practice, it will only appear in truly major events. Seeing this, Danzo's face darkened and he spoke sternly. You bastard, can't you see we are discussing something important? Is there anything more important than the future of Konoha? If you don't tell me the reason, don't blame me for being rude. In order to force the emperor to abdicate this time, Danzo even moved out Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato En. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen began to think about it. At this moment, someone suddenly intervened when he was about to succeed, and Danzo obviously couldn't swallow this. The Umbu ninja's face turned pale all of a sudden, feeling the murderous intent behind him. He was unable to speak for a moment. The third Hokage saw this and tapped the pipe in his hand on the table. Danzo, okay, this kind of thing won't affect my thinking. Let's see what happens first. Hanakawa, just speak frankly. Danzo couldn't help but snort when he heard this, but as things had come to this point, he could only temporarily suppress his anger. At least, in his eyes, when using Konoha's future as a bargaining chip, everything has become a foregone conclusion. Feeling the murderous aura dissipating from his back, the Umbu ninja secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but without caring too much, he spoke hurriedly. Hokage-sama, more than 10 minutes ago, at the northern commercial street square, the Genin, led by Master Asuma, held a meeting called the Chuyunin Examination Mobilization Meeting. Those who will be attending this meeting are all elite Genin selected by the Hokage. However, during the tournament, a conflict broke out between Heitake Roa and Master Asuma and others. Moonlight Gale attacked first but was severely injured by Heitake Roya's sword. Then Heitake Roya threatened to challenge Master Asuma and his men alone, and a gunfight broke out between the two sides. At this moment, it seemed as if Chang wanted to spit out all his words at once. After all, after hearing the report from Whippet, Hanakawa, who was a member of the Umbu, also lost his patience and ignored the rules and broke into the Hokage's office. Even Mito Kato En and Yutain Koharu, as well as Danzo and the third Hokage, who were present at the scene, had their expressions suddenly tensed. These were the two major issues they mentioned just now. The former is a trivial matter, but the latter is the future of Konoha village. What they never expected was that the two would collide so quickly. Looking at the well-trained Umbu ninja, there was a hint of urgency in their words at this moment, which undoubtedly gave rise to an extremely ridiculous idea in their minds. Not to mention Danzo and his two other companions who are high-level advisors to Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was stunned where he stood, his face full of disbelief. He didn't wake up until the pipe burned his hand. Hanagawa, you just said that Heitake Roya defeated all of Asuma's men by himself. Is that true? How long did it take him? 10 minutes, or 20 minutes? The third Hokage spoke hastily. The document he had just been looking at was the file of every person who had taken the Chunin exam. It records in detail their mission experiences, ninjutsu they have mastered, and other data. According to the third Hokage's inference, if these 20-odd people joined forces, ordinary Jonin would probably find it difficult to resist. It is also the basis for his victory in the Chunin exam and the future of Konohagakure. However, now all of this was defeated by a young boy alone. With such an amazing record, not to mention the third Hokage, even Danzo and others couldn't wait to know how long it took Heitake Roya to achieve it. Yes, 3 minutes. No, it should be said that it is one move. Hanakawa hesitated and finally raised a finger. At least, in his eyes, this seemed to be the most appropriate answer. The third Hokage's heart couldn't help but tremble. Even Danzo and his two companions were no exception. Of course, they also had speculations about Roha's victory, but I never expected that I would win so completely. With just one move from one person, he directly destroyed the future of Konoha. If it were them, they would have to fight against more than 20 people at the same time. I'm afraid it's difficult to achieve this level. The third Hokage's expression changed several times, and finally he looked at Whippet standing outside the door and said, "Whippet, is this true?" Whippet had already guessed that the third Hokage would ask this kind of question. After all, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be willing to believe the result. Feeling the gazes from all around, Whippet nodded silently without any hesitation. Seeing this reply, the third Hokage's heart was shaken again, but the shock in his heart was gradually soothed out after taking another deep puff of dry tobacco. He said, "Danzo, it seems that the blow you received was too light. We also underestimated Roya. He was able to survive such a brutal war at such a young age. He is indeed not as simple as he seems. So, Danzo, it's not that I won't help you, it's that you came too late. I hope you can hand over the Heide clan's base as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering our friendship. Whippet, go and tell Shinishuk that everything that happened today must be kept secret. If you find any suspicious people trying to spread this, have Hanakawa take them back to the interrogation department." "You go ahead." "Torture department?" Whippet paled slightly. "If we say that in the Konohagakure, the Umbu has been shrouded in a veil of mystery. The torture department is a mystery within a mystery. Anyone who is sent to the torture department feels like being pushed into hell. Now, for this farce, the third Hokage has even brought out the most mysterious torture department. This is enough to show how much importance this matter holds." Sarutobi. Danzo's face turned ugly and he spoke again. However, as soon as these words fell, the third Hokage took a glance and did not continue speaking. He just stared at Danzo quietly. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato looked slightly gloomy, as they were colleagues who had worked together for many years. They knew clearly that this was an order to expel them. However, when I think of how Heitake Roya single-handedly defeated a group of elite genin that represented the future of Konoha, as long as they are not fools, they can see that Luoya's current importance is no longer a transparent existence to the Konoha village. It is very likely that the future of Konoha will be implicated. Therefore, Danzo's attempt to force the emperor to abdicate this time was undoubtedly stillborn. Forget it, Danzo. Menyan and I will guarantee you that we will give you 1 month to hand over the work. You should have no objection to returning the base to Heitake Roya after 1 month, right? Yutain Koharu came to the rescue in a deep voice. "Then let's take a month," said the third Hokage. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first task was to weigh the pros and cons and stabilize the situation. At this moment, the method proposed by Koharu Yutain is obviously the best way. "Humph." Danzo snorted coldly, his face still as cold as frost, and stood up with the help of a cane. "Sarutobi, don't worry, I will definitely hand over the things in a month. But you have your way of doing things, and I have mine. Who knows, in the end, you may not even have to give me this base." After saying this, Danzo turned around and left with his cane. Looking at the figure disappearing in front of him, the third Hokage's face also darkened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Whippet, bring a message to Heitake Roya. Tell him to be careful of Danzo." Whiptail's expression froze. He had never expected that as a tutor, he would be involved in such a turmoil. However, at this moment, I had no choice but to agree. As Whippet left, the third Hokage looked at the documents in his hand and fell into silence. The Konohagakure is in a turbulent time right now, with both external and internal troubles. That's all he can do. Sarutobi, have you ever thought about letting Heitake Roya take part in the Chunin exam as an exception? If he takes part, our chances of winning might be higher. Yutain Koharu suddenly spoke. Mizudaman N on the side also nodded in agreement. The reason they did not follow Danzo's steps was because of this question. As high-level advisors, they often stand on the same side as Danzo. But more importantly, they are pursuing the interests of the Konoha village. For the current Konohagakure, the Chunin exam is not a big deal. The suspicion is that the matter is of great importance. Heitake Roa was able to defeat the people who represented the future of Konoha by himself. It is enough to show that his role is very important. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and finally shook his head. "Xiaochun, I know what you were thinking, but you should know that Luoya came back from outside Konoha and has no roots here. At this moment, he is like a sharp blade without a handle. If used well, it will certainly benefit Konoha, but if used poorly, it will become a double-edged sword." The next day, the early morning sunlight was like broken gold, sprinkling across the earth. Outside the house, Luoya continued to chop with the wooden sword in his hand. A reward of 0.1% does seem very shabby. The slashing task is also very boring. However, Luoya will never give up on any way to increase his strength. At least, after many fights, Luoya discovered a law of true fragrance. As long as you are strong enough, it feels great to chop people. Accompanied by the wooden sword in his hand chopping out continuously, Luo Ya also quickly reviewed yesterday's fight. According to the system's calculations, the total number of people killed by Mu Dao by She has now reached 40. If you count the 20 we chopped off yesterday, the number of people soared to 60, leaving only 40 people away from 100 kills. It seems that the number of people has been reduced by half. But the horse will die if you try too hard to reach the mountain. We still have to work hard next. However, what Roha was most concerned about at the moment was the slash he suffered during the brief fight with Sarutobi Shinashuk yesterday. Although, I'm not going for him completely, but I'd like to get some benefits if I can. Of course, Roya was happy to see it. Unfortunately, after this period of time, Luoya has figured out the system's daily temperament. Only after completing the daily task will it bubble up briefly for settlement. Luoya couldn't wait to complete the daily task and see if there were any unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Luoya suppressed his chaotic thoughts, opened his eyes slightly, and the momentum of the wooden sword in his hand increased again. A series of afterimages seemed to be connected into a line. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Bang! Invisible air pressure exploded on the ground the moment the last knife fell, and eventually spread to 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Watching this sudden scene, the three drowsy figures who were watching on the side, with sleepy eyes, suddenly woke up. Amazing! Fear! Too perverted! The three girls spoke at the same time, except for Mitarashi Anko who followed Roya back after the farce was over. There are also Uzuki Ujo and Ui Kurane, who are named to protect Red Bean. Looking at the three people praising him fluently, Luoya rolled his eyes helplessly. Connect the three people's words. He was just doing some simple morning exercises, yet he was described as a shocking and terrifying pervert by others. It's like being shot while lying down. Xian, I finally understand why you call him a pervert. He gets up at 5 in the morning to do 10,000 slashing training. I'm afraid that this amount of training would be too much for a Chinin or even a Jonin. Zayarihong was the first to lose her patience. Thinking back to the farce that happened yesterday, the scenes were still vivid in her mind, like an unforgettable nightmare. That's why Ui Kurane appears here. Hong, it's good that you understand. With this amount of training, I'm afraid no one in our Maoyu clan can do it, not to mention our Moonlight clan, which is also a prestigious clan. Maoyu Shiyan said hurriedly. Luoya, I would like you to teach me how to use a knife, is that okay? Instructions on swordsmanship. Shi'ari Hong's expression was shocked. She did have some guesses about what Maoyu Ujo was thinking. However, I didn't expect that Maoyu Shiyan would actually make such an abrupt request. After all, every family that can grow strong has its own foundation. The reason why the Uzuki clan has become a prominent family in Konoha is that their Konoha-style swordsmanship is the foundation of their existence. It is also the honor of their clan. However, now Uzuki Ujo made such a request. Once this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid it will put Maoyu's swordsmanship in a worse position, right? You want me to teach you swordsmanship? Luoya frowned and said. What did you say last time? Previous sentence? Maoyu Shiyan was stunned for a moment. She was really confused by this question, but after thinking for a while, she said. My last sentence was that if your training method was used in the Uzuki clan or the Moonlight clan, I'm afraid no one would be able to handle it. Is there any problem with that? Of course there is a problem. Luoya put down the wooden sword, took out the wine gourd and took a sip, then said with a smile. Of course this is a big problem. I thought you forgot there is a Moonlight clan. You ran back with Hungda yesterday. Did you forget that your childhood sweetheart is still in the hospital? If you don't go visit him soon, he might have been discharged. Childhood sweethearts? Maoyu Zian was confused. The scenes that happened yesterday are indeed vivid and linger in my mind. However, those were all scenes of Luoya fighting in her desire to pursue the way of the sword. What childhood sweetheart? She had already selectively forgotten about it. If Roya hadn't mentioned it, I'm afraid she will have to wait until Moonlight Gale is discharged from the hospital before she can remember. Zian, it seems that what Luoya said is correct. Jai Feng attacked yesterday for you. You may not be interested in him and have forgotten about him, but we should also go and visit him. The muscles on Yuhakuren's cheeks twitched slightly, and she also forgot about this matter. At this moment, she really wanted to know whether Moonlight Gale even wanted to die. Faced with this question, Maoyu Shiyan knew that she was in the wrong. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, Luoya, let's go to the hospital first, drop off the fruit basket and come back immediately. Afterwards, you must teach me how to use a knife, otherwise I will never leave your house. Hongdu, hurry up and leave. After saying these words, Maoyu Shiyan turned around and ran away. The so-called visit was so fast that it seemed like he was just going there to take a look around. Seeing this scene, Shi'ari Hong was also helpless, but when leaving, she still looked back at Luoya. Luoya, I will come back too. I hope you can teach me how to improve my spiritual power. Otherwise, I will not leave. Luoya, I just can't leave. I'll be back soon. Mitarashi Anko stuffed a meatball into her mouth and added in the same slurred voice. Watching the three people leave, Luoya touched his face helplessly and muttered to himself. Sure enough, when a handsome guy goes, his charm is irresistible wherever he goes. But, Lord Danzo, you have been hiding in the dark and watching the show for so long, isn't it time to come out? In the huge open space, the voice was carried away by the wind. Under the rustling sound of leaves, several footsteps were then heard. The two root ninjas following closely behind him couldn't help but pause in their steps, and through the masks one could still catch a glimpse of shock in their pupils. At least, they probably didn't expect that Danzo would suddenly make such a crazy invitation. Luoya was not surprised by all this. Isn't it true that a tyrant is best at winning people's hearts and making big promises? The boss's words are full of lies. If you believe it, you are not far from becoming a ghost. Looking at the three people who stopped about 7 or 8 meters away, Luoya still took a sip of old wine and said with a smile, Master Danzo, you have mobilized so many people to come to me this time, I don't think you are just here to deceive me. Become the successor to the root, your old ass has struggled for so many years and you can't even sit as a Hokage, let alone a poor guy like me. If you have anything to say, just say it. You bastard, how dare you talk to Danzo-sama like this? Danzo-sama came to you personally, which shows his respect for you. Are you really not afraid of death by being so rude? A slightly childish voice came from under the mask. The wind is fine. Danzo reached out his hand to stop him, his face turned cold and he said, Ha kid, it seems that you are not as easy to fool as those guys. With such a keen perception, you are as difficult to deal with as a beast. No wonder even Orikimura can't get close to you easily. However, since you have seen my intentions, I will not beat around the bush. You are very smart, kid. You actually asked those people who were in the way to leave in advance. This saved me a lot of effort. At this point, Danzo tightened the cane in his hand, and then smiled and said, I have set up a sky prison and underground network around here, and brought dozens of elite troops from the root. We have also set up barriers around here to isolate the situation here. No matter what happens here, people from the outside world will not be able to find out. I have gone through so much trouble just to give you two choices. Either you become the knife in my hand and serve me, or you will die. Invisible murderous intent spread throughout the world as the words fell. The pairs of cold eyes hidden in the darkness were all fixed on Luoya. It gives people the feeling of a group of jackals waiting for an opportunity. All they need is a command from Danzo and they will attack in unison. Shen Zhongfeng, who had spoken just a moment ago, now had a hint of smile flashing in his eyes when he saw Danzo showing his fangs. At least, in his eyes, this is the hero worthy of following. Feeling this invisible atmosphere of oppression, Luoya couldn't help but smile and said, Master Danzo, you are right. A man who knows the times is a hero. I agree with that. Do you agree? A gleam of light flashed in Danzo's turbid old eyes, and then he laughed. Ha, kid, it seems that you are indeed a smart person. It was Sarutobi who was too proud of his status and let me get there first. Since you are willing to be the sword in my hand, then let me plant the curse on you. As Danzo said this, he signaled Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Ryama behind him to step forward. However, before the two of them could lead the crowd out, Luoya smiled and shook his head and said, Master Danzo, are you getting old and confused? I really agree with what you said. However, the recognition I mentioned is your last sentence that is a dead end. How can I cut you if you don't want me to die? You. Danzo suddenly became angry and the smile on his face instantly became stiff. Even all the eyes cast around were slightly shocked. I never expected that in such a murderous situation, the young man in front of me could say such crazy words. How can I kill you if you don't want me to die? Isn't this pushing yourself down a path of no return? At least, in their eyes, it was hard to see the possibility of Roya surviving. Well, you are such an arrogant and ignorant kid. Even when you are about to die, you can still say such crazy words. I really want to know what confidence you have to say such things. Danzo laughed angrily and clenched the crutch in his hand. Everyone's nerves were instantly tense, and they stared at Luoya. As long as Danzo makes any move, they will attack without hesitation and kill Haitake-ROA with lightning speed. However, as time went by, Luoya, who was already a fish on the chopping board in their eyes, still looked calm and composed. There was no trace of fear at all. The next moment, everyone's pupils trembled slightly, and an inexplicable feeling emerged in their hearts. The little ghost in front of me seemed to have suddenly become more dangerous. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task and gaining 0.1% of the role-playing progress. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for killing one of the 8 colors of Konoha, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and getting a consolation gift package, and the reward is Whirlwind/Iron Fist. Whirlwind Iron Fist? Luoya was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a flat-cut system? How come a Whirlwind Iron Fist suddenly appeared? If I remember correctly, this Whirlwind Iron Fist comes from One Punch Man. It is the famous skill of Bang, the eldest brother of Silver Fang Bang, who ranks 3rd in S-Class in the Hero Association. It is known as the pinnacle boxing style in martial arts. The target is destroyed without a trace using an extremely fast slash that the enemy cannot react to. When one reaches the extreme level, one can use one's own circulating energy to transform into an invisible strike to instantly kill everything around. It can be said that this Whirlwind Iron Fist is indeed not a sword technique, but it is better than a sword technique. Compared to ordinary rewards, for Luo Ya, it feels like a king bomb. However, the thought of holding a knife and chopping someone at the same time, this seems isn't it a bit awkward? Ding dang, the host is detected to be a flat attack system, and the rewards will be adaptively changed. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the whirlwind iron slash technique. Golden light is blooming in the space of consciousness. The next moment, it turned into a warm current like a vast ocean, rushing straight to the limbs, accompanied by a roar in the mind. All eyes were focused on Roya. The next moment, Luo Ya slowly raised his head and smiled warmly. However, this smile fell into the eyes of Yamanaka Fang and Abarame Ryoma. The two of them were suddenly shocked, as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of danger swept over my whole body. In an instant, all the hairs on my body stood up. The moment their muscles tensed, the two of them retreated hastily as if by conditioned reflex. Master Danzo is in danger, retreat quickly. Abarame Ryoma took the lead, came to Danzo's side, grabbed Danzo, and quickly retreated. The three of them stopped only when they had retreated 20 or 30 meters away. Faced with this sudden scene, the elite roots hidden in the surroundings were also alarmed and rushed out quickly. However, just as they stepped out of the darkness, the scene they saw made them stop in their tracks. Everywhere I looked was still dead silent. Surrounded by them, Heitake Roya still stood there with a smile on his face, holding a wine gourd and drinking the wine with great interest. Don't even mention it's dangerous at this moment. There's nothing even remotely dangerous about it. Lord Danzo, this. Abarame Ryoma stood there in a daze. Recalling that moment just now, the parasitic worms that were nurtured in his body and had a strong sense of perception suddenly sent out extremely dangerous signals. At the same time, Fang, who was selected from the Yamanaka clan as a perception ninja, also made the same decision. This is enough to prove that his instant reaction just now was not an illusion. At that moment, the dangerous feeling that Roya exuded was enough to threaten their lives. Everyone, get back. Danzo snorted coldly, pulled his hand back, and said in a cold voice, "Little devil, it seems that you have done something without knowing it, which makes you feel so confident, but do you really think you can escape from my grasp? Danzo, you said that Roya alone can't do it, so what if I'm included?" A cold voice suddenly sounded from a distance. Two figures appeared more than 10 meters away like ghosts. The leader was Uchiha Fugaku. Following closely beside him was Itaki. However, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer as calm as usual, but instead had a hint of coldness. Scarlet blood spread in the pupils, and the three Magatama Sheringan expanded directly. Abarame Ryoma's expression couldn't help but change. When entering the Kimo clan's residence, they have already set up an illusion barrier, which not only blocks the incoming people, but also has the function of detection. If it is used to deal with ordinary ninjas or even jonin, it is definitely enough. However, they never expected that the person who came was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. In front of the Sheringan, the so-called illusion barrier was obviously pale and powerless. It turns out to be Fugaku. Danzo's face darkened slightly, and then he smiled gently while leaning on his cane. "Ha, I haven't seen you with such a cold face for many years. It seems that you think highly of this boy. But don't worry, I came here this time just to recruit this brat. Since I've been rejected, there's not much point for me to stay here any longer. But most geniuses die young, so you better be careful on the road, kid." "Don't worry, Lord Danzo, if it is a premature death that comes to my doorstep, that is exactly what I wanted. I can give him a beating with a clear conscience." Luo Yes smiled. "Let me count that you brought 38 root ninjas with you. Do you have no confidence in yourself, or do you overestimate me? But I prefer the more people the better. If one cut doesn't work, then just cut a few more times." "You!" Shan Zhongfeng was suddenly furious. However, before he could open his mouth, Danzo reached out to stop him and said with a fake smile, "Ha, Heitake Roya, you are still as arrogant as ever. I hope you can really be arrogant to the end. Let's go." After saying this, Danzo left first with his crutches. Shan Zhongfeng, who was following closely on both sides, was indeed unwilling in his heart, but he could only grit his teeth and follow Abarame Ryoma's steps and leave. Seeing this, Uchiha Itaki, who was blocking the road, opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Fugaku, who shook his head. Itaki couldn't help but speak until Danzo and the other two left. "Father, why don't you stop him? If a fight really breaks out, we will be in the right in front of the Hokage." Itaki was indeed late for what had just happened. However, I also saw with my own eyes the luxurious lineup brought by Danzo. In his eyes, if they didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid this is a dead end. Looking at Itaki with a stubborn face, Fugaku dispersed his three Magatama Sheringan and said lightly, "Itaki, you still think things are too simple. There are some things, even if we are right, but considering the situation of the Uchiha clan, in the end it will only be our fault. Besides, I think Roya prefers to solve problems in his own way. Haha, uncle, what you said hits the nail on the head. I really would prefer them to cause more trouble so that I can chop them up with a clear conscience. It's a pity that you guys came out a little early, so I didn't even have the chance to chop them up. Luoya laughed dryly. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Luoya, it seems that your uncle underestimated you. If you are really sure, then I am relieved too. Uncle, don't worry. Even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. If it is just for self-protection, I still have some confidence. But uncle, how did you know that Danzo was coming? Luoya frowned. The Heite clan is a declining clan, and their base had long been deserted, with only him and Kakashi still left here. Others have already moved to more prosperous areas. If the secret of Orochimaru and Danzo wasn't hidden here, I'm afraid they wouldn't come to such a desolate place. Seeing that Luoya was still talking and laughing at this moment, Fugaku realized that he still underestimated Luoya, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, the reason Itaki and I came to see you this time is because the entrance exam for the ninja school has been moved up, and the final date is tomorrow, so we came here to remind you. However, Roya, you should be careful of Orochimaru. He is no less dangerous than Danzo and Konoha. After a moment's hesitation, Fugaku finally spoke up to remind him. He was very grateful for Orochimaru's information. However, gratitude is one thing, but the danger from Orochimaru is another. Luoya came back to his senses, took a sip of the old wine and said, "Don't worry, uncle, I don't like to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If I can choose, I would rather have trouble come to me. Boy, it seems your uncle has been worrying about nothing. Now that things here are settled, I'll go back first. I'll let Itake pick you up at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll report to the ninja school together. I hope everything goes well for you." Uchiha Fugaku rarely smiled, patted Itake on the shoulder and said, "By the way, Itake, didn't you say you wanted to take Roya to meet someone?" Itake came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Brother Luoya, today I will treat you. I will take you to meet someone. You and him will definitely be good friends." Looking at Itake's excited face, Luoya raised his eyebrows and instantly guessed who this person was. However, facing this returning Uchiha, Roya also wanted to see if this target was worth chopping off. Looking at Itake, who turned around and dragged him away, Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand and glanced at the house behind him. With the departure of Roya, on the roof, a figure gradually became clear. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, revealed a creepy smile and said, "This little fellow is worthy of being my prey. It seems that I have been meddling in other people's business. It seems to have become more dangerous just now. Is this his true strength that has always been hidden, or has it suddenly grown? It seems that this matter is really becoming more and more interesting. But Danzo has used both coercion and inducement. I'm afraid he will go all out next. If he can't get it, he will kill it in the cradle. That's his style. It seems that I have to complete the experiment as soon as possible before things get out of hand. By then, I can concentrate on figuring out the secret hidden in this kid's body." The West Commercial Street of Konohagakure is mostly populated by hot spring resorts, and there are many tourists on the street. At a roadside meatball stall not far away, Luoya held a wine gourd in one hand and a meatball in the other, taking a sip from time to time, enjoying the long-lost comfort. Especially when looking at the young girls in bathrobes walking in front of him, Luoya smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, this beautiful spring scenery can only be appreciated slowly in peacetime. "Itaki, stop waving around in front of me. You're blinding me." "Brother Luoya, I'm sorry. The agreed time has come. I was worried that Brother Shisui didn't see us, so I was a little anxious." Itaki touched the back of his head apologetically. Seeing this, Luoya couldn't help but roll his eyes. "No need to look, he has already come, he just hides and won't come out." Itaki was stunned for a moment, and after looking around, he finally saw the figure he had been waiting for, walking out of the store, followed by 3 other familiar faces. Honda spoke vaguely, still holding a string of meatballs in her hand. "I've said it a long time ago. Luoya has a keen sense and will definitely find him. At that time, I was hiding and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but I was seen through. You just didn't believe it." Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo were completely shocked. They just went to the hospital. On the way back, I couldn't resist Hundu's coquettishness and decided to eat some meatballs here. Not long after I sat down, I ran into Uchiha Shisui. Originally, I had the mentality of watching the show, to see what this legendary genius ninja from the Uchiha clan was waiting for here. I never expected to meet Luoya again. However, not only Uchiha Itake, but even Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo did not take Red Bean's explanation to heart at all. After all, one is a legendary ninja who made his name on the battlefield. A genin who is merely qualified to take the Chunin exam. There is simply no comparison between the two. More importantly, the 4 words Shunshen Shisui represent not only speed, but also the means of concealment. Luoya was able to see through all of this in advance. If this was their first confrontation, the two would have ended up in a draw. "Brother Shisui, you have handed over the mission so quickly?" Itake's eyes lit up and he stepped forward hurriedly. "This is the brother Luoya I mentioned to you." "Luoya, Itake, I'm sorry. Itake was talking about you last night. I also heard about your deeds, so I couldn't help but want to give it a try. I hope you don't mind." Uchiha Shisui said apologetically. Brother Shisui, when did I mention it all night long? Itaki argued with a slight blush on his cheeks. Luoya rolled his eyes. It seemed that Itaki was also trying to attract hatred for him. However, Luoya really didn't care about the so-called trouble. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was wearing a dark-colored high-neck short-sleeved shirt and a green vest, with a small sword on his back. Roya couldn't help but smile and said, "Hey, take Roya, half of the Uchiha clan. You are indeed a man worth a chop." Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand and added, "Would you like a drink?" Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. Although, he had already learned about Roya's style of doing things from Itaki, but he cuts people with one mouthful of wine. This really caught people off guard. "Brother Shisui, Brother Roya means no harm, do you want a drink?" Itaki rubbed the back of his head and said urgently, "My father told me that friendship between men can start with a drink. After drinking, we can be considered to have known each other. I've also drunk Brother Luoya's wine. Have you drunk it?" Shisui was a little surprised. The Itaki he knew was a shy and rule-abiding person. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, it broke his cognition. Seeing Itaki's eager face, Shisui smiled and patted Itaki's shoulder and said, "Itaki, it seems that you have really changed a lot in the past 2 days. Luoya is indeed a free and easy person that I didn't expect. I just happen to like people like this. I'll drink this wine." "Thank you, Roya." However, looking at Luoya, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and who drank alcohol like water, after comparing, it seems to be really better. Shisui coughed dryly, and there was an obvious hint of alcohol on his face. However, the sip of wine obviously brought the two sides closer together, and they sat down and started eating meatballs with wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shisui was indeed taking a sip each time, but the alcohol smell on his face was obviously stronger. After finishing the last meatball in his hand, he couldn't help but open the chatterbox in his heart. "Roya, I have a question for you. You should be very clear about the situation of the Uchiha clan, right? I want to try my best to ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konohagakure, but I don't seem to see any hope." As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was sent to the Land of Water during the Third Ninja World War to face the Mist Village alone. With the reputation of Flash Body Shisui, he scared away the elite troops led by Ching after they seized the Byakugan. Uchiha Shisui can definitely be called a legend. In order to balance the relationship between the village and the clan, he was willing to sacrifice himself and join the dark side to fight for his life. It is enough to see his determination. However, at this moment, he, as a legend, fell into silence, and his eyes were dim. Luoya was not surprised by this scene. He took a sip of the old wine and said with a smile, "Shisui, you are like a drop of wine. If a drop of wine falls into water, it will be easily submerged by the water. If you can't blend, and even if you carry the weight, why not do the opposite and let the water blend into the wine? Since we are still being suppressed even though we follow the rules, then we should just break the rules and make new ones. I've heard a saying that if you put yourself in the game, you're half the battle ahead of God. Since we can't bet on their approval, then let them be out of reach and seek their approval instead. Why bother yourself with this? By getting involved in the game yourself, you can win half the battle?" Hongdu and the other two standing aside frowned. The wrinkled words even made their brains twisted, and it was obvious that they couldn't figure out anything. However, when it fell into Shisui's ears, it made him freeze in his tracks. As someone involved in the situation, he certainly understood what Luoya meant by this. As a chess player, if you join the game yourself, of course you will be considered an outsider and win half a piece. At this moment, Shisui finally understood what Roya had done, and he felt suddenly enlightened. "Luoya, I want to challenge you." Shisui came back to his senses, and the smell of alcohol disappeared immediately. Mao Yu Zian and others were confused. In their eyes, Luoya's strength is indeed extraordinary. However, Shunshin Shisui has been famous for a long time. Isn't it a bit like bullying the weak to suddenly make such a challenge? Don't worry, this is just a limited exchange. Shisui saw the confusion of the 3 women and explained, "I just want to know if Roya can help me break through. Break the deadlock?" Shi'ari Hong stood there in a daze, still confused. Hongdu, who was standing by, wiped her mouth and said, "Forget it, Hongdu, don't think too much. Sometimes it's useless to think too hard about men's affairs. Besides, that guy probably likes things that allow him to chop people. I also want to know whether the sword in his hand can be used when facing the legendary ninja." A trace of urgency appeared on Uzuki Yujo's pretty face, and she secretly clenched the ninja sword in her hand. Both of them use knives. Of course Mao Yu Xian wanted to know, just how high can this person who makes her feel powerless reach? What's more, if she remembered correctly, Shunshin Shisui was also an expert in swordsmanship. The fight between the two is very important for those who use swords. It undoubtedly has a fatal attraction. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Luoya. Luoya threw the wine gourd in his hand to Itaki and said with a bloodthirsty smile, Shisui, I've been wanting to chop you up for a long time. Luoya, holding a wooden sword, walked out first. Shisui's pupils trembled slightly, and he was full of surprise. He also thought that this challenge would be rejected by Roya. I didn't expect Luoya to agree so readily. However, this was exactly what Shisui wanted. He also wanted to know whether what Luoya said just now about joining the game with his own strength was true. Why did Luoya really agree to this? Will he not even be able to touch the corner of Uchiha Shisui's clothes? Zihi Kurane lost her temper. After all, as the new generation, they grew up listening to various legends. Among them is Shunshin Shisui, now a legendary ninja. A rookie who's not even a genin. Maybe this rookie is different. But the gap is still difficult to bridge, right? Hong, you think things are too simple. Mao Yushiyan said through gritted teeth, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Have you ever seen Roya suffer a loss? He won't do anything he's not sure of. He may not be able to win, but I believe the situation will not be one-sided. I believe in his swordsmanship. Do you believe him? Ziriong reached out and touched Mao Yuzaijiao's forehead and said, Zian, why haven't I seen you believe in Jiafeng so firmly before? Now it seems like he's risking everything. Could it be that he fell in love with Luoya after sleeping with her for one night? Bah, Hong, what nonsense are you talking about? Mao Yushiyan's cheeks turned red all the way to her ears, and she hurriedly defended herself. I just want to know how high the swordsmanship is. At least, he seems to be able to break the boundaries of my cognition. Okay, stop talking, they are getting ready to start. Hunga rarely stopped snatching the meatballs and looked at the open space in front of her with bated breath. As the first person to get to know Luoya, she knew clearly that this fight might be completed in an instant. So you can't miss even a glance. As the voices faded away, an invisible sense of oppression spread throughout the scene. It seemed as if even the flowing air had come to a standstill. The entire space was stirred by the aura of the confrontation between the two people. As Shisui had just returned from the battlefield, his expression was slightly tense at this moment. Originally, in his eyes, he was someone who had survived the brink of life and death, and was different from Luoya. However, when he and Roya stood on opposite sides, Shisui found that his idea was completely wrong. It can be said that at this moment, Luoya gave him the feeling that he was not a newcomer at all. Shisui was obviously infected by Roya's fighting spirit. He clenched the short knife in his hand and reached down to his waist with his left hand. 7 or 8 shurikens were thrown out and headed straight towards Luoya. The short distance of more than 10 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Luoya gave a bloodthirsty smile and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Bang! The ground was crushed. A large amount of gravel and dirt splashed and instantly blocked Roya's way, colliding with the incoming shuriken. When the clanging sound of metal collision was heard, the wooden sword in Luoya's right hand flew out instantly and chopped towards the empty back. Such a strange scene made Ui Kurane, Mao Yujao, and the other 2 girls stunned. He crushed the ground with one foot and blocked the shuriken attack. It really made them stunned. However, turning around and cutting the void, what the hell is this? At least, in their eyes, Shisui has always stayed where he is. No, you will know if you look carefully. Itaka stared at the battlefield intently and spoke at the right time. As Shisui's sparring partner, Itaki is obviously more familiar with Shisui's methods. Mao Yushiyan suddenly woke up and asked, is that fake? Bang! The wooden knife fell. The originally empty void seemed to be distorted, and a figure gradually became clear. Looking at the wooden sword coming towards him, Shisui quickly raised the small sword in his hand to block it. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly rang out. The moment the 2 swords collided, Shisui's expression suddenly changed. He did know in advance that Roya possessed a considerable amount of supernatural power. In order to verify the strength of this force, I chose close combat. However, at this moment of close combat, feeling the huge force coming from his arm, Shisui was shocked. A casual blow of the sword can reach an explosive force of hundreds of pounds, which is too terrifying. Feeling the stinging pain from the tiger's mouth, Shisui twisted his body slightly and used the instant body movement technique again to quickly withdraw. Bang! The wooden sword fell to the ground, and the afterimage in the void was dissipated into the void. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand the force of the blow and shattered. Did Luoya guess wrong? Why is there another afterimage? The expressions of the 3 ladies Mao Yushiyan couldn't help but freeze, and Shirai Hong couldn't hold back her anger for a moment. Itaki, who was standing in the front, shook his head very seriously and said, no, the brief fight and collision just now was real. It's just that Brother Shisui discovered that Brother Roya's strength was different from that of an ordinary person, so he chose to distance himself from him once they made contact, leaving an afterimage in the void. Next, the real fight should begin. Mao Yushiyan and the other 2 were shocked. They had already heard of the reputation of Shunshin Shisui. However, he never expected that the instant teleportation technique he performed would not only leave an afterimage in the void, it can even quickly withdraw and retreat at the moment of collision. This does not mean that if the speed can't keep up. If facing Shunshin Shisui, he could only stare blankly and wait to be strangled. Luo, yeah, your strength is really amazing, I can only use another method to deal with you. Uchiha Shisui's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over there. When everyone could see clearly again, they saw Uchiha Shisui appearing out of thin air 20 or 30 meters away like a ghost. The magic seal that was flying in his hand had already fallen. Fire style, great fireball technique, bang! The hot chakra burst out and instantly turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which crushed towards Roya with a crushing posture. This scene made Maoyu Shiyan and others look shocked. Being able to perform a sea-level ninjutsu to this extent, such control and technique of chakra can only be achieved by reaching superhuman levels. Feeling the scorching heat, Roja still stood still. The moment he clenched the wooden sword with his backhand, the spiritual pressure in his body, like a vast ocean, poured into it crazily. The next moment, he struck out with great force. Boom! A flaming knife. They were instantly collided with by the incoming fireball. The terrifying blast wave rolled back like a hurricane. Flames were flying all over the sky. A sharp sound of air piercing suddenly rang out. Immediately, the flames that were rolling back into the sky were torn apart by a huge black shadow. Wait until everyone can see clearly. It turned out to be a giant Fuma shuriken. At an extremely tricky angle, it broke through the flames and went straight to Luoya's face. The sudden attack instantly tensed everyone's nerves. No one would have thought that the fireball technique just now was just a sleight of hand. The real killer move is the Fuma shuriken hidden behind it. What they didn't expect the most was, this Fuma shuriken has such a tricky attack method, it may be a more advanced shuriken technique. With the help of the explosion of fire as a cover-up, by the time they came to their senses, the attack had already reached Roya's very close range. It's obviously impossible to hide. Bang! Luoya smiled bloodthirstily, and stretched out his left hand like lightning, grabbing the Fuma shuriken directly. Bare hands against weapons. Such a crazy behavior is really unsettling. The next moment, his pupils shook, and he felt as if his eyes were about to burst. Got it! The attack was originally a high-speed spinning attack through the air. At this moment, Luoya caught it with one hand. The blast of air from the collision rolled back, but not a single drop of blood was splashed. Is it an enhanced type of ninjutsu? Is it an earth escape technique? Uchiha Shisui's expression was also slightly shocked. However, he, who was originally standing in the attacking position, had already become a shadow in the wind and was directly dispersed. The next moment, he appeared behind Luoya. But this time, when Uchiha Shisui appeared, one after another, after images bloomed like fireworks, instantly surrounded Roya. Luoya, your method really surprised me, but there are dozens of me here, each of them is an afterimage and also my real body. Let's see how you can break it. The figures all over the sky are repeating the same action. When faced with this kind of attack that is both true and both false and true, Maoyu Shiyan and others were extremely nervous, eager to know how Luoya would respond. After all, this target is one in dozens of miles. Once you really make the wrong choice. Luoya held the wooden sword in his hand and pressed it slightly downward towards the void in front of him. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui, who was hiding among the many afterimages within a 10-meter radius of Luoya, suddenly had all the pores on his body exploded. At the same time, the three Magatama Sheringan quickly bloomed. Uchiha Shisui's pupils suddenly contracted. With Roya as the center, the moment when the wooden sword was slightly pressed down, an invisible wave of air, like a sharp blade, bloomed with Roya as the center. The densely packed postures look like blooming fireworks. There is no place to hide within a radius of 10 meters. This feeling is just like the Hyaga clan's return to heaven. However, compared with the absolute defense of Kaiten, the scene before my eyes was the absolute domain of the god of death. Like a blade tornado, it strangled all prey that broke into it. Feeling the invisible attack coming towards him, Shisui, who was hiding in the afterimages in the sky and waiting for an opportunity to strike, did not care about too much and quickly withdrew. Buzz! A gentle breeze is blowing. The afterimages in the sky were instantly swept away by the invisible attack. The afterimages in the sky were directly shredded. With the help of the control of the whirlwind iron cutting technique, Roja's sense of touch was as sharp as that of a wild animal, and he instantly locked onto that figure that was different from the afterimage. The moment he raised his head, the muscles in his legs bulged like rocks. Since the speed is not enough, then make up for it with explosive power. The moment the strength gathered in his legs, the ground beneath his feet was crushed. Luoya disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was like a swift cheetah, rushing straight to a shadow more than 10 meters away. Originally, the afterimage had a calm expression, but at this moment his pupils shrank slightly. Shisui, excuse me, I caught you. Luoya gave a bloodthirsty smile, his arm muscles bulged, and the power of Vajra gathered in his arms. The next moment, with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, he chopped down with a loud bang. Boom! The blazing waves of fire gathered in the sword pressure. A slash of more than 10 meters in length blossomed, swallowing up everything in front of it and rushing straight to the waterfall hundreds of meters away. The huge air waves rolled back like a hurricane. Bang! Water splashed all over the sky and fell like heavy rain. Large amounts of water vapor rise and evaporate. The noise caused was so loud that even the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Mao Yuzian and others were confused. Through the steam in the sky, he looked at the figure in the stopped waterfall and crashed heavily on the cliff, his face full of disbelief. This is the legendary ninja. The existence that makes the ninja world tremble in fear is known as Shisui of Instant Soul. At this moment, he was chopped away by a knife. The gap is too big. The most important thing is that everything that just happened seemed very cumbersome. However, it only took a few dozen breaths for the fight to reach such an extent. This is absolutely beyond their reach. Luoya's invisible airflow dissipated, and he looked at the fleeting dark green color in the waterfall and smiled bloodthirstily again. As expected, he fought against someone who was already a legendary ninja. There are still too few means. The knife just now seemed to have hit Uchiha Shisui directly. However, Luoya clearly caught the momentary change in Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan. He took the blow head on. He looked very embarrassed at this moment. But all the attacks had already been blocked. What happened? We are from the Konoha Guard. Shouting came from a distance. Soon, 7 or 8 security teams appeared on the scene. When I saw clearly the figure that was knocked away and walked out of the waterfall, Uchiha Ning, who was in the lead, couldn't help but pause. He has always lived under the shadow of Uchiha Shisui, although he holds the title of the second Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Ning knew clearly that this was just the clan's way of flattering him. Really fighting, he is bound to lose. The battle situation will probably become one-sided. Now looking at Uchiha Shisui walking out of the waterfall, it indeed looks unharmed. However, when he saw clearly another familiar face in the field, Uchiha Ning instantly understood the ins and outs of this matter. This is Hatake Roya chopping people again. The person who was chopped off was not just Uchiha Shisui. It seemed that even Shisui was struck away. This result made Uchiha Ning's heart suddenly tighten, and he finally smiled bitterly. Shisui, when did you come back? Ning, I didn't expect to meet you here. This matter has nothing to do with Luriat. Can you give me a favor and not pursue what happened just now? Shisui walked out of the waterfall. As the small sword in his hand was sheathed, the 3 Magatama Sharingan also faded away. As a rare person in the Uchiha clan who is pro-Konoha, Shisui's reputation is indeed known throughout the ninja world. However, due to his attitude towards Konoha, he has already become a thorn in the eyes of many people in the Uchiha clan. Under normal circumstances, they would just fight randomly in Konoha. As the captain of the security team, Uchiha Ning will definitely hold on to him. Uchiha Shisui, who is a member of the Umbu directly under the Hokage, is indeed not afraid of such trouble. But he also didn't want Luoya to be targeted because of his invitation. Hatake Roya, Uchiha Ning said with a helpless smile. I don't want to be chopped by him a second time. He is now more popular than me that he even dares to kill the son of the Hokage. I can't do such a thing. Uchiha Shisui stood there in a daze. It was the first time that he saw this domineering peer actually give in. Before he could react, the guards who were following closely behind Uchiha Ning could no longer wait and hurried towards Luoya. Lord Luoya, your sword move yesterday was truly amazing. Didn't you say that we should do more good things? A real guard team. Today we helped an old lady cross the road, helped Mr. Wang next door find his lost wife, and pushed a cart for an old man. We did a lot of good things. Uchiha Shisui returned to the open space, but his eyes couldn't help twitching. After seeing Roya's style of doing things with his own eyes, he knew clearly that the solution was to cut it down first. Thank you very much, Lord Roya. We will definitely do our best. No, everyone should do their job well. Let's get back to work. Looking at the guard members retreating in a hurry, Uchiha Ning retreated with a helpless look on his face. However, before leaving, he still looked at Luoya with gratitude. He knew clearly the fight that happened not long ago. If Luoya had not used the wooden sword, he would have been dead or seriously injured. Whether or not I can stand here now is another matter. At the same time, he could see that Uchiha Shisui, who had been looming over him like a shadow, was also struck away. All the frustration and resentment that had been accumulating in my heart over the years was finally released. If you can't make your competitors suffer, but as long as you can see others achieve it, it is also a great joy in life. Watch these figures leave. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but stand there in a daze. It took him 3 or 4 breaths to come to his senses and then he spoke. I didn't expect that they seemed to have become different people in just 2 days. I finally understand what you just said. If you join the game yourself, you will win half the battle. Perhaps, only by breaking the rules can we really establish new ones. I hope you can really make it this far. Having said that, Shisui took the bottle of wine from Itaka's hand, tilted his head back and took a sip before speaking. You won this fight, and I finally understand why you drink so often. I took a bite after the fact, but I felt like I couldn't help but spit it out. Itaka standing aside froze in place. It was the first time he saw Shisui, who was usually as gloomy and full of worries as his father, actually drinking heavily, as if he had become a completely different person. However, seeing this scene, Itaki also showed a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, brother Luoya." "Thank me." Luoya rolled his eyes and said, "Don't say these cheesy words to me. The fight just now doesn't count at all. Next time if I have the chance to chop you down, I hope I can see your true hidden strength. Otherwise, I will have a headache." Mao Shiyan and others who were standing by couldn't help but be shocked. The fight just now was so shocking. Shunshin Shisui's forward evaluation fully reveals this. Let the three of them join forces. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for even a breath. Now Luoya told them that the fight just now was just the tip of Uchiha Shisui's iceberg. How powerful is the real strength? A hint of surprise flashed across Shisui's eyes, but he recovered and said with a smile, "Luoya, it seems that I still underestimated your understanding of the Uchiha clan. Meeting you today and hearing all this is beyond my expectations. It's true that I haven't used my full strength yet, but I guess you haven't used your full strength either. I look forward to you using your Sharingan and fighting as an Uchiha. Next, I will still do what I think is right, but I also know what should and shouldn't be done. Let's see who can really change all this in the end. Thanks for the wine." After saying these words, Shisui disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The bottle of wine in his hand also left with him. Looking at Uchiha Shisui who left with the wine, Luoya touched the tip of his nose helplessly, a little worried that he might not have seen the future yet. So the Uchiha clan got another drunkard. However, when I think of the original work, there was this great man who could use Susanoo with just one eye. The blood in Luoya's body couldn't help but tumble. This is something that is truly worth chopping off. If Shisui hadn't died, his height must be definitely taller than Itaki or Urguzi. It seems that I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Luoya took back the wooden sword. Looking at the traces of battle remaining on the scene, maybe I was successful again this time? On the other hand, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, gazing at the Hokage rock not far away. After 7 or 8 seconds, he turned around and spoke. "Shisui, have you met Hatake Roa? I think a fight is inevitable, right? Hatake Roya's sudden appearance and his unconventional approach have probably affected your plans, right? After all, you have done a lot to restore the Uchiha clan's favor in the hearts of the people in Konohagakure. The appearance of Hatake Roya now should be a hidden danger to your plan. Will you deal with him?" In the huge office, Uchiha Shisui was kneeling on one knee on the ground with a small sword on his back. The third Hokage's slightly cloudy old eyes were fixed on Shisui, hoping to catch a slight change in expression on his face to infer Uchiha Shisui's inner thoughts. Feeling the scrutiny, Shisui looked up at the crystal ball on the table. He knew clearly that the third Hokage asked this. However, everything that happened just now probably could not escape his surveillance. "Hokage-sama, I did meet Roya just now and fought with him. However, I don't think he will have any impact on my plans. Next, I will try to use my own method to compete with Roya and see who will succeed in the end. If, in the end, Roya really succeeds, what if I, Shisui, am his stepping stone? Do you agree with him?" The third Hokage's turbid old eyes trembled slightly. "As a successful person in power, we must control the forces below. The best thing to do is to let things go their own way. Only when troubles continue and each force is preoccupied with its own affairs will there be no incidents of forcing the emperor to abdicate and endangering the fundamental interests of Konoha. I thought that after Uchiha Shisui's return, he would be dissatisfied with Hatake Roa's behavior." The next day, the early morning sunlight was still like broken gold, sprinkling on the open space in front of the house. But, compared with the past, next to Luoya was a panting purple-haired girl, who was also sweating profusely as she swung her wooden sword. Her pretty face was full of a spirit of not wanting to admit defeat. Unfortunately, as time went by, Mao Yuexaya's hands felt as heavy as lead, and it became extremely difficult for her to even lift them up. When she counted the number of slashes with difficulty, it reached 900. An unexpected voice has fallen into my ears. 10,000. Buzz! The void ahead stirred up an invisible wave of air, which turned into a slashing blow and spread rapidly, reaching 7 or 8 meters away. Finally, the momentum of tearing the ground apart gradually subsided. Watching Luoya put away the wooden sword with his backhand, his rock-like muscles gradually tightened. He casually took out the wine gourd and took a sip. Mao Shiyan stood there in a daze. This is her 3rd day staying here. After watching the fight between Roya and Shisui yesterday, and after Luoya agreed for the first time to help the Uchiha clan teach swordsmanship, Mao Shiyan could no longer hold back her temper. After tossing and turning all night, she finally gritted her teeth, got out of bed, and ran out to imitate Luoya's chopping training. However, except for the first few dozen times, she was able to keep up. As time went by, only an afterimage remained of the wooden sword in Luoya's hand. Mao Yixian was left with nothing but reluctance but to grit her teeth and persevere. Unfortunately, all I hear at this moment are just those simple 12,000 words. But it was like the straw that broke the camel's back, causing Mao Yixian to instantly lose her spirit. She looked as pale as death and fell to her knees on the spot. 10,000 to 900. This gap is like a chasm, making people feel like it cannot be crossed. This feeling made Mao Yixian's eyes suddenly red, and hot tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. As one of the few talented swordsmen in the Uzuki clan and even in Konoha, Luoya did not say anything humiliating. Unfortunately, every time she stayed by Luoya's side and made subconscious comparisons, the results she got were like an invisible hammer, shattering her seemingly strong heart again and again. Now even the simplest slash can create a gap as huge as a chasm. This was undoubtedly the last straw. Don't cry here, if other people see you, they'll think I did something to you. Luoya took a sip of old wine, patted Mao Yixian's shoulder and said, I have done this kind of training thousands of times, but this is your first time, so of course the results will be different. Besides, if you continue to do this recklessly, I'm afraid you won't be able to lift the knife the next day. This training is indeed simple, but if you persevere and do the simplest things to the extreme, it will become difficult. Just work hard next time. If you do the simplest things to the extreme, it will no longer be simple. Mao Yixian's expression froze. She had been pursuing and learning powerful ninjutsu and methods, but now she felt as if she had suddenly become enlightened. He quickly raised his head, snatched the wine gourd from Luoya's hand, and took a sip as well. Luoya, thank you for your guidance. Now that you have instructed me, you must admit that you want to be my teacher. I have also drunk your wine now, and I cannot regret this. Teacher, if you have anything to say, just say it, but I will never agree to your refusal. Looking at Uzuki Yujeo, who was talking like a string of cannonballs and completely relying on him, Luoya rolled his eyes helplessly and snatched the wine gourd back. I don't mind you leaning on me, but you're just drinking my wine. Aren't you worried that you'll get drunk later and want me to carry you back to my bed? Belch. Mao Yixian burped and suddenly felt dizzy. Her cheeks became hot and even her steps became a little unsteady. She had no idea that she would get drunk so quickly after just taking a sip. When I think about the 18+ issues that these girls usually discuss in private, being drunk is the easiest thing to confuse people. When she thought of this, Mao Yixian no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly walked towards the room as if she was walking in the clouds and fog. Just find Mitarashi red beans. Her little sister wouldn't betray her, right? Looking at the stumbling figure, Luoya was helpless. This is probably more of a psychological effect than a physiological one. As soon as a sip of wine entered my stomach, there was such a big reaction. Is he really that scary? However, Luoya certainly didn't take these trivial matters to heart. What I care about most now is whether I succeeded in getting the free stuff yesterday. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, completing 10,000 slashes, and gaining 0.1% progress. The current progress is 4%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully splitting Uchiha Shisui and obtaining the primary reward package. The system prompt came late. Luoya's eyes lit up. Sure enough, choosing to kill Uchiha Shisui was the most correct thing to do. Primary reward gift pack. He is indeed a legendary ninja. It's much better than the small gift packages and big consolation gift packages I got before. You never know what surprises might come out. System, open the primary reward package for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the primary reward package and obtained the knowledge aura and 10 skill points. The crisp reminder sound echoed in my mind. Luoya was stunned where he was. What the hell is this reward? Aura of knowledge? 10 skill points? This is completely different from the reward Luoya imagined. Could it be that the things obtained within the system can be made stronger? After a short while, Luoya's eyes lit up and his face was full of joy. Follow the system description. This knowledge aura is an auxiliary tactic. Once enabled, it will not only increase the learning speed, but also double the rewards for daily tasks. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Luoya's acting template, which is almost standing still. The so-called skill points are indeed used for skills. After checking just now, Luoya found that the strong slash, iron block, and whirlwind slash iron technique all had an additional LV1 level, with the number 1 at the end. According to Roya's experience in his 2 lives, this is probably where the extra point is. Close combat is strong enough. If you add skill points to hard slash and iron block, you will increase your strength and defense. Instead of doing that, Luoya decided to give the whirlwind iron slash a try, as the only range attack method at this moment. If you happen to run into some Han Baobao, you don't have to just stare at them. System, immediately increase my skill points in the whirlwind iron slashing technique. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the skill points have been added successfully. Congratulations to the host, the current level of the Whirlwind Iron Slash is LV10, the sword pressure level has been unlocked, and it is currently LV1. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Luoya raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the sword pressure, which originally couldn't be increased, would become a new item. However, what shocked Luoya even more was the Whirlwind Iron Slash technique rushed to level 10 in one breath, and unexpectedly expanded the absolute domain from 10 meters to 20 meters. Although, according to the system's instructions, as the range increases, the power will increase dramatically within 10 meters, and the power will decrease within 20 meters. For Roha, this is enough as long as it is used properly. Brother Luoya, you are still early as usual. Have you finished your chopping training? We have to rush to the ninja school. Itaka's voice suddenly sounded. Roha exited the consciousness space, and the first person to enter was Itaki, followed by Uchiha Fugaku and Mikado. The entrance exam to the ninja school is indeed not a feast. Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, usually doesn't show much concern. However, this time it concerns Roya and Itake, and he is obviously worried. Luoya, what did you do to Xian? How come she can't even walk steadily? Is she having that? Red beans suddenly appeared in the room. Originally, it was just intended as a joke. However, when he saw the situation outside the house clearly, his cheeks turned red all the way to his neck. If there was a hole here, I would like to crawl into it. Fugaku's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. After smelling the lingering smell of alcohol on Maoyu Xian's body, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief that if someone really died, he didn't know how to explain it. He quickly changed the subject. Luoya, it's getting late, we should set off. I hope everything goes well today. Haha, uncle, don't worry, it's just a formality and will be over soon. Luoya smiled, put away the wooden sword, picked up the wine gourd and turned to leave. Looking at the receding figure, Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Konoha Ninja School. The entrance ceremony for freshmen has always been hosted by the Hokage. For this highest honor, in addition to the students taking the entrance exam, they are also accompanied by their respective parents. The already bustling ninja school suddenly became even more lively. However, what was different from previous years was that in addition to these parents and students, there were also many graduates who came to join in the fun. Among them were genin such as Sarutobi Asuma. After witnessing Roya's methods with his own eyes, they still couldn't help but run here to watch the ceremony. At least, in their hearts, there was an inexplicable voice that seemed to tell them that Roya's ninja entrance examination would probably not be easy. Hongdu, wasn't Xian with you these 2 days? Why do you look weird? Yue Guang Jiafeng's face was pale, and it was obvious that he had just recovered. I was lying in the hospital, and I thought my childhood sweetheart would come to take care of me. Unfortunately, I ended up waiting in vain. I don't know either. I just woke up and saw her drinking from the same pot of wine with Luoya. In the end, she couldn't even stand steadily, Hongdu said as she ate the meatballs. However, before he could finish his words, he felt murderous gazes behind him. Drinking from the same pot of wine? Is this really drinking to the point of being unable to stand? It's still alcohol on my brain. He has been looking forward to this kind of thing for more than 10 years, but it has never happened. Not to mention the method. Okay, everyone, welcome to today's freshman entrance ceremony. I'm Whippet, the vice principal of the ninja school and the tutor of the elite. I think everyone should be very familiar with me, so let's stop talking nonsense next. Please invite our special guest, the third Hokage, to come up to the stage and give a speech. Whippet stood on the platform and spoke. However, his wandering eyes couldn't help but fall on Luoya and the crowd. When their eyes met, Whippet couldn't help but shudder at the familiar smile. This guy wouldn't have any bold ideas again. Hello everyone, it's been a long time since I've talked to you all face to face. Young people represent the future and hope of Konoha, so as the older generation, we must protect them to the end even if it costs our lives, and we firmly believe that they will create a better future. This is the will of our Konoha Gakure. Where the leaves dance, the fire will also continue. The fire will illuminate the village and dispel the darkness, and it will also make new leaves sprout. I call it the will of fire. The endless chatter of old people echoed in the square. Looking at the freshmen who were listening with great interest, Luoya reluctantly took out his wine gourd and took a sip. For freshmen, they may not understand the meaning yet, but at this moment, like many other parents, his face was filled with enthusiasm, and it could be seen that this entrance ceremony was largely successful. Especially when looking at the newly published book in my hand and opening the first page, what is written is the so-called Will of Fire. The second page is an introduction to the most powerful Hokage in history, which fills up 2 pages. Sure enough, the baby has to starting from elementary education, we must be wary of toxic teaching materials. Looking at the increasingly excited freshmen and the endless third generations, Luoya couldn't help but take another sip of wine. Itaki, who was standing by, saw this and shook the corner of Roya's clothes with a slightly red cheek. Brother Luo, yeah, isn't it a bit inappropriate to drink in this kind of occasion? Also, what does this will of fire mean? The will of fire. Luo Ya raised his eyebrows and asked. It's probably because the wind dried out everything, and setting fire to it will burn down the village. So next time you use fire style, be careful and be aware of fire prevention, otherwise you'll definitely burn everyone. The not loud sound, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not dissipate for a long time. The enthusiasm on the faces of all the freshmen disappeared in an instant, and they were completely stunned. The wind dries out everything, will setting fire burn down the village? What the hell is this will of fire? Everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Ya. If it were someone else, they would probably want to find a hole to crawl into at this moment. Only Luo Ya was drinking calmly. On the high platform, the old face of the third Hokage couldn't help twitching. The sermon that was so exciting in my heart was now like a bucket of cold water poured over my head, cooling off a lot. Originally, I was planning to use this opportunity of admission to brainwash everyone. I never thought that this method that had repeatedly failed me would be completely ineffective on Luo Ya. Feeling the dead silence that had changed, the third Hokage could only cough dryly and said hurriedly, ahem, Heitake Roya, your understanding is actually very correct, but today we are talking about the will of fire, which is an ethereal thing. Only when you grow up thoroughly can you understand it. That's about all I have to say today. From now on, you are all new students at the ninja school. Heitake Roya, you and Uchiha Itachi are both geniuses that I value. In the next period of time, I hope that you can receive further education in the ninja school and strive to become ninjas as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi, please stand up and introduce yourself to everyone. As a warlord, the third Hokage knew clearly that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now the speech of the will of fire has changed. Rather than continue to explain unclearly, it would be better to change the subject. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were brought back to their senses, and the awkward atmosphere in the field was broken. All eyes were focused on Uchiha Itachi. The third Hokage was instantly satisfied with this result and waved to Itachi. Itachi, don't be shy, if you have something to say, just stand up and say it. Itachi felt a little uncomfortable feeling the gazes from all around. After taking a look at Roya, he shook his head and said, Hokage-sama, Roya said that public praise is flattery and will draw hatred. Are you flattering me to death? I don't mind being praised for this kind of thing, but in front of brother Luo Ya, I feel a little unworthy to be called a genius together with him. Cough cough. The third Hokage choked after taking a puff of his pipe. What the hell is this? How could it be completely contrary to his imagination of a perfect opening ceremony? Not only has the will to stop the fire changed, even public praise has become a flattery. As long as something has something to do with Luya, it will become a runaway horse. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the third Hokage took a quick puff of his pipe to calm himself, and once again put on a gracious smile, saying, Itachi, you misunderstood. This is just a recognition from your elders. How can it be flattery to attract hatred? Luo Ya, am I right? Haha, Lord Hokage, of course you are right, Roya said after patting Itachi's shoulder with a smile. Itachi, don't misinterpret what Hokage-sama meant. But since Hokage-sama said we are geniuses, then graduating early isn't too much of a stretch, right? Hokage-sama, Itachi and I are applying for an early graduation assessment. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath was heard in the venue. Everyone was completely stunned. I thought what Luo Ya said was just a way of resolving the situation. I never expected that I would be liberated. As soon as the entrance ceremony ended, I applied for the graduation examination. This speed is too fast. The pipe that was half raised in the third Hokage's hand froze in midair. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself a few times. He did nothing but make sure Roya attended the entrance ceremony and went to the ninja school. Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? But all his hard work over the years was wasted. The most important thing is that the word genius just came out of his mouth. If I refuse now, I would be contradicting myself. Luo Ya, every student can indeed apply for early graduation assessment, but the prerequisite is that you must be familiar with the use of the 3 body techniques. You have just returned to Kana and are not good at ninjutsu. I am afraid it will be difficult for you to pass it, right? Whippet couldn't help but speak. As the deputy school, the Hokage was speechless. If you don't speak up to help, I'm afraid his career as vice principal and elite tutor will come to an end. Roya, Whippet is right. The existence of ninja schools is to help everyone lay a good foundation from an early age. Moreover, the rules of ninja schools were established by the second Hokage. If you don't know the 3 body technique, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do to help you graduate. The third Hokage smiled once again. Finally, the situation seems to be turning around a little. Otherwise, if the situation becomes one-sided, he would lose face. Third Hokage, you are right. Everyone must abide by the rules of the second Hokage. Luo Ya took a sip of wine and said with a smile. The 3 body technique is indeed not a problem for Itachi, but for me, it is completely incomprehensible. However, the second Hokage, when the ninja school was established, there was an unwritten rule that if it is not necessary, those who do not know the three-body technique can be qualified to graduate as long as they defeat any teacher of the ninja school. So, I want to challenge all the teachers in the school. The scene suddenly exploded. Everyone was stunned. Even the third Hokage's hand holding the pipe couldn't help but tremble. I never expected that Luo yet actually knew this long-forgotten rule. This rule was made in light of the war context at the time, and also to avoid burying talented people. However, since the establishment of this rule, it has been implemented very few times. In recent years, there has only been one exceptional graduation. Not to mention ordinary people, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, almost forgot remember there is this rule. The moment before, he patted his chest and said with certainty that he could not violate the rules of the second generation. Now Luo Ya brought out this dusty rule. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to refuse for a moment. However, soon a gleam of light flashed in the turbid old eyes of the third Hokage, and he said, Luo Ya, you just said that one person would take on all the teachers in the school, not just one? If that's the case, I might be able to give you a chance. The people in the field were also awakened. So much happened today. Each one of them makes people feel caught off guard. However, what shocked them even more was what the third Hokage said. The new student who is enrolled now not only has to apply for early graduation. Facing the question from the third Hokage, they were eager to know whether this was a joke or not. Even Uchiha Fugaku and others who were watching the ceremony not far away were shocked. They had indeed guessed that Luo Ya would not be willing to stay in the ninja school, but the request at this moment is too radical. However, Luo Ya did not take these looks to heart. This was a rare opportunity to fight, and Luo Ya would certainly not let it go. He smiled bloodthirstily. Thank you for your help, third Hokage. I do want to challenge all the teachers in the school. If possible, please arrange at least 40 people for me, otherwise it will feel a bit disappointing with too few people. Everyone's heart tightened again. It felt like a big hand was pinching my heart. The response given every time Luo Ya opened his mouth. Is this a joke? It's simply a way to attract hatred. It's not just about picking teachers from all over the school. It would be a bit less interesting if there were fewer people. If it weren't for the occasion, someone would have already lost his temper and wanted to teach this arrogant Luo Ya a lesson. Hey take Roya, you want to challenge 40 people at once? The third Hokage looked a little unhappy. Sure enough, when facing Luo Ya, I really can't expect to be in control of the situation. Every time this thought came to his mind, he would feel as if a wild horse had broken free and hit him in the face. However, after hearing the number reported by Roya, the third Hokage turned around and looked at Whippet beside him. Whippet, do we have so many teachers in our ninja school? Whippet suddenly woke up, his face already drooping. He had never expected that he would be unable to avoid it, whether it was a blessing or a curse. He said, Hokage, we only have 18 teachers in our ninja school, including the principal and vice principal. There are 20 people. I am afraid it cannot meet Roya's requirements. Why don't I just admit defeat and approve Luo Ya's graduation? The third Hokage was suddenly speechless. Even all the people watching the ceremony were stunned. Is this really an elite teacher and vice principal of the ninja school? Why does it announce to be over before it even started? Nonsense, Whippet, you are just fooling around. An old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Danzo, leaning on a cane, slowly stepped onto the podium. Not far away was the figure of Uchiha Shisui, who was responsible for carrying out the mission to monitor Danzo and prevent him from disrupting the entrance ceremony. But he was not surprised by Luo Ya's application for graduation. But this style of challenging the whole school is still very luria. However, seeing that the third Hokage gave no instructions to stop it, Shisui could only watch from the sidelines as Danzo made his appearance. Hey take Roya, I don't know if you bribed Whippet to make him give up the assessment so that you can graduate. Danzo stood half a body length behind the third Hokage and said while leaning on his hand. However, you just said that the rules of the second Hokage cannot be changed. I think the boast you just made will not change either. Since you said 40 people, then 40 people. If the ninja school doesn't have enough people, then use my people. Come out. Dozens of figures were moving in the darkness. Soon they all landed on the stage not far away. Seeing that each of them is wearing a mask of the root, standing together they gather into an invisible force of oppression. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became depressing. The third Hokage's expression suddenly became unnatural. This is his home court. As soon as Danzo opened his mouth, he called out these dozens of people. No doubt in front of him. However, at this point, the third Hokage did not say anything more. That it was enough to keep Roya in the ninja school and polish his weird thoughts. Advisor Danzo, I didn't expect that you would take it so seriously and bring people from the root with you, even though I only asked you to secretly arrange for people to maintain order. However, since you are prepared, if Luo Ya is fine, then let your people go. Remember to stop everything in time and never endanger Luo Ya's life. If an accident happens, it will be a huge loss for our Konoha village. Looking at the third Hokage who turned the situation in his favor with just a few words, Danzo was indeed a little dissatisfied. However, looking at Luoya who took the initiative to fall into the trap, he couldn't help but smile. At least, in Danzo's eyes, verbal promises are one thing, but when the real fight begins, it becomes a melee involving dozens of people. If something serious goes wrong, there's nothing we can do. Since the person in front of me cannot be used by me, Danzo would certainly prefer to nip this unstable factor in the bud. Haha, Sarutobi, don't worry, I certainly know my limits when it comes to things like this, Danzo said with a dry laugh. Hey, take Roya, if you have no objection, then go up to the ring and challenge me. However, my men are not very strong, but I hope you can try your best, and I don't want you to underestimate the enemy and lose miserably in public. That it would be bad to lose face. Luoya, can you do it? If not, let's just admit defeat. Hongdu quickly ran to Luoya's side and couldn't help but say in a low voice. Seeing this, Luoya smiled and rubbed her head. It's a bit cold in here, help me warm up this wine, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya walked out from the crowd and slowly walked towards the ring. Everyone present was stunned. I thought this was just a farce of boasting, but I didn't expect that the boy in front of me was serious. One man took on 40 people. Moreover, he is a notorious root ninja. Perhaps, these people could all be Chinins. But the number of people is there in front of us. If it were anyone else, it would probably be overwhelming, right? Masterin, this little devil, he is arrogant. Lord Danzo just gave a signal. If there is a chance, we can kill him. At the very least, we must cripple him. Should we strike first? Among the roots, a member whispered. Hearing this, the leader, a Baramayan, looked at Luoya who had already landed on the ring and said, then do as Master Danzo says. As long as we can contribute to the root, we will do it even at the cost of our lives. Hey, take Roya, you dare to step onto this stage. We at the root admire your courage very much. However, to show our respect for you, we will not hesitate to launch an offensive. If you are ready, then do it. As soon as the words fell, dozens of root members took action. This sudden scene made everyone's face change suddenly. Luoya was indeed a bit arrogant, taking on dozens of people alone. On the square, dozens of figures approached quickly from all directions like ghosts, like a huge black net spread out, completely surrounding Roya. Looking at the gradually approaching distance, everyone's nerves were instantly stretched to the extreme. Faced with this killing spree composed of dozens of people, they were eager to know how Luoya would respond. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The leader, a Baramayan, shouted in a deep voice, don't get too close to him. According to intelligence, this guy is good at close combat and might be a stratagem. Let's launch a surprise attack at 20 meters. After these words were spoken, dozens of people suddenly stopped. He was already within 20 meters of Roya. As well-trained root ninjas, dozens of them instantly split into two groups. Half of them had already reached back and directly took out a kunao and an explosive talisman. The remaining root ninjas also moved their hands rapidly, forming a series of jutsu seals. In their eyes, the kunao and detonating tags were just a preliminary attack to disrupt Roha's pace. The real killer move is when dozens of people launch a saturation attack. This kind of attack is beyond the reach of genin like Sarutobi Asuma. This scene shook everyone's nerves. Many people do think that Luoya's arrogance is just the result of youthful recklessness. However, after gaining the numerical advantage, the root ninjas launched a surprise attack first. Now they are even more unscrupulous and are joining forces to launch long-range raids. This situation obviously made many people feel uncomfortable. Master Danzo, I'm afraid this is a bit too much. Minato Namikaze, who was standing by, couldn't help but speak. Ha, Minato, the battlefield changes so much in a flash. There's no such thing as passing or not. You can only blame him for being too arrogant. Danzo smiled playfully while leaning on his crutches. At least, in this killing situation, Danzo really couldn't imagine that ROA could fly with wings. Feeling the invisible pressure coming from all around like a vast ocean, Luoya suddenly raised his head and said with a bloodthirsty smile, sorry, you have been beheaded. As soon as he finished speaking, the extreme spiritual pressure that was dormant in Luoya's body exploded without reservation at this moment. At the same time, the wooden sword at his waist was thrown out casually. It turned into an invisible hurricane that swept across the entire square. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder, and an inexplicable lingering fear emerged in their hearts. It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over my head, and I was completely chilled. What made them feel even more weird was, dozens of root members who were originally planning to take action now stood there strangely like sculptures. Through the masks, one can clearly see that their pupils are filled with disbelief, as if they have seen a ghost. Danzo's smile froze instantly, and he subconsciously clenched the cane in his hand, and was the first to lose his temper. And, what happened? If we don't do it now, when will we do it? Lord Danzo. The leading Abaramayan opened her mouth with difficulty. The next moment, the mask he was wearing was cut in two. All over his body, scarlet blood splattered like fireworks. Such a strange scene, like a chain reaction, spread rapidly on the ring. There were dozens of people in a large group. At this moment, it was as if he was cut by an invisible blow. The breeze blows gently, and blood splatters 10 steps away. Everyone's pupils suddenly trembled, their eyes were about to burst, and even their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Looking at the figures falling to the ground with a plop, like fallen leaves swept by autumn wind. Some people even couldn't help but raised their hands and rubbed their eyes, until even my eyes turned red. They confirmed again and again that they were not dreaming and that everything before their eyes was not an illusion. Dozens of root ninjas joined forces. I was really killed without realizing it. A moment ago, in their eyes, Luo Ya is a young man who is crazy and has no idea what's going on. However, at this moment, this feeling has completely disappeared. At least, if they have the strength and means to do so. He will definitely be crazier than Haytake Roa. Accompanied by the sound of the last heavy object falling to the ground, Luo Ya turned around and left the square with the wooden sword in his hand. Under the gazes of many people, he slowly walked towards Hongdu. Wherever he passed, the people who were originally stunned woke up one after another, not caring too much, and quickly dispersed in all directions to make way for a passage. Is my wine warm? Roya took the wine back. Mitarashi Anko suddenly woke up, shook her head like a rattle, and said, Luo Ya, I didn't know you solved it so quickly. I was so engrossed in watching it just now that the wine was still cold. No, how can this body temperature warm up the wine? The dead silence was finally broken by this shout. Everything that just happened seemed very complicated. However, if you really calculate it, it is only a minute or two. At this moment, the wine is cold and everything is cut off? Luo Ya took a sip of the old wine, and this term couldn't help but pop up in his mind. I looked back at the figure lying on the square and gradually struggling to get up. Luo Ya was a little relieved. This tactic takes the enemy by surprise and catches them off guard, so it can exert its greatest power. Otherwise, once the enemy knows about it, it would be difficult to wipe out the situation instantly. Third Hokage, I have killed all of them. Is it time to announce the results? Luo Ya came back to his senses and said with a smile. No, impossible. You, little brat, cheated and dared to attack my men. This assessment will not count. Danzo suddenly woke up, his expression instantly distorted as he spoke angrily. Looking at those figures lying in a pool of blood, his heart was more than just bleeding. It even felt like being slapped in the face in public. Moreover, this slap in the face still made his mind confused and he still couldn't believe it. It doesn't count? Luo Ya shook the wine in his hand. Hulu smiled and said, Master Danzo, you just said that the examination hall is like a battlefield, and you can do whatever it takes to win. Still, in this kind of battlefield, we still have to see who wins before we can continue to speak shamelessly. Some people in the field even gasped. After all, the word traitor ninja is extremely sensitive to the Konoha village and the Uchiha clan at this moment. This should have been a battle in which one had to accept defeat. It was too much for Danzo to just open his mouth now. For a moment, the atmosphere in the huge square became depressing. Uchiha Shisui, who was standing not far away, also had a rather ugly expression on his face. He has been trying his best to maintain the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village, even at the cost of lowering his status. I thought I had done enough. I never expected that Danzo would accuse me of this crime the moment he opened his mouth. This is a bit disheartening. Fugaku also had a sullen expression. However, compared to Uchiha Shisui, he was more cunning and watched all this coldly. The atmosphere in the field was filled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Danzo's expression became increasingly ugly. Of course he knew that he had said the wrong thing in a moment of haste. However, the arrow has been shot now, and he can only grit his teeth and hold on. What's wrong? Why don't you get out of the way? Is it possible that what I said is wrong? Lord Danzo, you. Namikaze Minato hurriedly spoke out to stop him, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Roya had already walked out beside Minato Namikaze and said with a smile, Master Danzo, it doesn't really matter whether you are a traitor or not. What matters is that I can kill you. I think you don't mind. Everyone's eyes were shocked. Facing Danzo's harsh words and false accusations, Roya was still able to say these words. The meaning is very clear. Danzo's expression also froze. I never expected Luo Ya to say such crazy words in public. After all, the secret relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village is indeed as hostile as fire and water. However, the situation remained peaceful on the surface, and no one dared to bring things to light. It can be said that Luo Ya's words directly tore off the veil of shame. Danzo's expression suddenly turned ugly and he spoke angrily. What an arrogant brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly in public? Today I will teach you a lesson. Okay, Danzo, shut up and don't forget what occasion this is. The third Hokage said at the right time. Shisui, go arrange for a medical ninja to clean up this mess. Fugaku, you should ask the guards to help you. As for today's assessment, Luo Ya, your performance was beyond my expectations. If I'm not mistaken, the sword technique I used just now should be similar to the Bayon family's vacuum slash, which kills people without leaving any trace. In the Ninja World War that ended not long ago, his performance in the morning was also very brilliant. One thought it would be difficult for our Konoha ninja village to produce another such outstanding swordsman. One didn't expect that God would bless our Konoha and produce another Heitake Roya. I think if Sakumo knew, he would be very comforted. Having said that, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and looked to the side. Whippet suddenly woke up and looked at the figures lying on the ground in the square. I was very glad that I chose to admit defeat. It's better to lose face than to lose your life. However, in response to the third Hokage's reminder, Whippet was grateful and quickly reacted. Everyone, congratulations to Heitake ROA for completing the graduation assessment ahead of schedule. This breaks the record for the fastest completion of studies since the establishment of the ninja school. I will immediately arrange for the certification of the genin. Today's opening ceremony ends here. Other freshmen, please go to the classroom accompanied by your parents to familiarize yourself with the classroom. Thank you for your support. The depressing situation was completely broken. The parents who were watching from the sidelines of course understood that this was an order to expel the child. They were indeed very interested in this farce. They also knew that they were not qualified to stay any longer. However, when they left, they still couldn't help but look at the bloodstained square. The vacuum slash just now was like a nightmare that they could not get rid of. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that a mere teenager could be so powerful and terrifying? As the people in the square left, Danzo's face turned pale, but gradually he calmed down and finally spoke with a gloomy look on his face. Good, very good. I didn't expect you, a little brat, to be so arrogant. However, you must be careful in the days ahead. Young people can just hide in Konoha and enjoy being a greenhouse flower. If you insist on leaving the village, you must be careful. This is advice from my predecessors. Advice? Luoya took a sip of wine and said with a smile, then you should be careful, some flowers have thorns. If I could, I really want to chop you up. Danzo's face darkened, and his old face, like dry tree bark, couldn't help twitching. Finally, he snorted coldly and turned away. Facing Heitake Roya, who always talked about killing people, Danzo knew that if he couldn't take action, continuing to argue verbally would only result in him staring blankly with frustration. Rather than this, it would be better to leave. Luoya, you were probably just joking. You weren't really going to cut him, were you? Hongdu couldn't help but ask. Luoya retracted his gaze and said with a smile, no, if no one is looking at the back of his head, I actually want to try and see if he's worth a chop. Danzo, who had just walked away, stumbled and almost fell to the ground with his steady steps. Originally, he didn't take Luoya's rebuttal seriously. At this moment, I feel a chill on my back. His intuition seemed to tell him, this little devil, who knows, he might suddenly attack me. A knife in the back. The next moment, the words that fell into his ears almost made him vomit blood. Luoya, when you say that, even I feel a chill down my spine. I'll have to wear a helmet when I meet you next time. Hongdu swallowed the last meatball in her hand whole. Faced with this unreliable statement, everyone present was surprisingly silent at this moment. At least, looking at the elite root troops in the square not far away who didn't even know they were being chopped down. To avoid dying without understanding. If I had a choice, I'd probably not even mention wearing a helmet. Some people in the field even gasped. After all, the word traitor ninja is extremely sensitive to the Konoha village and the Uchiha clan at this moment. This should have been a battle in which one had to accept defeat. It was too much for Danzo to just open his mouth now. For a moment, the atmosphere in the huge square became depressing. Uchiha Shisui, who was standing not far away, also had a rather ugly expression on his face. He has been trying his best to maintain the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village, even at the cost of lowering his status. I thought I had done enough. I never expected that Danzo would accuse me of this crime the moment he opened his mouth. This is a bit disheartening. Fugaku also had a sullen expression. However, compared to Uchiha Shisui, he was more cunning and watched all this coldly. The atmosphere in the field was filled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Danzo's expression became increasingly ugly. Of course he knew that he had said the wrong thing in a moment of haste. However, the arrow has been shot now, and he can only grit his teeth and hold on. What's wrong? Why don't you get out of the way? Is it possible that what I said is wrong? Lord Danzo, you. Namikaze Minato hurriedly spoke out to stop him, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Roya had already walked out beside Minato Namikaze and said with a smile, Master Danzo, it doesn't really matter whether you are a traitor or not. What matters is that I can kill you. I think you don't mind. Everyone's eyes were shocked. Facing Danzo's harsh words and false accusations, Roya was still able to say these words. The meaning is very clear. Danzo's expression also froze. I never expected Luoya to say such crazy words in public. After all, the secret relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village is indeed as hostile as fire and water. However, the situation remained peaceful on the surface, and no one dared to bring things to light. It can be said that Luoya's words directly tore off the veil of shame. Danzo's expression suddenly turned ugly and he spoke angrily. What an arrogant brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly in public, today I will teach you a lesson. Okay, Danzo, shut up and don't forget what occasion this is. The third Hokage said at the right time. Shisui, go arrange for a medical ninja to clean up this mess. Fugaku, you should ask the guards to help you. As for today's assessment, Luo, yeah, your performance was beyond my expectations. If I'm not mistaken, the sword technique I used just now should be similar to the Bion family's vacuum slash, which kills people without leaving any trace. In the Ninja World War that ended not long ago, his performance in the morning was also very brilliant. One thought it would be difficult for our Konoha ninja village to produce another such outstanding swordsman. One didn't expect that God would bless our Konoha and produce another Heitake Roya. I think if Sakumo knew, he would be very comforted. Having said that, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and looked to the side. Whippet suddenly woke up and looked at the figures lying on the ground in the square. I was very glad that I chose to admit defeat. It's better to lose face than to lose your life. However, in response to the third Hokage's reminder, Whippet was grateful and quickly reacted. Everyone, congratulations to Heitake ROA for completing the graduation assessment ahead of schedule. This breaks the record for the fastest completion of studies since the establishment of the ninja school. I will immediately arrange for the certification of the genin. Today's opening ceremony ends here. Other freshmen, please go to the classroom accompanied by your parents to familiarize yourself with the classroom. Thank you for your support. The depressing situation was completely broken. The parents who were watching from the sidelines of course understood that this was an order to expel the child. They were indeed very interested in this farce. They also knew that they were not qualified to stay any longer. However, when they left, they still couldn't help but look at the blood-stained square. The vacuum slash just now was like a nightmare that they could not get rid of. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that a mere teenager could be so powerful and terrifying? As the people in the square left, Danzo's face turned pale, but gradually he calmed down and finally spoke with a gloomy look on his face. Good, very good. I didn't expect you, a little brat, to be so arrogant. However, you must be careful in the days ahead. Young people can just hide in Konoha and enjoy being a greenhouse flower. If you insist on leaving the village, you must be careful. This is advice from my predecessors. Advice? Luoya took a sip of wine and said with a smile, then you should be careful, some flowers have thorns. If I could, I really want to chop you up. Danzo's face darkened, and his old face, like dry tree bark, couldn't help twitching. Finally, he snorted coldly and turned away. Facing Heitake Roya, who always talked about killing people, Danzo knew that if he couldn't take action, continuing to argue verbally would only result in him staring blankly with frustration. Rather than this, it would be better to leave. Luo, yeah, you were probably just joking. You weren't really going to cut him, were you? Hongdu couldn't help but ask. Luoya retracted his gaze and said with a smile, no, if no one is looking at the back of his head, I actually want to try and see if he's worth a chop. Danzo, who had just walked away, stumbled and almost fell to the ground with his steady steps. Originally, he didn't take Luoya's rebuttal seriously. At this moment, I feel a chill on my back. His intuition seemed to tell him, this little devil, who knows, he might suddenly attack me. A knife in the back. The next moment, the words that fell into his ears almost made him vomit blood. Luoya, when you say that, even I feel a chill down my spine. I'll have to wear a helmet when I meet you next time. Hongdu swallowed the last meatball in her hand whole. Faced with this unreliable statement, everyone present was surprisingly silent at this moment. At least, looking at the elite root troops in the square not far away who didn't even know they were being chopped down. To avoid dying without understanding. If I had a choice, I'd probably not even mention wearing a helmet. A full-body helmet is also essential. Mao Yuxian's expression froze. Did she just say something she shouldn't have? However, after thinking about it carefully, Mao Yuxian's cheeks turned red all the way to the base of her neck, and she instantly understood what Luoya meant. Luoya, whatever I said just now is fine, I didn't mean that, don't mess around. As she spoke, Mao Yuxian quickly took half a step back. However, she soon bit her red lips, closed her eyes, and said stubbornly, forget it, as long as you can guide me well, I can give you a kiss on the cheek. But you must never tell anyone. Luoya was a little surprised. However, looking at the slightly trembling body, Luoya raised his hand and gave it a bang on the head, smiling. This little bargain is not as delicious as my wine. However, during this period of time, I saw that you held back every time you slashed, which resulted in your power not being fully exerted and your chi not flowing smoothly. How can you kill the enemy with such a cowardly swordsmanship? If you want to become stronger, then make the sword in your hand faster and sharper. If you can't kill with one strike, then the second and third strikes will probably be inferior. This is the same with ninjutsu. Luoya picked up the wooden sword with his backhand, and suddenly remembered something very important. If he remembered correctly, he also had an active skill, the knowledge aura. It seems that it can double the rewards of daily tasks. This may not seem like much, but even a small mosquito leg is still meat. The system's rewards have not yet responded, but Luoya didn't want to miss it. System, open the knowledge aura for me. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the halo. It is effective for 3 hours and can double your comprehension. It can also affect everything within a 10-meter radius. The range can be adjusted freely, with a maximum range of 10 times. The system's ethereal reminder sounded. There was a roar in Luo Ye's mind. My mind, which had been quite flexible before, became clearer than ever before at this moment. If we say that Luo Ye's mind was in a turmoil just a moment ago, then at this moment it is like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. Things that seem very difficult on a normal day now have a feeling of being able to see through them at a glance. Is this the state of having a clear mind and achieving twice the result with half the effort? It seems that the products produced by the system are indeed high quality. Even this small halo of knowledge is not ordinary stuff. The first push is strong, the second is weak, the third is exhausted, even ninjutsu is no exception. Mao Yuxian covered her forehead and was about to glare back at Luo Ye. But after hearing this explanation, Mao Yuxian was stunned, as if someone had hit her soft spot. However, this feeling is still very vague, as if groping in a fog, with the illusion that it is out of reach. Such a scene made Mao Yuxian unable to contain herself. I was just about to ask again to clarify. The next moment, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands had pushed away the clouds and mist. All those things that cannot be fully understood. At this moment, I understood it all. For Mao Yuxian, this was an unprecedented refreshing feeling. Even her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Uzuki Yujeo with her eyes closed, Luo Ye was a little surprised by the drastic changes in her expression and body. I thought that this aura of knowledge only had a great influence on him. For others, it is just auxiliary help. I never expected that this halo would just unfold. Not only did he benefit, but even Mao Yuxian indirectly benefited from it. However, looking at the younger generation in the Konoha village, there are only a few who can be called kendo geniuses. Mao Yuxian is one of them. To be called a genius, one's talent is definitely not low. What one lacks is only training and enlightenment. The effect of the halo of knowledge was like paving the muddy path in an instant, allowing Mao Yuxian to see the end at a glance. It just shortens the time required for all this. This seems simple, but Roya believes it. If this thing gets out, it will definitely shock the entire ninja world. If used properly, this could probably be called a talent production line. It is enough to dramatically increase the strength of a clan or even a country. However, Luo Ye doesn't take this kind of thing to heart. There is only one thing that really matters. Is there anyone worth killing? Come out if you are here. Hiding in the distance in a sneaky way is not the style of a guest. Luo Ye collected his thoughts and looked back at the dilapidated street behind him. Did no one tell you that your concealment skills are worse than Orochimaru's? Mao Yuxian was also awakened, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, and she grabbed Luo Ye's shoulders. If it weren't for the unclear situation at the moment, I really can't wait to tell you everything that happened just now. However, when Mao Yuxian saw the figure walking out of the darkness, she just stood there in a daze. Father, why are you here? Xian, do you still remember that I am your father? If Jiafeng hadn't told me that you didn't go on the mission, but came here and abandoned your sword practice, I, as your father, probably wouldn't have known. Mao Yukang was said in a deep voice. As the current patriarch of the Uzuki clan, Uzuki Sugo is also a long-established Konoha-style kendo ninja. Although he cannot be compared with top kendo ninjas such as Heitake Sakumo and Bayan Zaejian, his Konoha-style swordsmanship is also ranked high in the ninja world. At the same time, he also had high hopes for his talented daughter. What's more, the Maoyu clan and the Yue Guang clan are old friends. There have always been marriages between the two sides. If he had a choice, as a father, Mao Yukang would certainly hope that his daughter could marry someone of equal social status. However, as the head of the clan, Mao Yukang was not someone who was isolated from the news. That he had some knowledge of what had happened during this period, and his gaze quickly moved away from Mao Yuxian and fell on Luo Ye. Are you Heidake Roya? I've heard a lot of rumors about you these past few days, but now that I've seen you with my own eyes, you're indeed more different than I imagined. I thought our concealment method was enough to deceive you, but I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. Luo Ye almost choked on the wine that reached his throat. Just a moment ago, he said something like a tiger or a wolf. Why do I feel like I'm being relied upon now? Mao Yukang was confused. Moonlight Gale's head buzzed and he stood there with a blank mind. What the hell is this? It's too late. Has the matter been settled? Otherwise, what is that comfortable feeling? The most important thing is that Yue Guang Jiafeng has grown up but has never been embraced by Mao Yu Zijao. At this moment, seeing Mao Yuxian tightly grasping Luo Ye's hand, he immediately lost his temper and stammered. Uncle, it must be Heitake Roya who tricked Xian into doing something unspeakable. Uncle, you must uphold justice. Xian and I are childhood sweethearts. Unspeakable things? Mao Yukang's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. In their era, during the war, it was very normal for people to get married and have children in their teens. However, we are now experiencing a brief period of peace. This trend of early marriage and childbirth has long since changed. Although, it's not unacceptable. But when I think about it, Luo Ya and Mao Yu Yujao are also in their teens. Mao Yukang was still felt that the amount of information was a bit too much. Shi Yan, this. Mao Yukang was suddenly speechless. Looking at this completely chaotic scene, Mao Yu Shiyan was stunned and soon roared in annoyance. Moonlight Gale, your mind is full of dirty things, I misjudged you. There's nothing going on between me and ROA Haytake. Anko is still napping next to me. When I said that I feel comfortable around him, I meant that Haytake Roya can inspire me to become stronger, answer my questions about kendo, and make my mind clearer and more enlightened than ever before. That these things make me feel very comfortable. Instead of being like you, not only not training well, but also talking about your childhood sweetheart every day, I am so disappointed with your behavior. After Luoya's guidance just now, I seem to have understood that move. Moonlight Gale was stunned. He should be happy with this answer. Unfortunately, I can't be happy at this moment. At least, the childhood sweetheart relationship that had always seemed to be one step ahead of others seemed to have fallen short. Shi Yan, you misunderstood. Moonlight Wind suddenly became anxious. However, before he could open his mouth, Mao Yukang on the side reached out his hand to stop the Moonlight Gale with a look of shock on his face and spoke urgently. Haishin, don't talk about other trivial matters for now. Xian, you just said that Haytake Roya helped you understand that move. Is it that move? Is this true? As the head of the Maoyu clan, Mao Yukang has always trained Mao Yu Xian as the heir to the family. He even taught them all the so-called methods. As for the move that Mao Yu Xian mentioned, he certainly knew it was that move, and how difficult it was. But it is also for this reason that when faced with Mao Yu Xian's words, Mao Yukang was not only shocked, but also more unable to believe it. Even the Moonlight Wind beside him was no exception. Father, Xian is not joking. She really had an epiphany. Mao Yu Xian nodded affirmatively. At the same time, he raised the wooden sword with his backhand and assumed a fighting posture. Mao Yukang instantly understood the meaning of the duel. Only through a real fight can we tell whether Mao Yu Xian's words are true or false. He also took out the sword from his back with his backhand. For a moment, the two sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the field became depressed in an instant. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Mao Yu Xian closed her beautiful eyes briefly, and then opened them again, but her usual coldness was replaced by an unstoppable sharpness. If we say that the moment before, Mao Yu Zai was a delicate dagger, then at this moment, she is a truly sharp killing blade. Mao Yukang's heart couldn't help but tremble, and of course he could see the change in Mao Yu Xian's aura. I never expected that it would happen in just 2 or 3 days. Mao Yu Xian will have this feeling of being reborn. This undoubtedly made Mao Yukang look forward to what Mao Yu Xian said just now even more. At the first blow, the second blow will weaken, and at the third blow, all the chakra in the body will be detonated at once, unleashing the fastest and most powerful strike. Mao Yu Xian silently recited all of this in her heart, completely immersed in the enlightenment of kendo. The next moment, the chakra circulating in the body erupted like a volcano. The move that had been unable to be performed, at this moment, was directly and powerfully integrated like a raging wave. Konoha style, flower sun and moon slash, buzz. The sound of a knife suddenly arose. Without any warning, flower petals fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and like countless blades, they rolled towards Mao Yukang. At the same time, endless murderous intent is hidden beneath the petals rolling in the sky. It seems that if you are not careful, you will be harvested by the invisible murderous intent. Mao Yukang, who was under attack, was greatly shocked and his nerves were instantly stretched to the extreme. There was no time to think and he immediately started roaring. Konoha style, flower sun and moon slash, boom! 2 huge fields of flowers collided with each other like raging waves. The blast caused a blast that spread over an area of dozens of meters. The surrounding trees and debris seemed to be strangled by an invisible sharp blade at this moment, and a sound like rain hitting banana leaves was heard. Wait until the petals all over the sky are scattered. In the field, there were only Mao Yukang and his daughter whose swords were clashing. There were dozens of clones colliding all around. The next moment, with the sound of gas explosion, they all collapsed directly between heaven and earth. This is the most powerful sword technique of the Uzuki clan, the flowery sun and moon slash. As Xian really learned it. Moonlight Gale standing there, his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't help but raise his hands to rub his eyes until they turned red. They, the Moonlight clan, also have similar sword secrets. As the successor, Moonlight Gale certainly knows how difficult it is. It can be said that he has been secretly practicing this move madly in order to win the favor of Mao Yu Yujao. But no matter how hard he tried, everything remained the same. I thought it was the same for Mao Yu Xian, but I never expected that the other party would succeed. Mao Yu Xian stood there in a daze. What kind of vicious words are these? No! Mao Yu Xian quickly roared in shame and anger. Jiafeng, what do you mean? I didn't do that. You're going too far. Moonlight Gale stood there in a daze, suddenly speechless. Originally I just wanted to win back this childhood sweetheart. This is going further and further down the dark road. Looking at Yueguang Jiafeng, who was standing there like a wooden chicken, Mao Yukang sighed inwardly. He has always admired this junior. I don't know if there will be no harm if there is no comparison. At this moment, the moonlight wind, which is usually pleasing to the eye, seems a little lacking. At least, compared with Heitake Roya, who was not far away, he seemed to be a little lacking. The most important thing is that Uzuki Yujeo only spent 2 or 3 days with Heitake Roya, but she mastered the secrets of their clan's swordsmanship. If I continue to stay, maybe I will gain even more? Xian, as a father, I am very happy that you were able to master the mysteries of our clan's swordsmanship so quickly. Since you were staying with Luoya, your training will be more effective. Then you should continue to work hard. But don't forget to come home often. Your mother will miss you. Mao Yukang collected his thoughts, patted Mao Xian's shoulder and said, My dear Luoya, you can come to our Mao Yu family more often when you have time. Your aunt and I will welcome you very much. Jiafeng, if there's nothing else, we'll leave now. Don't interfere with Luoya and Xian's practice. Looking at Mao Yukang, who turned and left, and the instructions he had just given, Moonlight Gale was confused. This is a case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. I thought I could use Mao Yu Suwu to stop Mao Yu Xian from staying with Luoya. I never thought that it could not be stopped, and it became a matter of course. As time goes by, I'm afraid that his childhood sweetheart will really have no place to stand in the future. However, looking at Mao Yu Xian's face full of anger at this moment, Yuguang Jifeng could only show a bitter look on his face and stood aside at a loss. Luoya took a sip of his drink helplessly. Mao Yukang was so at ease leaving Mao Yu Zian here to practice. Could it be that he was really not worried that even a monkey could be cultivated? Or, are you really here for this purpose? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the daily chopping task and obtaining a 0.2% progress reward. The current role-playing progress is 4%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the Wooden Sword 100 Kills mission and receiving a mission gift pack. A ethereal reminder sounded suddenly. Luoya's expression was slightly shocked. After waiting for so long, the system finally came out. The task of killing 100 people with the wooden sword has finally been completed. Looking at this reward that he got after killing hundreds of people, Luoya was also very curious about what it would get. System, help me open the mission gift package immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the mission package and gaining 3% role-playing progress. A warm current, like a galloping horse, swept towards Luoya's body. His physique, which was already different from that of ordinary people, seemed to have been tempered again and become stronger. With every move he made, he felt as if he had endless power. If the force that Luoya exploded with just a moment ago could be several hundred kilograms, so now it definitely feels like it's doubled. With one punch, I'm afraid even a cow could be blown up. At the same time, the template progress bar, which had just reached 4%, climbed to 7% in the blink of an eye. This mission package does not have any other rewards. In the past, it would have saved him 30 days of hard training, which was a nice surprise. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the progress of playing the character template of Kenpachi Zaraki has reached 5%, and you have received a phased reward. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3 Magatama sharing and enhanced. The system prompt sounded again. Luoya just stood there in a daze. Originally, I was still mentally preparing myself for this somewhat meager reward. I never expected that I had forgotten something that was really important. At this moment, a force seemed to be quietly awakening in Luoya's body. With just a thought, your own Sherry-nan will open. It's still the 3 Magatama Sherry-nan. If I remember correctly, there are only a few people in the Uchiha clan who can instantly open the 3 Magatama Sherry-nan. Among them, Suzuki, who was regarded as a genius in the original work, could only open his single Magatama Sherry-nan in anger when he witnessed the annihilation of his clan. In this kind of thing, Roya really doubted whether Suzuki, who was dubbed as a genius, had a grudge against the author. Otherwise, I will issue a single Magatama in anger. This matter is probably enough to make people laugh for a whole year. Most importantly, follow the system. His 3 Magatama Sherry-nan seems to have additional enhanced attributes. If it weren't for the occasion, Luoya really wanted to give it a try. Luoya, what are you doing? Don't you need to go on a mission today? Hongdu rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out. Luoya came to his senses and remembered this incident. After being trapped in Konoha for the past few days, my body has become a little rusty. Luoya is still looking forward to what the next task will be. Kakashi, come out when you come. Don't tell me this hide-and-seek is still a test. Luoya looked towards the forest not far away and smiled. Mao Xian and others also immediately followed the gaze and looked at it, their faces filled with shock. They are also ninjas, and what they must remember is to keep their eyes and ears open. Now he didn't even notice Kakashi's arrival. It undoubtedly made them feel the gap. In the darkness, Kakashi, wearing an umbu mask, walked out slowly, then took off the mask with his backhand. Roya, your intuition is still as sharp as a wild animal, but you are right, this is also a part of the test. According to the Hokage, if you do not find me within the limited time, you will be disqualified from this mission. But it seems that Hokage-sama is still worried. Luoya took a sip of the wine helplessly that he had just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that the third Hokage was so ruthless. However, Luoya was even more interested in the task that the third Hokage had entrusted to him with such seriousness, and after many tests. After all, the bigger the storm, the more people are worth killing. However, Kakashi did not intend to keep it a secret. He took out the forward protector and mission letter that he had prepared long ago and threw them to Luoyadeo. Luoya, you are right. This mission is a bit special. It is an A-level escort mission. I am the captain of the team. Besides you, there are 3 other members. The other 2 were specifically nominated by the guests to participate in the mission. They are Uzuki Ujao and Gekao Gale. Us, Mao Shiyan and Yuguang Ji Feng, were stunned. Since becoming genin, the highest mission they have performed was a B-rank mission to fight bandits. They didn't even dare to hope for an A-level mission like this. Under such circumstances, they never expected that someone would specifically ask them to participate in the mission. Senior Kakashi, you said that the other party specifically asked us to participate in the mission. Who are we escorting? Moonlight Gale couldn't help but ask. This kind of appreciation made him feel a little uneasy. Kakashi shook his head and said indifferently, Hey 8, you should be very clear about the rules. Before officially confirming the mission, we cannot disclose any information about the employer, otherwise it will be regarded as betrayal. So, regarding everything about the employer, I can only take you to meet them after you agree to it. Give me the answer now. Moonlight Gale's expression froze. Of course, he remembered this superficial rule very clearly. It's just that I was so overwhelmed today that I obviously forgot about it. Luoya, will you participate? Mao Shiyan couldn't help but look at Luoya, but there was a hint of inexplicable expectation in her heart. At least, the secret I just realized seems to be useful. Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand and said with a smile, Of course I will participate in any mission that allows me to kill people. Hearing such a straightforward answer, Moonlight Gale was indeed mentally prepared, but the muscles on his cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Before he could even speak, Mao Shiyan couldn't wait to agree. I'm joining in too. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale still felt inexplicably uneasy about this task, but he gritted his teeth and agreed. He didn't want to leave the opportunity to be alone to Luoya. What if the next time we meet, there's even a monkey? What should I do then? Kakashi showed a hint of surprise when he heard this, but he soon noticed the cause of the matter. However, he would not interfere too much. Since Moonlight Gale had agreed, the subsequent task handover would be easier. Luoya, since you have no questions, let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. Kakashi turned and left. Some possible employers also flashed through Luoya's mind. However, since the other party had repeatedly instructed them to let Mao Shiyan and Ge Guang Jifeng participate in the mission, Luoya also roughly guessed who the employer was. If I remember correctly, this chaotic war had just ended. The employer this time is not simple. More likely, it won't be easy along the way. Let's go. Luoya put away his wooden sword and Zanpakuto, and followed with the wine gourd in his hand. The task of making 100 slashes with the wooden sword has indeed been completed, and the wooden sword in his hand is no longer of much use. However, in Luoya's eyes, some people are not qualified for him to take action. That wooden sword can still be used. Luoya, wait for me. Mao Shiyan also came to her senses when she saw this and quickly followed. The remaining moonlight and wind made me feel ignored and forgotten for a moment. However, at this point, he could not care less and quickly followed. At the same time, in front of the sealed gate of Konoha, dozens of figures were waiting again. The leader was a middle-aged man with a slightly old face. This man was wearing silver armor and had a sword on his waist, looking like a samurai. The dozen or so people behind him were no exception. There were 2 familiar faces not far away. In addition to Uchiha Itachi, there was also Might Guy with a watermelon-like body. However, unlike Might Guy, who was showing his teeth and shining with youth, the warriors waiting here were obviously full of impatience. Lord Mifune, there are only 2 minutes left until the gathering time. How come the people from Konoha haven't arrived yet? This is too unreliable. Are they looking down on our Iron Nation? A warrior couldn't help but speak first. The other warriors also looked at Mifune, who was in the lead. Upon hearing this, Mifune's face darkened slightly. As the only neutral country in the ninja world, at the end of each war, it was their Iron Country that stepped in to act as a buffer and peacemaker. This time, Mifune and others were invited to come to Konoha village because of this incident. Now that everything has been discussed, as a neutral country they must avoid suspicion and return to the Iron Country to prepare for the convening of the conference of the 5 major countries. However, in order to avoid any trouble along the way, Mifune also requested that Konoha send an escort team. At the same time, I also want to take this opportunity to experience the Konoha-style swordsmanship. I thought this request would be easily agreed to and Konoha would give it some face. However, he never expected that with only a few minutes left before departure, he still hadn't seen anyone from the Mauya clan or the Moonlight clan, not to mention seeing the Konoha-style swordsmanship. However, as the leader of the samurai of the Iron Country and the representative of a neutral country, Mifyun's temper obviously had a certain depth that he waved his hand to signal the samurai behind him to be patient. He looked at Uchiha Itachi standing beside him and said, "Little guy, are you from the Uchiha clan? You are so young and yet you are able to carry out missions and be entrusted with important tasks. Let me guess, you should be one of the two geniuses in the Uchiha clan. One of them is Uchiha Itachi, right? I am very surprised that the third Hokage allowed you to go. Let me guess that the others should also be on their way. Uchiha's genius." All the warriors were shocked. Never late for killing people? What the hell is this? Most importantly, these words came from the mouth of a genius. Moreover, in front of that guy, even Uchiha Itachi is not qualified to be a genius. Are you kidding me? Mifyun's expression also paused slightly, and he said, "Uchiha Itachi, you said that in front of that person, even a genius would not dare to call himself. I heard that the younger generation of the Moonlight clan and the Uzuki clan also produced two talented kendo ninjas. Could it be that they are the ones you were talking about? It seems that I made the right suggestion this time." All the warriors were stunned. As a country dominated by samurai, they are definitely a breath of fresh air in the ninja world. The only thing they can do is to constantly try to overpower other ninja schools that mainly rely on kendo. They thought that Konoha White Fang, who had suffocated them, had died, and the samurai of the Iron Country were finally able to become stronger. Could it be that something unexpected has happened again? Itachi certainly saw their misunderstanding, but he didn't say anything to explain, because he clearly remembered that Luoya once said that the best way to explain is not with words, but with hands. Just chop them down until they submit. "Mifyun-sama, they are coming." A warrior suddenly spoke up. Everyone's thoughts were drawn back. Kakashi leapt forward first. Following closely behind are Gekko Gale and Uzuki Ujeo. The last one was Luoya, who was holding a wine gourd and taking a sip of wine from time to time. Compared with the other three people, whose serious expressions were clearly incompatible with his appearance, this casual attitude made many warriors frown and look dissatisfied. "Kakashi, you're finally here. This time, I'm able to team up with you. It will be our biggest showdown. I will definitely beat you." Kai was the first to flash his front teeth and give a thumbs up. Facing such a fiery youth challenge, Kakashi was already used to it and ignored it directly, saying, "Mifyun-sama, this time the Hokage asked me to be the captain of the escort team. Because of a small incident just now, I was delayed for a while. I hope Mifyun-sama will not mind." Heyday Kakashi, the son of Konoha White Fang, is one of the few in Konoha Ninja Village who has become an elite jonin at a young age. I am of course very happy to have you leading the team. Mifyun chuckled and looked at Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Ujeo who were standing behind Kakashi, and said, "However, I just heard from this young friend that your Konoha village is quite lucky. It seems that there is a swordsmanship genius who even the geniuses of the Uchiha clan are inferior to. Let me guess, is this Luoya? Is it Yuguang Luoya, or Maoyu Luoya?" The Iron Country has always existed as a neutral country. They also have only a vague understanding of other countries' internal affairs. Moreover, after 3 long wars, the focus has always been on the Heyday clan, which has the upper hand. Therefore, he only has a vague understanding of the up-and-coming members of the Moonlight clan and the Mauya clan. Otherwise, I would not have taken the initiative to make the request this time. All the warriors also looked at Moonlight Gale. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Moonlight Gale just stood there in a daze. Under normal circumstances, this would be the feeling of being the center of attention and receiving flattery from the leader of a country. Of course he would feel proud. However, the name being called out at this moment was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping him so hard that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Especially when facing Sanchuan, who had a questioning look on his face. Yueguang Jiafeng opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Mifyun's expression froze, and he looked at Uzuki Ujeo suspiciously, and said, "Could it be that you are Luoya?" Maria Shiyan never thought that she would be shot while lying down, and quickly shook her head and said, "No, Lord Mifyun, Luoya is not a member of our Moonlight clan and Mauyu clan. He is Heitake Roa. Heitake Roa. Everyone followed Maoyu Zijeo's gaze and looked behind them. Looking at that figure that didn't fit in and was completely ignored by them, they all felt caught off guard. However, when they heard the word Heitake, many people's minds tensed up. After all, the existence of Konoha White Fang not long ago made all the warriors feel suffocated. However, many people were stunned when they saw the wooden sword on Luoya's waist. In their eyes, isn't a wooden sword only useful when one is old enough to play house? But now I encounter it in a formal mission. Are you kidding me? Mifyun also noticed this and said after frowning, "Kakashi, is he really from your clan?" After the Second Ninja World War, the number of members of the Heyday clan was reduced to only a few. With the death of Heitake Sumo, except for Kakashi, the Heyday clan is almost in name only. Now suddenly there appears a person whom even Uchiha Itachi feels inferior to. This was beyond their expectations. Most importantly, no matter how they look at it. I just saw that the young man in front of me had an eclectic style. Kakashi frowned, having not expected such a farce to happen. Although he didn't know what was up with Sanchuan's plan, he still nodded and spoke in a deep voice. Master Mifune, Luoya is indeed a member of the Heite clan, my uncle's biological son, and also the son of Uchiha, Haitaka's cousin. Is there something wrong? The faces of the warriors suddenly changed. I never expected that this unremarkable young man in front of me would have the blood of both the Uchiha clan and the Heite clan. He is also the nephew of Konoha White Fang and the cousin of Uchiha Itachi. Could it be that there is something really different from what they see? Mifune opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but finally sighed and smiled. Haha, my friend, I just thought that there was no successor to the Heite swordsmanship, but now it seems that I was wrong. If there is a chance, I really want to learn from you. Discuss? Luoya paused for a moment as he raised the wine gourd. The expressions of Yueguang Jiafang and Mao Yuzian on the side suddenly changed. Even Kakashi was no exception. Without caring too much, he used the instant body technique to block in front of Roya. It gives people a feeling of strict defense. Mifune and the others were confused. What is going on? Luoya, now is the time to carry out the mission, so that I'm sorry to have to trouble you. Kakashi couldn't help but persuade him. Luoya couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, boring, it's getting late, let's get going quickly, otherwise it will be very boring. They still couldn't believe that these words came from Kakashi's mouth. However, before Mifune could continue asking, Kakashi glanced at the time and said, Lord Sanfun, it's getting late. We should leave as soon as possible. It would be bad if we delay. Mifune came to his senses and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he finally swallowed his words, turned around and quickly followed. As the warrior leader of a neutral country, he knew clearly that there were still many people who did not want to see the 5 major countries sit down and talk. As everyone left, in front of the sealed gate, peace was restored again. A ghostly figure also disappeared into the darkness. Luoya, who was originally walking in front but ended up hanging at the back holding the wine gourd, took a sip of the wine and smiled bloodthirstily. It seems that going on this mission is the right choice. On the top of the building at the base of Konohagakure, Danzo was leaning on a cane and gazing into the distance. Ryoma, has that arrogant guy left Konohagakure? Next, I hope he can really come back alive. But this is probably harder than climbing to the sky, right? Let Orikimura prepare. The experiment needs to be accelerated. I want to take the position of Hokage. I understand, Lord Danzo. Abarame Ryoma turned and left. As his right-hand man, he also understood how much strength Danzo had used this time. At least, even he didn't believe that a young kid could come back alive after suffering so many killing moves. Whoosh whoosh. After most of the day, in the forest on the edge of the land of fire, Kakashi led Guy in front. In the center is a team of samurai led by Mifune. Following closely behind him, besides the nonchalant Luoya, there were also Uzuki Ujao and Gekao Gale. This was the first time for the two of them to participate in an A-level escort mission, which obviously strained their nerves. It was mentioned in the mission manual. This kind of mission has a 50% chance of death. If you are not careful, you will die here. Master Sanfun, we have been traveling for 7 or 8 hours. I'm afraid everyone must be tired. Why don't we take a rest first? A warrior suddenly spoke up. They think their physical fitness is no less than that of ninjas. However, the armor he was wearing was obviously quite heavy, and it was obviously a bit too much for him to bear after running all the way. Mifune, who was leading the group, frowned. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to suggest taking a break earlier than a group of young ninjas at this time. However, during the mission, one must maintain peak combat power. As for the existence of face, Mifune obviously chose the former. Kakashi, we've come a long way. Why don't we take a rest first and prioritize maintaining our combat strength? Rest? Kakashi slowed down suddenly, looked back at the warriors behind him, and then his gaze passed over everyone else and stopped at the end. Roya, we need to rest for a while, is this okay? Mifune and the others were shocked, seeing that the captain, Kakashi Heitake, actually asked Roha's decision at this critical moment. Are you kidding me? However, looking at Guang Ji Feng and Mao Yushiyan, they did not refute at all and also looked at Luoya. This made them even more impatient. Who is the real captain? Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Luoya didn't take it to heart. He took another sip of the drink and said, I'm sorry, dear guests, you won't be able to rest because you are unlucky. The uninvited guests have arrived. After listening to the first half of the speech, the warriors present showed obvious anger on their faces, but the second half of the speech instantly suppressed the anger that had just appeared on their faces. Uninvited guests? What the hell is this? At least, when they stopped, they still didn't see anything wrong. Mifune frowned slightly, and withdrew the strength from his right hand that was holding the samurai sword at his waist. After looking around cautiously, he said, Kakashi, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong around here. Could it be a mistake? Kakashi, as the captain, took the initiative to ask a team member. Mifune obviously had some doubts in his mind regarding such a strange behavior. However, Kakashi still had a serious look on his face and did not turn his head back. Looking at this scene, Luoya smiled and said, "Don't worry, there is indeed nothing nearby, but that doesn't mean there is nothing far away. Guests are coming." Buzz! The sound of a bowstring suddenly rang out in the distance. Such a clear and loud sound made Sanchuan's face change suddenly, and he hurriedly looked up at the sky ahead. As a country dominated by samurai, Mifune and others were also proficient in bows and crossbows. The moment I heard this sound, I immediately understood why nothing was found wrong nearby. The enemy was probably launching the missile from a commanding height hundreds or even kilometers away. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a big scene. However, what shocked them even more was Luoya, who seemed insignificant in their eyes, could actually sense things even 1,000 meters away. This is too shocking. Here it comes, a rain of arrows. The warriors' faces suddenly changed and they looked up hurriedly. Shooting all over the sky, dark and dense sharp arrows fell like a rainstorm. Seeing such an intensive attack, the warriors' nerves were stretched to the limit, and they hurriedly tried to raise their samurai swords to block. However, before they could react, an unexpected figure emerged from the crowd. When they saw it clearly, their expressions were shocked again. Isn't this the slightly unreliable Hatake Roya whose depth they have always been unable to figure out? However, compared with the lazy and careless boy just now, the boy at this moment seemed like a different person. At least, the bloodthirsty smile on his face makes people feel a little creepy. "Kakashi, Itachi, watch out, don't let them interfere, or I'll kill my own people too. Haha, we haven't seen the battlefield for a long time, let's fight to our heart's content." Boom! The extreme spiritual pressure and bloodthirsty murderous aura dormant in Roha's body exploded like a vast ocean. The terrifying air wave created, under the control of the whirlwind iron slash technique, rushed straight towards the rain of arrows falling from the sky. In an instant, the rain of arrows in the sky was instantly shattered by this terrifying impact. It turned into debris all over the sky and scattered. At the same time, Luoya took a big step, and the ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand this terrifying force and collapsed. The big tree was broken with a loud noise. The ninja hiding in the back was stunned. But before he could react, the wooden sword in Luoya's hand was instantly unsheathed, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and chopped down towards him with force. Boom! The dazed ninja quickly raised his hands to block. However, the next moment, the entire arm broke. The wooden sword struck on his head with all its might. Bang! A large amount of blood splattered and the entire head exploded like fireworks. The entire sunken body flew backwards like a cannonball. Such a bloody scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, and they felt as if their eyes were about to burst. They thought that Roya would take action. But I never expected that the first move would be a king bomb. Stomp the enemy hiding underground with one kick. Chop the man to pieces with one blow. Such a fierce fighting style. Just like a Shura evil ghost. At this moment, they finally understood that Luoya's carrying of the wooden sword on the mission was probably not just playing house as they saw it. Instead, he hasn't encountered an opponent who is truly worthy of his attack, right? Is this really the person they know? Bang! Stride forward. The ground seemed to be rumbling. Before they could come to their senses, Roya had already crossed hundreds of meters, like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the formation of dozens of ninjas. These ninjas had just completed an ambush, and they thought that with the help of the ambushes set up at the front, they would be able to charge in with ease. But they never expected that their so-called killing game was like paper and was torn to pieces by someone in one encounter. Looking at the figure in front of him, who looked like a Shura evil ghost, appearing so close, everyone's scalp exploded instantly. They all tried to withdraw and attack. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, the wooden sword in Luoya's hand instantly flipped over, as if he was drawing a sword. The next moment, an invisible air wave exploded, sweeping across an area of dozens of meters like a whirlwind cutting through iron. Bang! The sky was filled with blood mist, just like the red spider lilies blooming on the banks of the Yellow Springs River. Broken limbs and debris were flying all over the sky. The ninja, who had just woken up, was strangled in an instant. But when it comes to death, they don't know how they were killed. Some ninjas who were outside the absolute realm and barely escaped the disaster. At this moment, I was totally scared. He ignored the hot blood on his face, and also ignored the piercing pain in his body. He quickly took steps with his weakened legs and ran away in panic. But these survivors had just taken a few steps. The slightly dark wooden sword had already chopped forward. Bang! The three huge human heads were chopped into pieces like watermelons. A lot of blood splattered. The wooden sword continued to chop down the big tree nearby with its power, accompanied by a crackling sound. The big tree broke in half and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. The only remaining ninja, looking at the three companions whose heads were severed and thrown away beside him, he was immediately frightened, foaming at the mouth, and fell to the ground as if he had lost control of his bowels and bladder. Wait until the breeze blows through the forest. The lingering smell of blood dissipated with the wind. Seeing the scene that turned into a bloody sea in the blink of an eye, Luoya shook his hand with energy, shook off the blood remaining on the wooden sword, and put the wooden sword away with his backhand. Immediately, in full view of everyone, amidst the corpses and blood all over the ground, he walked back leisurely, and did not forget to take out his wine gourd and take a sip, and said, "Kakashi, I'm sorry, I only left you one alive. Whether you can get anything out of him depends on your ability." "Well, don't worry, I should be able to find out something, I'll go try it first," Kakashi replied and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to the side of the unconscious ninja. The unconscious ninja was taken directly to a remote place. However, the depressing atmosphere was obviously not broken by this. Looking at Luoya, who returned to the team and was still drinking wine leisurely, Moonlight Gale, who was standing by, couldn't help but retching. Uzuki Ujo's cheeks also turned extremely pale, and she tried hard to suppress the discomfort in her churning stomach. The warriors not far away were no exception, their scalps were still tingling. They also tried to kill people. It's just that Luoya, like a sure evil ghost, slaughtered dozens of people in one encounter with bloody means. It was the first time they met. Recalling their contempt not long ago and Luoya's instructions just now, if they really followed them, I'm afraid they would definitely chop them up too. Is Konoha releasing a Shura evil demon? Lord Mifune, the method that just now strangled everyone in an instant. The samurai Kaja couldn't help but speak. Mifune was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "This is the chakra sword technique. He should be changing the nature of the chakra. After madly compressing it, it will change its form and burst out in an instant, turning into an invisible sharp blade, strangling everything within a certain range. If used properly, it can be a killer move when the enemy is caught off guard." Warriors like Kaja couldn't help but be shocked. This description seems to be a simple understatement. However, only when you actually try it, you will understand how difficult it is. Their method of fighting is also to attach chakra to the blade to increase the power of the strike. It's already very good to achieve a change in nature. If you add morphological changes, the difficulty is at least at the extreme level of grade A, more likely to reach S level. Master Mifune, do you think this move could possibly reach S level difficulty? Kaja couldn't hold back any longer. When he saw Mifune nodding solemnly, he was even more shocked. He has mastered S level moves at such a young age. Comparing yourself to others is probably really infuriating, right? An extremely absurd idea emerged in their minds. If the competition proposed by their leader Mifune not long ago had really taken place, what will be the final result? Warriors like Kaja were overjoyed, and their clenched hearts finally relaxed. Faced with Heitake Roya's Azura-like fighting style just now, they had no confidence from the bottom of their hearts. Mifune could give that answer. It was like they had won a victory for their warriors. Maya Shiyan, who was not far away, of course also heard the whispers. Faced with all the comments, she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. However, looking at Luoya, who was still indifferent and drinking his wine not far away, he had no way to refute for a while, and could only stare with gritted teeth. "Don't be so polite. Brother Luoya is not as simple as they think." Itaka's voice suddenly sounded, with a bloody sword in his hand. This scene instantly woke everyone up. Just now, their attention was drawn to Luoya, and they completely ignored the other genius in the team who was overshadowed by the halo. Looking at the bloody sword in his hand, I'm afraid he must have done something extraordinary just now. "Itaki, have you gotten rid of those little tails?" Luoya took out another bottle of wine and threw it out. Itaki took the bottle and uncorked it as if he was familiar with it, but he only took a small sip to dispel the murderous uneasiness in his heart and to warm up his slightly chilled body. "The 3 little tails have been cleared out. We originally planned to keep one alive, but in the end we were unable to stop him from committing suicide. However, I checked the surroundings and did not find any other pursuers. It seems that the people who came this time have been eliminated. Itaki, you've worked hard, but I think there will be news from Kakashi soon. I hope there will be someone more worthy of a fight." Roya patted Itaka's shoulder and smiled bloodthirstily. This time, Roya deliberately arranged for Itaka to sneak around and eliminate the pursuers, giving him a chance to gain experience and grow. The biggest reason is to catch the big tail hidden behind the scenes. Unfortunately, the big tail was still hidden too deep, and ultimately failed to take the weasel bait. However, Roya believes that the fish will eventually take the bait. After all, this is the best opportunity to destroy peace. "That's good." Itaka breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to Luoya. He is indeed a genius in the eyes of others. However, there was also a lot of psychological pressure when carrying out a mission for the first time. Now that Luoya had sorted everything out for him, he undoubtedly felt a sense of reliance. But, compared with the dull conversation between the two, Mifune and other samurai just stood there in a daze. Is this to keep them in the dark and kill all the enemies? When they set out, they thought that except for Kakashi, the others were just insignificant figures who would hold their samurai back. But now everything is reversed. It seems like they are the ones who are really just there for the fun. Even Maya Shiyan on the side couldn't help showing a trace of unwillingness, and her beautiful eyes soon lit up. Kakashi, did you get any useful information? Everyone's thoughts were instantly brought back to their senses. Kakashi jumped down in the middle of the field and said, they are just paid to do the job. They are roaming around and causing chaos. There is not much useful information. However, I don't think this matter will end so easily. There is still an hour before dark. I think everyone must be tired after a day's journey. There is a hot spring town not far ahead. Let's rest there. Roya, is there a problem? I just wanted to go get some more wine. Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand. Seeing this, Sanchuan, who was standing by, would have been shocked if he hadn't witnessed what had just happened with his own eyes. He would definitely have some words for Kakashi for bypassing him and giving the decision to Roya. However, at this moment, he obviously raised Roha's importance to the same level as him and Kakashi, and he also nodded in agreement. Well, I agree. Instead of rushing all night and giving the enemy an opportunity, it is better to rest and make plans. If there is a chance, I would also like to discuss the issue of Kendo with Luoya. Kendo? Kakashi's cheek muscles hidden behind the mask couldn't help but twitch. Looking at Luoya's back as he set off with the wine gourd, Kakashi couldn't help but say, Master Mifune, from now on, you should wait until the mission is over before you say these things. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that Roya won't chop you down. Besides, I can't guarantee that I can stop him from chopping you. I'm serious. Mifune and the others were confused. This was the first time throughout the day that they saw Kakashi's face look serious in addition to indifference. Such a huge change in expression. This made them unable to help but have an extremely absurd idea in their minds. Could it be that they will really be chopped off? Mifune obviously thought of this as well. His cheek muscles twitched slightly and he said, it seems that this kid has more secrets than we thought. However, this is exactly what I want. Maybe I can give it a try if I have the chance. Okay, let's hurry up and get going. The warriors came to their senses and quickly followed. In response to Mifune's words, there was an obvious hint of inexplicable urgency. I'm eager to know whether the warriors of their iron country are stronger. A mere little devil is still stronger. As everyone left, a wriggling python the figure swam among the scattered corpses and finally opened its bloody mouth. Orochimaru, who was hiding in it, walked out of the mucus and looked at the broken corpse on the ground. What a drastic move. I didn't expect that brat to become stronger again. Danzo's plan seemed flawless, but now it seems that there are more variables and things are becoming complicated. If this plan fails, then I'm afraid we won't be able to stay in Konoha any longer. It seems we have to start the backup plan as soon as possible. However, it is hard to bear to give up such a top-quality material. Before leaving, I should check on that kid to see if he wants to become a rebel ninja together. Having said that, Orochimaru looked in the direction where Roya disappeared, licked his dry lips, and continued. The sun sets in the west and the sky gradually darkens. Looking at the archway of the hot spring town full of lights and feasting, the warriors couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Iron Country originally borders the Fire Country. Just pass through the hot spring town in front of you and walk for another day, and you will reach the border of the Land of Iron. With a large army welcoming them, they believed that nothing could be safer. Roya, Master Mifune, this hot spring town has our Konoha base. Let's stay there today. Kakashi stopped and said. Upon hearing this, Sanchuan did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked behind him and saw a figure holding a wine gourd. After the farce just now, Roya's importance in Mifune's mind has obviously increased a lot. The corner of his eye did not forget to glance at the pale Moonlight Gale. Looking at Moonlight Gale, who had not yet emerged from the shadow of the fighting and was retching from time to time, Mifune sighed softly. Originally, this time he specifically asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrange the Gekao clan and the Uzuki clan to participate in the escort mission, just to see how far the new generation of successors of the Konoha-style swordsmanship could go. It's a pity that his performance at this moment made him a little disappointed. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Heitake Roya, he really felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. After all, as a samurai, he didn't want to see the decline of the ninja sword style. Hot Spring Town, of course we should go take a hot spring bath first. Luoya finished the last sip of his wine and grabbed Mao Yuxiyan's hand. Don't you still owe me a promise? Let's go to the hot springs together. Everyone present was stunned. There was a loud buzzing sound in Mao Yuxiyan's head, and then everything went blank. She had never dared to think about mixed bathing between men and women, let alone being dragged to bathe in public. At this moment, not only her face, but her whole body was burning hot, and even her steps were a little weak. If it wasn't being dragged away, I'm afraid that at this moment, even standing would be a bit difficult, let alone walking. Watching Luoya taking the lead and dragging Mao Yuxiyan away, all the warriors were immediately in an uproar and spoke anxiously. Master Mifune, this Heitake Roya is not only strong enough on the battlefield, but also strong in the love field. When they were our age, they probably wouldn't even dare to get close to us, let alone take a bath. Bah, you still have the nerve to say come closer. I saw it with my own eyes. You would have fainted if you had looked at it for a second longer. You bastard, you dare to expose my weaknesses. I want to duel with you. Seeing the warriors in chaos, Mifune's face turned slightly red, as if he felt hurt. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Ahem, stop arguing. Let's go over and take a look. If there is anything that you are unwilling to do, we can also help you deal with it. By the way, I remember that the Uzuki clan and the Moonlight clan have a pretty good relationship." As soon as these words were spoken, Moonlight Gale, who was originally confused, rushed out like an arrow. A man and a woman spent a night together, and he was already excited. Now let's be honest with each other. His childhood sweetheart is really quite young. Looking at this scene, Mifune instantly realized that he had not only opened up the wound, but also sprinkled salt on it. Without caring too much, he quickly chased after him. A moment later, inside the bathhouse, Uzuki Yujeo soaked in the hot spring with weak legs. Thinking back to how she almost walked into the private bathhouse for both men and women, her cheeks turned red and her legs couldn't help but become weak. Damn Hatake Roya, he doesn't know that there are gender-separated bathhouses. He just wants me to ask him to take a bath. He plays tricks on me every time. I will never trust him again. However, he said at the end that the safest place is the most dangerous place. What the hell is this? Is there a pervert? The adjacent men's bathhouse seemed a bit more lively than the women's bathhouse. At least, except for Luoya, everyone else had already soaked in the hot spring, leaving only Luoya drinking his wine and rolling his eyes helplessly. You guys are in such a hurry. Are you worried that I might kill someone? Or is it because I might kill someone? It seems like you guys have a very rich imagination. Ahem, brother Luria, of course we didn't mean that. We just rushed along the way and everyone wanted to take a break, so we rushed to take a hot spring bath. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone. Mifune coughed dryly and quickly explained. All the warriors nodded in agreement. Only Moonlight Wind, standing beside him, had a silly smile on his face. At least, in his eyes, as long as they were not honest with each other, his childhood sweetheart would not be considered a real fool. Looking at this group of old men who were distracted, Luoya simply ignored them. Now he has to wait for the fish to take the bait. Otherwise, how could we have had enough fun just by playing at home? Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have killed 48 people, set a new record for consecutive kills, and received the consecutive kills gift pack. The ethereal reminder sounded suddenly. Luoya was stunned and full of surprise. During this period, Luoya had witnessed the system's thunderness with his own eyes. According to the nature of the system, they should be refreshed uniformly only after the daily tasks are completed. Now it's suddenly brought forward. Was it because he left Konoha's comfort zone, or was it because he killed too many people? No, however, these things are not important to Luoya. It is better to arrive late than not to arrive at all. Luoya also wanted to see what this big gift package had in store for him. System, open the slashing gift pack for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the gift package and obtaining the primary observation haki. Buzz. There was a roar in Luoya's mind, and a warm current rushed into his mind. At this moment, Luoya suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if everything went dark before my eyes, and the bathroom that was within my sight turned into darkness. Rays of light and shadows quickly bloomed in the space of consciousness. 10, 20, 30. As the scope spread rapidly, the swaying light and shadows also increased rapidly. It continued to spread to a range of thousands of meters before it stopped. Luoya also came back to his senses and let out a deep breath. Sure enough, it was the right decision to leave Konoha and take a trip out. Although the progress of the role-playing panel remained unchanged. However, being able to obtain observation haki is also an unexpected surprise. According to the description in Poseidon, once the observation haki is cultivated to the extreme, it can even reach the level of foreseeing the future. This is also a good and necessary skill for chopping people. The most important thing is that the activation of his observation haki just now allowed Roya to see some good things. Brother Luoya, didn't you say you wanted to take a hot spring bath? Why don't you come down? Are you shy? It seems that you can't compare to my thick face in this regard. After stretching his body, Mifune couldn't help but asked with a smile. The warriors all looked curious. Apart from their group, Gekao Gale was the only one in Konoha soaking in the hot spring. The instigator, Hatake Roya, as well as Kakashi and Uchiha Itaki, were all standing by and were reluctant to go into the water. It certainly seems a bit strange. Hearing this, Luoya took a sip of his drink and rolled his eyes. Old man Sanchuan, haven't you heard that the safest place is the most dangerous? I'm not going to strip naked and serve as bait, am I? However, being thick-skinned is also a good thing, because at least I won't feel embarrassed in the upcoming fight. Kakashi, Itaki, I leave this place to you. The commotion over there seems to be quite loud as well. Although it's a women's bathhouse, if I don't go to hell, who will? Having said that, Luoya looked in the direction of the women's bathhouse. Take off your clothes and use them as bait? What the hell is this? Luoya, you said we are bait, what's going on? Mifune suddenly became anxious. He was just about to stand up when a white mist gradually spread. In just a few breaths, the entire bathroom was enveloped. Kakashi, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He quickly pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his 3 Magatama Sharingan, and said, "Attack it, this is the mist hidden technique. If you can't deal with it, be as careful as possible. Senior Kakashi, don't worry, I just happened to open my eyes." Itaka drew out the small sword behind him with his backhand, and as the scarlet blood spread, Kakashi couldn't help but be stunned. On the other hand, inside the women's bathhouse, Mayu Shiyan immersed her whole body in the water, with only her nostrils exposed for breathing. However, thinking back to what had just happened, my cheeks were still burning hot and my legs were still a little weak. What if this wasn't a joke? Would she actually be so foolish as to confess? A mess of thoughts flashed through her mind, and Mayu Shiyan quickly came to her senses, made a puss sound, and said while biting her teeth, "Damn Hatake Roya, he always teases me. I will definitely take revenge on him when I get a chance. Haha, little sister, are you trapped in love? That's not a good thing." A playful female voice suddenly sounded. Mayu Shiyan was stunned and floated out of the water, but her nerves were suddenly tense. Facing the figure that suddenly appeared not far away, Mayu Shiyan's mind flashed through Luoya's incomprehensible instructions just now. The safest place is the most dangerous. Without thinking too much, he grabbed the sword beside the hot spring. The next moment, a chill went straight into my heart. Originally, the woman with red hair and butterfly-like braids who appeared in the bathhouse without any warning had appeared in front of her. Konoha style, sun and moon blossom slash. Bang! Mayu Shiyan's body bloomed like flowers and turned directly into large petals, scattering between heaven and earth. Looking at the charming scene of falling flowers, the red-haired woman who made the move had an even more creepy smile on her face. She grabbed the strange double-edged knife in her hand with her backhand, and a dazzling flash of lightning burst out, which she chopped directly behind her. "Little girl, I'm sorry, someone paid us, the 7 ninja swordsmen, to take your heads back. This place is full of my electric currents, so you can't escape. I'm Ringo Aori, and I'm the one who's going to kill you." Thunder Fang impact. Boom! The terrifying lightning exploded like a beam of light, piercing directly through the petals all over the sky. Uzuki Yujeo, who was hiding in the back, holding a knife in both hands and preparing to perform the secrets of kendo, couldn't help but change her expression. He never expected that the deception he hastily performed would be directly seen through. Feeling the terrifying lightning coming towards her, the only thing Mayu Shiyan could do was to raise her sword to block it. Boom! The terrifying lightning exploded. The blast wave rolled back like a hurricane. Even the bangs on Mayu Shiyan's forehead were blown messy. However, at this moment, the desperation on her face had long been replaced by disbelief. She never expected that someone would stand in front of her at this critical moment. Looking at Luoya, who was covered in smoke but seemed to be fine, Mayu Shiyan couldn't help but say, Luoya, why are you here? Didn't I remind you a long time ago?" Luoya rolled his eyes. "But I accept your honesty." Mayu Shiyan was stunned for a moment, and she hurriedly looked down and found that the towel that had been covering her important parts had been blown off to the ground by the blast. The naked body is completely visible. "Roya, you." Mao Yuiwen's cheeks turned red all the way to her neck, and she hurriedly protected the important parts of her body. Ringo Yuyuri, who was not far away, looked slightly gloomy and said, "What an unknown little devil. Just now, he was so clever that he used his knife as a lightning rod to divert my lightning to other places. Now he dares to flirt with me in front of me. Since you want to be a hero and save the beauty, then I will let you two become a pair of desperate couples. I want to see how you answer this time." Ringo Yuyuri smiled cruelly, and the thunder teeth in his hands struck together, and the crackling sound of electric current suddenly became louder. The next moment, a ball of lightning with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters gathered. Then, without any fancy moves, he threw it out directly. The short distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the floor being shredded along the way, the smile on Ringo Yuyuri's face became more and more intense, and he was eager to see the look of despair. However, just as this smile appeared, it suddenly froze the next moment. "I'm sorry, but this kind of trick is just cut off." The terrifying sword pressure was released, and the explosive air wave it created swept across the entire bathhouse. Ringo Yuyuri's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that his move would be cut in half by a single blow. Without caring too much, Ringo Yuyuri flipped the thunder fang in his hand, and the lightning began to flow again. When facing an enemy of unknown background, the best way is to strangle him in the cradle. However, just as this thought came to mind, the sound of strong wind was heard. The dust wave raised by the explosion seemed to be torn apart by a sharp blade. A beast-like figure appeared in front of her. His face was full of bloodthirstiness, like that of an evil ghost. He held the wooden sword in his hand and chopped down at the enemy without any fancy moves. Bang! The moment they touched, Ringo Yuyuri's expression changed drastically. The hand holding the knife made a crisp sound of bones breaking, and at this moment it was like paper. The wooden sword still had its power as it smashed down on her body. Boom! Ringo Yuyuri's figure flew backwards like a cannonball and slammed headfirst onto the rockery behind him. The huge impact force caused the rockery to collapse. Ringo Yuyuri even opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at her arm that was broken by a knife as if she had seen a ghost. Is this still a human being? With such tremendous strength, it feels like facing a ferocious beast. Lee San-muon, come and cover me. Ringo Yuyuri roared. One encounter broke half of her arm. This undoubtedly greatly reduced her strength. Mayorai, what happened? A slender blonde figure appeared on the scene like a ghost, holding a long sword in his hand. If Luoya was not mistaken, this person should also be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, both Ringo Aoi and the man in front of him, Kurisin Kamaru, are probably the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems that the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen were directly killed by Might Guy in the Third Ninja World War not long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the turn for these young faces to appear on stage. This guy holding the wooden sword is a liar. The information he provided is totally inconsistent with what we have learned. His strength is so strong that it is outrageous. Don't confront him head on. Ringo Yuyuri endured the piercing pain and reminded urgently. Extraordinary strength, that means he is no different from a wild bull. That he can be killed easily. Kurisin Mumura smiled cruelly, jumped onto the hot spring water, and his hands flew up quickly. Little brat, I'll let you have a taste of the mist ninja's art of killing, the invisible despair, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Chakra surged, and the white mist quickly rolled back like a whirlpool. The entire women's hot spring was filled up in an instant. The dense posture gives people a feeling of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. Mao Yuxian's face changed drastically and she spoke in a hurry. Loya, be careful. My father said that if you encounter a ninja from the Mist Village using the Mist Hidden Assassination technique on the battlefield, you must flee as soon as possible, otherwise you will fall into endless horror and assassination. In the endless fog, Mao Yuxian could no longer see Luoya's figure, and without caring too much, she quickly withdrew. At the same time, he formed a magic seal with his backhand. Faced with the pitch-black fog, the only thing she could do was to be on guard at all times and offer support. The Mist Hidden Assassination technique, it seems very powerful, but it needs to be a little stimulating to keep people from falling asleep. Zian, please leave, Luoya said with a bloodthirsty smile. Upon hearing this, Kurisin Mumuru, who was hiding in the mist, sneered. What an arrogant brat, you still dare to act like a hero in front of a woman after all this? Then I'll make you understand that being a hero is not easy. Let's enjoy this silent hunting feast from now on. You will die in the stranglehold of the spider web. Nagato Ninjutsu, Earth Spider Scene. Buzz. The sound of soft humming suddenly rang out from all directions. The white steel wires that were originally hidden around like a giant spider web were instantly stretched tight. These steel wires were like blades, becoming taut as the long sword in Kurisin Kamaru's hand moved. When it shrinks to the extreme, it can cut a person in half like a sharp blade. At the same time, after a successful attack, Kurisin Mumuru also locked onto Luoya's whereabouts with the sound transmitted by the spider silk and quickly approached. He clenched the long knife in his hand tightly, eager to take the head. However, as soon as he got closer, Kurisin Mumuru's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. The steel wire, which should be as sharp as a knife and could easily cut a person into pieces, was actually wrapped around Luoya's body. However, it was like being twisted on steel, unable to move at all. At the same time, a big hand clasped his face like lightning. Excuse me, I caught you. Luoya gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the wooden sword in his hand once again burst out with terrifying sword pressure, slashing down head-on. Lee San-muon's hair stood on end instantly. Without caring about anything else, he quickly raised the long sword in his hand to block. Boom! The terrifying impact created a gust of wind that directly dispersed the surrounding fog. A golden light of 7 or 8 meters long slashed forward, and with its remaining power it rushed straight towards the man bathing next to him. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the fight in the men's bath was directly interrupted. Even the fog that shrouded the surroundings dissipated a little, revealing Mifune and his companions, who looked extremely embarrassed. Many of the warriors had blood on their bodies. Faced with this sudden assassination, they were obviously caught off guard. It can be said that if it weren't for the help of Kakashi and Uchiha Itaka's Sharingan, most of the attacks would have been blocked. I'm afraid someone has already died here. At this moment, everyone was interrupted by this sudden scene. Attention was attracted to it. However, when they saw clearly the figure that smashed the rockery, their pupils suddenly contracted and they felt as if their eyes were about to burst. Even the figures hidden in the fog are no exception. By now, Mifune and the others already knew the origins of these assassins. The 7 ninja swordsmen. These are the elite troops of the Mist Village. But at this moment it is directly embedded in the rockery. It's too shocking. Amaerai, was Kurisin Mumuru attacked by surprise? Otherwise, how could this happen? In the fog, Gui Dengmanyu, holding a pair of flounders, was the first to lose his patience and quickly looked towards the women's bathhouse. Everyone was shocked by Ringo Aori's answer. looking at Luoya who was walking out slowly in the dispersing fog. It's really unbelievable. However, looking at the intact posture, the whole thing seemed to be a done deal. At least, they would not believe that the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen would joke about their own reputation. Gui Dengman Yu's expression became extremely ugly. As the new leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, this time, the purpose of accepting the mission of hunting down Konoha ninjas is to restore the glory of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were dispersed by Might Guy. It can also be considered a way of revenge. However, I thought this was a surefire mission. From the very beginning, they overwhelmed the 2 geniuses of Konoha and samurai such as Mifune. Why, he suffered a Waterloo in the women's bathhouse where he seemed almost certain to succeed. Who are you exactly? Why is there a list of 2 geniuses, Heide Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, in our intelligence, but you are not on the list? Manzuki Hojiki asked in a deep voice. Why? Luoya laughed bloodthirstily and asked. Because I'm not a genius. You're looking for death, Man Yukazuna roared angrily. He suddenly put his hands together and formed the final seal. Arrogant fellow, I have been talking to you for so long just to buy time to cast the spell, but now you are trapped. Water style, great water prison technique. Bang! The boiling hot spring water was instantly drawn up. With Roya as the center, it turned into a giant water ball, directly wrapping Roya in it. After a successful attack, Gui Dengman Yu smiled grimly and shouted again in a hurry. Amarai, Zabuza, if you don't act now, when will you act? Compound Ninjutsu Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Ringo Yuri endured the pain all over her body and raised the Rega double swords with her only remaining arm. Hidden in the mist, Zabuza quickly flipped his hands and formed the final seal. The next moment, the only remaining hot spring water in the surroundings was mobilized frantically in an instant, turning into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters in length, converging with endless lightning. In an instant, the thunder water dragon expanded rapidly and expanded again. When the water rises, the thunder becomes more powerful, and the thunder takes advantage of the power of the water. With the roar of thunder, it pierced directly into Roya who was trapped in the water prison. Boom! The terrifying blast wave swept through the entire bathhouse like a hurricane. The storm stirred up and destroyed everything in the men's and women's bathhouses. The terrifying power not only made the warriors, but even Mifune's face turned pale. They knew clearly that if this blow landed on them, they would either die or be seriously injured. Not to mention, Heitake Roya who was trapped in the water prison. Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, let's go and rescue them. Mifune spoke urgently. The warriors around him were also anxious. However, as soon as they moved, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and refused, saying lightly, no, if we go, we will only hinder Brother Luia's fight. He just said that he is not a genius, but he omitted one sentence. He is not a genius but a monster evildoer? Mifune's expression froze. Even Gui Dengman Yu and others who were not far away were no exception. They also felt caught off guard by this kind of evaluation coming from a genius. Kitsune Mainjutsu became even more nervous that he remembered something important and hurriedly looked towards the center of the explosion. Don't act rashly, come back first. Amid the rolling air waves, a figure that had already used the earth escape technique and was lurking under the ground quickly broke out of the ground. Holding a blasting knife, he rushed straight to the center. Looking at the blurry figure that was gradually becoming clearer, Wulishin smiled grimly. Man you won't be scared by their random words, will you? He was directly hit by the composite ninjutsu, and he was either dead or seriously injured. I want his head. Explosive knife technique, breaking the sword and killing the dead. Wulishener swung his explosive knife towards the blurry figure in front of him. In his eyes, facing such a target where he would either die or be injured, the head on his neck was just an easy thing to take. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, a scarlet blood color emerged from the mist. The moment when the 3 Mega Tama blossomed. An even more terrifying, extreme spiritual pressure that seemed to be real suddenly exploded. The terrifying blast wave, like an invisible giant hand, hit Wulishin directly, causing the attack in his hand to slow down by a beat. When he came to his senses, what he saw again was a golden skeleton demon that seemed to be real, looming over Heitake Roya. A bloodthirsty smile, a blood-red 3 Magatama Sharinan, and a golden skull shrouding the body. At this moment, Luoya moved like a Shura evil ghost and chopped towards Wulishin. Wulishener suddenly woke up and hurriedly raised the explosive knife in his hand to block. In his eyes, the changes in the little ghost in front of him were indeed unexpected. However, as long as it collides with the explosive knife, then the opponent will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Explode for me, boom! The shock of a horrific explosion was heard, and a large cloud of smoke and dust spread out. Unfortunately, before Wulishin could feel happy, the smoke and dust raised by the explosion have been torn apart. The ordinary wooden sword, shrouded in golden light, chopped down towards him with its remaining power. Phew! A large amount of blood splattered, as dazzling as fireworks. Wulishin couldn't help but turn his eyes upwards. At this moment, he seemed to see a mark of a cut spreading from the top of his head, cutting him in half. The next moment, the terrifying sword pressure was in his body. Inside, there was a loud explosion. Bang! The knife fell to the ground, and the two halves of the body exploded. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They have seen all kinds of ways of killing people, but with just a wooden sword, he could chop a man in half with just one strike. Moreover, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Mist Village, who are known as the elite among the elite. This is too shocking. However, before they could react, an inexplicable chill swept through Zabuza's body. At this moment, Zabuza had just been awarded the title of demon in the Mist Village and was selected as one of the 7 Mist Ninjas. Zabuza's face instantly tensed to the extreme, and he quickly formed a seal with his backhand. Mist Hidden Technique. A large area of white fog, with Zabuza as the center, spread rapidly like a whirlpool. He is the person who is best at silent killing in the hidden Mist Village. At this moment, the only way to find a sense of security is to hide in the mist hiding technique. However, as soon as this thought came to Zabuza's mind, he couldn't wait to blend into the fog, but the creepy feeling increased instead of decreased. It was as if he was being stared at by an invisible ferocious beast. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Without caring too much, he quickly reached out and blocked Chorus and Moen, who had just been rescued, in front of him. The next moment, a huge gust of wind blew towards him. The thick fog in the sky was forcibly dispersed. A voice like the god of death has already sounded in my ears. The silhouette of a golden skeleton was infinitely magnified in his pupils, and he swung a wooden sword with unparalleled sharpness and chopped it down head-on. I'm sorry, I caught you. Bang! The terrifying sword pressure was released, instantly swallowing up everything in front of him. The terrifying aftermath spread to 100 meters away, directly destroying the rock wall behind him. The endless fog that had just spread out was also forcibly dispersed by this huge air wave. A large amount of blood was dispersing, and pieces of flesh were splattering out. Such a scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Is this the same silent killing technique that had made them so anxious just now? Now it was broken at the first sight. The most important thing is that they didn't believe the statement that one sword could kill 7 people just a moment ago. See it now with your own eyes. But they believed it. Looking at the vulnerable demon Zabuza in front of him, he is indeed a ghost. But he encountered an evil ghost. You Yuli, retreat quickly. Gui Dangman Yu's face turned pale and he roared anxiously. I have a body that can be transformed into water. His close combat skills are useless to me. I can just restrain him. Let me cover his rear. Water style, shield bird hat. Kazuna Mainjutsu instantly entered the hydrated state. The hot spring water around him, and even the mist in the air, seemed to be swallowed up by a whale at this moment, and quickly poured into his body. In an instant, the Hojiki Mainjutsu expanded to a size of more than 10 meters, like a tailed beast. The huge body made of water quickly circulated and blocked Luoya's way. The ninja swords in both hands, Shuanji, made a sharp sound and chopped towards Luoya. The next moment, his hands slammed heavily on the golden skull. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly rang out. The huge impact force caused the golden skull to shatter, spreading cracks like spider webs. Manzuki Hojiki's expression froze. After performing the water transformation technique, his strength increased tenfold with the help of the water wrist technique, which was enough to reach the level of supernatural power. With this move, he could defeat any enemy with just a casual strike of the sword. However, the result before his eyes at this moment overturned his cognition. I didn't expect that this unknown guy in front of me, with a golden skeleton covering his body, actually has a defensive power as strong as a real thing. However, at this point, Menu Kazuna had no time to think, and the other knife in his left hand once again made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and slashed towards Luoya. Bang! The originally cracked golden skull finally collapsed at this moment. The powerful blow came down on Luoya with undiminished force. However, facing this powerful blow, Roha suddenly raised his head. The moment his Scarlet 3 Magadama Sharinan turned, Roha's left hand grabbed it directly without giving in. Boom! The powerful blow was blocked by bare hands. Gui Dengman Yu's expression was shocked. Ringo Aori, who was retreating not far away, thought she saw a glimmer of hope. But at this moment, such a crazy fighting style completely shattered her newly sprouted hope. Especially when she saw that bloodthirsty face and the look of madness that appeared on it, Ringo Aori's scalp suddenly exploded. Man Yu, run away, escape. Kitten Man Yu was stunned for a moment, then said in a hurry, Yuli, I just said that I just restrain his close combat. The so-called slashing blow is nothing to me, you don't have to worry. Is it really useless? Looking at this mountain-like body, the madness on Luoya's face became more and more intense. He clenched the wooden sword in his hand and laughed wildly. Have you ever seen a slash that can breathe fire? Boom! A scorching heat quickly rose from Luoya's body. The ultimate spiritual pressure was poured madly into the wooden sword. The terrifying aura emanating from it is rising steadily. Everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt like they had fallen into a furnace. Even the water vapor floating around was evaporating rapidly. Feeling the heat coming towards him, Manu Kazuna's face changed drastically. However, a hint of cruelty flashed across his face, and then he roared hysterically. What a nameless person, it seems that you still know too little about our Ghost Lantern clan. If the nature change you cast is thunder, I will still be afraid, but have you forgotten that water can overcome fire? Extreme water quantification. Boom! Manu Kazuna's body exploded again. At this moment, he completely abandoned his form and turned into a huge wave of 20 to 30 meters, rushing towards Luoya. Facing this powerful attack, Luoya's bloodthirsty smile remained unchanged. The three Magadama Sharingan spun wildly to the extreme in an instant. The unique strengthening power was madly pushed to the extreme. Bang! The scorching heat climbed again. The ground beneath my feet was also burnt. The water mist around evaporated instantly. There was also a blazing flame that shot straight up into the sky. In an instant, Ghost Lantern Manu, who had turned into a wave and rushed towards Luoya, exuded an extremely dangerous feeling all over his body. His intuition told him there was only one word: escape. Unfortunately, before he could move, a voice mixed with bloodthirsty intent fell into his ears. Hasn't anyone told you that fire can conquer water? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden sword in Luoya's hand chopped down with force. The flames that had accumulated to the extreme, under the strengthening effect of the three Magadama Sharingan, exploded like a flood bursting through a dam. Endless blast waves swept across 1,000 meters of land. The entire hot spring hotel was directly submerged by the impact. It only adds to the doomsday feeling. I don't know how much time had passed. The blast waves that were rolling back across the sky gradually subsided. The white water vapor covering the sky and earth also dispersed with the wind. Feeling the situation gradually calming down, Mifune and other warriors did not care about their own conditions, but quickly stood firm and hurriedly looked towards the battlefield. This glance still made their pupils tremble that everything they could see had already turned into a waste, and it even felt like a scorched earth for thousands of miles. On the huge battlefield, only Luoya, with steam rising from his body, was left standing there. As for Mainjutsu Hojiki, who claimed a moment ago that he was immune to all physical attacks and could challenge the Shura evil ghost in front of him, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja swordsman, at this moment, he had already disappeared. Such a horrifying scene instantly gave rise to another absurd idea in their minds. One knife. It's still one sword to kill 7 people. If news of this battle were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the ninja world. Lord Mifune, you said before that if you fight Hatake Roya, you are 64% sure of winning. Is this true? One of the warriors lost his patience first. After these words were spoken, the warriors around him, who looked a little embarrassed, couldn't help but look at Mifune in unison. Originally, in their eyes, the Iron Kingdom was a country dominated by samurai, and the strongest kendo master should come from their country. Unfortunately, the result before their eyes made them completely lose their patience. Can their leader Mifune really have a 60-40 split? Feeling the gazes from all around, Mifune's face turned extremely pale. If it weren't for the fact that so many people were looking at him, he would have wanted to slap himself twice at this moment. Why do you have to pretend in front of this guy and comment on the chances of victory on June 4th? At this moment, facing this fight that was like that of Shura and evil spirits, with 7 people being killed one by one with one sword, Sanchuan felt completely out of confidence. However, as a samurai, Mifune still kept the samurai spirit in mind, and said again with a sullen face, the odds of winning now are 70-30. 73. Caog was stunned at first, then said with ecstasy on his face, Lord Mifune, your chances of winning are high again. The warriors also showed ecstasy on their faces. As the leader of the samurai, Mifune is like a shadow in the land of iron and is also their spiritual leader. Now, Hatake Roya's performance has overturned their perception of samurai. If on this basis, Sanfen, as the leader, can surpass Luoya again, this is such a great joyful event. Looking at the samurai who became fanatical in an instant, Mifune even wanted to strangle them to death. However, as the leader of the samurai, Mifune was indeed embarrassed. However, he still glared at Caoju and said, Humph, can't you just let me finish my words? You insist on snatching my words away. What I'm saying is that his chances of winning are 70% and mine are 30%. However, if we fight hard, there may be more unknowns. His chances of winning are 70% and mine is 30%. Caog and the others were stunned, and even felt as if their souls were shaken. The way they looked at Luoya became a little unreal. A boy who looked only 12 or 13 years old actually received such an evaluation from the dignified warrior leader. Who would believe it if they didn't hear it with their own ears and see it with their own eyes? As long as there is enough time to grow, there is no telling how high it will reach in the future. Lord Mifune, he will. Kaja couldn't help but speak again. Mifune of course understood what he wanted to ask, and immediately said in a deep voice, he will be qualified to become a shadow in the future, and it is even more likely that he will be able to reach the heights of the god of ninja world back then. Everyone was shocked. When Mifune was young, he witnessed the charm of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. That person caught the tailed beast with his bare hands and distributed it as a pet. Looking back at the period after the first generation, there are indeed many strong people in the ninja world. However, there has never been an existence that can reach the level of the ninja god. Now Mifune gives such a high evaluation. How could they not be shocked? The pale-faced Moonlight Gale beside him was no exception. I thought that since it was a rare opportunity to go on a mission with my childhood sweetheart, I would be able to perform well. Even if he cannot suppress Luo Ya, he still has to show his own style. It's a pity that in the end, not only did he lose his elegance, but he ended up in a miserable state. The most common thing they did was to run away and hide. The gap is so huge, it's like a chasm. Brother Luia, how are they? Uchiha Itachi was the first to come back to his senses and asked. Hearing this, Luoya dispersed his aggressive aura, took out his wine gourd, took a sip of the old wine and said, Itaki, it seems that it is right to let you fight alone. Since you have opened the double Megatama Sharingan, you should be very clear about what happened just now. Uchiha Itachi knew that this was a test from Luria. After a short silence, he said, just now, Ichitoki Manjutsu should have been seriously injured, but he escaped from the underwater hot spring river with the help of the water transformation technique. Ringo Yuyuri seems to have escaped from here with the seriously injured demon Zabuza. The remaining 7 members, Musashi and Kurisan Kamaru, are already dead. After these words were spoken, the sound of people sucking in cold air could still be heard. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the elite among the elite of the Kirigakur. This time, 5 people were dispatched directly. He was still killed one by Heitake Roya. How can one not feel shocked? He gave me a 7 and I gave it a 3. Of course they believed it. Brother Luia, do we need to chase him? Itaki asked again. Luoya shook the wine gourd in his hand and said, the defeated Armaiite's not worth a chop, not to mention if I don't leave some alive, I'll chop anyone who comes to me next time. By the way, Lord Mifune, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to spar with me? Why not now? Ahem, Brother Luoya, you are such a joke. We are on a mission, how can we just fight randomly? The situation is unclear right now, it would be bad if something unexpected happens. Mifune coughed dryly and explained quickly. The warriors guarding behind him didn't care about whether it was embarrassing or not at this moment, and nodded in agreement. If there are really tougher enemies behind, well, relying on just these methods, I'm afraid they're really doomed, right? Kakashi heard this and was silent for a moment before saying, that's right. This escort mission is just a cover-up. The real mission is to meet up with Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and help send the list of the next Hokage successor back to Konohagakure. I thought the biggest blocking force was the 7 mist ninjas, but now it seems that I underestimated their capabilities. Mifune and the others' faces changed drastically. List of successors to Hokage. This is a major event that could affect the development of the entire ninja world. They never expected that they would encounter such a crucial matter. Mifune-sama, Hokage-sama asked me to say sorry on his behalf. I had planned to escort Mifune-sama to the hot spring town and then go our separate ways without implicating you. I didn't expect the enemy to arrive so quickly. It seems that Hokage-sama still underestimated the other party's ambition. Kakashi explained again in a deep voice. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that none of you have suffered too much damage. We can give an explanation to Lord Hokage when we return. Next, Lord Sanchuan, let's say goodbye here. As for the escort mission, others will take over. The warriors secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were like fish on a sticky chopping board and almost lost their lives. If you are faced with a harder dish that is hidden deeper, I'm afraid they are not even qualified to be fish meat, and just become leeks that can be harvested at will, right? It may not be a bad thing to be able to get out of the vortex of this incident now. Mifune's expression also changed slightly, but after a moment, he said in a deep voice, no, I want to go with you. The warriors were all shocked. Kakashi was also full of surprise and said, Mifune-sama, are you planning to assist our Konohagakure in completing the mission? If so, we appreciate your kindness. Master Mifune, what Heite Kakashi said is correct. This matter concerns the competition for the new Hokage of Konohagakure. It has nothing to do with our Iron Country. If we intervene, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate, right? Kaja, who was standing by, urged urgently. The biggest reason why the Iron Country was able to avoid war was that it became a neutral country that did not interfere in the military and political affairs of other countries. For them, this is like a gold medal that guarantees them immunity from war. If we suddenly intervene now, I am afraid that this balance will be disrupted and we will lose the golden medal of immunity from war as a neutral country. Don't worry, Kusuk. I know what you are worried about, and I have no intention of interfering with the successor to the Hokage of Konoha village. Mifune looked at Luoya and explained in a deep voice. I just want to see how far he can fight. All the samurai were confused, even Kakashi and others were no exception. I never expected that Mifune would give such a reply. However, thinking back on the fight just now, it was indeed terrifying. But as fellow warriors, they also couldn't help but feel the urge to cheer and applaud. After all, in a world where ninjas are respected, being a samurai is like being an alien. The fact that Roya was able to single-handedly wipe out the 7 ninja swordsmen was undoubtedly a source of pride for the samurai. Now that Mifune suddenly proposed this idea, it might as well have awakened their thoughts. Idiots, no matter what you think, I can go alone. Sanchuan spoke again in a deep voice. Caog also suddenly came back to his senses, feeling the restlessness in his heart. He didn't care about too much and spoke hurriedly. No, Master Mifune, we want to have some fun too. We should take another look. Yes, we also want to see if our warriors are qualified to face stronger opponents. A group of warriors echoed the words one after another, making the whole situation boil over. This scene surprised not only Kakashi and others, but also Mifune. However, looking at his subordinates who had reached a consensus, Mifune laughed and said, "Haha, good, very good. I am deeply comforted to hear your answer. Only by believing can the glory of the warriors reach new heights. Brother Roya, Heite Kakashi, you don't mind us watching, right?" Luoya smiled. Of course he didn't care about Mifune's sudden request. The only thing that matters at the moment is to find some people who are more worthy of being killed. Mifune took the initiative to stay, maybe he could have a chance to win in the end. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze, the excited smile on Mifune's face suddenly became stiff, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching, as if he had a feeling of being on a pirate ship. But things had come to this point, and Mifune had no choice but to grit his teeth and go ahead. "I have no objection." Luoya took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded silently and said, "Since Luoya has no problem, then neither do I. However, Lord Mifune, what is going to happen next is of great importance that we cannot predict what dangers may occur, so I hope you can keep it a secret and protect yourself carefully. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will be difficult for us in Konohagakure to explain." "Haha, don't worry, Kakashi. We, the Iron Country, are indeed a neutral country, but we still understand the rules. That we will just watch and keep silent about what happens next." Mifune gave a dry laugh and responded directly. "Besides, we also want to see how high a warrior can reach. You idiot, from now on, don't bring disgrace upon our warrior titles." "Understood, Mifune-sama." Following this uniform response, everyone started to move. Kakashi he also took a deep breath and looked at Luoyadeo, who was still calm and drinking a little wine. Roya, originally it was Minato-sensei who was in charge of meeting with Lord Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Luoya couldn't help but shudder, and rolled his eyes. "Kakashi, you suddenly said this. If I didn't know you, I would probably really suspect that you are gay. It's getting late now, and I have to hurry to kill someone, so stop talking nonsense and let's get going." There was no trace of Kai along the way. That he must have gone to meet the enemy in advance. "Bent, what does this mean?" Kakashi's expression froze, and he was obviously confused by this advanced adjective. However, upon hearing Kai's name, Kakashi immediately came back to his senses, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Don't worry, Luoya. Kai may not be as good as you now, but I still have confidence in him. But it's getting late now. I have just received information from Kai that he is not far from us. We should hurry there." Looking at Kakashi, who turned around and led the way, Luoya's hand holding up the wine gourd stopped in midair, and he suddenly remembered something important. In the original work, could it be that Kakashi was really turned gay by Guy? Otherwise, their youth probably wouldn't be in constant violent collision, right? Ahem. Luoya coughed dryly and quickly suppressed the attack and defense scene. "If I continue thinking about this, I might really have to find Itaki or Shisui to brainwash me." Seeing Kakashi walking further and further away, Luoya didn't have time to think about it and quickly followed him. At the same time, it is more than 10 miles away from the hot spring town. Two figures were fleeing quickly. Leading the group was Jiraiya, a man with silver hair, wearing a red coat and carrying a huge scroll. Following closely behind him was Might Guy, who was dressed in a watermelon-shaped outfit. At this moment, the speed of the two has indeed increased to the extreme, but their eyes are moving quickly on the battlefield. The next moment, Jiraiya, who was in the lead, suddenly changed his expression and spoke in a hurry. "Kai, watch your step." Hiss. A fishy wind suddenly blew from the ground beneath our feet. Kai's expression suddenly changed, and the moment he looked down, he saw a gaping bloody mouth. This is the hidden python. Kai, who was in mid-air, tried to dodge. Unfortunately, there was no foothold at all, and unless he used that trick, there was no other way. Random lion's hair. Jiraiya suddenly formed seals with his feet, and his long silver hair suddenly grew like a tentacle, and wrapped around Kai's body first. Might Guy was pulled out of the giant python's mouth. Bang! The python opened its bloody mouth, but its attack was instantly missed. Watching this scene, Jiraiya flew his hands and formed the final hand seal. Fire style, flame bullet technique. Boom! The blazing flames, like a meteorite shell, hit the giant python head-on, and exploded like thunder the next moment. In an instant, shrill screams echoed across the wilderness. After 7 or 8 seconds, the huge body of more than 10 meters in size fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang and was completely burned. Smelling the meaty aroma in the air, Kai's face turned slightly pale. He is indeed a Chunin now and has also experienced the baptism of war. However, faced with this situation that was beyond his understanding, it was as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, adding to his inexplicable feeling of suffocation. He knew clearly that if Jiraiya had not acted in time, he would have been unable to deal with the hidden giant python. Unless he uses that trick, he will be dead. It is precisely for this reason that Kai is more eager to know who dares to attack and kill Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Master Jiraiya, just now. Kai, be careful. This man is as strong as me, so if anything happens later, run away as soon as possible, but I will stay behind you. Jiraiya spoke in a deep voice, but his eyes were looking towards the darkness on the left. At that moment just now, Jiraiya chose to use the fire escape technique, in addition to killing the giant python that suddenly rose up. The biggest reason is to dispel the darkness and find the traces of the attackers. Relying on years of fighting experience and the scattered perception barrier, Jiraiya instantly locked onto the most likely location. Orochimaru, actually, it's you who I don't want to guess. Can't you use such an obvious summoning beast? Orochimaru? Might Guy's face changed drastically. The three ninjas of Konoha are also well known in the ninja world. Perhaps it is not as terrifying as Konoha White Fang and Golden Flash, but the Sunin is still considered qualified to become Kage. It is also the glory of Konoha Gakure. However, Orochimaru, who is also one of the three ninjas, now launched a blatant sneak attack, which was too shocking. For a moment, Kai didn't care too much and quickly followed his gaze. In the darkness, a shadow swayed in the firelight, and finally gradually lengthened. With the sound of footsteps, it gradually became clearer. When Kai saw Orochimaru's pale face clearly, his expression instantly tensed. If the previous moment was speculation, now it is completely confirmed that Orochimaru wanted to kill him just now. This made Kai feel a little cold. Jiraiya, who was standing aside, also looked a little ugly. Originally, the glimmer of hope that he still held onto was completely gone at this moment, so he hurriedly asked, Orochimaru, why are you doing this? Orochimaru stopped and said with a smile, Jiraiya, you are still so naive that you should know that there are many private struggles between the teacher and Danzo. Konoha also needs darkness. Danzo is known as the Dark Ninja in the ninja world. He has been doing many things for Konoha, or for himself, that may not be considered bright. Do you think the teacher really doesn't know about these things? In fact, the master knew everything, but he chose to turn a blind eye, because some things still need to be done by people who walk in the dark. At this point, Orochimaru smiled and said, as for the position of Hokage, not to mention me, Danzo has also been eyeing it covetously, so in order to balance the situation and make us lose with conviction, the teacher acquiesced to this incident. Otherwise, do you think I could have made it here? Might Guy's face changed drastically and he looked at Jiraiya beside him with disbelief, hoping to hear a rebuttal from him. However, as one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya was certainly very clear about these things. He also understood what the technique of controlling subordinates that Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned was. It is also for this reason that Jiraiya has never had the ambition to compete for the position of Hokage, and instead recommended his disciple Minato Namikaze, who was committed to reform, to take the position. Kai's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He originally thought that this mission would allow him and Kakashi to spark off a spark of youthful passion. I never expected that the sparks wouldn't come off. Instead, he saw the dark flower of Konoha. This undoubtedly shook his burning heart. This added an inexplicable feeling of suffocation to the scene. Orochimaru smiled playfully and said, Jiraiya, you are still as naive as ever. Do you still have other fantasies until now? In fact, when you walked out of the daimyo's mansion, this duel for the succession of Hokage had already begun. Of course, if you are still not determined to take action against me, just hand me the letter of appointment, and the matter will be completely over. Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Orochimaru, if I don't want to hand it over, will you kill me? Might Guy's nerves were stretched to the limit. Originally, the departure of Tsunade Senju, the eldest grandson of the first Hokage, among the three ninjas of Konoha, had a huge impact on the Konoha village. If, even the remaining two people start fighting, this is probably adding insult to injury for the Konoha Gakure. Haha, Jiraiya, if I could, I would certainly kill you. Don't forget that I had this thought on the battlefield. If it weren't for Tsunade's emotion and insistence on saving you, you would have become a hero engraved on your tombstone now. Orochimaru smiled playfully. However, this time, we still have to follow the rules of the game. Danzo actually only gave me one order, which was to stop you. So, why don't we play a game? Neither you nor I are allowed to make a move, and let others fight for the appointment letter. This way we can keep things harmonious. Leave it to someone else. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then his face suddenly changed and he said hurriedly, Orochimaru, no wonder Minato, who was supposed to pick me up, was trapped in Konoha. It turns out you came prepared. It seems that there is another person besides you, and even I can't find him. It seems that this is the trump card that Danzo has high hopes for. Haha, Jiraiya, don't be too surprised. In fact, even I don't know how to deal with this guy. Orochimaru continued with a smile. I just know that this guy calls himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya's face was filled with disbelief. This person is as famous as the first Hokage. Hasn't it been lost in the long river of history? Why did it appear again? In the dark wilderness, a spatial fluctuation quickly spread. A swirling mask appeared out of nowhere. A scarlet 3-Magatama Sharinan could be clearly seen through the mask, which shocked Jiraiya's mind. It was a ghostly concealment that even he didn't notice. This alone is enough to make people feel uneasy. A hoarse voice sounded from behind the mask. Haha, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way after so many years. However, if we can use this opportunity to make your Konoha village lively, it may not be a bad thing. It's just that I really want to know, if you and Orochimaru don't take action, who in your Konoha village can stop me? Is it this foolish fellow who only knows taijutsu? I heard that his father, who was the last one in the world for 1,000 years, sacrificed his life to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. If he doesn't want to live, maybe he can still take a look. Uchiha Obito smiled playfully, and continued to smile. Or do you want to wait for Heite Kakashi to come over? If that's the case, I can only tell you with regret that the guy is probably overwhelmed at the moment that he is now facing the new 7 ninja swordsmen who cost the lives of the Millennium Laggards to defeat. The new 7 ninja swordsmen. Jiraiya's face changed again, that he had never expected that Danzo would make such a big move for the position of Hokage. Perhaps the strength of the new 7 ninja swordsmen is not as good as the old ones. However, those who can become the new 7 ninja swordsmen are definitely the elite among the elite in the Mist Village. It would be really difficult for Kakashi Heite to fight against him alone. Once Kakashi can't come, with only Might Guy left, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to fight against him even if he risked his life, right? What's wrong? Do you also think that Heite Kakashi can't make it? This is really an insult to the so-called genius title, Uchiha Obito said in a cold voice. But to make things more interesting, I can give you a little more time to see if you can get more people together. Jiraiya was speechless and his expression became extremely ugly. He was indeed able to break the agreement between him and Orochimaru, but he also knew that even if he really took action, Might Guy alone would have no chance of winning. However, if he were asked to hand over the letter of appointment as Hokage, it would be even more impossible. As for finding someone in this desolate mountain and wilderness who can fight with the person who is suspected to be Uchiha Madara, this kind of thing is probably harder than climbing to the sky. Excuse me, why don't you count me in? The voice came out of nowhere, without any warning. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. What caught my eye was a figure walking out slowly, carrying a wine gourd. When they saw the identity of the person, Uchiha Obito and Jiraiya couldn't help but freeze in surprise. They instantly discovered it from the forehead protector that Luya hung on his trouser waistband. This is just a genin from Konoha. Kai, do you know him? This kind of excitement is not something a genin can just casually join in. Jiraiya suddenly became anxious. Facing this enemy who looks like Uchiha Madara, even Might Guy's chances of winning are unknown. If a genin gets involved, this isn't helping, it's probably a hindrance, right? Lien Dai too also had the same idea. No, Master Jiraiya, Kakashi said that if something does happen, if Roya can make it, he'll have a better chance of winning than him. Might Guy suddenly spoke. Because he is a genius that even Kakashi feels inferior to. Obito's expression was shocked that if he hadn't been wearing a mask, his disbelief would have been seen through by others long ago. Uchiha Obito and Jiraiya were both in disbelief. They might not believe the comments that just came out of Might Guy's mouth. However, now even Orochimaru has given such high recognition. They had to take this seriously. Could it be that during the short time they were away from Konohagakure, something really happened that they were unaware of? Taking advantage of this brief respite, Roha also looked at the figure with the vortex mask in front of him. Having lived 2 lives, Luoya certainly knows who his true identity is. As one of the future big bosses, the grown-up Uchiha Obito is indeed worth a kill. However, now he would know whether it is worth chopping only by trying it himself. Orochimaru, you know him, why didn't you tell me the information? Obito came back to his senses and said in a deep voice. You just said that he is a more talented person than Kakashi. However, facing the new 7 ninja swordsmen, he can only arrive alone, and his strength may not be that strong. I just told you to find some more people. Now that he's here, you should join forces with Might Guy. Otherwise, it will be too easy to win, and I won't be very interested. Jiraiya came back to his senses a little after hearing this. Luoya's appearance was indeed beyond his expectations. However, facing this existence that looks like Uchiha Madara, it seems that we have a better chance of winning if we join forces, right? However, before Jiraiya could speak, a series of dense sounds of breaking through the air quickly came from the distance. When they saw clearly the identity of the person who came, their expressions changed slightly again. Aren't these Kakashi and the others who should have been stopped by the 7 ninja swordsmen? How did it suddenly appear? Moreover, he saw dozens of samurai figures following closely behind him, and Mifune leading the way. The numerical advantage of both sides was instantly overturned. Uchiha Obito's face became even gloomier. Thinking back to his bold words about asking Jiraiya to join the group, it seemed that he had suffered a bit of a loss now. However, things have come to this point. Uchiha Obito frowned and spoke again. Well, you are worthy of being Heide Kakashi. I didn't expect you to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen so quickly. It seems that I still underestimated you. But, Mifune, don't the warriors of your Iron Country always claim to be neutral? Are you planning to intervene in this ill-advised farce and completely stand against the other ninja villages? This is a stupid move by Mifune. Jiraiya was also shocked that he had not expected that a samurai from a neutral country would get involved at such a critical juncture. After all, once outsiders knew that the samurai of the Iron Country were intermingling with the Konoha ninja village, then the Iron Country will mean becoming a grasshopper tied to the same rope as the Konohagakure. No, don't misunderstand me. Mifune and a group of warriors stopped more than 10 meters away, creating a clear dividing line. We are not here to interfere in your dispute. I just want to see with my own eyes the fighting of Heitake Roa. It's the glory of a samurai. And, if I heard correctly, what Brother Luoya said just now didn't mean to include him and use the human wave tactic. Only if you are killed, he will be the only one. Kakashi beside him nodded silently in agreement. At the same time, he did not forget to give Kai a wink, asking him to step back voluntarily. Kai was indeed confused about Kakashi's decision, but Mifune's words shook his heart even more, and as soon as he retreated to Kakashi's side, he couldn't help but speak. Kakashi, are you really going to let Roya do it alone? This guy calls himself Uchiha Madara, a legendary ninja who is as famous as the first Hokage. If it's true, then Luoya alone would probably be unable to handle it, right? Uchiha Madara. Kakashi and others couldn't help but be shocked. Of course, I have heard of this legendary top figure in the ninja world. However, they never expected that they would run into them. Mifune couldn't wait to look at the masked man in front of him. When he met that scarlet Sharingan, his heart couldn't help but tighten and he looked at Kakashi eagerly. Faced with this unknown existence, Mifune also wanted to know what choice Kakashi would make. Kakashi was silent, but he quickly stopped Kai and said, Kai, don't worry, whether he is Uchiha Madara or not, Roya alone is enough. If we get involved, we'll probably just hold him back. We'll just have to watch from the sidelines. At this point, Kakashi dragged Kai back. Mifune and others nearby were no exception. This posture made Jiraiya and Obito stunned. I really doubt whether he can tell that this is a fake Uchiha Madara. Or is it that Uchiha Madara's name is no longer useful? Otherwise, why would a genin be allowed to deal with it alone? Orochimaru, who was standing aside, said with a rare smile on his pale face, haha, seeing you guys being confused by this brat is really worth being happy about. But, Madara, I still advise you not to underestimate this brat, because in the eyes of this arrogant brat, the more powerful a person is, the more worthy of a blow. Obito's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that Orochimaru, who had such high standards, would give such high evaluations to a genin again and again. Hey take Roya, it seems that I have overlooked some very important information during this period of time. But don't you worry, I am the real Uchiha Madara. Will you die because of your own arrogance? Uchiha Madara. Luoya took a sip of old wine and said with a smile, I just wanted to see if Uchiha Madara is worth a kill. After all, the ninja just now there are 7 people with swords, but chopping is not enough. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Roya's feet cracked. The whole person disappeared out of thin air like a cannonball. When he appeared again, he had crossed more than 10 meters and came in front of Uchiha Obito. What was reflected in his pupils was a bloodthirsty smile, and the wooden sword in his hand chopped down towards him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Is this the case of killing people just because of a disagreement? Or rather, in front of the little devil in front of him, he really regards the name of Ban as nothing. Otherwise, how could he have cut it so decisively? A mess of thoughts flashed through my mind. The awe-inspiring sound of something breaking through the air instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Seeing Luoya suddenly attacking without saying anything, everyone was stunned and felt that it was unexpected. However, now that the fight had begun, everyone's eyes were fixed on Roha and Uchiha Madara. Looking at the attack that came to them like a ghost, they were eager to know how Obito would respond. Feeling the gazes from all around, the leader under the mask smiled mockingly. Although, this battle was indeed not against Kakashi as he expected. However, since it was his first battle, he had to win impeccably. Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Obito smiled teasingly. Arrogant fellow, your attitude of offering yourself to me is indeed very fierce. However, no matter how fierce your attack is, if you can't hit me, then you will be hopeless, right? The inexplicable words made everyone stunned. The next moment, the scene they saw made them stunned. Uchiha Obito, who was under attack, faced the fierce slash without any intention of dodging or defending, and instead thrust his head forward. Phew! The head and the wooden sword were colliding. However, the expected blood splatter did not occur. The fierce sword, like an afterimage hitting nothingness, went straight through Obito's head. Seeing his attack miss, Obito smiled playfully. After practicing secretly for so long, I finally mastered this move and it finally came in handy in actual combat. The most important thing is that Obito knows that the only way to achieve the greatest deterrent effect is to win with one move. Feeling the attack passing over his forehead, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan turned again. The originally ethereal body instantly returned to being solid. At the same time, the kunao hidden in the Kamui space also materialized on the right hand. The moment his 5 fingers clenched tightly, without any fancy moves, he stabbed straight into Luoya's chest. Phew! Blood splattered. The feeling of touching it made Obito excited. Just one strike to kill. Only then can you play the role of Uchiha Madara well. However, this hint of excitement just emerged. The kunao in his hand, which should have penetrated deeply, suddenly stopped at this moment, as if it was stuck on a steel plate and could not penetrate even an inch. The sudden scene made Obito pause. Before he could react, Luoya had already grabbed his wrist and smiled bloodthirstily. I caught you, who said I can't kill you? Bang! The muscles in Luoya's right hand bulged like rock, a moment of strength assurance. The wooden sword that was about to pass over Obito's head suddenly stopped. The next moment, Luoya forcibly changed the path of his attack and chopped it down with force. All of this seems very cumbersome. However, if you really calculate it, the time it took was only a breath or two. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just enough for Luoya to be involved. The wooden sword that was chopped horizontally has changed its posture and chopped down with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom! A dull collision sounded like thunder. A huge and powerful release of force. In an instant, Obito was chopped away like a cannonball by a single blow. It crashed headfirst into a rock dozens of meters away before suddenly stopping. The huge impact force made the rocks behind him explode as if they could not bear it. The sudden scene left all the onlookers stunned. Even Obito, who felt a tingling sensation all over his body, was no exception and had an expression of disbelief on his face. Recalling Obito's previous move, the method of converting space ninjutsu from virtual to physical, it can definitely be called awesome. But they never expected it. This awesome thing ended just as it began. Looking at Obito, who was struck flying and embedded in the rock wall. Uchiha Madara is just this? Is he really that weak? Look at the half-pulled arm. I'm afraid this knife doesn't hurt? However, compared with this question, the warriors at this moment were even more shocked. Kaja, who was standing by, couldn't wait to ask. Mifune-sama, that strike from Heitake Roya just now. Double slash, this is a move in the way of the sword. It can only be performed with powerful combat skills and force reaction. It changes the original trajectory of the double slash and makes the enemy unable to defend against it. We also call it Eagle Strike. Mifune was also shocked and explained. I thought there were no more young people in the ninja world who could perform Eagle Strike, but I didn't expect that Heitake Roya could do it at such a young age. The space ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara used just now was indeed very unexpected, but Roha was able to come up with it in an instant, using himself as bait to create an opportunity and unleashed a fatal slash. This almost demonic way of fighting is totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. The comments that came out slowly left Jiraiya, who was watching from the sidelines in bewilderment, unable to refute. At least, he never expected that someone would risk his own life just to get a single blow. Such a horrific way of fighting can probably only be seen among wild beasts. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to finally understand something. Why are the teacher, Minato, and even Kakashi so confident in letting Heitake Roa take action alone? At least, with this one skill alone, no one can compare to him. However, as soon as these thoughts came to mind, Jiraiya quickly suppressed them and faced the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. He still couldn't let his guard down, and hurriedly looked at Roya and said, Heitake Roya, be careful, he's the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Luoya laughed bloodthirstily and said, Banara, just by the name, it's definitely worth a chop. But, Madara, you haven't acted enough. The knife just now shouldn't kill you. You should be able to ignore this injury. Let's chop some more. The inexplicable words made Jiraiya and others pause. Obito's face under the mask was even more pale, and his heart was full of disbelief. During this period of time, he mastered 2 major killer weapons. In addition to the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was Inamaki who paid the price for the Sharingan in the legend. This is the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan that can transform all the harm in reality into dreams. Feeling the gazes from all around, Obito looked towards the figure holding a wooden sword not far away. During this period of time, the arrogance of calling himself Madara seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Now it seems that both of the 2 trump cards have been exposed, but it instantly made him lose the confidence of being invincible. However, when he thought of Heitake Kasisi, who was standing not far away and whom he must take revenge on, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Obito's face under the mask, and he spoke angrily. Humph, what an arrogant brat. That strike was indeed very good, but you underestimated me, Uchiha Madara. During the fight just now, you were not the only one testing me, I was also testing you. Next, I will let you taste the taste of despair. Obito stepped out among the broken rocks. The half of the body that was originally drooping quickly recovered to its original state the moment he walked out. Even the wrinkles on his clothes and the blood that remained on his body disappeared. Such a strange scene shocked the onlookers. I thought that the spacetime ninjutsu I had seen just a moment ago was already incredible. I never expected that a strange method of turning back time would emerge again. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Obito took action first. The moment the Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly turned, strong spatial fluctuations emerged, like a whirlpool, pulling Obito into a different space. The next moment, before anyone could react, the ground beneath Roya's feet began to spin like a whirlpool. A white figure rushed out from it, opened its arms and embraced Luya. Everyone was instantly shocked by this scene. I thought that the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara would use some means to fight back. I never expected that someone would be summoned suddenly. However, Orochimaru, who was standing aside with his arms folded watching the battle, showed a playful smile and instantly understood Obito's thoughts. After all, this white Zetsu was the object he borrowed when he was testing Obito. Bang! As soon as white Zetsu approached Roya, the chakra in the body was detonated instantly. The curse mark originally hidden on the neck quickly spread under the infusion of this chaotic chakra. As the curse seal was activated, white Zetsu's face and body quickly distorted. It was like a cartilaginous white snake that quickly wrapped around Roya's body. The next moment a sharp hissing sound was heard. The entire upper body quickly burst like a balloon. White minced meat was splattering all over the sky, but it was as if countless insects were wriggling and growing rapidly. However, in just a short moment, by the time everyone reacted, the white pieces of flesh had gathered together and transformed into a giant python that was more than 10 meters long. At the same time, 7 tumors grew on the snake's neck. The next moment, the tumor was broken and evolved into another 7 giant snake heads. The moment the diamond-shaped vertical eyes opened, the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan was reflected in them. Before anyone could react, 8 snake heads let out sharp hissing sounds, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards Luoya, who was tied by the tail. Is this the 8-headed technique, Orochimaru? You actually regretted interfering. Luoya, you should be careful, this is an S-level forbidden technique. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed and he reminded him hurriedly. As one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya certainly knows how powerful Orochimaru is. It's too late to react now. Let's try the feeling of being torn to pieces by a group of snakes. Obito's voice echoed in the void, and his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, completely arousing the ferocity of the Yamata no Orokai. Faced with the mysteries surrounding Roha, Obito knew clearly that the only way to overcome this uneasy feeling was to nip it in the bud. However, just as a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Obito's face, the words that fell into his ears made him pause. Is that your strongest weapon? You are a little naive. Luoya suddenly raised his head. Scarlet blood bloomed in the pupils. The 3 Magatama Sharingan was spreading out. The next moment, the golden extreme spiritual pressure that had been dormant in the body exploded without reservation. The hot air waves caused the temperature around to surge. With the help of the enhanced power added by the Sharingan, the unreserved and extreme spiritual pressure instantly gathered into a golden skull that seemed as solid as a substance, and collided with the 8 bloody mouths that swooped down. A dull rumbling sound rang out like thunder. The huge impact force created a large air wave that swept over an area of 1 kilometer in radius. Looking at the 8 bloody mouths blocked by the golden skull in the dust, Obito's pupils dilated violently, and he felt as if his eyes were about to burst apart. Even Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the darkness, is no exception. Looking at the golden skull that suddenly appeared, only one thought popped into their minds. 3 Megatama to open Susanoo? Is this a dream or a ghost? The scene before them completely overturned their cognition. At least, Obito never thought about it. However, at this moment the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Uchiha Obito quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, not caring about too much, and roared angrily. Kill him, roar! The Yamata no Orokai roared again, and under the mad stimulation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it pounced towards the golden skull again. Facing the Yamata no Orokai that was about to attack him again, Luoya clenched the wooden sword in his hand with his backhand. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen and obtaining the achievement gift package. The system's ethereal reminder sounded without any warning. Luoya was stunned. Is there something wrong with the system today? Originally, the reward should be refreshed after the daily tasks are completed, but how come they come one after another in one day? Could it be that this was caused by leaving the Konohagakure, or completing the side quest of killing 100 people? However, facing the system's enthusiastic response, Luoya still liked this kind of initiative. At least, no one can resist this kind of easy opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, this achievement package, just based on the name alone, must not be simple, right? System, open the achievement gift package for me immediately. Luoya's thoughts turned instantly. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the achievement gift package and obtained 3% of the role-playing progress. Everything about the two-handed sword technique was imprinted in his mind. It seems that it can be performed with just a thought. You arrogant person, if you lose focus at this critical moment, you will lose your life. Go to hell. Obito roared again. The Yamata no Orokai let out a sharp hiss, and its scales stood up, and the power of the collision increased again. With a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, it slammed heavily onto the golden skull. The golden skull, which seemed to be real, shattered under the horrific impact. The next moment, the terrifying golden light exploded directly. Exploded like countless blades. Boom! The horrific impact was like a hurricane. The sky was filled with dust and sand. Obito, who was 100 meters away, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. An inexplicable sense of crisis swept over his body. His Mangekyo Sharingan turned without reservation and instantly entered a state of emptiness. The next moment, the surrounding trees seemed to be cut in half as if they were swept by an invisible sharp blade. The Yamata no Orokai in the center of the explosion let out a shrill scream. Its huge body, which was dozens of meters long, seemed to be slashed by an invisible blade. It spurted out a large amount of blood, which fell on the scene like a dazzling firework. Jiraiya, who was watching the battle from a distance, narrowed his eyes slightly in disbelief. This kind of attack, similar to the wind-style vacuum blade, he did not see any hand seals appear in Roha's hands. If he were to encounter it, he would probably be caught off guard and in big trouble. What's more, to launch such a large-scale attack in an instant, the control of chakra must reach the pinnacle level, right? When did this person appear in Konohagakure? Bang! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, and the huge amount of blood that flowed out dyed the ground red. The two heads that were hit by the invisible attack were cut in half at the same time. There were originally 8 heads, but only 6 remained. Malyuzai Jo and others who were watching the game also showed happy expressions on their faces when they saw the Yamata no Orokai being summoned. The first thought that came to their minds was that it was hopelessly unattainable. Obito materialized again in the void, his face looking a little ugly. The ants that I thought I could easily crush to death turned out to be troublesome again and again. However, as he watched the figure gradually become clearer in the dust, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan began to activate frantically again. Little ghost, I didn't expect you to have the means to resist, but I'm sorry to tell you a hopeless story. This Yamata no Orokai has the power of immortality. As long as it has a head, it will recover without dying. I will see how many times you can kill it and how long you can hold on. Obito snapped. From the very beginning, he chose to act under the title of Uchiha Madara in order to increase his own mystery and establish his authority. Unfortunately, it was interrupted again and again by Luoya. If he fails to turn the tide at this moment, then all his efforts will be in vain. The scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed again in the eyes of the Yamata no Orokai. Driven by the crazy chakra, the severed head melted like liquid, and under the pull of an invisible force, it gathered again on the severed head. The next moment, a hissing sound was heard. The 2 heads that were originally cut in half were directly reshaped. Seeing the huge monster returning to normal, the faces of the warriors watching, including Mifune and others, turned grim. This huge monster, as big as a mountain, has become like a nightmare to them. Now they are creating something that is immortal. Isn't this too unfair? If they were to encounter such an unstoppable opponent, I'm afraid I'll just die gradually in despair. Arrogant guy, weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you feeling desperate now? I really want to know how you will deal with it. Obito smiled sadistically, feeling the change in the atmosphere. He had waited too long for this moment. Despair. Luoya walked out of the dust, the bloodthirsty smile on his face became more and more intense, and he shook his left shoulder and said, "This so-called despair is just a bigger target. If one hand doesn't work, use 2 hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya clenched the wooden sword in his hands with both hands. The 3 Magatama Sharingan suddenly turned, and the enhanced power it granted was instantly pushed to the extreme. An oppressive atmosphere like a mountain suddenly exploded like a volcano. Under the terrifying sense of oppression, the air flowing around seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone's brain roared. For a moment, there was an inexplicable illusion, as if Luoya's figure was as huge as a mountain. Moreover, this terrifying feeling of oppression is rising rapidly. When it fell on them, it was like an invisible giant hand, crushing their hearts inch by inch. Such a horrible feeling made everyone's scalp explode. In the kendo that they know, is there really any difference between 1 hand and 2 hands? However, at this moment, facing this feeling, it feels more and more suffocating. Book the Yamata no Orokai, which was controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, also became agitated in an instant. Obito's expression also looked unhappy. Faced with Luoyana's gradually rising momentum and the figure that was imprinted in his mind, lingering like a mountain, Obito was the first to lose his temper. His only Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly and he roared angrily, "You bluffing fellow, I just don't believe there's any difference between 1 hand and 2 hands. Kill him for me." Roar. The Yamata no Orokai let out a roar and rushed towards Roya. The huge body brought with it a huge sound, like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. The short distance of a few hundred meters was just a few breaths of time as he charged forward. The sudden scene instantly woke everyone up. the moment he subconsciously looked at Roya. A vast golden light that could not be described in words shot straight up into the sky. At the same time, Luoya raised the wooden sword in both hands high above his head. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he chopped down with force. Boom! Endless golden light blooms. The dozens of meters long sword energy, with the force of 1,000 pounds, chopped down the Yamata no Orokai, and it instantly exploded like a mountain. Under the terrifying impact, everyone's vision was instantly swallowed up by the golden light. At this moment, they seemed to be in the midst of a raging wave, like a small boat that could capsize at any time. He was knocked over by the terrifying oncoming force. I don't know how much time had passed. Among the ruins, figures were groping and crawling out. The perception that had been lost and the vision in front of me gradually became clear. At this moment, they didn't care about the pain and embarrassment coming from their bodies. He quickly raised his head and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils trembled, their hearts suddenly tightened, and even their breathing stopped. A trail of slashing marks, like a natural moat, started from Roha and extended to the end of the earth 1,000 meters away. The Yamata no Orokai, which was originally blocking the front and rushing forward to kill, seemed to be under a spell at this moment and froze in place. The next moment, a line of blood spread out in the middle head. Before everyone could react, a shrill scream was heard. The huge body of the Yamata no Orokai exploded like a balloon. Boom! Countless pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and before they even hit the ground, they turned into ashes and dispersed between heaven and earth. The body was originally as huge as a mountain. At this moment, it dissipated like a mirror image. Like a weathered reef, it was blown away by the wind. Such a horrifying scene, in the eyes of everyone, simply added a feeling of striking directly into the depths of the soul. A moment ago, they were still wondering whether the 1+1 two-handed sword technique mentioned by Luoya was a bluff. But now they finally understand. If it's their 1+1, maybe it really is just bluffing. But when it fell on Luoya, 1+1 was a king bomb. At least, facing this huge monster, the Yamata no Orokai, which is said to be immortal, I'm afraid no one expected it. He will be killed with just one sword. Even though Orochimaru was standing not far away and had not taken any action, his expression changed. After all, the eight-headed technique is one of his most powerful forbidden techniques, and it is also the source of his own immortality. In order to verify the power of the eight-headed technique, he let Obito borrow it. He never expected that the forbidden technique that he had placed high hopes on was cut off without even making a ripple. No, this is impossible. Obito walked out of the time and space, looking at the scene in front of him, also full of disbelief. Under the Uzumaki mask, the only Mangekyo Sharingan was once again frantically activated. This time he came out wearing Uchiha Madara's skin in order to establish his authority. Now we are facing Waterloo again and again. It has even become a stepping stone for others. He couldn't accept this result. However, the rapidly rotating Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly stopped. The chakra that was being activated frantically was directly cut off. The sudden change made Obito stand there in a daze. At this moment, he realized that the chakra in his body had already been drained in the brief fight just now. Feeling the weakness in his body, Obito's face couldn't help but twist. The next moment, the only remaining pupil power bloomed and turned into a vortex of time and space, instantly sucking his body in. Wait until everyone reacts. The huge battlefield was once again filled with dead silence. The warriors who had just come to their senses, including Mifune and others, were stunned. Even Orochimaru was stunned. I thought that after missing the target again, the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara would launch a more ferocious attack to counterattack. He never expected that in the end. He didn't even have time to say anything harsh, and he just dug a hole and ran away. Faced with such a huge gap, Orochimaru's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and he felt a little embarrassed. If possible, he really wanted to say hello to Danzo. What the hell is this trump card? However, at this point, Orochimaru also understood what it meant to be a lost cause. After suppressing his thoughts, he licked his dry lips and said, "Haha, it seems that this farce has come to an end. I didn't expect the final result to be like this. However, I, Orochimaru, am willing to accept defeat. I have given up the battle for the position of Hokage. Hey take Roya, your performance has once again exceeded my expectations. It seems that you are the biggest variable. But I really want to know, aren't you worried that the masked man just now is really Uchiha Madara? He is a person who stands at the top of the ninja world and is on par with the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Could it be that you are really not afraid of death?" Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Luoya. They were also very curious about Orochimaru's question. Death. Luoya felt the spiritual pressure in his body being drained away in an instant, and he dispersed the surging energy. "Take out the wine from your waist." Hulu took a sip and said, "Haha, of course I'm afraid of death. But I'm more afraid of dying without killing anyone. Besides, if the person who is called God is only this level, I am afraid that even Uchiha Madara's coffin lid will not be able to close." Orochimaru, next time we meet, I hope you'll let me try the feeling of beheading a god. Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly and a hint of shock flashed through his mind. At this moment, meeting Luoya's gaze, he actually felt as if he was being seen through. At least, he believed he had the means to resurrect God. But it's one thing to have it, and it's another to be seen through. After all, this is his biggest secret and his biggest trump card. Watching this figure leave, all the samurai, and even Mifune, breathed a sigh of relief, yet they felt a strange sense of loss in their hearts. After all, the battle just now seemed very complicated, but when you really count the time between them, it only took a few minutes. However, for these warriors, these few short minutes gave them an inexplicable feeling of glory. At least, in their eyes, they had never thought that a warrior could be so powerful. I was enjoying the show at first, but it suddenly stopped, and I felt a distinct itch. At this moment, in their hearts, they had already greeted this guy who called himself Uchiha Madara hundreds of times. Why can't we be stronger and hold on a little longer, so that they can see more of the warriors' highlight moments? Jiraiya's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and of course he saw what these warriors were thinking. However, thinking back on what had just happened, Jiraiya also felt like he was in a dream. He is indeed one of the three ninjas as famous as Orochimaru, but whether it is time and space ninjutsu or the appearance of Yamada no Orokai, it is also very tricky for Jiraiya. I'm afraid it's impossible to win as easily as Roya did. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Luoya again. With such strength, he has probably already surpassed the limit of genin and reached the level of elite jonin or even Quasi-Kage. When he thought about the fact that he was of the same age and was still practicing the shuriken flying technique, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This person is so annoying when comparing himself with others, and the goods will be thrown away if you compare them too much. At this moment, Roha may not even be comparable to Orochimaru, who was hailed as a genius back then. An extremely absurd idea emerged in Jiraiya's mind. Could this be the child of prophecy he was looking for? Master Jiraiya, now that Orochimaru has retreated and the hidden dangers have been eliminated, I'm afraid there won't be any more accidents. Do we need to rush back to the village as soon as possible? Kakashi spoke first. Jiraiya came back to his senses and temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Kakashi, your speculation should be correct. As the deputy of the route, it is beyond my expectation that Orochimaru would come here in person this time, not to mention that there is a person who calls himself Uchiha Madara. I think this should be Danzo's strongest trump card. Now that Orochimaru has chosen to retreat, this matter should come to an end. However, in order to avoid any more trouble, we should return to Konohagakure as soon as possible. Captain Sanchuan, this place is not far from the Iron Country. I will arrange for others to continue escorting you for the next escort mission. I hope you don't mind. As one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya seems to be the least reliable of the three. However, if you really want to find out, Jiraiya is the one among the three who best understands the overall situation. Looking at the entire ninja world, the land of iron is indeed incomparable to the land of rain. But in such a war-torn situation, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Now World War III seems to be over, but undercurrents are surging in private. If the situation is not handled properly, I'm afraid that Konoha village will be dragged into war again. By then, they will surely be attacked by everyone. Mifune was stunned when he heard this. Originally, he was eager to return home for this suggestion. However, at this moment, I feel a bit bored. For a moment, Mifune fell silent and turned to look at the samurai behind him. Kaja, who was standing by, opened his mouth to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Sir Sanchuan, can we continue to watch him chop people? No. Are we going to Konoha to see the upcoming Chunin exams? We, the Iron Country, are indeed a neutral country, but we also need to interact more with other countries to broaden our horizons. Who knows, with the help of this exchange, our kendo can be taken to a higher level. Lord Mifune, this is a rare good thing. After these words were spoken, the remaining warriors all showed expressions of ecstasy. They didn't say anything, but the answers were clearly written on their faces. Mifune also showed a smile, and suddenly found that the usually wooden grass was also quite sensible and said the words that he could not say out loud. He quickly coughed and said, Ahem, I originally wanted to return to the Iron Kingdom as soon as possible to report the matter. However, Kusanagi and the others want to use the upcoming Chunin exam to broaden their horizons. As their leader, I fully agree with this suggestion. In that case, we will follow you back to the Hidden Leaf Village to attend the feast. As for the Iron Country, I will arrange for someone to take the message back. Jiraiya, this shouldn't be a big problem, right? Jiraiya's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. What kind of a fucking excuse is that? Watching Hatake ROA chopping people? This is just to avoid chaos in the world. However, when I think about the upcoming Chunin exam and Roya's identity as a genin, Jiraiya couldn't help but freeze in place. Is it true that Hatake ROA will be scheduled to take part in the Chunin exam? If that's true, the Chunin exam was originally initiated by other major countries and there was not much confidence in it. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Jiraiya's mind. Will this Chunin exam happen, cut through by Roha's single sword? For a moment, Jiraiya didn't dare to think further. The next day, the early morning sun fell like broken gold. Dozens of figures quickly passed through the woods. Leading the group were Jiraiya and Kakashi. After the battle last night, we rested for several hours. In order to avoid any unexpected events, Jiraiya decided to rush back to Konoha overnight. This shortened the journey, which originally took more than 10 hours, by more than half. When the sun was high in the sky, Yue Guang Jiafeng and others, who were already out of breath, showed happy expressions on their faces as they finally saw the sealed gate of Konoha village that they had been looking forward to for a long time. However, as soon as they approached the sealed gate, Moonlight Gale and others were stunned. The gate, which is usually deserted, is now blocked by water. In addition to many tourists and traveling merchants, there are also many ninjas from other ninja villages. Looking around, there are at least hundreds or thousands of them. This number of people on the battlefield is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. Jiraiya and the others couldn't help but pause. Luoya held the wine gourd in his hand, but he didn't stop chopping. Faced with this sudden news, I didn't feel surprised at all. In the original work, this critical moment is when Danzo likes to stir up trouble the most. The purpose was to make it easier for the third Hokage to cope with the situation, so that he could find an opportunity to stab him in the back. Ryoma, is there something important? Jiraiya's expression tensed and he spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Shiranui Ryoma looked at Mifune and the others in surprise, but without caring too much, he spoke. The Hokage succession ceremony has been brought forward. It seems that the representatives of the major ninja villages received an invitation to watch the Hokage succession ceremony in advance, and they arrived yesterday afternoon. Right now the third Hokage is preparing for the ceremony to step down and announce the new Hokage. If you were a step later, Master Jiraiya, you might not be able to catch up. The Hokage succession ceremony has been brought forward. Jiraiya and others were shocked. Originally, due to the advancement of the Chunin exam, the Hokage succession ceremony was also brought forward. However, the Hokage succession ceremony, which was scheduled to be held in 2 days, was forcibly brought forward to today. This made Jiraiya and the others feel caught off guard. Jiraiya and the others instantly understood from Ryoma Shiranui's vague description that this kind of thing was probably caused by Danzo's forcing him to abdicate. Otherwise, there should be no one else in the Konohagakure who dares to challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Roya believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, would just turn a blind eye to such things afterwards. After all, this was probably also within the scope of the private bet between him and Danzo. Jiraiya, let's hurry over there. Shiranui Ryoma couldn't help but remind him. Jiraiya and the others also came to their senses and followed quickly without caring too much. At the same time, in Konohagakure, in front of the Hokage building, this place has already been blocked off. Except for the native residents and ninjas of Konoha village, there are shadows and ninjas from various major ninja villages around. Among them, the third Tsuchikage of the Uegakure, Nindoroid Onoki, the fourth Reikage Ai, and the fourth Mizukage Karatagi Yagura were also present. In addition, the Sand Village was in chaos due to the disappearance of the third Kaze Cage, which left the position of Kaze Cage vacant. At this moment, the new fourth Kaze Cage, Raza, is already in charge. However, at this moment, they couldn't help but reveal a playful look as they looked at the upcoming Hokage succession ceremony. The Third Ninja World War has indeed come to an end. Konoha still became the target of public criticism. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the Hokage who had been in office for the longest time. His wisdom and strength were not inferior to those of the major ninja villages. It can be said that in terms of wisdom, other ninja villages are even more wary of them. Otherwise, after the two ninjas, Onaki, asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to resign from the position of Hokage, the Hokages of other ninja villages would not have agreed unanimously. Just to see the Konoha village cut off one of its own arms. At the same time, it also provoked the dispute for the Hokage of Konoha. At least, after so many years of dealing with each other, all the major ninja villages knew clearly that Danzo had the ambition to become Kage. Who wouldn't be happy to see this kind of internal strife? As time passed, there were only a few minutes left before the Hokage succession ceremony. Sitting in the guest seat, the two-horned Onaki couldn't help but smile playfully and said, "Haha, third Hokage, you're still so arrogant that you've made everyone wait for you for so long, but you're still unwilling to come out. There are only 2 or 3 minutes left until the Hokage succession ceremony. I don't think you will be so fussy. You can't say the rumors are true. The successor to the 4th Hokage of your Konohagakure is still controversial. You haven't even received the daimyo's letter of appointment yet, but you are in a hurry to hold the Hokage succession ceremony. Are you planning to use this to perfunctorily appease our 4 major nations? This is probably a violation of the treaty we signed after the war. If word gets back to our country, it might anger the daimyo and reignite the war." The slightly low voice echoed between heaven and earth. The faces of the Konoha ninjas gathered here couldn't help but change. As people who have experienced the baptism of battlefield, they are certainly not afraid of war. However, it is precisely because they have experienced the cruelty of war that they do not want to see war break out again. What's more, the war has just ended and the Konoha village is in ruins. In this matter, the 4 major ninja villages obviously stand on the same side and reach a consensus. Once the war really reignites, they will probably be attacked by everyone. By then, the multifaceted confrontation would probably drag Konoha down. The other 3 shadows did not speak. However, their interested expressions clearly showed their attitude. Who doesn't like to give a helpless opponent a beating? The third Hokage, who was standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, suddenly looked a little ugly. If looks could kill, he would have killed Danzo tens of thousands of times already. However, at this point, the third Hokage could only suppress his anger and looked at Minato Namikaze beside him and said, "Minato, any news?" "Hokage, there has been no news from the hot spring town. We only know that Kakashi and his men were attacked. The subsequent intelligence seemed to have been cut off by someone and was lost forever." Namikaze Minato spoke with an embarrassed look on his face. As the successor to the fourth Hokage, he had already expected that this succession ceremony would not be that simple. But he never expected that the difficulty of the matter was beyond his expectations. Danzo's private abilities opened Minato Namikaze's eyes. "Ha, Minato, don't look at me like that. As a high-level consultant of Konoha, I only hope that Konoha can be better. My husband has always stayed in Konoha and has never left the village. You can't doubt me." Danzo leaned on his cane, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "However, in order to avoid this situation, I have already arranged for Orochimaru to go and meet us. I have just received a report from Orochimaru. Considering the time, he should be almost at Konohagakure." At this point, Danzo's cloudy old eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. "No, Orochimaru is back. Haha, everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Due to some minor issues, the daimyo's letter of appointment has arrived late. However, with my careful arrangements, I was able to bring back the daimyo's letter of appointment on time. Orochimaru, you've worked hard on this trip. Hurry and get the letter of appointment." The 4 shadows even showed playful smiles. For them, attending the Hokage succession ceremony was only a secondary matter. What really matters is seeing the internal strife within the Konoha village. The more turbulent Konoha is, the more benefits they will be able to share. As Orochimaru approached, everyone's nerves gradually became tense. Danzo's smile grew even wider. He was already very familiar with the situation of executing first and reporting later. He was able to control the route for decades and remain standing in the Konohagakure. He certainly had supporters in Daming Prefecture. It can be said that this gamble was not only recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is also approval from Daming Prefecture. The purpose is to make one of the parties willing to accept defeat. Otherwise, Danzo would have no choice but to do so many things so unscrupulously. At this moment, Orochimaru's early return undoubtedly tells who will win this gamble. "Haha, Orochimaru, you are worthy of being the leader of the 3 ninjas. It must have been a hard journey for you this time." Danzo was the first to say with a smile. Originally, such an important mission was given to Jiraiya. Fortunately, you can come back in time. Otherwise, if you delay, our Konoha will probably become a joke in the eyes of others. It's getting late. Orochimaru, please hand me the letter of appointment first so that the third Hokage can read it out. Don't waste everyone's time. The third Hokage looked unhappy. However, due to the circumstances, I could only accept the defeat. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, Orochimaru stopped and smiled femininely. "No, Master Danzo, the letter of appointment is not with me. I'm afraid you will have to wait a little longer." "Not on you." Danzo's smiling face froze in an instant. It felt like an invisible slap in the face, directly hitting him in the face. The crowd that was originally watching was also stunned where they were. Everyone could see the secret confrontation between Danzo and the third Hokage just now. It was totally unexpected that Danzo, who thought he had a sure victory, would suffer such a setback. The lividity on Danzo's face was quickly suppressed, and he smiled again and said, "Haha, Orochimaru, this is not a place for jokes. You said the letter of commission is not with you. Could it be with Jiraiya? If it was really on him, why did you come back faster than him?" As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly caught everyone's attention. There was also a hint of urgency in the eyes of the third Hokage. The atmosphere in the field changed, but Orochimaru didn't care at all and continued to smile. "Sir Danzo, of course I'm not joking. However, the letter of commission is indeed not in my possession, but it is also not in Jiraiya's possession. If we were to ask who completed the mission this time, it was actually Hatake Roya." "Hatake Roa?" Everyone present was stunned. Even Danzo, the third Hokage and others are no exception. How could a genin accomplish a task that even the legendary 3 ninjas couldn't accomplish? What the hell is this? The 4 actors who were waiting to watch the show were no exception, but compared to those who knew the situation, they didn't even know where Hatake Roya came from. However, as they were from different camps, this unexpected information obviously made their faces darken. After all, a task that even the 3 ninjas couldn't accomplish was accomplished by an unknown person. Does this mean that there are still powerful people hidden in the Konoha village that they are unknown to? This is not good news for them. The two ninjas, Onoki, looked slightly gloomy, and he was the first to be unable to hold back, saying with a forced smile, haha, third Hokage, I didn't expect that after just experiencing the chaotic third war, your Konohagaku actually it so deeply that there is a talent who can surpass the three ninjas. This is really a good show for us to watch. Let us guess that you have hidden him so hard. Could he be an elite jonin who has been carefully trained and hidden away, or is he the true successor to Hokage? Danzo, could it be that the third Hokage has also deceived you? The huge square was in an uproar. That Tsuchikage's guess was indeed a little crazy, but in the eyes of outsiders, this is not impossible. After experiencing such a brutal Third Ninja World War, not only did the yellow flashing Minato Namikaze emerge from the Konoha village, but also a descendant of Shisui who could teleport instantly appeared. Under such circumstances, Hatake Roya, who has surpassed the three ninjas, still remains low-key. Who would believe that this was not done intentionally by the Konohagakure? Or is it that the crisis of Konoha village has not yet reached the point where this Hatake Roa has to take action? Danzo almost broke his teeth, and really regretted taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Hatake Roya and let him walk out of the gate of Konoha village. Faced with this one-sided situation, Danzo had no way to refute for a while. Haha, Orochimaru, are you trying to flatter me? An unexpected voice suddenly sounded. The four shadows were immediately alarmed. I hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. At this moment, their minds were full of the mysterious Hatake Roa. However, when this glance came down, everyone was stunned. Isn't this mysterious and powerful man who defeated the three ninjas too young? The most important thing is to look at the forehead protector casually hanging on the waistband of the pants. Isn't that the symbol of a genin? Could it be that a task that even the legendary Sunin couldn't accomplish was done by a genin? Third Hokage, are you teasing us, the four major nations? Do you really think that we can be teased so easily? Tien Ping Onoki said in a deep voice. Let us see who is the flag bearer who can defeat the three ninjas. Miroya. The third Hokage finally came to his senses, and looking at the group of people who had arrived late, he finally felt relieved. In his eyes, no matter who completed the mission, as long as the commission from the daimyo finally fell into his hands, it was enough. After listening to Minato Namikaze's explanation, they obviously also wanted to see how Hatake Roya would answer. Feeling the gazes from all around, Luoya took a sip of wine, shook the forehead protector around his waist and said, I am indeed a genin. If you don't believe me, I welcome everyone to come and chop me up. Welcome everyone to chop? Minato Namikaze almost couldn't breathe. I really have the urge to slap myself twice. It was already known that Luoya's behavior was different from that of ordinary people, but he was still asked to prove it. If this isn't giving him an opportunity to chop people, then what is that? You little bastard, how dare you speak rudely in front of our Tsuchikage-sama? Today, I, Iwaya, will definitely teach you a lesson. A loud shout suddenly rang out. A young man who was guarding Onoki rushed out first. Originally, the two sides were only a dozen meters apart. Under such a sudden attack, it was approaching in the blink of an eye. Faced with this kind of situation where people started fighting at the slightest disagreement, everyone's nerves were instantly tense. Be careful. Minato Namikaze's face changed slightly. He was able to climb to the position of the next Hokage successor, so of course he knew that this sudden attack was definitely done with the instructions of the Uegakure high-ranking officials. However, when I thought about the way Luoya acted, I couldn't help but remind him. Minato, I'm sorry. We are the newcomers of the Uegakure village. We are all rookies who inherited the will of the stone, so we have a bit of bad-tempered, but you can rest assured that we will stop when necessary. Onoki was suspended in mid-air, smiling with his eyes slightly narrowed. While they were chatting and laughing, Uea was seen taking the lead and appearing in front of Luoya. Faced with this sudden scene, this genin who was said to have the upper hand over the three ninjas felt like he couldn't react and just stood there in a daze. Seeing this scene, Onoki couldn't help but sneer. Earth-style, rock breakthrough fist. Uea smiled playfully, and the last flying seal in his hand fell. His right fist was directly covered with a thick layer of rock, and it smashed directly at Roya like an iron fist. A genin specially selected from the Uegakure to take part in the Chunin exam. He is indeed not the best, but he is also one of the best. Otherwise, he would not have been instructed to make a test. It can be said that with his identity, he can take action in front of the cages of the 5 major ninja villages. This is the best opportunity to perform. Looking at the figure who was so close yet still holding the wine gourd without any reaction, Uea smiled even more, and even the speed of his attack increased by several points. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly rang out. The rock-wrapped fist slammed heavily onto Roya's face. The stirring fist wind even blew up Luoya's bangs. However, all this made many people's pupils tremble. The scene of blood splattering and people falling to the ground that should have happened did not occur. This seemingly powerful punch was actually blocked by the face. When it landed on Luoya's face, it felt more like hitting an iron plate. Nice punch, quite strong, but, just now, your Tsuchikage mentioned the will of stone, so you should be as hard as stone. Luoya used his face to deflect the rock fist. The moment a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, the wooden sword at his waist flew out instantly. Iwaya suddenly woke up, but when he looked at the wooden sword in Luia's hand, he couldn't help but smile. "You are such an interesting guy that you said such harsh words and used such a childish wooden sword. I can blow this thing up with just one punch." Bang! The fist and the sword collided with a loud bang. The rocks exploded and shattered, flying everywhere. Iwaya's expression froze instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. The arm that was covered by the rock broke with a sound, and the wooden sword, which was used as a sword in house, chopped off his body with great force. Boom! A huge and powerful release of force. The rock arrow flew backwards like a cannonball. Upon seeing this, and Iwagakure not far away, his face changed drastically and he quickly stepped forward to provide support. However, just as he stretched out his hands, his expression suddenly changed drastically that he quickly withdrew his hands and stepped aside. They could only watch as Iwaya crashed headfirst into the square of more than 10 meters before he suddenly stopped. Under the huge impact force, the sculpture in the square behind him was also smashed to pieces. He even opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then tilted his head and fainted. For a moment, gravel and blood were splattered all over the sky. The huge square fell into an inexplicable silence. Especially when looking at the place where the wooden sword fell, the sunken chest is even more terrifying. Is this really a wooden sword for playing house? How could the power of a knife be so terrifying? Even rocks and people were smashed away. The faces of all the rock ninjas were extremely ugly. The two great Sechikage Onoki had a face that was burning with anger, as if he had been slapped twice. Even the cane in his hand was crackling. "I thought I could embarrass the Konohagakure in public. I never expected that I would be unable to climb down after climbing onto the table." Looking at the newcomer who was struck and flew away after a confrontation, lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown, Tien Ping Onoki suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Okay, very good. Is this how you treat guests in Konoha? Iwaya just wanted to stop the fight, but now he has been severely injured by your people. His life or death is still unknown. If you don't give me a reasonable answer today, are you trying to stir up trouble?" The remaining three shadows were also filled with shock. However, they were even happier to see the two Tianping Onoki making trouble, and they all nodded in agreement. And the third Sechikage is right. It seems like you and Konoha have gone a bit too far. The fourth Reikage spoke first. The remaining Karatachi Yagura and Luo She also nodded in agreement. Seeing this one-sided situation where the bad guys were the first to complain, the faces of the Konoha ninjas instantly turned ugly. Kakashi, who was standing aside, was no exception, because he was too familiar with these words. Those were the words that put his father, Konoha White Fang, under so much pressure that he ended up bringing disaster upon himself. Now, Danzo was using it on Roya in public, which was undoubtedly a murder. Thinking of this, Kakashi subconsciously looked at Luoya, eager to know how he would respond. At least, during this period of time together, Roya's presence undoubtedly shook the darkness in Kakashi's heart. If possible, Kakashi certainly wouldn't want to see this ray of light that had just appeared being submerged by darkness, right? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Luoya. Even Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya are no exception. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, a smile flashed in Danzo's eyes. Now that his plan was disrupted, he certainly wouldn't let go of such an important opportunity to make some fun. At the very least, Luoya, who ruined his plans, should be made to pay the price. Luoya smiled that he was well aware of Danzo's tactics of using power to pressure others. Looking at the smile on that old face, Luoya walked out slowly in full view of everyone. "Advisor Danzo, what you said actually makes a lot of sense. However, a huge mistake has already been made, and Advisor Danzo is also a righteous man for Konoha. Then I, Heitake Roya, will also cut myself with a knife to apologize to show my dislike." "Cut yourself with a knife to apologize?" The people present were stunned. I never expected that Roha, who was so strong just now, would be convinced by Danzo's words. However, this idea just emerged in my mind. Bang! A low sound of rocks breaking suddenly rang out. The moment the rock under Roya's feet collapsed, the next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. By the time everyone came to their senses, Roya had already appeared in front of Danzo, holding a wooden sword and chopped it down with all his might. At this moment, they finally understood. Luoya's self-slashing to apologize was not because he was upset. It's to cut Danzo with a knife to apologize to others. The sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Even the root guards, who usually hid in the dark and followed Danzo closely, were no exception. No one would have thought of it. During the Hokage succession ceremony, someone would so blatantly attack Konoha's top leaders. Even though Danzo was under attack, his expression was stiff and full of disbelief. Looking at the attack coming at him so close, Danzo's face changed drastically, and he quickly sent out a scroll from his right hand hidden in his sleeve. Earth Escape Rock Shield. The scroll opened up the thick rock and quickly condensed in front of Danzo. However, just as this thick rock shield was formed, the wooden sword chopped down with a tremendous force. Boom! the rocks exploded with a loud bang, and a huge force was released. Danzo flew backwards like a cannonball and hit his head hard on the wall more than 10 meters away. The thick wall collapsed under this tremendous force. It directly smashed out a human figure. It even stirred up a large amount of dust. The huge conference hall suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Danzo, who was struck and flew dozens of meters away along with his shield. This is really a cut. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would believe that someone could be so crazy. You bastard, you dare to attack Lord Danzo. Take him down quickly. Abarame Ryoma's face suddenly changed and he started shouting loudly. The root ninjas around were also suddenly awakened and without caring too much, they quickly revealed their figures and rushed towards Luria. The sudden scene broke the silence in the field again. That's enough, stop it. The third Hokage, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Originally, the root ninja who was still raiding the formation couldn't help but freeze in expression, and the flying seals in his hand suddenly stopped. They are indeed part of the root controlled by Danzo, and can completely ignore the Hokage's orders in private. However, at this moment in such a public occasion, before the relationship is completely broken up, the Hokage's words still have a great binding force on them. Well, you little brat, you dare to chop me in such a public place. Danzo's hoarse voice came from the ruins, and his words were mixed with endless anger. Sarutobi, don't forget that I am Konoha's high-level advisor. This brat chopped me in public, so you should give me a reasonable response. Otherwise, I will not be able to swallow this anger. Don't forget that in this case, you can treat him as a traitor according to Konoha's rules. All Konoha's ninjas have the duty to kill him without mercy. Jiraiya and the others finally came to their senses, their faces changed slightly, and they opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something but stopped. However, before they could speak, the third Hokage at the side spoke first. Okay, Danzo, this matter is indeed a bit too much, but this time Roya escorted the Hokage's commission and made the mission successfully completed. It is also a great achievement for Konohagakure, so I also want to hear Roya's explanation. The third Hokage is right. The incident just now happened suddenly, and the farce was not instigated by Roya. Minato's reminder to be careful just now was not directed at Roya, but at the Uegakure ninja. Uzumaki Kushina spoke first. Who would have thought that he would be so weak that he was chopped away in one blow? This kind of thing can only be regarded as a case of inferior skills. As soon as you opened your mouth, you labeled Luoya as the sinner of Konoha. Who can be angry enough? I think it is right to chop you off. Uzumaki Kushina, what are you talking about? Danzo shouted angrily. It was even more livid. He is a high-ranking Konoha advisor, and is the one manipulating the game for the succession to Hokage behind the scenes. It was totally unexpected that Naruto not only lost the game. After being chopped in public, he was also scolded with his nose pointed at. He couldn't accept this result. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, the mouthpiece, she said everything she wanted to say. I'm giving you a chance to be a hero. Luoya put away the wooden sword with his backhand and said with a smile, didn't you just say that I would become a sinner of Konoha for being so reckless? I thought about it and it seemed to be right, but if I cut myself, it wouldn't seem to express my sincerity. It's a good thing that you have a spirit of dedication, Danzo-sama. If I kill you, I think everyone will be able to see Konoha's sincerity, and you can become a hero of Konoha. So we young people will be the sinners, and Danzo-sama will be the hero. This is really worth it. The huge square fell into complete silence. We have all heard a lot of fallacies. However, this is the first time I have heard of such a twisted and irrefutable reason. Most importantly, in Roya's mouth. The blow he received was a sacrifice for Konoha as a hero. Now Roya accepted the title of sinner. If Danzo said no, he would probably be at a disadvantage, right? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Looking at Danzo grabbing the crutch, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, and his old face turning blue with sulking. They believed that if Danzo was 10 or 8 years older, his blood vessels would probably burst from anger. At this moment, I feel like I have been hacked, and I still have to say thank you. It's so frustrating to be a hero. The third Hokage standing by was also full of surprise that he had never expected that Luoya would not only be ruthless in his attack, but also in his words. With just one sentence, an unfavorable situation was turned upside down. However, the third Hokage also understood what it meant to stop when necessary. He had watched the show for so long and wanted to take this opportunity to give Danzo a warning. Seeing that the time was ripe, the third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, coughed dryly, and said, okay, Danzo, this farce is all a misunderstanding. Luoya, you were too reckless. Let's just say that this mission will make up for it. Kakashi, please ask the medical ninja to assist the people of the Uegakure to treat the injured. If anything happens, we in the Konohagakure will try our best to cooperate. If the third Tsuchikage has any more questions, we can discuss them later. Next, let's read out the daimyo's letter of appointment and select the new Hokage to save everyone from waiting too long. Tsuchikage, I think you should be alright now. The two Tianping Uniki's face darkened slightly. Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who managed to resolve the internal conflicts with just a few words. He knew clearly that it would be useless to continue making a fuss about this matter, so he snorted coldly. Humph, Sarutobi, don't worry, we Uegakur can still treat this minor injury. It's better to announce the next Hokage as soon as possible, so that everyone won't have to wait too long. Jiraiya and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Luoya's explanation just now was indeed impeccable. However, they know clearly that some political issues are simply unreasonable. If the two Libras and Uniki really stick to this matter, then the situation will probably escalate to the level of war between the two countries. However, looking at Luoya, who was standing aside, drinking a little wine, and continuing to practice chopping, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile bitterly. In his eyes, Luoya probably didn't take this matter to heart at all. However, recalling this journey, Luoya had been practicing slashing continuously. He seemed to finally understand why Roya was so abnormally strong at such a young age, like a monster. At least, not everyone has the tenacity to train like crazy. Alright, everyone, now that the farce has come to an end, I will now announce the daimyo's letter of appointment. The next candidate for Hokage is Namikaze Minato. The voice of the third Hokage sounded again. Luoya did not take this known result to heart. This time, due to his intrusion, the course of historical development was indeed distorted, causing Obito to be exposed to the public ahead of time. However, this does not mean that the disaster of the Nine Tails Rebellion will not continue to occur after Minato Namikaze becomes Hokage. The thought of the nine-tailed beasts possibly appearing soon, Luoya couldn't help but reveal a hint of bloodthirstiness. This is an object worth chopping off. However, with his current strength, it might still be a bit difficult to chop down the nine-tailed beasts. It seems that the revolution has not yet succeeded and we need to continue our efforts. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have completed the daily chopping task and gained a 0.2% progress bar. The current role-playing progress is 11.2%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have killed the Yamada no Orokai and received an intermediate gift pack. An ethereal reminder sounded in my mind. Luoya couldn't help but smile. The long-awaited reward had finally arrived. Looking at the usual consolation prizes, entry-level gift packages and other street goods, I suddenly rushed to the intermediate gift package. Sure enough, it was worth it to kill Obito this time. Orochimaru is indeed the most qualified experience package. This Yamada no Orokai is quite heavy. We are not far from the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion. There are also troubles like the Chunin exams coming up one after another. Of course, Luoya wanted to make up for his shortcomings in cutting people. System, open the intermediate gift package for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the intermediate gift package and obtained 2% role-playing progress in primary domineering haki. Boom! Luoya's mind was buzzing, and an indescribable terrifying aura of a tyrant rushed straight to his head. At this moment, it seemed as if another door opened to Roya's consciousness space. An indescribable aura rose in Roya's soul. According to Roya, that feeling was like awakening. Outside, Namikaze Minato, who had gone up to the podium and was giving a speech, had just put on the fourth Hokage windbreaker. In the field everyone didn't have time to react. An indescribable aura swept over everyone. As the pores all over my body contract, there is an inexplicable feeling of oppression coming from my soul. At this moment, it seemed as if the soul was trembling. However, this indescribable aura came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted and wanted to investigate further, it was already too late. For a moment, the huge square fell into silence again. Standing on the podium, Minato Namikaze was about to give a speech, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Faced with this horrific and oppressive feeling at a glance, whether it was Minato Namikaze or the third Hokage and others, there was only one possibility they could think of at that moment. Is this the pressure from the tailed beast? The Kyuubi's howl echoed in the sealed space within Kushina's body. The next moment, he was blocked by King Kong and his mouth was sealed. Hearing the voice coming to an abrupt end, Kushina couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and mutter to herself. Could it be that I misunderstood Zaiju? Never mind, I'd be itching to be spanked if I didn't, so I'll just put the blame on him first. Minato Namikaze, who was standing by, also noticed the confusion on Kushina's face that he was indeed a little unfamiliar with this sudden pressure. However, at this critical juncture, Minato Namikaze did not want to delve into it any further and changed the subject. Everyone, I'm sorry, the aura just now should be caused by Kushina, please don't be offended. Next, let's ask the third Hokage to speak again. Everyone finally came to their senses, and Kushina's identity as the Jinchuriki was already known to everyone. Faced with this terrifying pressure that I caught a glimpse of, many people present also linked this to the nine-tailed fox. After all, in their eyes, it would be hard to think of any other explanation for the pressure that could make even the soul tremble except for the nine-tailed fox. Of course, Luoya didn't take all this to heart. Facing this boring speech, he yawned and shook the wine gourd towards Itaki. Itaka's expression froze, and he looked at the platform embarrassedly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed Luoya to retreat to the corner. After casting 2 shadow clones to replace the 2, he turned around and left stealthily with Luoya. As soon as they left the square, Itake couldn't help but ask Brother Luria, "It doesn't seem right for us to leave at this time. What if we are discovered? Besides, my father just told me that this mission is very serious and will most likely be classified as S-level. We need to go there in person to verify it. Should we go back?" Looking at Itake, who was mumbling in his ear, Roya rolled his eyes helplessly. "Well, this kind of boring speech comes and goes. What about the will of fire? When you hear this, it's as bland as boiled water. Besides, didn't you just create 2 shadow clones to replace you and me? How can that be considered as not showing support?" Itake was speechless for a moment. He looked back and saw the still bustling Hokage building. He also took out a small bottle of hidden wine from his bag and took a sip. However, he obviously hadn't gotten used to the burning sensation in his throat yet, and he choked a bit before he recovered. "Brother Luria, just now everyone in the village, including Lord Minato, agreed with the will of fire proposed by the 3rd Hokage. Even Brother Shisui was no exception. Why does Brother Luria seem to not take it to heart? What does this mean?" The time they spent together was indeed short, but Itake was not a stupid person and he could easily see the biggest difference between Roya and the others. It was precisely for this reason that a lingering confusion flashed across Itake's eyes. At least, the irreconcilable complicated relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan made Itake feel like he was being pressed in the middle and couldn't breathe. The appearance of Roya gave Itake a chance to catch his breath. "Will of fire?" Luoya looked at Itake, who was led astray by him and started drinking, and said with a smile, "Itake, you are a smart man. You know why I didn't receive too much blame when I chopped Danzo in public just now. In fact, the reason is very simple. This is what the 3rd generation called the will of fire. Burn yourself and light up the entire Konohagakure. For the benefit of the village, anyone can sacrifice. Otherwise, White Fang would not have gone from being a hero to a bear overnight. Danzo won't be chopped off, and he won't dare to make a sound. Because I happen to burn Danzo and light up the village. This makes me a hero. Otherwise, if he dared to make a sound, I would be in trouble." Itake was confused. He has a very sharp mind. However, after hearing Luoya's explanation, he was obviously caught off guard. But it was also for this reason that Itake showed a hint of urgency, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, because Luoya's explanation undoubtedly hit the core of what he had seen over the years. "Brother Luoya, you said that the will of fire is to burn yourself, illuminate the village, sacrifice yourself, and safeguard the interests of the village. This is what a hero does, but why don't you like being a hero and sneer at the will of fire?" Itake hurriedly spoke again. Luoya sat down at the door of the meatball shop, took a sip of wine, and smiled disdainfully. "Haha, Itake, I actually don't hate the will of fire preached by the 3rd Hokage, but he doesn't understand what a sense of belonging is. I once lived in a place where I would return if there was a war. Everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood to become a so-called hero. The original intention of the 3rd generation was right, but they forgot the most important thing, that they were unwilling to protect even the people, and instead wanted to sacrifice people to gain benefits for the village. This kind of will of fire that avoids the important and focuses on the trivial is nothing but useless. What else is it? White Fang was regarded as a hero, but in the end even heroes could not be respected and protected, and were stabbed to death. What was the will of fire that persisted?" Luoya paused for a moment, looked up at the sun in the sky, and shook his head in self-mockery. "What's the point of having a will that can't even be called a strong backer? The so-called will of fire is just a copycat." Itake stood there in a daze. There was a roar in my mind, like a raging sea. It can be said that what Roya said at this moment completely shattered the concepts he had learned from Shisui over the years. Learned from Shisui, the will he received was indeed reminding him to refute one or two things. Unfortunately, after Itake opened his lips, he realized that he had no way to refute and was completely speechless. Seeing Itake suddenly falling into self-doubt, Roya dispelled his thoughts, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Well, this kind of shit is not something you should think about right now. Even if the sky is about to fall, your father and Shisui will still be there to support it. For now, you should just think about how to become stronger. Some things need to be strong enough to change. After eating this meal of meatballs, you still need to train a little, otherwise you won't be able to cut people well in the next Chunin exam. Is it not good at killing people?" Itake came back to his senses, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching when facing Roya's catchphrase. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the first S-level mission and receiving the first battle gift pack. The ethereal system prompt sounded in my mind without any warning. The wine gourd in Luoya's hand couldn't help but stop in midair. I thought that the rewards for this mission had already been distributed. I never expected that a Cheng Yaojin would show up in the end. However, no matter how fat or ugly this kind of Cheng Yaojin is, Luoya still loves him. At least, as long as it can enhance his strength, Luoya is willing to accept it. Looking at the reason for the reward, Roya also understood that the inference Itake had just gotten from Fugaku was not groundless. This mission involves the 7 Mist Ninjas and Orochimaru, so it is not an exaggeration to characterize it as an S-level mission. However, Luoya didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, he only cared about the first battle gift package in front of him. System, open the first battle gift pack for me immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the first battle gift package and obtaining the advanced knowledge halo. Roya was confused. Looking at the reward in front of me, I felt caught off guard. If I remember correctly, this knowledge halo can allow people to gain several times the learning ability of their own, and can also increase the rewards for daily tasks. He hasn't figured out how to use this elementary knowledge halo yet, and an advanced knowledge halo has appeared. This unbridled development was beyond Luoya's expectations. After Luoya complained briefly, he suppressed his thoughts and quickly looked up the function of this advanced knowledge halo. After a moment, Luoya's drinking action froze in mid-air again. I was shocked by the description of the system. According to the system, this advanced knowledge halo can only be used once a week. Every time it is used, a person can gain a certain chance of awakening under the aura of knowledge. As for what can be awakened, the system did not explain in detail. At the same time, when the opponent is awakened, the host can also learn with the help of the advanced knowledge aura. As for what can be learned, the system also does not describe it in detail. Faced with this brief and concise explanation, Luoya withdrew from the consciousness space. The advanced knowledge halo obtained this time was indeed described in a half-understood way and also had a time limit. But it's better than nothing. Brother Luoya, what are you thinking about? The meatballs have been eaten. Are we going to train? Itaka suddenly spoke up. This time, Brother Luoya asked me to go alone to deal with the pursuers in order to open my Sharingan, but he has only opened the double Megatama Sharingan, which is still far behind Brother Luoya's 3 Megatama. Brother Luoya is disappointed. Looking at Uchiha Itaki, who looked apologetic, Luoya came to his senses and rolled his eyes helplessly. In just a simple fight, Itaki was able to instantly open his double Megatama Sharingan, which is enough to show how talented Itaki is. If the Suzuki in the original novel knew this, he would probably cry himself to death in the toilet. He witnessed the genocide of his clan with his own eyes, and he only opened a single Megatama Sharingan. If this is considered genius, that lowers the threshold for genius. However, looking at Itaka's apologetic face, Luoya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. According to the system's description, the advanced knowledge halo, in addition to being able to be activated once a week, also has the function of awakening people's potential and helping them awaken. Itaki has an excellent talent. After a one-on-one fight, he awakened the double Megatama Sharingan. With the help of the advanced knowledge aura, he might be able to break through to the 3 Megatama Sharingan in one fell swoop. Now that he has nothing to do and the Chunin exam is not far away, Luoya also wants to try it out to see if the products produced by this system are of high quality. Itaki, you are too kind. Being able to instantly open the double Megatama Sharingan is already a sign of genius. Sometimes being too modest can be pretentious. If the news gets back to the Uchiha clan, it will only lead to gossip. After Luoya swallowed the last bunch of meatballs, he stood up and said, I have to rush to kill people during the Chunin exams, so I can't take care of you. So, in the next period of time, I will train your Sharingan. I hope that you can get a big improvement in the limited time. If you don't have any other opinions, then let's get started. Itaka's eyes couldn't help but brighten. During this period, he did follow Luoya, but most of the training was boring chopping and slashing. Although, Itaka certainly wouldn't have a problem with Roya's training methods. But now that I can change it a bit, it obviously adds a lot of freshness. Most importantly, Itaka didn't want to hold Roya back in the Chunin exam. I hope to increase my strength as soon as possible so that I can hold the line when I attack others. A moment later, two figures appeared in the most remote east suburb park of Konoha village. There are few people around, but there are signs of training. This is where Itaki and Shisui usually train. It is also a secret base that the two of them rarely leave alone. The fact that Itaki was able to bring Roya here also meant that he had already accepted the sudden appearance of this big brother Roya. Brother Luoya, this east suburb park is rarely visited and has long been semi-abandoned. This is where brother Shisui and I usually train. Let's practice here, Itaka said impatiently. Father and elder brother Shisui said that the Sharingan is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan. It is an eye technique that can only be awakened after going through many battles. It takes a lot of time to cultivate from a single Megatama to a double Megatama, not to mention a triple Megatama Sharingan. Brother Luoya, do you really have a way for me to improve my control over the Sharingan? Seeing Itaka's anxious expression, Luoya couldn't help but take a sip of wine to hide his lack of confidence. Because of the advanced knowledge aura, I couldn't wait to verify it. However, when he calmed down and thought about how to train the ability to control the Sharingan, Roha was at a loss for a moment. Itaka's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal and he spoke in a deep voice. Brother Luoya, if it was anyone else, I would directly refuse, but if it is brother Luoya, then just come on. I also want to become stronger like brother Luoya. Looking at Itaka's determined face, Roya touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This kind of unconditional trust is an invisible pressure. It seems that in the future, it would be better to conduct this kind of trial training first and then use Itaki as a pilot. However, things have come to this point, Luoya can only try his best to save the situation. Thinking of this, Luoya took a sip of old wine, suppressed his thoughts, and sighed. Itaki, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. However, since you are so determined, I can only risk it. Then let's get started. Itaki was confused. I never expected that Luoya would start fighting directly after a disagreement. As for this shortcut like special training, Itaki really didn't know what it was. However, the only thing we can do at this moment is to be fully alert and respond. However, as soon as Itaka's spirit was raised, his expression suddenly changed drastically. A sense of familiarity that cannot be described in words rose in my heart. This is a kind of terrifying pressure that feels like a mountain pressing down on your head when you look directly at the ferocious beast. At this moment, Itaka suddenly realized. Just now at the Hokage succession ceremony, everyone was wrong. Kuwabai just lay there and got shot. The real source of that terrifying pressure that was like a glimpse of a beautiful woman was from Luoya. Thinking of this, Itaka suddenly tensed all his nerves to the extreme. The next moment, a voice as cold and indifferent as an emperor looking down on all living beings suddenly sounded. Heroic haki, boom! The terrifying mental pressure exploded like a raging wave. Under Roya's control, it turned into an invisible streak and rushed straight towards Itaka's forehead. Under this terrifying pressure, Itaki only felt a roar in his mind and his brain went blank. At this moment, the whole person felt like being in a raging sea, a small boat that could capsize at any time, adding to an inexplicable feeling of drowning and suffocation. Faced with this sudden change, Itaki was only a little flustered, then he quickly tensed up his nerves again, intending to resist. Unfortunately, just as this thought emerged in my mind, an unexpected voice rang out again. Strengthen! The three Magatama Sheringan blossomed in Roya's pupils. Roha's unique strengthening power was instantly poured into his conqueror's haki. In an instant, the suffocating mental shock felt like a mountain pressing down on one's head, and at this moment it exploded again like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The horrifying impact made Itaki, who was already nearly suffocated, feel a roar in his head, as if a huge explosion had occurred. It seemed as if the soul was annihilated as well. My mind went blank in an instant. At this moment, an indescribable shadow of death swept over Itaka's whole body. Itaka's intuition told him that this was a sign of death. Like a sharp blade, it pierced deep into his soul. However, the pain that penetrated deep into the soul had just emerged. The next moment, Itaka's unwillingness and tenacity were completely stimulated. An indescribable blood force was also suddenly detonated at this moment. Buzz! Itaka suddenly opened his eyes. As scarlet blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes, the blood power hidden deep in his body was infinitely magnified and drawn out under the influence of the aura of advanced knowledge. It felt like a huge hole had been dug through a thick dam. As scarlet blood bloomed in the pupils, the double Megatama Sheringan also bloomed. But, this is obviously just the beginning. When the double Megatama unfolded, the Sheringan was still rotating, and the third Megatama also spread out. Looking at this scene, Luoya raised his eyebrows and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After combining the knowledge from many dimensions, Roya believes that bloodline limits can be awakened passively under extreme circumstances. That should be similar to the telekinesis in the hunter world, which can also use high-intensity mental shocks to awaken hidden bloodline power. However, Luoya clearly understood that the mental impact of Conqueror's haki alone could not accomplish all of this, and it might even backfire. But if the enhanced power granted by the Sheringan, the awakening power of the advanced knowledge aura, and the three were combined. On the contrary, Luoya believed that his guess was not groundless. Originally, Luoya didn't have much confidence in this crazy attempt, but now the result clearly shows that Luoya made the right bet. Now Itaka can transform his double Megatama Sheringan into a 3 Megatama state under the fatal mental shock. Luoya finally put a perfect end to his boasting, but this thought had just emerged in his mind before Luoya could wake Itaki up. The next moment, the scene he saw made Luoya's pupils shrink slightly. Scarlet blood flowed from the corners of Itaka's eyes. The 3 Magatama Sheringan that had just spread out was spinning faster and faster, with no intention of stopping at all. What shocked Roha the most was the rotation of the Sheringan. The 3 Megatama blossomed like a night blooming Sirius, and a huge amount of pupil power exploded. The huge mental power that was washing over Itaka's consciousness space was directly dispersed. Roya was confused. Are you picking sesame seeds or a watermelon? Looking at Itaka's eyes that were stained with blood, his Sheringan gradually stopped working. If I remember correctly, this is Itaka's unique the shape of the flower tube Sheringan. Originally, this time Luoya made such a boast, at most he wanted to help Itaka to upgrade his double Megatama Sheringan to the level of 3 Megatama. I never expected that a Mangekyo Sheringan would pop up in the end. According to the description in the original work, isn't it necessary to have a close relative offer sacrifice to the gods in order to open the Mangekyo Sheringan and have boundless pupil power? Itaka's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal and he spoke in a deep voice. Brother Luoya, if it was anyone else, I would directly refuse, but if it is Brother Luoya, then just come on. I also want to become stronger like Brother Luoya. Looking at Itaka's determined face, Roya touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This kind of unconditional trust is an invisible pressure. It seems that in the future, it would be better to conduct this kind of trial training first and then use Itaki as a pilot. However, things have come to this point, Luoya can only try his best to save the situation. Thinking of this, Luoya took a sip of old wine, suppressed his thoughts, and sighed. Itaki, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. However, since you are so determined, I can only risk it. Then let's get started. Itaki was confused. I never expected that Luoya would start fighting directly after a disagreement. As for this shortcut like special training, Itaki really didn't know what it was. However, the only thing we can do at this moment is to be fully alert and respond. However, as soon as Itaka's spirit was raised, his expression suddenly changed drastically. A sense of familiarity that cannot be described in words rose in my heart. This is a kind of terrifying pressure that feels like a mountain pressing down on your head when you look directly at the ferocious beast. At this moment, Itaka suddenly realized. Just now at the Hokage succession ceremony, everyone was wrong. Kuwabai just lay there and got shot. The real source of that terrifying pressure that was like a glimpse of a beautiful woman was from Luoya. Thinking of this, Itaka suddenly tensed all his nerves to the extreme. The next moment, a voice as cold and indifferent as an emperor looking down on all living beings suddenly sounded. Heroic Haki, boom! The terrifying mental pressure exploded like a raging wave. Under Roya's control, it turned into an invisible streak and rushed straight towards Itaka's forehead. Under this terrifying pressure, Itaki only felt a roar in his mind and his brain went blank. At this moment, the whole person felt like being in a raging sea, a small boat that could capsize at any time, adding to an inexplicable feeling of drowning and suffocation. Faced with this sudden change, Itaki was only a little flustered, then he quickly tensed up his nerves again, intending to resist. Unfortunately, just as this thought emerged in my mind, an unexpected voice rang out again. Strengthen! The three Magatama Sharingan blossomed in Roya's pupils. Roha's unique strengthening power was instantly poured into his conqueror's haki. In an instant, the suffocating mental shock felt like a mountain pressing down on one's head, and at this moment it exploded again like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The horrifying impact made Itaki, who was already nearly suffocated, feel a roar in his head, as if a huge explosion had occurred. It seemed as if the soul was annihilated as well. My mind went blank in an instant. At this moment, an indescribable shadow of death swept over Itaka's whole body. Itaka's intuition told him that this was a sign of death. Like a sharp blade, it pierced deep into his soul. However, the pain that penetrated deep into the soul had just emerged. The next moment, Itaka's unwillingness and tenacity were completely stimulated. An indescribable blood force was also suddenly detonated at this moment. Buzz! Itaka suddenly opened his eyes. As scarlet blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes, the blood power hidden deep in his body was infinitely magnified and drawn out under the influence of the aura of advanced knowledge. It felt like a huge hole had been dug through a thick dam. As scarlet blood bloomed in the pupils, the double Megatama Sharingan also bloomed. But, this is obviously just the beginning. When the double Megatama unfolded, the Sharingan was still rotating, and the third Megatama also spread out. Looking at this scene, Luoya raised his eyebrows and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After combining the knowledge from many dimensions, Roya believes that bloodline limits can be awakened passively under extreme circumstances. That should be similar to the telekinesis in the Hunter world, which can also use high-intensity mental shocks to awaken hidden bloodline power. However, Luoya clearly understood that the mental impact of Conqueror's Haki alone could not accomplish all of this, and it might even backfire. But if the enhanced power granted by the Sharingan, the awakening power of the advanced knowledge aura, and the three were combined. On the contrary, Luoya believed that his guess was not groundless. Originally, Luoya didn't have much confidence in this crazy attempt, but now the result clearly shows that Luoya made the right bet. Now Itaka can transform his double Megatama Sharingan into a 3 Megatama state under the fatal mental shock. Luoya finally put a perfect end to his boasting, but this thought had just emerged in his mind before Luoya could wake Itaki up. The next moment, the scene he saw made Luoya's pupils shrink slightly. Scarlet blood flowed from the corners of Itaka's eyes. The 3 Magatama Sharingan that had just spread out was spinning faster and faster, with no intention of stopping at all. What shocked Roha the most was the rotation of the Sharingan. The 3 Megatama blossomed like a night blooming Sirius, and a huge amount of pupil power exploded. The huge mental power that was washing over Itaka's consciousness space was directly dispersed. Roya was confused. Are you picking sesame seeds or a watermelon? Looking at Itaka's eyes that were stained with blood, his Sharingan gradually stopped working. If I remember correctly, this is Itaka's unique the shape of the flower tube Sharingan. Originally, this time Luoya made such a boast, at most he wanted to help Itaka to upgrade his double Megatama Sharingan to the level of 3 Megatama. I never expected that a Mangekyo Sharinan would pop up in the end. According to the description in the original work, isn't it necessary to have a close relative offer sacrifice to the gods in order to open the Mangekyo Sharinan and have boundless pupil power? Everyone's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, especially the third Hokage who was sitting in the Hokage position. His face had already turned ashen. All I said just now was just talking about loneliness. Third Hokage, do you need us to bring back Heitake Roa and Uchiha attack it? Kakashi couldn't help but speak. Minato Namikaze on the side smiled bitterly and interrupted, saying, Third Hokage, I think I have said everything I wanted to say just now. If I force Luoya to come again, I am afraid it may backfire. Why don't we tell him after we have settled the matter? After these words were spoken, after understanding Luoya's style of doing things, the people present all smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement. The third Hokage, who was sitting at the head of the group, was still a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he rubbed his swollen temples and sighed helplessly. Forget it, fourth Hokage, you are right, I have already said what I wanted to say. It would be a waste of time to have Luoya come again. Since everyone has no objection, I will grant Heitake Roya the qualification to take the Chunin exam. As for Uchiha Itachi, I heard that he also opened his double Megatama Sharinan during the mission. That he has achieved such an achievement at such a young age. Fugaku, your Uchiha clan has produced another super genius. That you must train him well. Originally, I was planning to arrange for Itachi to take part in the Chunin exam later, but now that he has awakened his double Megatama Sharinan and has sufficient strength, I hope he can also take part in the Chunin exam and win glory for our Konohagakure. Fugaku, what do you think? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. It was indeed beyond his expectation that Itachi awakened the double Megatama Sharinan during his first mission. But in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Itachi awakened the double Megatama Sharinan at such a young age, several years earlier than Shisui. If I were to take part in the Chunin exam at this time, I would definitely become the target of public criticism. The major ninja villages would never allow such a huge threat to grow. This time's Chunin exam will also be their legitimate opportunity to make a move. It can be said that at this critical juncture, the two great ninja villages, Oniki, join forces with other ninja villages to threaten the Konoha village to hold the Chunin exam. The biggest reason is that they intend to use this opportunity to weaken the new generation of power in Konoha village. If Roya had not appeared out of nowhere, Uchiha Fugaku would definitely have refused in order to allow Itachi to grow up. Now Fugaku believed that Roya would never let Itachi get into trouble. Third Hokage, I will tell Itachi about this matter, so you can rest assured. Fugaku replied. The third Hokage smiled when he heard this. As the Hokage, he would certainly think of what Fugaku thought of. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was also a test of Uchiha Fugaku's loyalty. The answer he gave now not only added some light to his face, it also made the third Hokage temporarily relieved about the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Haha, Fugaku, I feel more at ease with your words. With Roya and Itachi joining us, our original lineup is even more secure. The third Hokage laughed dryly and said, do you have anything else to add? By the way, Minato, you are the new fourth Hokage, you can't just stand there, you should try to speak more. Even if you say something wrong, no one will blame you. Minato Namikaze's face was full of bitterness, and he really regretted taking over the position of Hokage. However, things had come to this point and he had no time to think about it. Facing the gazes from all around him, he hesitated for a moment, then said with a wry smile, Third Hokage, I think there is a particularly big hidden danger in this Chunin exam. My biggest concern is that Roya will kill his own people as well. The expressions of the people present couldn't help but freeze, but they felt they had no way to refute it, and some even had their cheek muscles twitching, recalling Roya's usual style of doing things. Even Danzo, who was a high-level advisor to Konoha, was chopped down by Luoya and his group, not to mention other people. The third Hokage also had a grim look on his face. They thought that the sudden appearance of Heitake Roya gave Konoha village the greatest guarantee in the Chunin exam, but now it seems that the biggest threat is our own people. The third Hokage rubbed his swollen temples, but after thinking for a long time, he still had no perfect plan. After a faint sigh, he said, Minato, you are already the fourth Hokage. That you must also learn to try to solve some problems. You just said that the biggest threat to the Chunin exam is still Roya. I think you should have thought of a way to deal with it. Seeing the third Hokage who had problems and was once again acting as a hands-off boss, Namikaze Minato was full of helplessness, but he still said with a wry smile, Third Hokage, I don't have a better solution, but we can set a rule for Luoya first, and also give a reminder and warning to others. I think the combination of the two may work and help prevent them from being chopped off as much as possible. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze took a pen and paper and wrote down the plan. When everyone saw the content clearly, they were stunned again. What the hell is this? However, when I think about it carefully, it seems that this is the only way to ensure the safety of others. The third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, and finally sighed, and said, well, although this method is not the best one, it is better than having no method at all. Shisui, please go over there. You and Roya are of the same age, so it will be easier for you to communicate. Shisui on the side was stunned at first, but quickly took on the task. originally was quite surprised about Itaki opening his dual Megatama Sharingan, and planned to take a trip afterwards. Now with the order from the third Hokage, everything became logical and we could set off immediately. After a while, with the departure of Shisui, Fugaku and others, the huge Hokage's office became a little deserted. Only Jiraiya was left standing aside, mired in silence. Luoya soaked in the hot spring and stretched lazily. Looking at Itaki, who was still concentrating on training and trying to switch his Sharingan, he took a sip of the wine helplessly. The only thing I feel fortunate about is that I have the system by my side. The moment I receive the reward, everything about the skills is imprinted directly in my mind. This saved Luoya a lot of effort in training. However, if I remember correctly, the Mangekyo Sharingan has a huge flaw, which is that every time it is used, it puts a huge strain on the eyes. In the original work, Itaka's eyesight deteriorated due to excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, eventually becoming almost blind. The only solution is to replace the new Sharingan and allow the Mangekyo Sharingan to transform into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again. But, that's what I know about Itaki. It is obviously impossible for him to dig out a pair of Sharingan for himself at this stage. What's more, it will probably take Itaki a lot of time to completely control Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Luoya was too lazy to dwell on such matters. What really deserves Luoya's concern is whether the Mangekyo Sharingan from the system also has this kind of bug. However, just as this thought came into his mind, Luoya raised his eyebrows and looked at the closed door of the bathhouse. "Hey, who has been occupying the single room for so long? Can you give it to us? We are going to take part in the Chunin exam tomorrow and want to relax first. Can you respond? If you don't respond, we will suspect that you have fainted and broken through the door." 3, 2, 1. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Luoya sighed helplessly. He just wanted to try out the usefulness of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment the 12-pointed star blossomed, an invisible gravitational force instantly enveloped the door. Bang! The tightly closed door of the bathhouse was pulled open. A figure wrapped in a bath towel fell straight down, stumbled, and fell to the ground. The sudden scene made the three women who followed closely behind stunned, and they stood there in a daze. They waited for a long time but didn't get any answer, so they just wanted to bang on the door to scare people. I never expected that I would miss the door before I even slammed it. Seeing Ui Kurane falling to the ground and grimacing in pain, Mitarashi Anko and the others didn't care who was in the bathhouse and rushed forward to help her. "Whoever dares to attack me, stand up." As soon as Shirai Hong was helped up, she lost her temper. "Did you call me?" Luoya touched his nose helplessly and stood up. The familiar tone made Shirai Hong and others pause, and an extremely absurd idea instantly emerged in their minds. The moment the four girls subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, a high-pitched scream suddenly rang out. He quickly looked away. The moment they heard this familiar voice, the only thought that flashed through their minds was, "He actually stands up." However, before they could react, Luoya had already stood up completely. Seeing this scene, Luoya walked out of the hot spring with a smile, took out the wine gourd and took a sip, then said, "Haha, what's wrong? You have the courage to break into the bathhouse, but not the courage to look directly at it. But don't worry, I'm wearing swimming trunks to avoid this from happening. By the way, you guys won't go in topless, right? What if the towel falls off?" Luoya looked at the four girls of Shirai Hong. Due to the war period, the ninjas of Konoha village are very precocious both in character and physical condition. Mayushi Yan and others were indeed only 13 or 14 years old. However, there is something special under the bath towel. Mayushi Yan and the other three blushed slightly, and their expressions also became unnatural. They couldn't help but look down subconsciously. However, as soon as they took a look, Uzuki Ujeo, Inyazuka Hana, and Mitarashi Anko were completely stunned. Zihaihong, who had just failed in her attempt to break down the door and fell to the ground, had the bath towel tied around her body loosened a little due to her excessive movement. This looseness is even smoother than silk at this moment. In full view of everyone, he just slid down. Originally, with a red face, Zihaihong was about to look down to check, but her mind buzzed and everything went blank. I quickly tried to save the situation. However, when they helped her up just now, her hands were obviously still supported by Uzuki Ujeo and Mitarashi Anko, and she couldn't pull them free for a while. The only thing I could do was to stare and watch. Luoya almost choked on his drink. He never thought that soaking in a hot spring could bring him such good fortune. Is this the big tell-all scene? However, seeing that Ui Kurane's eyes were red with anxiety, Luoya casually threw the bath towel beside him and covered Ui Kurane directly with it. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko and Uzuki Ujeo, who had been supporting Ui Kurane out of kindness, suddenly woke up and quickly let go of their hands. What did you see?" Zihaihong quickly wrapped the towel around her and said hastily, What did you see?" Mayushi Yan and the other two standing by also came to their senses and quickly looked at Luoya, while also hugging their bath towels tightly. What if we are honest with each other again? This is probably the real scene of social death. Luoya took a sip of wine, calmed down, rolled his eyes helplessly and said, I saw everything I should have seen, and I also saw things I shouldn't have seen that if I said I didn't see anything, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me. However, as a ninja, when it comes to the battlefield, I think everyone has already realized this kind of frankness. So, instead of dwelling on these, it is better to think about how to deal with more good. Besides, after all, I am the victim you. Zairihong suddenly became angry. However, he soon deflated like a balloon. Facing Luoya's words, he obviously had no way to refute them, and in the end he could only smile bitterly. Forget it, this time I was too impulsive. But hey, take Roya, you must not tell anyone, otherwise don't blame me for asking you to take responsibility and marry me. Roya was choked again. I never thought that a girl would say such vicious words. Ui Korone and Inyazuka Hana were stunned at first, then their faces were filled with envy. As genin of the same period, they all have teachers leading them. Among them, Ui Korone's father is Ui Shinku, who is known as the 8 colors of Konoha, and is a master of illusion. Looking at the Konohagakure, the Ui clan is one of the best illusion families. However, this is a big name. However, compared with Orochimaru, who is hailed as the leader of the 3 ninjas and known as a genius, he is still slightly inferior. The most important thing is that the Chunin exam is imminent. Who wouldn't envy being able to get away to become stronger at this critical juncture? After all, one more means one more chance of winning, and one more power to protect oneself in the Chunin exam. My scalp is numb when you look at me like this. Mitarashi Anko said helplessly, we are all friends, and partners on the battlefield. I can protect you better when I become stronger. It's getting late now, you guys take a bath first, I'm going to go meet the teacher first. After saying this, Mitarashi Anko quickly turned around and left. Seeing this figure quickly going away, Mayushi Yan's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but look at Luoya and said, Luoya, Orochimaru. Luoya took a sip of wine and said with a smile, sometimes, he is more dangerous than the enemy, don't you think? Mayushi Yan's expression changed slightly. Recalling the time not long ago when he and Roha were on a mission together, he encountered Orochimaru. Those scenes still linger in my mind like a nightmare. However, when she thought of the relationship between Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Ujeo gritted her teeth and said, Roya, Orochimaru is Anko's teacher, and this is still Konoha, so there shouldn't be any problems. No, I'd better go with Anko. You guys take a bath first. After she finished speaking, Mayushi Yan also turned around and left quickly. Seeing this, Ui Korone and Inyazuka Hana were indeed confused, but as friends of the same age, they thought for a moment and then quickly followed. Seeing the empty place in an instant, Roya rubbed his temples and looked back at Itake, who was still soaking in the hot spring and practicing the Mangekyo Sharinan. Roya sighed helplessly and turned around and left quickly. The candidate for the 4th Hokage has now been decided. Orochimaru's idea of using his status as Hokage to conduct large-scale, unscrupulous human experiments was strangled in the cradle. According to Orochimaru's cruel experiments, without the identity and power of Hokage, his ambition for immortality would probably not be realized. This means that Orochimaru will probably choose to leave Konoha and become a rebel ninja soon. If Roya remembered correctly, before becoming a rebel ninja, Orochimaru left a gift for his beloved student. Luoya didn't want to care about this kind of thing. However, when I thought about the fact that I would have to do cooking, washing clothes, and other housework in the future, I immediately felt helpless. At the same time, after leaving the hot spring shop, Mitarashi Anko quickly rushed to the Heite clan's residence. She is indeed Orochimaru's student. However, Orochimaru has always forbidden him from entering the depths of the Heite clan's forbidden area. It is precisely for this reason that Mitarashi Anko chose to stay temporarily outside the Heite clan. Everything is to get closer to Orochimaru and better complete the task for his respected teacher. However, this time, from the mouth of the python that transmitted the message, Mitarashi Anko learned that Orochimaru had unprecedentedly asked her to go deep into the Heite clan's base. This undoubtedly made Mitarashi Anko feel overjoyed. The journey that would normally take 10 minutes to complete, now only took 5 or 6 minutes as Mitarashi Anko galloped, and they had already passed through the deep darkness. However, before she could walk in, Mayushi Yan had already stepped forward to block her way. Mitarashi Anko was stunned and said, Zian, why are you here? This is a forbidden area designated by the root. The teacher usually doesn't let me in. If it weren't for the teacher's oral order this time, I wouldn't dare to come in. Now that you haven't been discovered, you'd better leave quickly. As she spoke, Mitarashi Anko quickly reached out and dragged Uzuki Ujeo away. Seeing the anxious Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Ujeo's face flashed with a trace of struggle, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Anko, if we want to leave, let's go together. Your teacher is sometimes more dangerous than the enemy. More dangerous than the enemy. Mitarashi Anko could not help but stand there in shock, and could not help but say, Zian, what do you mean? Orochimaru is a little strict at ordinary times, but how can he be more dangerous than the enemy? Also, who said this? Uzuki Ujeo was speechless for a moment. She really wanted to tell her about her encounter with Orochimaru during the mission. However, when they became Konoha ninja, they were given a gag order. Any content related to the task must not be mentioned casually, especially the task that was just classified as S-level. Although it was only due to luck that Uzuki Yujao was able to complete the S-level mission this time, the gag order also applies to her. Once you reveal what you have seen and heard, at best you will be taken away by Konoha Zumbu, at worst you will be labeled a traitor and be wiped out. After weighing the pros and cons, Uzuki Yujao could only grit her teeth and said, Luia said that sometimes, Orochimaru is more dangerous than the enemy, so you'd better not go. Besides, there is only one night left until the Chunin exams. Do you really think there is a way to greatly improve your strength in such a short time? Luo, yeah. Mitarashi Anko's expression couldn't help but freeze. If these words came from other people's mouths, so of course Mitarashi Anko sneered and would never believe them easily. Just thinking back to everything that happened not long ago, Mitarashi Anko's heart couldn't help but be shaken a little. Uzuki Yujao, who was standing by, saw the hesitation on Mitarashi Anko's face and didn't care about anything else. She quickly grabbed her hand, turned around and dragged her away. Yui Korone and Inyazuka Hana were stunned at first, then their faces were filled with envy. As genin of the same period, they all have teachers leading them. Among them, Yui Korone's father is Yui Shinku, who is known as the 8 colors of Konoha, and is a master of illusion. Looking at the Konohagakure, the Yui clan is one of the best illusion families. However, this is a big name. However, compared with Orochimaru, who is hailed as the leader of the 3 ninjas and known as a genius, he is still slightly inferior. The most important thing is that the Chunin exam is imminent. Who wouldn't envy being able to get away to become stronger at this critical juncture? After all, one more means one more chance of winning, and one more power to protect oneself in the Chunin exam. My scalp is numb when you look at me like this. Mitarashi Anko said helplessly, we are all friends, and partners on the battlefield. I can protect you better when I become stronger. It's getting late now, you guys take a bath first, I'm going to go meet the teacher first. After saying this, Mitarashi Anko quickly turned around and left. Seeing this figure quickly going away, Mayushi Yan's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but look at Luoya and said, Luoya, Orochimaru. Luoya took a sip of wine and said with a smile, sometimes, he is more dangerous than the enemy, don't you think? Mayushi Yan's expression changed slightly. Recalling the time not long ago when he and Roha were on a mission together, he encountered Orochimaru. Those scenes still linger in my mind like a nightmare. However, when she thought of the relationship between Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yujao gritted her teeth and said, Roya, Orochimaru is Anko's teacher, and this is still Konoha, so there shouldn't be any problems. No, I'd better go with Anko. You guys take a bath first. After she finished speaking, Mayushi Yan also turned around and left quickly. Seeing this, Yui Korone and Inyazuka Hana were indeed confused, but as friends of the same age, they thought for a moment and then quickly followed. Seeing the empty place in an instant, Roya rubbed his temples and looked back at Itake, who was still soaking in the hot spring and practicing the Mangekyo Sharinan. Roya sighed helplessly and turned around and left quickly. The candidate for the 4th Hokage has now been decided. Orochimaru's idea of using his status as Hokage to conduct large-scale, unscrupulous human experiments was strangled in the cradle. According to Orochimaru's cruel experiments, without the identity and power of Hokage, his ambition for immortality would probably not be realized. This means that Orochimaru will probably choose to leave Konoha and become a rebel ninja soon. If Roya remembered correctly, before becoming a rebel ninja, Orochimaru left a gift for his beloved student. Luoya didn't want to care about this kind of thing. However, when I thought about the fact that I would have to do cooking, washing clothes, and other housework in the future, I immediately felt helpless. At the same time, after leaving the hot spring shop, Mitarashi Anko quickly rushed to the Heite clan's residence. She is indeed Orochimaru's student. However, Orochimaru has always forbidden him from entering the depths of the Heite clan's forbidden area. It is precisely for this reason that Mitarashi Anko chose to stay temporarily outside the Heite clan. Everything is to get closer to Orochimaru and better complete the task for his respected teacher. However, this time, from the mouth of the python that transmitted the message, Mitarashi Anko learned that Orochimaru had unprecedentedly asked her to go deep into the Heite clan's base. This undoubtedly made Mitarashi Anko feel overjoyed. The journey that would normally take 10 minutes to complete, now only took 5 or 6 minutes as Mitarashi Anko galloped, and they had already passed through the deep darkness. However, before she could walk in, Mayushi Yan had already stepped forward to block her way. Mitarashi Anko was stunned and said, Zian, why are you here? This is a forbidden area designated by the route. The teacher usually doesn't let me in. If it weren't for the teacher's oral order this time, I wouldn't dare to come in. Now that you haven't been discovered, you'd better leave quickly. As she spoke, Mitarashi Anko quickly reached out and dragged Uzuki Yujao away. Seeing the anxious Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yujao's face flashed with a trace of struggle, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Anko, if we want to leave, let's go together. Your teacher is sometimes more dangerous than the enemy. More dangerous than the enemy. Mitarashi Anko could not help but stand there in shock, and could not help but say, Zien, what do you mean? Orochimaru is a little strict at ordinary times, but how can he be more dangerous than the enemy? Also, who said this? Uzuki Yujao was speechless for a moment. She really wanted to tell her about her encounter with Orochimaru during the mission. However, when they became Konoha ninja, they were given a gag order. Any content related to the task must not be mentioned casually, especially the task that was just classified as S-level. Although it was only due to luck that Uzuki Yujao was able to complete the S-level mission this time, the gag order also applies to her. Once you reveal what you have seen and heard, at best you will be taken away by Konoha Zumbu, at worst you will be labeled a traitor and be wiped out. After weighing the pros and cons, Uzuki Yujao could only grit her teeth and said, Luya said that sometimes, Orochimaru is more dangerous than the enemy, so you'd better not go. Besides, there is only one night left until the Chunin exams. Do you really think there is a way to greatly improve your strength in such a short time? Luo, yeah. Mitarashi Anko's expression couldn't help but freeze. If these words came from other people's mouths, so of course Mitarashi Anko sneered and would never believe them easily. Just thinking back to everything that happened not long ago, Mitarashi Anko's heart couldn't help but be shaken a little. Uzuki Yujao, who was standing by, saw the hesitation on Mitarashi Anko's face and didn't care about anything else. She quickly grabbed her hand, turned around and dragged her away. Uzuki Yujao and Mitarashi Anko's expressions suddenly changed. This is one of the three ninjas, and the word traitor actually appeared from his mouth. It is simply shocking. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Luoya. Luoya smiled and was not surprised by the invitation. He knew clearly that Orochimaru's real purpose was just to keep him by his side and raise him, and when the time was right, he would use the self-reincarnation technique to seize a suitable body as a vessel for his reincarnation. Feeling the strong murderous intent from Orochimaru, Roya smiled bloodthirstily and said, Orochimaru, of course I can be a traitor, but the premise is that we should talk about it after we finish chopping. The corners of Uzuki Yujao and Mitarashi Anko's eyes twitched slightly. Originally, I was still worried that Luoya would really become depressed. However, listening to the second half of the reply, it was indeed very Luoya. Orochimaru's expression gradually darkened, and his smile turned cold. He said, Haha, hey take Roya, you really are just like what I thought. That you won't follow me easily. But do you really think I'm the same as that guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara? My methods are beyond your imagination. If I tell you that my strength can easily reach the level of several Kage gathered together, and I can easily defeat you, would you believe it? The expressions of Mao Yushiyan and others changed slightly. The legendary three ninjas originally possessed the strength of a Kage, but for a moment, he had no idea what the gathering of so many images meant. However, this is enough to show that the danger of Orochimaru is probably far more than it seems. The level of several Kage gathered together. Roya smiled playfully, pulled out the wooden sword from his waist with his backhand, and said, Orochimaru, of course I believe this, but this is not more worthy of a chop. Come on, let me see the so-called forbidden technique. Orochimaru's expression was extremely cold. The murderous intent had already been released without reservation and locked onto Luoya, like a giant snake that was waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, no matter how his aura changes, Luoya was like Willow Catkins, not affected at all. On the contrary, Uzuki Yujao and Mitarashi Anko, who were standing not far away, turned pale as frost, their whole bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their nerves were stretched to the extreme. At this moment, they do not have the slightest hope of holding the fort, they just want to find an opportunity to create enough distance to avoid becoming a burden. As time goes by, the invisible pressure tightens people's hearts like a mountain. The next moment, Orochimaru smiled, and the invisible sense of oppression receded like a wave. Haha, hey take Roya, you are worthy of being the one I chose. Your spirit is indeed extraordinary. However, it seems that now is not the time to fight with you. I hope you can still say these words next time we meet. Also, the invitation I made just now will not change. If one day you figure it out, just come find me. After saying these words, Orochimaru suppressed all his murderous aura, turned his head to glance at Anko Mitarashi, and finally, without stopping at all, slowly disappeared into the darkness. After the confrontation just now, Orochimaru knew clearly that if he wanted to forcibly place the curse seal on Mitarashi Anko, he would have to get through Roya. After witnessing Roya's hidden methods with his own eyes, Orochimaru knew clearly that unless he used that trick, otherwise, it would be impossible to quickly take down Luoya using ordinary means alone. At this moment, the human experiments he was conducting in Konoha had reached the final stage and he could not take any action. Rather than choosing to attack Roya, who was full of variables, Orochimaru was more inclined to the results of his own experiments. After watching Orochimaru leave, Roya confirmed that Orochimaru had left, then retracted his observation haki and said, Now that everyone has left, are you still going to stand here? If Orochimaru comes back to kill you, don't say I don't care about you. Plop. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was finally heard. Uzuki Yujao and Mitarashi Anko fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Facing the legendary three ninjas, especially Orochimaru, was undoubtedly a fatal pressure for the genin like them. However, recalling what had just happened, Mayu Shiyan couldn't help but ask Luoya, if you hadn't arrived in time, would Orochimaru really have attacked me in Hongdo? Besides, Orochimaru just invited you to be a rebel ninja, he doesn't really want to betray Konohagakure. Do we need to report this matter? Mitarashi Anko also woke up in shock. She has always respected Orochimaru from the bottom of her heart. However, the things that happened one after another at this moment made her heart waver a little. I can only look at Luoya eagerly, hoping to get an answer. Luoya couldn't help but laugh out after taking a sip of his drink. He said, haha, the more you know about some things, the faster you may die. As for the rebellion that Orochimaru mentioned just now, even if you report it, what if Orochimaru says that it was just a test for me, and the matter will end up in nothing, and you will only be targeted in the end? I don't think you want to be watched by a poisonous snake hiding in the dark all the time. For the next period of time, you just need to continue to play dumb and cope with the Chunin exam well. As for whether Orochimaru really has other ulterior motives, I think other people will be concerned without you having to do anything. Now, I still advise you to leave quickly and go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Otherwise, if Orochimaru really changes his mind and decides to become a rebel ninja, you will probably be in big trouble. Mao Shiyan's face suddenly turned pale. The royal hand while washing the red beans, my body also shook slightly. After they looked at each other, they hurriedly tried to stand up. However, his legs, which had already become weak, lost their strength again and he stumbled and fell to the ground. At least, at that moment just now, she was also misled by Mao Zijo's words, so she had wild thoughts. Now that she had gotten the explanation, Mitarashi Anko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Try again and again to stand up. In the end, she realized that she had overestimated herself and underestimated the mental oppression of her teacher. According to Mitarashi Anko's understanding, in that moment just now, Orochimaru released more than just murderous aura. I'm afraid it's mixed with some illusions that consume people's minds and spirits. Otherwise, she and Mao Shiyan wouldn't have been so embarrassed that it took them several minutes to recover. This is the fear that comes from the depths of the soul and has not yet been dispelled. Thinking of this, Mitarashi Anko could only grit her teeth and said with a slightly red cheek, Roya, the situation here is unclear now, and there will be the Chunin exam tomorrow, so we should leave quickly. Can you help us? Help you? Luoya sighed helplessly, raised his hand and said, forget it, good people do good things, and help the Buddha to the west. Do you choose the left hand or the right hand? There was a buzzing in Uzuki Ujo's and Mitarashi Anko's minds, and everything went blank. Hearing these vicious words, they instantly lost their composure. However, when they saw Luoya attacking them left and right and directly grabbing their collars, they instantly understood why Roya asked them to choose between their left and right hands. Are you planning to carry them one in each hand and run back? I felt my legs being lifted off the ground. Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko could no longer hold their temper. After a moment, Roya leaped out of the deserted forest. Compared with the previous moment, at this moment Luoya finally understood what it felt like to die drunkenly in a woman's arms. The tightness and softness from behind, and the sweetness of the embrace in front. It's just beyond words. The only thing that made Luoya feel fortunate was, I am quite cunning. Otherwise, if one loses patience, I'm afraid. At the same time, inside the hot spring hotel, Itachi was still soaking in the hot spring, trying hard to control the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after some attempts, Itachi realized clearly that it was obviously impossible for him to master the Mangekyo Sharingan in a short period of time. Feeling a slight sense of weakness in the mental power in his mind, Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in the hot spring. When did Brother Luoya leave? It seems that I was still too obsessed. I have to be more careful next time. Itachi frowned and looked around, then remembered that he seemed to have heard some conversation just now. However, because he was so absorbed in trying to switch his Mangekyo Sharingan, he subconsciously ignored it. Seeing that it was getting late and there was the Chunin exam tomorrow, Itachi had to put aside his Sharingan training for the time being and walk slowly out of the hot spring. The warm hot spring water created ripples under Itachi's feet as he moved. The next moment, Itachi suddenly looked down. At the same time, he reached into the towel with his backhand. On the rippling surface of the hot spring water, the afterimage of Itachi's young face was originally reflected, but it was replaced by a hideous ghost mask at some point. The moment Itachi reacted, the demon mask broke through the water and the kunao in its hand stabbed directly into Itachi's eyes. Ding! Sparks flew. Itachi fished out a kunao from the towel he was wearing and blocked the attack in time. Feeling the tremendous power coming from the kunao, the hot spring water around suddenly exploded. The sky is filled with mist and water vapor. The ghost mask that had suddenly attacked suddenly jumped backwards and landed directly on the water. At the same time, hot spring water splashed up like a rainstorm, disturbed by the water vapor. In an instant, the shadows of ghost masks were reflected. The next moment, dozens of ghost masked figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as these figures appeared, it was obvious that they had no intention of giving Itaki a chance to catch his breath. Dozens of figures moved at the same time, took out Kunao with their backhands, and rushed out directly to kill him. The sudden scene made Itaka's expression suddenly change. Looking at the figures all over the sky, scarlet blood quickly spread out from his pupils, and the double Megatama Sharingan bloomed at that moment. He simply ignored the attacks coming from all directions. Holding a kunao, he swung it horizontally behind him. Ding! Sparks flew again. Dozens of clones, holding kunao, stabbed Itaka directly. These intensive attacks did penetrate Itaka's body, but did not cause any blood to splatter. As the breeze blew, dozens of ghost-masked figures eventually dissipated like mirror images. On the huge hot spring surface, only Itaka's figure remained, having successfully blocked the attack with his backhand, and remained where he was. Through the hideous demon mask, one can clearly see a pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. Watching this scene, Itaka's eyes flashed with joy, and he said with a smile, "Brother Shisui, I knew you would come. By the way, I just happened to have something important to tell you. However, Brother Shisui, your attack just now was very exaggerated. If it gets out, I'm afraid it will tarnish the reputation of instantaneous Shisui." During the Third Ninja World War, on the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Village, Uchiha Shisui, who was facing the large Mist Ninja army alone, not only possessed an extremely terrifying illusion that made Ao, the leader of the team, retreat on his own initiative. He even earned the nickname Flash Body Shisui for his ghostly teleportation technique. It can be said that everyone who has fought with Uchiha Shisui knows one thing clearly: each of Shisui's fleeting afterimages is real. Any negligence will lead to a fatal blow. Therefore, the reputation of Uchiha Shisui's instant body is no less than that of Namikaze Minato's Yellow Flash. If it weren't for Uchiha, there is a difference in ethnicity and age. I'm afraid Uchiha Shisui must be one of the popular candidates for the 4th Hokage. Itaki, you actually saw through my body flickering technique in an instant, and it seems that you not only opened the double Megatama Sharingan, but also used it skillfully. This really surprised me, and I am relieved that you can take part in the Chunin exam. Shisui took off his mask and said after patting Itaka's shoulder with a smile. The not loud sound seemed to be infused with devilish sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without dissipating. Like an invisible hammer, it struck deep into Shisui's soul. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but stand there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. However, this pause only lasted for a few breaths, and Shisui quickly put on a slightly stiff smile and explained, "Itaki, are you mistaken? In fact, above the double Megatama Sharingan is the triple Megatama Sharingan, not the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the opening of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan requires special conditions to trigger it. And if I can choose, I would rather not have the Mangekyo Sharingan." At the end of his speech, Shisui's voice became noticeably deeper, with a hint of inexplicable sadness. However, this trace of sadness was quickly suppressed by Shisui, and he changed the subject and said, "Itake, now there is not much time left before the Chunin exam. I am very surprised that you can open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. However, opening the 3 Megatama Sharingan is one thing, and being able to use it proficiently is another. This Chunin exam is different from usual ones, so I will do everything I can to help you master the 3 Megatama Sharingan as soon as possible within the limited time and improve your self-protection ability." Itaki was filled with bitterness. I had originally intended to give Shisui a surprise, but I never expected that I would collide head-on with Shisui's good intentions. Of course, Itaka knew that everything Shisui did was well-intentioned. However, seeing the urgency on Shisui's face, he could only look up silently. The scarlet blood spread in the pupils. The double Megatama Sharingan, under Shisui's gaze, spread out a 3rd Megatama. Looking at this scene, Shisui felt a little shocked. After all, when Itaka went on his first mission, he was able to transcend single and double Megatama and open the triple Megatama Sharingan. Even among the Uchiha clan, he is extraordinary. With time, his achievements will probably surpass his. However, just as a hint of shock appeared on his face, the next moment, Shisui's smiling face suddenly froze. His pupils contracted and trembled, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, with a look of disbelief on his face. Facing the 3rd Megatama spreading out of Itaka's pupils, and the 6-pointed Sharingan that bloomed with it. If he wasn't a super master who was proficient in illusion. At this moment, he wished he could stab himself with a kunao to see if he had fallen into an illusion without realizing it. However, as time went on, Shisui's heart was finally tightened, and he was finally so moved by disbelief that only a wry smile remained on his face. "Itaki, it seems that I underestimated you. That I didn't expect that you would master the Mangekyo Sharingan on your first mission. However, the conditions for opening the Mangekyo Sharingan are very harsh. Did you pay that price to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Shisui's expression suddenly changed. As someone who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he knows clearly what the prerequisites for awakening are. But, recalling Itaka's mission. However, Shisui just couldn't figure out who Itaka saw die that made him offer sacrifices to the gods with his boundless magical powers. Itaki, who's dead? Shisui couldn't help but ask again. Itaki had a helpless look on his face and he opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Finally, he said with a wry smile, Brother Shisui, I didn't pay any price. Can I say that this Mangekyo Sharinan was awakened by Brother Roya who assisted me in special training just now? Shisui's brain was buzzing and his mind went blank. Can the Mangekyo Sharinan be awakened through special training alone? Awakening the kaleidoscope so casually? Then wouldn't his loved ones have died in vain? Seeing Itaka's serious face, Shisui swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew clearly that Itaki would never lie to him. If this is true, does that mean that Roha has mastered the method of awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan easily? And Roha has already awakened the kaleidoscope? Shisui was shocked and said in disbelief, Itaki, didn't Roya ask you to keep this secret to yourself? Itaki shook his head and said, Brother Shisui, Brother Roya did ask me to keep the secret, but Brother Roya approved me to tell this secret to important people. They just asked me not to use it unless it was a matter of life and death, otherwise it would bring unnecessary disaster upon myself. Will Luia allow you to tell me? Shisui's face changed slightly, and he instantly understood Luia's intention. After a flash of struggle on his face, he finally smiled bitterly and said, Sure enough, Luia's way of doing things is really unexpected. However, Itaki, what Roya said is right that you must not let outsiders know that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, otherwise you will attract endless murderous intentions. In the next period of time, I will explain to you how to use and train the Mangekyo Sharinan so that you can master it as soon as possible. I hope that you can use the Mangekyo Sharinan proficiently before revealing this secret. Itaki was not stupid and nodded silently as well. Right now, the secret relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village is already as tense as fire and water, and has become difficult to reconcile. The biggest reason is that they are afraid that the Uchiha clan will threaten the safety of the Konoha village. In particular, I don't want the Uchiha clan to awaken this cursed Mangekyo Sharinan. Otherwise, Itaki would not have never heard of any news about the Mangekyo Sharinan and the clan over the years, if she hadn't been in a relationship with Shisui. I'm afraid I'm completely in the dark. Once outsiders knew that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan when he was only 6 or 7 years old, I'm afraid that not only him, but the entire Uchiha clan will be strangled in the cradle. Brother Shisui, do we need to inform Brother Roya about this? If he reveals his Mangekyo Sharinan, it might cause unnecessary trouble, right? Itaka suddenly came to his senses and asked hurriedly. Shisui's expression froze. Although I had already guessed that Roha had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, however, now it has been confirmed from Itaka's mouth. This has a completely different meaning. However, after a pause, Shisui smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Itaki, I actually want to remind Roya as well. Luoya continued to chop with the wooden sword in his hand, and when the last blow fell, the sound of a gas explosion occurred. The invisible slashing air wave, like a streak of silk, rushed straight towards the big tree in front. Bang! A trail of slash marks spread across the barrel-thick tree trunk. The next moment, the big tree split into 2 halves, and then crashed down on both sides, stirring up a large amount of sand and dust. The sound of people sucking in cold air came from not far away. Uzuki Ujeo and Mitarashi Anko, who were also standing not far away and imitating Luia's practice, were also shocked and couldn't help but gasp. The invisible air pressure created by a casual blow is enough to cut a tree in half. If such an attack falls on the enemy, if it catches the person by surprise, it might be enough to kill someone without them even noticing. However, when I think of Luoya's usual overwhelming strength, I'm afraid they would disdain this despicable way of fighting. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the daily chopping task and obtaining 2% template progress. The current character template performance progress is 13.5%. The system's ethereal reminder sound suddenly rang out. Luoya raised his eyebrows and finally sighed helplessly. As expected, 3 times the limit. The current Danzo is not worth the system's requirement to refresh it 3 times. Otherwise, the blow that was done on the Hokage building yesterday wouldn't have caused no reaction at all even when the daily rewards were refreshed. As for the Uegakure ninja who launched a sneak attack, he didn't even get a reward for Danzo's sword strike. Luoya didn't even expect that sparks would fly from that guy's body. However, the only thing that made Luoya feel satisfied was, the bet was on the right side of Uchiha Shisui's heart. When allowing Itake to tell others about the Mangekyo Sharinan, Luoya wanted to see whether Shisui would choose to stand on Konoha's side or Itake's side. Now the long night has passed, and there is no sign of Shisui and the Umbu directly under the Hokage appearing. It seems that Shisui chose to keep this secret. However, for Roya, it doesn't matter whether the secret is kept or not. What matters is whether there are any targets worth cutting. Brother Luoya, it's getting late. We should leave quickly, otherwise we will miss the opening speech ceremony of the Chunin exam. Itake's voice suddenly sounded. Roya cleared his mind and looked at Itake who was rushing towards him from a distance. Uchiha Shisui was also following beside him. Roya was not surprised by Shisui's appearance. After all, Shisui and Itaki have a close relationship. He is indeed the one who is in charge of this Chunin exam. However, the person that Shisui was most worried about was probably him. Luoya, thank you very much this time. However, there will be many dangers in this Chunin exam. As the Umbu directly under the Hokage, I can't say much, but I have also obtained some non-confidential information, which I can inform you in advance. Shisui and Itaka spoke first as soon as they stood firm. The expressions of Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko who were standing by couldn't help but change slightly. As fellow participants in the Chunin exam, they are very clear about their own weight. Faced with this information coming from the Umbu directly under the Hokage, they became obviously even more nervous. Luoya was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shisui, who was usually meticulous in his work, would also let down his guard sometimes. However, it is precisely for this reason that it can be seen that Itaka's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharinan made Shisui feel that he owed Roya a great favor, otherwise he would not have been so eager to express his position. Feeling the expressions of Uzuki Ujo, Mitarashi Anko, and even Itaka change instantly, Shisui subconsciously looked at Roya. However, after taking this look, Shisui still felt helpless. Sure enough, the so-called danger in the eyes of others is nothing in front of Luoya. Seeing Luoya's unchanged expression, Shisui sighed helplessly and said, Luoya, you are still the same, not worried about anything at all. That I am really curious about how deep you are hiding, otherwise how can you be so calm and composed? However, I still want to remind you that the 4 major ninja villages joined forces to pressure Konoha to hold the Chunin exams, intending to join forces to target our Konoha ninja village. However, due to the incident that occurred yesterday, I'm afraid that the center of the 4 major ninja villages will fall on you. So, they may join forces to attack you. Moreover, according to some intelligence, the 4 major ninja villages have prepared a big move this time in order to put pressure on our Konoha ninja village. If the intelligence is correct, the participants from the 4 major ninja villages this time include not only elite genin, but also bloodline limit holders and even Jinchuriki. If this situation continues, our Konoha will be in a very passive position. Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko's expressions suddenly changed. Originally, they had already expected that this Chunin exam would not be easy, but I never expected that things would turn out to this point. After thinking carefully about the references from Konohagakure, Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko suddenly lost their confidence. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, the words that fell into their ears made them smile bitterly. Bloodline limit and Jinchuriki, this is more worthy of a kill. Luoya smiled and took a sip of wine, then put away the wooden sword, looking eager to try. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, the entrance to the large playground of the ninja school. Since this is the venue for the Chunin exam, this place has already been blocked off by crowds. Only 5 pedestrian entrances divided according to the 5 major ninja villages can remain open. Luoya and others just arrived at the entrance of the passage that belongs exclusively to Konohagakure. Whippet, who was in charge of supervising the exam, walked up quickly. When he saw Luoya, his cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably, and he handed the envelope in his hand to Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko. What kind of a reason is this? The most dangerous person is right next to you? However, when I think of Luoya's usual style of doing things, he would chop people if he disagreed with something. However, people like Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko felt like they had no way to refute it. This worry seems to be true, right? Hey, Mr. Whippet, why are we taking the exam with this white flag? Aren't we going to be laughed at by others? If that's the case, I'd rather be chopped by Roya than be laughed at by others. Asuma Sarutobi gritted his teeth and squeezed out of the crowd angrily. The next moment, the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth were instantly swallowed back. Looking at Roya, who appeared at the side without knowing when, Sarutobi Asuma quickly put on a smile and said, "This white flag looks pretty good, but it's a little too monotonous. It would be nice to have a colorful one." As he spoke, Ismaili neatly folded the white flag in his hand. If it weren't for the conditions, Asuma wanted to fold it into a tofu pudding, with corners on all 4 sides. Seeing Asuma shrinking in an instant, Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but roll their eyes. Sure enough, in front of Luoya, this so-called masculinity just couldn't stand up. Whippet smiled helplessly. If it were in the past, I would have been disappointed to see the elite students I had taught perform so poorly. He will definitely feel dissatisfied. But now he didn't want to be cut again, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Roya, don't mind me. The 2 Hokages thought that the Chunin exam would be too chaotic, and there would be many unfamiliar faces. They were worried that it would be difficult for you to recognize people when you started to chop them up, so they made this arrangement. By the way, Lord Hokage asked me to remind you that if you can, please look for the little white flag when you kill someone. Whippet said with a stiff smile. Mao Yushiyan and others' expressions froze. What the hell is this? When you want to kill someone, please look for the small white flag? However, even Asuma Sarutobi carefully put away the small white flag. Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko said at the same time, "Teacher Whippet, can we have both sides?" Whippet breathed a sigh of relief. It's a bit embarrassing to lower your status and do such a thing. If I am still not recognized, I don't know where to put my face. How can I continue to be a teacher in the future? Don't worry, the little white flag is ready and placed in the envelope that you can take it out and use it directly when the time comes. Whippet explained. There are still 10 minutes before the exam starts, so you should go in quickly. I understand, Mr. Whippet. Upon hearing this, Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko quickly replied, then turned around and grabbed Luoya's hand at the same time, intending to lead him away. This subconscious action made Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko look at each other and their cheeks suddenly turned red. He quickly pulled his hands back as if he had been electrocuted. I was just worried that Luoya wouldn't take the exam seriously, so I planned to urge him to go in quickly, that's why this happened. Mitarashi Anko hurriedly explained. Mayu Shiyan blushed and nodded hurriedly, I am worried about this problem too. Let's go in quickly. After the words fell, the two girls touched their burning cheeks and walked towards the examination room as if they were fleeing in panic. Asuma Sarutobi standing by was also stunned. Originally, there were fewer female ninjas than male ones. People like Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko are like goddesses among their peers. If the news of their subconscious actions towards Luoya were to spread, it would definitely cause a stir in his circle of friends. However, as he watched the two girls hurriedly leave and disappear from his sight, Asuma Sarutobi felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At least it is better for my fellow Taoists to die than for me to die. Someone else's goddess was taken away. That would be a great thing for him. At least, no one can take away the sunset red that he likes. Thinking of the green grassland above the moonlight wind, Sarutobi Asuma didn't care too much and walked in quickly. Looking at these figures leaving in a hurry, Itaki also showed a trace of anxiety and said, Brother Luoya, do I also need to find a small white flag to use? This shouldn't prevent Brother Luoya from killing people, right? No need. I like to chop people, but I'm not blind. Just forget it. Luoya rolled his eyes helplessly and said, okay, it's getting late. Let's go in first. I don't want to miss this opportunity to chop people. After watching Roya leave, Whippet finally felt relieved. Faced with Luoya's unconventional style of attacking people, now that he was able to complete the instructions from the Hokage, he felt relieved. But as one of the victims, Whippet was even more curious to see how Roya would perform in the Chunin exam. At the same time, I also hope that the scope of victims can be expanded to the 4 major ninja villages. As long as even geniuses have to endure the same suffering, it is not suffering at all for ordinary people. Shiyan, you're finally here. I thought you were going to miss the Chunin exam. I waited for you all night yesterday. Where on earth did you go? In the examination hall, Moonlight Gale looked around like a wife watching rock. When he saw the door being opened, the two figures who came in immediately showed ecstasy on their faces. However, before Uzuki Ujo could respond, Sarutobi Asuma squeezed in from behind, walked quickly to Moonlight Hayate, patted the latter's shoulder with a look of regret, and said, Hayashi, please accept my condolences. I just saw Ujo and Hungdu. They came with Luoya, and they also held Luoya's hand at the same time, so you have no chance. It seems that from now on, I'd better keep my Hong away from Hayate Roya as much as possible. It would be bad if she falls into his mind-stirring tricks. Come together, hold hands. Moonlight Gale's head buzzed and he stood there in a daze. He had already guessed about Mayu Shiyan's whereabouts, but he had never been willing to admit it. Is this what the dog said about 2 women and 1 man? Everyone present was stunned. Subconsciously, he looked at the ninja dog beside Inyazuka Hana. This scene is too explosive. Uzuki Ujo and Mitarashi Anko sandwiched Luoya? How do I clip this? Is it the legendary X-Fly? Such a hot scene can make people feel their blood rushing to their chest instantly. For a moment, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Moonlight Gale. Asuma Sarutobi was even more shocked, and then he patted Moonlight Hayate on the shoulder with regret and said, Ahem, Hayate, this is actually a small matter. There is nothing that childhood sweethearts can't get over. You're right. Asuma, what are you talking about? Hana, can you please stop making your words sound so simple? Red Bean and I were only attacked by illusions during Orikimura's training and were unable to move for a short period of time, so we had Roya carry us away. Red, please explain to me. Mayu Shiyan blushed and explained quickly. Seeing this, Ziggy Korone hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yes. Hua is just too simple-minded. We already knew about this. Asuma, shut up. Also, I'm not your favorite, so don't talk nonsense in the future, otherwise I won't forgive you. Haha, Hong, don't be angry. I will never say that to your face again. As long as I see that you are not interested in Luoya, I will be satisfied. Asuma said hurriedly with a smile. Faced with such explosive news, I can only mourn for my good brother Moonlight Gale. However, just as this thought of being thankful emerged in his mind, the next moment, he heard words that made him suddenly confused. Brother Luoya, I suddenly remembered that someone seemed to break into the hot springs at the Hot Spring Hotel last night. I seemed to hear something like a towel fell and saw something asking you to take responsibility for marrying her. I originally thought that I was hallucinating because I was training too long and the temperature was too hot. Now that I heard her voice, I suddenly remembered this incident. Shiari Hong's expression was stiff, and she recalled the gag order she had issued last night, after repeated reminders. Are you eating the melon on yourself now? This sentence sounds intermittent and the words are not clear, but all the key words are included and come out directly. What bath towel fell, responsible for marrying her? What's the difference between this and directly reporting her measurements? Asuma Sarutobi, who was standing by, had a buzzing sound in his head and was completely stunned. I thought that if someone else's house was robbed, it was their business. I never expected that even my own home would be robbed. Recalling what the dog said just now about 2 women and 1 man, at this moment, the relationship between childhood sweethearts doesn't seem to be difficult. Moonlight Gale was also confused, but when he saw Asuma standing there in a daze, he suddenly felt much better. That he quickly patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Asuma, my childhood sweetheart is fine. Why don't you try to comfort her by saying that we were childhood sweethearts?" Asuma exploded instantly and really wanted to say "guess your mother" directly. However, before Asuma could open his mouth to greet them, the door of the conference hall, which had been closed, was opened again. Alright, everyone, be quiet. Today is the Chunin exam held by the 5 major ninja villages. It is also an indispensable journey for you to become a ninja. I am the examiner this time, Ui Shinku. The deep voice exploded like thunder. The originally chaotic meeting place was suddenly interrupted, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn over there. Seeing the appearance of Ui Shinku, who was known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, the faces of many observers changed. They had already guessed about the rules of the exam. The appearance of each examiner means the type of examination to be conducted. If they remembered correctly, Ui Shinku, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was known as one of the best illusion masters in the Konoha ninja village. He was very skilled in illusion techniques, and with this technique, he was able to kill people without them even noticing during the Third Ninja World War. Now he has been assigned to take charge of the first exam. The next test item is finally decided. Okay, now that everyone has seen me, I think you can guess what kind of exam this time is. After looking around the field, Zihi Zhenhong spoke again in a deep voice. Among all the major types of ninjutsu, illusion is the least conspicuous type of ninjutsu, but it can kill people without them even noticing. If used properly, it can instantly reverse the situation and make a person invincible. At the same time, illusions appear many times during missions and on battlefields. Among them, during the Third Ninja World War, many famous figures appeared in our Konoha village. In addition to the 4th Hokage, there was also a man from the Uchiha clan, known as Shisui Uchiha, who was known as the Flash Body Shisui. However, Shisui's instant body technique is superb, but his illusion technique is even more terrifying to the enemy. When he was fighting against the Mist Village alone, he was able to scare away the troops led by the Mist Village's Byakugan Ao with just the word Genjutsu. So, the power of illusion is definitely not as simple as you think. In order to give you a better chance of surviving missions and battlefields, I hope that even if you cannot master the flexible use of illusions, you must know how to resist and dispel them. So, today's first test is to fight against illusions. Only those who can escape from the illusion within the specified time can complete the first round of the test. At this point, Ui Shinku paused for a moment, pointed to the side and said, however, in order to ensure the fairness of the examination room is divided into 5 major areas. The examiners from the 5 major ninja villages will conduct cross-examinations. You should be thankful that the chief examiner this time is not me, but the special jonin of the Uega court, Uegaki, also known as the Black Widow. Hehe, Zihi Shinku, do you mean that my attainments in illusion are not as high as yours? A woman in her 30s or 40s, wearing a black tights that completely outlined her body lines and heavy black makeup, walked in from the gate, followed by 4 illusion ninjas from various major ninja villages. In the conference hall, everyone's expressions changed drastically in an instant. They finally understood why Rock Spider stared at Roya as soon as he appeared. Perhaps the biggest reason is the hatred for the beheading. Teacher Shinhong, this seems a bit unfair to Luya. Mao Yushi-yan was the first to lose her temper. Feeling the gazes from all around, her face was indeed a little embarrassed. However, he still gritted his teeth and explained, this is the Chunin exam jointly held by the 5 major ninja villages. I just don't want anyone to be treated unfairly. If it gets out, it will ruin the reputation of the 5 major ninja villages, so I hope that Mr. Zhenhong can consider it carefully. All the candidates in the field fell silent. Zihi Shinku's expression also changed slightly. In fact, the 5 major ninja villages already knew this problem. However, because Iwaya was chopped away by Luoya and the others, the Konohagakure's reason was obviously untenable, so they had to agree not to replace the examiner. But he never expected that Rock Spider would point out the matter directly without any concealment. What's wrong, little guy? Are you afraid? Unfortunately, the examiner for this time has already been decided and there is no way to change it. Of course, if you're afraid, you can just give up the exam and wait for the next Chunin exam. Rock Spider said with a teasing smile on his face. Zihi Zhenhong suddenly got a headache. I was still thinking about how to break the deadlock. Now it seems that it has become a dead end. Thinking of this, Zihi Shinku couldn't help but look at Luoya. Even Danzo could cut down this young man 2 or 3 times who did not play by the rules. He was of course well aware that Roha's strength was extraordinary, and was also the trump card that the 2 Hokage valued most in this Chunin exam. But being strong is one thing, whether or not one can resist illusions is another matter. He didn't want Luoya to be eliminated at this critical juncture. Luoya, wait a moment, I'll go ask the Hokage first. Yui Shinku gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Teacher Zhenhong, that's not necessary. This is just a different way of chopping people. Luoya interrupted with a smile. I'm in a hurry to drink, so I'd better finish the test quickly. Inyazuka Hana and the others couldn't help but change their expression slightly. I never expected Luoya to make such a willful choice. Zihi Hong, who was standing by, couldn't help but remind him, Luoya, this Black Widow rock spider is one of the best illusionists in the rock village. Her attainments in illusion are many times higher than mine, so I hope you can be more cautious. Thanks, but I'm really in a hurry, Luoya said with a smile. Seeing this, Yui Shinku sighed and said, well, since you have made up your mind, Luoya, and you, as the person involved, have no objection to Iwagami being the examiner, then the first genjutsu test of the Chunin exam will begin soon. But I will be more careful and try to avoid other situations. Yanzu, I also hope that you can distinguish between public and private matters, otherwise it will be bad if something happens. Haha, Yui Shinku, you are one of the 8 colors of Konoha and the best master of illusion, but you say such ignorant things at this time, Ueguro said with a teasing smile. Illusions can see directly into people's hearts. The intensity of the test varies from person to person. What if this kid is actually weak inside and is frightened into insanity? Well, the exam time has been delayed quite a bit, let's get started quickly. The 4 ninjas guarding behind the rock spider flashed and immediately performed the technique of instant body movement, appearing in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. Before everyone could react, the magic seals in the hands of the 4 people flew rapidly. Upon seeing this, Rock Spider instantly put away the mocking look on his face, and the magic seals on his hands also flew rapidly. The next moment, the magic seals in the hands of the 5 people fell in unison. Illusion Earth Spider's psychedelic swamp. The deep voices rang out in unison. A white mist quickly spread over the 5 people. Like a sea of white fog, it instantly submerged the entire venue. The examinee who was in the middle of it suddenly changed his expression. He quickly made a magic seal with his backhand and roared urgently, "Illusion, break it!" Bang! The rolling white fog that filled the venue was instantly dispersed by the loud shouts, as if by an invisible air wave. Wait until the vision in front of you returns to normal. The scene that came into view made the expressions of Mao Yushiyan and others suddenly change. The huge examination room has long been replaced by a pitch-black cave. In the endless darkness, those familiar faces have long disappeared. They were left alone, staying in their own illusion space. Before they could react, dense scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness. The next moment, a huge spider crawled out from the darkness. Looking at the huge spider covered with white hair in front of them, everyone's scalp suddenly went numb. Although, I kept reminding myself in my heart that everything before my eyes was just an illusion. However, seeing this scene subconsciously still made them tremble. Outside, there was dead silence in the conference hall. Dozens of participants including Mayuzai Jo stood there like wooden chickens. Many of them had pale faces and lips, and some even had cold sweat on their foreheads, trapped in a terrifying illusion. Zihi Zhenhong, who was standing not far away, also had a rather ugly expression on her face. Especially when he saw his beloved daughter, who was trained by him and was proficient in illusion, was dragged into the illusion space at the first sight. Not to mention other ordinary people. This alone is enough to show that he still underestimated this female ninja from the Uegakur. Senior Zhenhong, what should we do? Said the deputy examiner Jingxiamu, who was standing by. The first person to lose his patience was the first to speak hurriedly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the wooden man in the well stood there as if petrified. Seeing this, Zihi Zhenhong frowned and said solemnly, "Wooden man, it seems that I underestimated this rock spider. However, you don't have to be nervous. They are indeed all under the spell of illusion, but Hong was trained by me, so his attainments in illusion are definitely not low. I think she will find a way to break through soon. As long as she breaks free from the illusion, she will be able to help others break free from the illusion. After all, there is no such rule in the exam rules. So, Mu Ren, you don't have to worry for now." In the conference hall, everyone's expressions changed drastically in an instant. They finally understood why Rock Spider stared at Roya as soon as he appeared. Perhaps the biggest reason is the hatred for the beheading. Teacher Shinhong, this seems a bit unfair to Luya. Mao Yushiyan was the first to lose her temper. Feeling the gazes from all around, her face was indeed a little embarrassed. However, he still gritted his teeth and explained, "This is the Chunin exam jointly held by the 5 major ninja villages. I just don't want anyone to be treated unfairly. If it gets out, it will ruin the reputation of the 5 major ninja villages, so I hope that Mr. Zhenhong can consider it carefully." All the candidates in the field fell silent. Zihi Shinku's expression also changed slightly. In fact, the 5 major ninja villages already knew this problem. However, because Iwaya was chopped away by Luoya and the others, the Konohagakure's reason was obviously untenable, so they had to agree not to replace the examiner. But he never expected that Rock Spider would point out the matter directly without any concealment. "What's wrong, little guy? Are you afraid?" "Unfortunately, the examiner for this time has already been decided and there is no way to change it." "Of course, if you're afraid, you can just give up the exam and wait for the next Chunin exam," Rock Spider said with a teasing smile on his face. Zihi Zhenhong suddenly got a headache. "I was still thinking about how to break the deadlock. Now it seems that it has become a dead end." Thinking of this, Zihi Shinku couldn't help but look at Luoya. Even Danzo could cut down this young man 2 or 3 times who did not play by the rules. He was of course well aware that Roha's strength was extraordinary, and was also the trump card that the 2 Hokage valued most in this Chunin exam. But being strong is one thing, whether or not one can resist illusions is another matter. He didn't want Luoya to be eliminated at this critical juncture. "Luoya, wait a moment, I'll go ask the Hokage first." Ui Shinku gritted her teeth and turned to leave. "Teacher Zhenhong, that's not necessary. This is just a different way of chopping people," Luoya interrupted with a smile. "I'm in a hurry to drink, so I'd better finish the test quickly." Inyazuka Hana and the others couldn't help but change their expression slightly. I never expected Luoya to make such a willful choice. Zihi Hong, who was standing by, couldn't help but remind him, "Luoya, this Black Widow Rock Spider is one of the best illusionists in the Rock Village. Her attainments in illusion are many times higher than mine, so I hope you can be more cautious." "Thanks, but I'm really in a hurry," Luoya said with a smile. Seeing this, Ui Shinka sighed and said, "Well, since you have made up your mind, Luoya, and you, as the person involved, have no objection to Iwagami being the examiner, then the first Genjutsu test of the Chunin exam will begin soon. But I will be more careful and try to avoid other situations. Yanzu, I also hope that you can distinguish between public and private matters, otherwise it will be bad if something happens." "Haha, Ui Shinku, you are one of the 8 colors of Konoha and the best master of illusion, but you say such ignorant things at this time," Uiguro said with a teasing smile. "Illusions can see directly into people's hearts. The intensity of the test varies from person to person. What if this kid is actually weak inside and is frightened into insanity? Well, the exam time has been delayed quite a bit, let's get started quickly." The 4 ninjas guarding behind the Rock Spider flashed and immediately performed the technique of instant body movement, appearing in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. Before everyone could react, the magic seals in the hands of the 4 people flew rapidly. Upon seeing this, Rock Spider instantly put away the mocking look on his face, and the magic seals on his hands also flew rapidly. The next moment, the magic seals in the hands of the 5 people fell in unison. "Illusion Earth Spider's psychedelic swamp." The deep voices rang out in unison. A white mist quickly spread over the 5 people. Like a sea of white fog, it instantly submerged the entire venue. The examinee who was in the middle of it suddenly changed his expression. He quickly made a magic seal with his backhand and roared urgently, "Illusion, break it!" Bang! The rolling white fog that filled the venue was instantly dispersed by the loud shouts, as if by an invisible air wave. "Wait until the vision in front of you returns to normal." The scene that came into view made the expressions of Mao Yushiyan and others suddenly change. The huge examination room has long been replaced by a pitch-black cave. In the endless darkness, those familiar faces have long disappeared. They were left alone, staying in their own illusion space. Before they could react, dense scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness. The next moment, a huge spider crawled out from the darkness. Looking at the huge spider covered with white hair in front of them, everyone's scalp suddenly went numb. Although, I kept reminding myself in my heart that everything before my eyes was just an illusion. However, seeing this scene subconsciously still made them tremble. Outside, there was dead silence in the conference hall. Dozens of participants including Mayuzai Jo stood there like wooden chickens. Many of them had pale faces and lips, and some even had cold sweat on their foreheads, trapped in a terrifying illusion. Zihi Zhenhong, who was standing not far away, also had a rather ugly expression on her face. Especially when he saw his beloved daughter, who was trained by him and was proficient in illusion, was dragged into the illusion space at the first sight. Not to mention other ordinary people. This alone is enough to show that he still underestimated this female ninja from the Uegakure. "Senior Zhenhong, what should we do?" said the deputy examiner Jingxiamu, who was standing by. The first person to lose his patience was the first to speak hurriedly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the wooden man in the well stood there as if petrified. Seeing this, Zihi Zhenhong frowned and said solemnly, "Wooden man, it seems that I underestimated this Rock Spider. However, you don't have to be nervous. They are indeed all under the spell of illusion, but Hong was trained by me, so his attainments in illusion are definitely not low." The 4 ninjas who were originally assisting in casting the illusion barrier looked at the Rock Spider lying in the ruins, as if it had been chopped away by an invisible attack. I couldn't help but raise my hand and rub my eyes. Some even raised their hands and slapped themselves twice. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes red, they still felt the burning sensation on their cheeks. The scene before my eyes remained unchanged. This is not an illusion. He is one of the most powerful illusionists in the Uegakur. He was actually severely injured in just one encounter while using mental attack. The most important thing is that it felt like being seriously injured by a knife. Moreover, this is a knife that they cannot see. This must be a trick, you little bastard. How dare you sneak attack Lord Iwagamo, such a despicable thing. Aren't you worried about bringing shame to the Konoha village? And Iwagamo ninja was the first to roar, unable to hold back. Yui Shinku also reacted suddenly. She had never expected that the Uegakur would be the first to complain. Luoya opened his eyes, and the scarlet blood color disappeared. He looked at the rock spider lying on the ground and the furious rock ninja, took another sip of the old wine, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, I don't care whether Konoha is embarrassed or not, but did you see me chop her just now? Or maybe she was so indifferent for too long that she saw something she shouldn't have seen and that's why her blood vessels burst. I advise you to consider whether or not to take the exam, rather than worrying about this kind of nonsense." The four Uegakur ninjas' faces suddenly changed. This is an illusion barrier that can only be cast with compound ninjutsu. It requires more than 5 people to work together to perform it. The rock spider is the most important hub in charge of this illusion barrier. Now the hub is broken. They did not take immediate action to maintain it. It can be said that the illusion barrier at this moment is likely to be broken at any time by wind and rain. Thinking of this, the 4 rock ninjas couldn't wait to look into the square. The moment they came into view, many people had already broken through the illusion and opened their eyes. What's worse, I'm afraid I must have heard the farce with my own ears and seen the examiner lying on the ground with blood all over his face. How to break this situation? However, compared to the 4 confused Uegakur ninjas, a hint of joy flashed in Yui Shinku's eyes. Watching the Konoha ninjas breaking through the illusion one after another and walking out, I think everyone has passed this. If the 2 Hokage, or even the Kage of other ninja villages knew about this, I wonder what their expressions would be. At the same time, inside the highest invigilation room, dozens of figures gathered here. Leading among them were the Kages of the 5 major ninja villages. Following closely behind them were the elite ninjas from various major ninja villages. Looking at those familiar faces, all the major ninja villages knew that for this Chunin exam, they had brought out all their secrets to put together this show and lineup. After all, the Third Ninja World War did come to an end, but the final result obviously made most people feel dissatisfied. It is for this reason that the Chunin exam, led by Uegakur's Ninjago Oniki, will be a success. Everything is done to take advantage of this opportunity to show off the muscles of the major ninja villages again and gain more bargaining chips. It can be said that this time the 4 major ninja villages and the surrounding ninja villages gathered in Konoha village. If the forces brought by them were really twisted together, it would be an absolute disaster for the Konoha village. If we are not careful, this powder keg will explode. So for a moment, in the huge meeting hall, with the arrival of many people, the atmosphere suddenly became more depressing, and the hearts of many people in Konoha seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Especially when they saw Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the guard team who was never allowed to attend such public appearances, and Uchiha Shisui, the captain of the Umbu directly under the Hokage, also took off their masks and appeared in the meeting hall to cheer. It is enough to see that this Chunin exam may be related to the life and death of Konoha village. As the Kages of the 4 major ninja villages took their seats one by one, the expression of the newly appointed 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze flashed a hint of bitterness. However, he quickly stepped aside and said, "Third Hokage, please take a seat first." The 3rd Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe and said with a smile, "Haha, Minato, this is against the rules. I have already stepped down from the position of Hokage. As the 4th Hokage, this seat should belong to you. However, in order to prevent you from being accused of not respecting the elderly and loving the young, I can only sit down for you. I think you guys won't mind." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd Hokage had already taken his seat. Looking at this clean and neat posture, Minato Namikaze could only wait helplessly by the side. The ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages also looked at him with awe. After all, they knew it clearly. This time, the Chunin exam will show off the muscles of the major ninja villages, in addition to putting pressure on the Konoha ninja village. The biggest reason was to force the 3rd Hokage to abdicate. However, the 3rd Hokage has indeed retired now. However, in the current situation, it seems that the people are being dismissed but the rights are not. Seeing this, the 2 omens of the omens of Onoki could not help but snorted coldly and said, "Humph, 3rd Hokage, it seems that you are still as cunning as ever, and you actually came up with this method to evade. But I really hope that you can have the last laugh. The Chunin exam should have started by now. I heard that your Konoha village has gathered many geniuses to participate in this Chunin exam, just to show our strength to the other major ninja villages. However, unfortunately, your Konoha Gakur happened to draw the examiner from our Uegakur. I forgot to tell you that Iwagamo is not only one of the best illusion ninjas in our Iwagamo village, but he also possesses the power of the lost bloodline limit of the Inigamo clan. I hope you guys won't make too much of a fuss when you see it then. The ONI Spider Clan. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, and he was the first to speak. Teacher, the ONI Spider Clan is proficient in illusion and mental attack, and that Iwagami seems to be Iwaya's mother. She is in charge of supervising our Konoha Court. I'm afraid Luia will be targeted.